Yin Shu sought out her biological parents to request financial assistance. But not only did she leave empty-handed, she was also unceremoniously ejected by the steward. Yin Shu, you truly have no shame. The only moment you were of any use was when you donated bone marrow. How dare you consider yourself a lady of the Su family? I must inform you that the Su family already has a legitimate heiress. You should return whence you came. Jinsheng is no place for someone like you, a mere country bumpkin. In early spring, Jinsheng, located in the northern reaches, remained cold. Even in March, the biting wind felt like a blade against her skin. The mournful wail of the wind, mingling with the numbing pain in her ears, distorted the steward's voice, rendering it almost inaudible. Please, Uncle Wang, allow me just a moment with my parents. My grandfather's life hangs by a thread, and we truly need this money. Uncle Wang scoffed. Your grandfather's life or death has nothing to do with the Su family. Why should we bear this financial burden? Yin Shu was taken aback. She never anticipated such a response. The tears that had threatened to spill suddenly evaporated, leaving her eyes dry and aching. They approached me claiming I was their long-lost daughter, missing for 22 years. Yet, after whisking me away from the countryside, their sole intention was to have me donate bone marrow to their so-called twin brother. They had promised that once he was well, I would receive $1 million. I do not covet the title of a Su family heiress or the allure of high society. All I desire is to reclaim what is rightfully mine. What wrong have I committed? The steward paused, aware of some details, but not the entire story, and was astonished by this unexpected revelation. Observing the young woman before him, her face streaked with tears, he could not deny her beauty. Her eyes, though reddened, sparkled with defiance, and her slight frame appeared pitifully drenched. Yet, he was merely a humble steward. What could he do? Shaking his head, he ultimately closed the gate to the courtyard. In that instant, Yin Shu seemed to deflate, shivering as she gazed at the warm light spilling from the window. She could even hear the sounds of laughter and joy within, witnessing the girl who had replaced her nestled against her mother, oblivious to the words exchanged between them, their bond unmistakably intimate. Yin Shu offered a bittersweet smile. To claim she did not yearn for familial affection would be a lie. But for now, her foremost priority was to save her grandfather. He had found her abandoned in the mountains and had brought her home, raising her with unwavering dedication. A month prior, a couple claiming to be her biological parents had come to their door, expressing a desire to take her to the city. Her grandfather, perceiving their wealth, believed that her move to the city would herald a prosperous future. Thus he consented. Little did he know that upon taking her away, the first thing they would demand was that she donate bone marrow to their so-called twin brother. It turned out that upon discovering their son had leukemia, they realized their daughter, Su Shi, was not a genetic match, and only then did they learn that the girl they had raised was not their biological child at all. After extensive inquiries, they finally located Yin Shu in Yushi village of Yunsheng and brought her back to Jinsheng. In the beginning, Yin Shu yearned for the affection of her parents, but after the bone marrow donation, what awaited her were their cold and heartless words. This card contains 1 million. Take it and live well with your grandfather. Do not show your face around us again. Xiaoxi is now the fiancée of the young master of the Gu family. We cannot reveal that she is not the daughter of the Su family. It would be detrimental to the Su family and to Xiaoxi. Just pretend this incident never occurred. At that moment, Yin Shu was still reeling from the impact of those words when she caught sight of her grandfather collapsing outside the hospital room. Upon examination, the doctor revealed that her grandfather was already in the late stages of uremia. If he did not receive hospital treatment promptly, his life would be reduced to less than a month. Yet, she was merely an intern who had not even graduated from university and could not possibly afford such an expense. When she finally regained her composure and sought to retrieve that million from her parents, she discovered they had vanished without a trace, taking the money with them. In the unfamiliar city of Beijing, she had no one to turn to but her so-called biological parents. With a pang of sorrow, Yin Shu pressed the doorbell, unwilling to give up. No matter how persistently she rang, there was no response from within. Eventually, the wealthy young lady inside grew impatient, shot her an irritated glare, and muttered something to the butler. Then, the door swung open. Yin Shu rushed in joy, but before she could utter a word, several buckets of cold water were doused over her from within. Soaked from head to toe, she felt the icy water quickly freeze, and her head grew heavier. Finally, her body swayed, as if a taut string had snapped, and she collapsed to the ground. In her dazed state, she seemed to see a tall, slender man appear before her. Driven by instinct, Yinshu extended her hand, using her last bit of strength to grasp the man's hand. Please, save me. The moment he clasped her hand, Yinshu finally closed her eyes, as if plummeting into an infinite, deep ocean, descending endlessly. Hua Qian looked down at Yinshu, whose complexion had turned ashen. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, her head bleeding from the fall, and her cheek bore abrasions. Hua Qian's actions outpaced his thoughts by the time he registered what was happening. He had already lifted Yinshu into his arms. He did not notice that the signet ring on his finger had been stained with her blood. The ring gradually absorbed the crimson fluid until it vanished completely. Then, astonishingly, it transformed into a beam of azure light that entered Yinshu's mind, and her wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only dried bloodstains behind. When Hua Qian finally placed Yinshu in the backseat of the car, he realized that the signet ring he had worn on his left hand for over a decade was now missing. Hua Qian's usually emotionless eyes widened in alarm, an unusual expression of panic crossing his face as he addressed his assistant in the driver's seat. "Assistant Shun, please take this young lady to the hospital." The assistant appeared to have more to say, but Hua Qian had already forcefully closed the rear car door and proceeded towards the direction where Yinshu had just fainted. He was acutely aware of the significance of the signet ring. His grandfather had once said that this ring could lead him to a person of great importance, someone who would play a pivotal role in the future his grandfather had foreseen. However, he had now misplaced the ring, and if his grandfather were to find out, his condition would likely worsen. Once Hua Qian departed, the assistant gazed vacantly at Yinshu in the back seat, ultimately choosing to remain silent and obediently drove away. In the back seat, Yinshu felt an overwhelming chill, curling her body tightly. Simultaneously, a rather surreal mechanical voice echoed in her mind. "Ding. Greetings, host. I am the wish system. As long as you fulfill the wishes of various individuals across different realms, you shall receive corresponding rewards. May I inquire if you accept the binding?" Chapter 2. Completing the first task, Yinshu felt as though she were in a daze, faintly hearing a voice that seemed to ask for acceptance. She mistakenly thought it was her parents finally giving her the 1 million, and whispered, "I accept. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding to the wish system. Your first task is now issued. Please complete the wish task within 12 hours. Wish granter, Luo Baishi. Current realm, Xinxiao world. Wish, I am a traveler. Ever since I arrived in this tranquil and ascetic realm of cultivation, I have been unable to savor my beloved fried chicken and cola. If you can procure these for me, I will exchange 100 dissipation pill with you. Additionally, I must mention that our 100 dissipation pill can cure a multitude of ailments." Yinshu felt her head swell with confusion, as if she had heard the sounds of fried chicken and cola. She smacked her lips and continued to murmur, "Fried chicken and cola." The assistant in front glanced at Yinshu through the rearview mirror, perplexed by the sudden benevolence of the normally aloof Mr. Hua, who had inexplicably decided to pick up a woman and take her to the hospital. Moreover, this woman appeared somewhat unhinged. The following day, when Yinshu struggled to open her eyes, she was greeted by a pristine white ceiling and in 4 drip hanging above her. Raising her hand to inspect the needle in her wrist, an overwhelming array of thoughts flooded her mind. Was Tishi at the Su family villa? How had she ended up in a hospital? "You're awake?" Suddenly, a voice filled with melancholy reached her ears, startling Yinshu as she turned to look beside her. There sat a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a tailored suit, his weary expression fixed upon her. Yinshu quickly sat up, feeling almost recovered. Gratefully, she gazed at the man and inquired, "Was it you who saved me last night?" The man adjusted his glasses, his expression one of profound disillusionment as he shook his head. "It was our Mr. Hua who saved you. He had me watch over you all night. Now that you are well, I shall return to catch up on sleep." As a humble employee, Shun Bin was acutely aware of the importance of rest. He had barely taken 2 steps when Yinshu called out to him again. "I currently lack the means to express my gratitude to Mr. Hua for his assistance. Please convey to him that I shall always remember this kindness, and I will surely repay him." Shun Bin thought that Mr. Hua's decision to aid Yinshu stemmed from an overflow of compassion, and he refrained from saying more as he continued on his way. Yinshu reflected on Mr. Hua's appearance, suddenly recalling that her grandfather was still waiting for her in the hospital room, and a jolt of alarm surged through her. She quickly pulled out her phone to check the time, realizing it was already 9:30 a.m. This meant she had been away from her grandfather for nearly 17 hours. Had he not been starving? Anxiously, Yinshu resolved to buy some food for her grandfather. But just then, a mechanical alarm echoed in her mind. Ding! Alarm. The host has less than half an hour to complete the task of acquiring fried chicken and cola in the Xinxiao world. It is advised that the host hasten the completion of the task, otherwise, failure will result in the inability to obtain the Bai Xiaodan. Yinshu paused, her hand halting on the 4-needle, as she processed the sudden voice that emerged in her mind. For a moment, she could not react. Suddenly, it was as if she had opened the meridians of her body. Her memories surged back. Last night, she dreamt of being bound by some wish system. Could it be that this was not merely a dream, but a tangible reality? This thought caused her heart to race, a blend of anxiety and anticipation stirring within her as she silently inquired, "Can the Bai Xiaodan restore health from uremia?" The system promptly registered Yunshu's question and responded succinctly, "Yes." At that moment, Yinshu distinctly felt the system's existence within her, especially as the electric thrill coursed through her body upon receiving the answer, confirming that she was indeed bound to the system. Amidst her excitement, Yunshu did not forget the system's warning about the dwindling time. Without hesitation, she yanked out the 4-needle and summoned every ounce of strength to dash with unprecedented speed. Fortunately, directly across the hospital stood a fried chicken shop, though it was perpetually crowded, and today was no exception. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with a throng of patrons eagerly awaiting their orders. And the relentless countdown in her mind, showing a mere 19 minutes left, made her heart race as if swarmed by countless ants, a sense of urgency gnawing at her. She did not queue. Instead, she strode to the front of the line, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry. Could I place my order first?" The cashier regarded her with an impassive expression, yet before she could respond, the man who had been first in line, slightly portly, interjected, "In a hurry and still here for fried chicken? Have some decency and go to the back of the line." Yunshu looked earnestly at the man, intending to retort, but another voice from behind chimed in, "Exactly. You seem decent enough, yet you lack basic courtesy? We're all waiting here, if you order first. It would render our wait pointless." The cashier, witnessing the unfolding scene, reluctantly added, "I'm sorry, miss, but we must adhere to the queue. Otherwise, it would disrupt the order for everyone." Ultimately, Yinshu found herself speechless, the countdown now at 14 minutes and 59 seconds. With no other fried chicken establishments nearby, she resigned herself to joining the end of the line, still harboring a sliver of hope that the ordering pace would be swift enough. Yet even if she managed to place her order within 15 minutes, with the crowded restaurant, her fried chicken might not be ready in time. Yinshu let out a self-deprecating chuckle. She'd always known luck had never been on her side since childhood. Who would have thought that even with a system bound to her, she'd still be powerless? Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a girl nearby who had just received a combo of mixed fried chicken and 2 cups of cola. Clutching at her last shred of hope, Yinshu approached her. "Excuse me, I'm in desperate need of this fried chicken and cola. Could you possibly let me have them first? I am willing to pay double the price." At this moment, Yinshu could no longer concern herself with trivial matters. She knew with absolute certainty that within the next 15 minutes, she must obtain the fried chicken and complete the exchange. Only then would there be hope for her grandfather's survival. The surrounding crowd regarded her with bewildered expressions, while the young woman she had stopped stared back in stunned silence. Yunshu met the girl's gaze with palpable tension, acutely aware that this stranger represented her final glimmer of hope. Chapter 3. The system issues a new mission. The girl felt the weight of Yunshu's desperate, pleading eyes upon her. The urgency in her demeanor bore no trace of deceit, and inexplicably, a pang of sympathy stirred within her. She believed everyone faced moments of hardship, and with a gentle smile, she extended the fried chicken and cola toward Yinshu. "There's no need for double payment," she said softly. "If you're in such a hurry, take these. You don't owe me anything." Like sunlight breaking through storm clouds, Yinshu's despair transformed into overwhelming relief. With trembling hands, she accepted the food and drink, hastily retrieving a 100 yuan note from her pocket and pressing it into the girl's palm. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "Thank you, truly, from the bottom of my heart," she whispered, her voice thick with gratitude. After speaking, Yinshu bowed once more to the girl before swiftly striding out the door. The girl remained frozen in place, still processing his sudden gesture of courtesy, then glanced down at the 100 yuan bill in her hand. This only solidified her conviction that Yinshu must have been in genuine haste. After all, a portion of fried chicken cost merely 30 yuan. Who in their right mind would willingly overpay so extravagantly unless pressed for time? Upon receiving the fried chicken and cola, Yun Shu found herself in a deserted alley during the final 5 minutes. In her mind, she silently inquired of the system. System, how should I exchange items with the people of that world? As Yun Shu's words faded, a sudden lightness enveloped her hand, followed by the appearance of a round, jet black pill. Without a doubt, it was unmistakably the renowned Bai Xiaodan. Her heart began to pound wildly, but before excitement could take hold, Yun Shu swiftly retrieved a tissue from her pocket, carefully enveloped the pill within its delicate folds, and gingerly returned it to her garment. Without a moment's hesitation, she proceeded to a nearby kanji stall, purchasing one bowl of porridge and another of noodles. She hadn't forgotten that her grandfather hadn't eaten for over 10 hours. He must be utterly famished by now. As for herself, the recent blows had been far too heavy to bear. Appetite had deserted her entirely. Moreover, she wished to economize, ensuring her grandfather could partake in something more substantial. As Yun Shu returned to the ward with the packaged kanji and noodles in hand, she had barely reached the doorway when a hoarse female voice drifted out from within. Uncle, I happened to make a little extra porridge. You should have some. Your granddaughter hasn't shown up for so long. She is still so young. It's only natural if she couldn't handle the shock and ran off. You should take it easy. Live each day as it comes. Yun Shu recognized the voice as belonging to the relative of the patient in the neighboring bed. Expressionless, she stepped forward, appearing behind the woman, and spoke coolly. My grandfather raised me since I was a child. I could never abandon him. Auntie, thank you for bringing him food. With that, she placed the kanji and noodles on the bedside table, her gaze lingering on her grandfather's sallow, swollen face. She knew he must have been worried sick during her absence. The woman, caught off guard by Yun Shu's sudden appearance after her unkind remarks, offered an awkward smile before hastily retreating. Yun Shu paid her no mind, her heart heavy with guilt as she looked at her grandfather. But relief soon followed. She had obtained the 100-cure pill. There was hope now. Grandfather, something happened last night, so I was delayed, she said softly. Please, eat something first. Yun Jin did not take the offered bowl. Instead, his eyes, filled with sorrow, remained fixed on Yun Shu's unusually pale face. He knew she must have exhausted herself trying to secure money for his treatment. Most likely, she had even sought help from her birth parents. And judging by her appearance, she had failed. A deep sense of remorse washed over him. If not for his illness, his beloved granddaughter wouldn't be suffering like this. Seeing that her grandfather still showed no intention of eating, Yun Shu set up the small table over the bed and arranged the food upon it. Just as she was about to speak, his voice, weak yet resolute, cut her off. Sure, I won't undergo treatment anymore. Let us go home. Had it been yesterday, she might have been powerless against his decision. But now, with the 100-cure pill in her possession, a guarantee of his recovery, she would never yield. Grandfather, just focus on getting better. I will make sure you pull through. Although the 100-dispelling pill could be taken at home, Yun Shu still hoped her grandfather would consume it right there in the hospital. She wanted the medical staff to conduct comprehensive tests afterward, ensuring his illness was completely eradicated before she could rest easy about his recovery. Having abstained from food for far too long, her grandfather needed nourishment first. Once he had eaten, she planned to administer the miraculous pill, confident it would swiftly restore his health. Yet scarcely had this thought crossed her mind when the system's voice abruptly resonated in her consciousness. New mission detected. Host must deliver the 100-dispelling pill to Old Master Hua in the penthouse ward within 24 hours. Upon successful completion, another pill shall be rewarded. Should the mission fail, even if consumed by Yun Shu's grandfather, the pill's effects will be rendered null. Yun Shu was utterly unprepared for such a demand at this critical juncture. She had already obtained the pill and was moments away from giving it to her grandfather, only for the system to intervene at the 11th hour, compelling her to surrender it. Resentment coiled tightly within her. She was loath to comply. However, she was acutely aware that if she did not complete her task, even if she administered the elixir to her grandfather, it would be futile. Only after the esteemed Lord Hua on the top floor consumed the elixir could she obtain a second dose for her grandfather. She did not comprehend the significance of the system's demands, but at this moment, she had no alternative. Despite her reluctance, she could only acquiesce. Yun Shu endeavored to restore her troubled emotions, smiling at her grandfather. Grandfather, I must step out for a moment. Please remain at the hospital and wait for me. Everything will be all right. Yun Jin suspected that Yun Shu was still devising ways to gather funds, and as he attempted to call her back, she had already dashed away like the wind. Before long, Following the system's directives, Yunshu arrived at the hospital room on the top floor. Standing outside Lord Hua's chamber, she was halted at the door by two burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Taking a deep breath, she declared loudly, "I am here to deliver medicine to Lord Hua. I possess an elixir that can cure uremia, and I wish for him to take it." From the system, Yunshu learned that the venerable Lord Hua of the Hua family in Jincheng was once a formidable business magnate, with enterprises spanning the globe. In all of Jincheng, the Hua family was second to none, and no one dared to claim the top position. This imposing figure, however, had been afflicted by uremia for the past year, enduring relentless suffering, and had spent the last few months residing in the hospital. Outsiders speculated that Lord Hua did not have long to live. Yunshu could not fathom why the system insisted she save Lord Hua first. She only knew that she had to ensure he consumed the elixir within a day, or else her grandfather would also be left to await death alongside him. As her words left her lips, a middle-aged man resembling a steward soon emerged from the room, casting a disdainful glance at Yunshu. Who is this little girl causing a ruckus here? Though young, her audacity is remarkable, trying to swindle money from the Hua family. Are we? Yunshu recognized that her words lacked credibility, so she retrieved the Baishao Dan from her pocket and presented it to the steward earnestly. "You will know if I am deceiving you once you try it. If Lord Hua consumes this elixir and does not recover, I will submit to your judgment." Chapter 4. The CEO steps into reality. Yunshu spoke with unwavering conviction, her face radiating determination, yet to the steward, this young girl appeared audacious beyond belief. He had no patience for further banter. "Young lady, the Hua family is not a place for your antics. If you seek to deceive, go elsewhere. Lord Hua will not recklessly consume unverified substances." Yunshu had anticipated this outcome. Had it not been for the fact that Lord Hua would not take the elixir, her grandfather could not be healed. She would not have wished to endure the scorn of others here. Contemplating deeply, she pondered what approach could persuade the people before her of her sincerity. "I have heard that Lord Hua's condition has deteriorated beyond hope, and the hospital has exhausted all options. The Hua family is desperately trying to prolong his life. In light of this, why not consider trying this elixir?" Yunshu, with a blend of reason and emotion, gradually dissected the crux of the matter, her eloquence growing increasingly compelling. "Moreover, I have no financial ties with the Hua family, and there is no motive for me to harm you. Even if this pill proves ineffective, it would not result in any loss for you." The steward remained skeptical, a hint of impatience crossing his countenance. "As you mentioned, you have no dealings with the Hua family. Why then would you offer us such a precious elixir? What grounds do we have to trust you?" The steward was not intentionally making things difficult for Yunshu. However, given the gravity of the situation concerning old Master Hua's safety, he felt compelled to exercise caution. Yunshu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Her mind raced, seeking an infallible response that would convince the steward to allow old Master Hua to consume the medicine. Yet, individuals from distinguished families were inherently prudent and had encountered a myriad of characters. Thus, her deception could be easily exposed. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon two tall figures approaching from a distance, one of whom appeared strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the man clad in a brown suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, the very individual she had seen upon waking that morning, presumably Mr. Hua's assistant. Beside him stood an even taller man, possessing captivating almond-shaped eyes and a chiseled visage with impeccably proportioned features. Beneath his prominent nose lay a faintly discernible mole, and his thin, rosy lips were pressed together. Despite the absence of any expression, his cold demeanor exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a celestial being stepped straight from the pages of a novel. In that instant, a phrase emerged in Yunshu's mind. The domineering CEO from a story has materialized into reality. She recalled her earlier conversation with the assistant, who had mentioned that Mr. Hua had rescued her the previous night. Thus, this striking man could undoubtedly be Mr. Hua. Initially, Yunshu had pondered why the system would arrange for her to save old Master Hua, but now it dawned on her it was because old Master Hua was Mr. Hua's grandfather, and the system sought to facilitate her act of gratitude. She comprehended the system's well-intentioned design, her mind functioning with remarkable agility. "Since Mr. Hua saved me yesterday, I have come to repay that kindness." As Hua Qian exited the elevator, he spotted the steward in a standoff with a woman at the entrance of the hospital room. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this woman as the one he had rescued the previous night. The moment he laid eyes on Yunshu, thoughts of the ring he had lost the night before flooded his mind. It seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if it no longer existed in this world. Yunshu's sudden utterance prompted Hua Qian to glance at the steward, inquiring, "Uncle Li, what is happening?" Uncle Li, somewhat exasperated by Yunshu's presence, felt as though he had encountered a savior upon Hua Qian's arrival. Resigned, he explained, "Young Master Hua, this girl suddenly appeared, claiming to possess a medicine that can save the old master and asserts that she has come to repay a debt of gratitude. I suspect she may not be a good person, perhaps sent by someone to complicate the old master's condition." Hua Qian felt that Yunshu was not the type of person to engage in deceit, especially after the way she was bullied by the Su family last night. Her stubbornness in refusing to leave in pursuit of her goals clearly indicated her integrity, devoid of any duplicity. His gaze fell upon the pill in Yunshu's palm, and he furrowed his brow ever so slightly. "Where did you obtain this pill? How can you be so certain it will cure my grandfather's illness?" Yunshu had already concocted a rationale, while Uncle Li responded to Hua Qian's inquiries. In her eagerness to fulfill her objective, she spoke with an unwavering demeanor. "This pill was passed down from my grandfather's ancestors and is said to cure a multitude of ailments. Our family possesses 2 of them. I have kept one for my grandfather, and I brought the other to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention last night." Yunshu surmised that, given Hua Qian's status, he would undoubtedly have someone investigate her family background before placing his trust in her. He would certainly discover that her grandfather was also hospitalized. She needed to preemptively mention that there was another pill for her grandfather. Otherwise, Hua Qian would surely question why she would present a miraculous remedy to them, given that her own grandfather was ill. Yet, Yunshu remained uncertain whether Hua Qian would find her somewhat implausible explanation credible. After hearing her response, Hua Qian scrutinized her briefly before turning to Shenbin. "Take this pill to the testing facility for analysis." Shenbin, without a word, strode into the hospital room, and when he emerged, he held a small packaging bag. He took the pill from Yunshu's palm and placed it inside the bag before departing with resolute strides. The entire process lasted less than a minute, leaving Yunshu momentarily stunned. "You are willing to believe me?" Hua Qian shook his head, his thoughts drifting elsewhere as he appraised Yunshu. "The analysis of the pill will take some time. Please wait inside. If the results confirm the pill's efficacy, I will ensure my grandfather takes it. Should it prove effective, the Hua family will certainly express their gratitude." Seeing Hua Qian's willingness to cooperate, Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "There is no need for thanks. I am merely repaying a debt of gratitude." However, Yunshu felt it was prudent to remain in the hospital room. She needed to witness Hua Leiazizi ingest the pill herself. If she left, and they failed to administer it to him, her visit would have been in vain. Uncle Li observed Hua Qian with a puzzled expression, noting that his behavior today strayed from his usual demeanor. However, since Hua Qian had made such a decision, Uncle Li refrained from voicing any further concerns. Yunshu soon followed Hua Qian into the hospital room, marveling at the luxurious surroundings that were nothing short of breathtaking. The advanced medical equipment was impressive, and even the restroom was several times larger than that of an ordinary ward. Upon entering, Hua Qian instructed Yunshu to sit on the nearby sofa while he took a seat at his grandfather's bedside. Gazing at the elderly man who had been unconscious for 2 days, filled with concern, his mind was consumed by the profound words his grandfather had uttered before slipping into unconsciousness, grasping his hand with earnestness. Chapter 5. The existence of the anomalous Bureau Shaoqian. Grandpa has once again glimpsed the visions of the future. I can see that the person we are waiting for is about to appear. Yet, I fear that Grandpa may not be able to witness their arrival. You must safeguard the ring. Only it can guide you to that individual. Only they can alter the futures that I have foreseen. In that moment, Grandpa had not revealed whether the awaited person was male or female, young or old, tall or short, withholding every fragment of information before succumbing to unconsciousness. Now, having lost the ring that Grandpa had cherished throughout his life, he found himself unable to locate that crucial individual, filling him with a sense of unease for the first time in over 20 years. Yesterday, he had scoured every place he had ever visited, particularly the entrance of the Su family, where he had rescued Yunshu, leaving no corner unturned, even rummaging through trash bins, yet the ring remained elusive. Now, all his hopes rested upon his grandfather. Since Grandpa had seen that person was on the verge of appearing, it implied he already knew their appearance. Once Grandpa awakened, he would have him describe that individual's likeness, and he could then commission an artist to render their image, believing they would soon find the person they sought. Thus, when Yunshu mentioned that the pill in her hand could heal Grandpa, he chose to believe her, unwilling to forfeit any opportunity that might awaken his grandfather. He thought that surely Grandpa wished to personally find the person he had sought his entire life within his remaining years. As Hua Qian pondered this, a distinctive notification sound emanated from his phone. He opened it to find a message from a contact labeled Anomalous Bureau Chang Biao Boss. The Bureau's system has just detected fluctuations of an ability user at Jinsheng Hospital. Does this indicate that a new ability user has emerged? Your ability is to sense the presence of other ability users. Have you found them? Hua Qian glanced at Yushu, who sat on the sofa lost in contemplation, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. He turned his gaze away and replied, I sense something, but the ability fluctuations dissipated quickly. I am unsure what their ability is. We will have to wait for them to manifest it again to ascertain. From a young age, Hua Qian understood that the world was not merely the scientific realm described by his teachers. He had been able to sense the presence of extraordinary individuals, the first of whom was his grandfather. It was then that he discovered his grandfather possessed the rare gift of foresight, allowing him to navigate the Hua family to the pinnacle of success. His own ability enabled him to perceive the presence of other ability users. Upon learning of his gift, Grandpa had collaborated with higher authorities to locate these individuals, forming the Anomalous Bureau to serve the nation. Though the Bureau comprised only a handful of ability users, each possessed remarkable skills, capable of resolving numerous issues that the nation could not address independently. He had long forgotten how many years had passed since he last recognized the existence of new supernatural beings. However, this morning, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of supernatural energy emanating from the hospital. Yet, in the blink of an eye, by the time he arrived, the energy had vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of its presence. At that moment, he began to harbor significant doubts regarding Yunshu. When Yunshu claimed that the elixir was a relic from his ancestors, he remained skeptical. He understood that this world harbors numerous phenomena beyond scientific explanation, and he preferred to believe that Yunshu's elixir originated from another realm. As for its source, he could not ascertain, which is why he contemplated keeping Yunshu in the ward. Should this supernatural energy surge again, and if it were to emanate from Yunshu, he would then confirm that Yunshu was indeed the new supernatural being he sought. He found it peculiar. Typically, whenever a supernatural being appeared, the accompanying energy would persist alongside them and not dissipate. Why had this surge vanished so swiftly? Was this power intermittent? While he harbored suspicions about Yunshu, he refrained from voicing them until the truth came to light. Some matters must remain clandestine and undisclosed. Chang Biao also sensed that this particular supernatural being was unlike others. Fueling his curiosity, I wonder what abilities this new supernatural being possesses. Usually, when a supernatural being feels something amiss, they tend to exhibit a degree of fear. The leader should locate that individual promptly and encourage them to join the special bureau to help alleviate our workload. Hua Qian shared this sentiment. It was his duty as well. Given the unique status of supernatural beings, if they were not organized and lacked discipline, any misalignment in their intentions could severely impact society. Joining the special bureau was, regardless of circumstances, a service to the nation, offering substantial benefits and a sense of honor that most supernatural beings readily embraced. Unaware of Hua Qian's thoughts, Yunshu felt increasingly uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles on the sofa, with time dragging on interminably. She was uncertain how long the drug testing would take and worried that her prolonged absence would cause her grandfather concern. After approximately 3 hours, Shinbin finally returned with the test results. However, he was not alone. He was accompanied by several individuals whose presence hinted at their significance. Initially excited by Shun Bin's return, Yunshu's enthusiasm waned upon seeing the crowd, her anxiety mounting as she pondered the outcome of the tests. This directly affected whether Hua Qian would allow the elder Hua to consume the elixir and whether she could obtain a second elixir for herself. Hua Qian, too, was taken aback by Shin Bin's unexpected company. His parents and several uncles had joined him, which left him slightly displeased as he cast a scrutinizing gaze at Shin Bin. Shin Bin sensed the skepticism emanating from Hua Qian and innocently waved his hand, explaining, "When I returned to the hospital, I noticed everyone gathered downstairs. So I came up together with them." A middle-aged man resembling Hua Qian, observing his son's demeanor, spoke with a stern expression. "It was Butler Li who called us," mentioning that a young girl delivered an unidentified pill. "Hua Qian, regardless of your close relationship with your grandfather, you cannot allow him to consume just anything." Hua Qian's forehead tightened with visible tension, ignoring his father's admonition and instead focusing intently on Shin Bin. "Assistant Shin, please share the results of the pills analysis." Yunshu, equally anxious, awaited this moment. her heart fervently hoping for no complications. Shinbin glanced at Huoqian, then at Yunshu, his expression oddly shifting as he opened the analysis report and read aloud the findings. Chapter 6. Would Huoqian choose to believe her? According to the results from the Drug Analysis Bureau, the composition of the pill was exceedingly complex. Despite employing the Bureau's most advanced equipment, they were still unable to ascertain its ingredients. Yunshu, filled with anticipation, felt her hope dimming instantly upon hearing this outcome. She should have foreseen this. The pill originated from the realm of cultivation, where substances akin to spiritual energy were undoubtedly employed during its creation, making it understandable that modern equipment could not detect them. Nervously, she glanced at Huoqian, her heart racing at the thought that if the testing agency could not identify the components, would he still believe in her? Upon receiving this response, Huoqian furrowed his brow deeply as Huoqing, unable to contain himself, blurted out as if struck by a barrage of bullets, "I told you. How could there possibly be a cure for uremia? Even if such a thing existed, why would anyone benevolently offer it to us? Xiao Qian, do not let this woman deceive you. I oppose you giving that pill to your grandfather." The surrounding relatives hastily nodded in agreement, all of them being Huoqian's uncles and hoping fervently for the well-being of the elder Hua. Observing their resolute expressions, Yunshu felt the world around her grow even dimmer. If old Master Hua could not consume the Bai Xiao Dan, what would happen to her grandfather? System. Do you have any means to convince them that Bai Xiao Dan is genuinely effective for treating uremia? Yunshu instinctively queried within her mind, seeking an answer from the system. Yet, after assigning her tasks, the system had vanished without a trace. No matter how she called out, it remained utterly unresponsive. This left Yunshu with no choice but to place her last hope on the previously silent Huoqian, her eyes filled with sincerity. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I can guarantee with my life that this pill is entirely safe. If old Master Hua does not recover after taking it, I am willing to exchange my life for yours. Hua's relatives nearby scoffed at Yunshu's declaration, ridiculing her with disdain. Who would covet your life? My uncle's life can create infinite wealth and value, while you, a mere girl, can offer us nothing. As the man's words fell silent, he immediately felt the icy gaze of Huoqian fixed upon him, rendering him speechless and prompting him to cease his utterances. Huoqian then redirected his attention to Yunshu, abruptly striding towards the door while instructing her, "Come with me." Confused yet compliant, Yunshu followed him. Upon reaching the corridor outside and confirming their solitude, Huoqian wasted no time. "Tell me truthfully, where did this elixir come from?" After posing his question, Huoqian's eyes remained locked on Yunshu, meticulously scrutinizing every expression that flitted across her face. He was merely seeking to ascertain whether this elixir hailed from another realm, and whether the extraordinary individual he sought was indeed Yunshu. Yunshu, lost in contemplation, yearned to disclose to Huoqian that the elixir originated from the world of cultivation and was entirely safe for consumption. Yet, she feared that uttering such a claim would render her incomprehensible in Huoqian's eyes, as most would find such a notion preposterous. Observing Huoqian's seemingly calm, yet subtly urgent demeanor, she suddenly shifted her gaze and spoke with a hint of indignation. "I have already stated that this medicine is a family heirloom. As it is hereditary, many of its components have long since faded into the annals of history. I offered this medicine out of goodwill to repay a kindness. But if you choose not to believe me, then so be it. I shall simply pass it down to future generations." With that, Yunshu feigned an intent to depart, mentally counting down from 3 to 1. As anticipated, Huoqian called out to her, "Wait." He approached her once more, taken aback by the unexpected firmness beneath her seemingly delicate exterior, which only solidified his conviction. "If your intent is to repay a kindness, then I shall accept this favor. Should my grandfather truly regain his health from this, I will express my gratitude sincerely." Yunshu's eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing words she had anticipated. "You are willing to believe me?" From Huoqian's initial demeanor, Yunshu had sensed his willingness to trust her, which emboldened her to take a risk and gauge his faith in her. Huoqian felt an inexplicable sense of being ensnared, yet in light of his grandfather's well-being and his yearning for the truth behind the ring, he was willing to take a chance. "My grandfather means the world to me. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I shall allow him to try. However, should your medicine pose any threat to his life, I will ensure you face the consequences." Yunshu nodded earnestly, brimming with confidence in the elixir produced by her system. Just as she intended to hand the elixir to Huoqian, she recalled that it was still in her assistant's possession. "Huoqian, evidently having realized this as well, said nothing further and strode purposefully towards the hospital room. Yun Shu refrained from following him inside. Having chosen to trust her, there was no need for her to enter, lest she invite further ridicule from others. Still feeling uneasy, she lingered outside the room, watching as Hua Qian entered, took the pill from his assistant, and prepared to administer it to the elderly Mr. Hua. Upon witnessing the scene, others rushed forward as if it were a matter of life and death. Hua Qian, how can you place your trust in that deceitful woman? When did you become so irrational? Ignoring their objections, Hua Qian cast a glance at the pill, about the size of a marble, pondering that his grandfather, in his state of unconsciousness, would certainly be unable to swallow it, and that it would need to be ground into powder. His gaze turned icy as he regarded the obstinate Hua Cheng and other members of the Hua family before falling ill. Grandfather entrusted me with the management of the Hua family. I am now the head of the family. The implication of Hua Qian's words was unmistakable. He had made his decision, and no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. This left all the elders of the Hua family momentarily speechless. And just as Hua Cheng was about to express that Hua Qian would surely regret this decision, Hua Qian had already instructed Xin Bin to grind the elixir into powder, completely disregarding the displeasure etched on everyone's faces. Yun Shu, standing at the doorway, had grasped the situation. She understood that Hua Qian's conviction in her prompted him to defy the consensus and administer the elixir to his grandfather. Her gratitude towards him was beyond words, and she could only think of repaying him when the opportunity arose, not lingering at the entrance for long. After confirming that Hua Qian had indeed made his grandfather consume the elixir, she eagerly turned to leave. As she stepped into the elevator, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully getting Grandfather Hua to consume the elixir, earning 1 Baishao Dan, and gaining 10 system points. Upon feeling the Baishao Dan nestled in her palm, Yin Shu was not particularly surprised. However, her curiosity was piqued upon hearing about the 10 additional system points. What exactly are system points? It seemed this concept had not been introduced when she completed her first task. Chapter 7. Grandfather's recovery from uremia. The system maintained its methodical demeanor as it responded. System points accumulate based on the difficulty and significance of various tasks. When the host reaches a certain threshold of points, the system can be upgraded, unlocking new features. Yun Shu believed that the current system, which rewards helping others, was already quite remarkable. She could hardly imagine the delightful surprises that awaited with an upgraded system. However, she could not dwell on such thoughts. The immediate priority was to ensure her grandfather consumed the elixir. Regarding her grandfather, Yin Shu could not simply refer to it as an ancestral remedy. Upon returning to the hospital room, she observed her grandfather's concerned expression directed at her. Taking a deep breath, she nervously retrieved the Baishao Dan from her pocket. Her expression conflicted yet resolute as she presented it. Grandfather, this is a pill passed down through my classmate's family. It is said to cure all ailments. She is a close friend of mine and, knowing your condition, asked me to bring this to you for a trial. In truth, Yin Shu could have discreetly dissolved the pill in water for her grandfather to drink, but she worried that this might diminish its efficacy. She genuinely hoped her grandfather could consume it whole and intact. Anxiety gnawed at her, given her grandfather's disposition. He would undoubtedly be skeptical of such folk remedies and might even suspect he was being deceived. Her heart raced with anticipation as she felt her grandfather gently take the elixir from her palm and, without hesitation, swallow it. Yun Shu looked up in astonishment, realizing that her grandfather had indeed consumed the potion. Grandfather, you trust me? Yun Jin found the pill rather large and felt a slight choking sensation. After taking several sips of water, he smiled at Yin Shu and said, Shu'er has attended university. She is more educated than I. If you believe it to be good, then it must indeed be so. In truth, Yin Jin suspected the pill was likely a sham, but he did not wish to burden Yin Shu with further worry. She was still young and could hardly endure the emotional toll of his illness, which was why she sought alternative remedies. This only deepened his sense of guilt towards her. His response was entirely unexpected for Yin Shu, and as her gaze met his trusting eyes, she felt a surge of emotion mixed with hope for the potion to take effect swiftly, allowing her to take her grandfather home and restore their normal lives. She had already decided that this time, with her grandfather in the city, she would not let him return to the countryside. Their house in the village was unbearable. Each rainy day turned their home into a damp prison, and winter brought chilling drafts that rendered it uninhabitable. Though she remained a mere intern, The apartment she rented was sufficient for the two of them for a while. Once she secured a permanent position, she could move her grandfather into a larger residence. And eventually, she would surely purchase a home for them in Jean City. After consuming the elixir, Yun Jin was soon enveloped by a wave of drowsiness and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Yun Shu remained vigilantly by his side, closely monitoring his condition. Gradually, she was astonished to observe that her grandfather's pallid complexion, a result of his illness, was returning to a healthier hue, and the swelling on his face and hands was visibly diminishing. In an instant, he appeared to be a normal man once more. However, she soon noticed something amiss. After his complexion improved, an unusual flush appeared on his cheeks. Curious, she touched his forehead and detected an abnormal warmth radiating from it. Like a spring that had been compressed to its limit, she sprang into action, racing out while shouting, "Nurse! It seems my grandfather has a fever. Please come quickly." The nurses, initially preoccupied, immediately set aside their tasks upon hearing her urgent call and hurried to Yun Jin's room. They swiftly took his temperature, discovering it to be nearly 40 degrees, which startled all the attending physicians. Observing the marked improvement in Yun Jin's appearance, the doctor, after a moment of contemplation, suggested, "Your grandfather's fever appeared suddenly. We cannot ascertain if it is due to an infection. I recommend a blood draw for a thorough examination." Yun Shu had been awaiting this very suggestion. She promptly nodded and quickly accompanied the doctor as they led her grandfather for a series of tests. After the blood draw, Yun Shu gazed anxiously at her grandfather being wheeled into the examination room. Despite her intuition that he had largely recovered after taking the medicinal pill, her heart remained heavy with uncertainty until the doctor's verdict was revealed. She was unaware of how long she had been waiting outside the examination room. The crimson clock in the hospital lobby ticked away the minutes, finally halting at 11:45 p.m. when the door swung open. Like a child who had finally glimpsed hope, Yun Shu sprang from her seat, her palms clammy with sweat. "Doctor, how is my grandfather?" The doctor slowly removed his mask, his face still displaying traces of shock. He looked at Yun Shu with a hint of peculiarity. "Your grandfather's fever has yet to subside, and he will likely need to receive intravenous fluids throughout the night. However," the doctor's abrupt intake of breath caused Yun Shu to momentarily hold her own, fearing that the next words might be unbearable. "After our repeated examinations and comparisons of your grandfather's various health metrics, the results indicate your grandfather's uremia appears to have healed." As the doctor uttered these words, disbelief was etched across his features. This was also the reason why numerous doctors had spent hours in the examination room. They vividly recalled that just days prior, this unfortunate elder had been diagnosed with late-stage uremia. How could it be that in such a short span of time, he had regained such vitality? With no trace of uremia left in his system, Yun Shu had waited anxiously outside, yearning to hear this very statement. Upon finally receiving the news, she could not contain her overwhelming joy, covering her mouth as tears of happiness streamed down her face. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you so very much," she exclaimed, instinctively bowing deeply to express her gratitude. The doctor, feeling unworthy of such thanks, was acutely aware that the elder's recovery had little to do with their medical expertise. Pondering this, he remained baffled as to how a septuagenarian could triumph over such a notoriously difficult ailment. Driven by curiosity, he inquired, "Little girl, may I ask if your grandfather has experienced anything unusual lately? Or have you tried any unconventional remedies?" Yun Shu fell silent, fully aware that she could never reveal the existence of the system, shaking her head in response. The doctor found this even more perplexing, muttering softly, "This is indeed strange. Today, old Mr. Hua has also recovered from uremia, and now we have another elder healed. Could today be some miraculous day?" Though the doctor spoke softly, Yun Shu heard him clearly, and her eyes brightened immediately. "Old Mr. Huan has also recovered? Has he awakened?" Chapter 8. Grandfather's discharge. The doctor shook his head in regret, letting out a sigh of helplessness. "Old Master Hua's condition mirrors that of your grandfather. He developed a sudden fever, and upon examination, we discovered that all signs of uremia in his body had vanished. However, he has yet to regain consciousness." Yun Shu felt a wave of relief upon hearing that all traces of uremia had disappeared from old Master Hua. She thought to herself that as long as his health had been restored, awakening would merely be a matter of time. The weight on her heart lightened considerably, and she felt that Hua Qian should now provide an explanation to the Hua family. The doctor had waited patiently for Yun Shu to speak. Noticing her silence regarding any special remedies they might have consumed, he could no longer hold back his curiosity. "Young lady, Could you share if you have eaten anything unusual in the past couple of days? If so, it might lead us to a comprehensive solution for uremia, enabling us to alleviate the suffering of many. Yun Shuyon to disclose the existence of the medicinal pill, yet she had already given the last one to her grandfather. Had she still possessed 100 elimination pill, she could have offered it to the hospital for research, perhaps paving the way for a definitive cure for uremia. Regrettably, she found herself powerless at this moment. With an innocent shake of her head, she replied, "It seems we haven't consumed anything special, just porridge and noodles daily." Her voice dwindled to a whisper, and the doctor, not surprised by her response, presumed that if there were any remedies, they would likely originate from the Hua family. This little girl seemed unlikely to possess any. Eventually, they conducted one final examination on Yun Jin, confirming his stability before returning him to the ward. The doctor advised, "You must keep a close watch on him tonight. If the fever subsides, he can be discharged tomorrow." At last, Yun Shu had awaited this day. The immense burden on her heart lifted, filled with joy. "Doctor, will there be any possibility of relapse after my grandfather is discharged?" The doctor, equally pleased with Yun Jin's recovery, smiled and responded, "Once you return home, as long as you maintain a regular diet, ensure proper nutrition, and engage in healthy exercise, the likelihood of relapse is minimal." Regular diet and proper nutrition. Their family was impoverished. Her grandfather had exerted all his strength to support himself. During her time at home, he would occasionally splurge on tofu and meat. Perhaps during her absence, he subsisted solely on the meager vegetables he grew, lacking in nutritional value. Yun Shu silently vowed that now that she had begun her internship, she would devote herself to caring for her grandfather, ensuring he enjoyed the comforts he had been denied throughout his life. That following night, Yun Shu remained by Yun Jin's side. She periodically checked his forehead, and as she felt his temperature gradually decrease, a profound sigh of relief escaped her. Yun Jin finally stirred awake at 10 o'clock the next morning, gazing blankly at the ceiling, as if he had been asleep for a decade. As Yun Shu observed that Yun Jin had finally awakened, she promptly pressed the bell by the bedside. Soon, a doctor entered the room. Upon seeing Yun Jin conscious, the doctor sighed with relief. Yet a look of confusion crossed his face. "Yesterday, old Master Hua showed signs of recovery sooner than you. Now your grandfather has awakened. Yet old Master Hua exhibits no signs of regaining consciousness." Yun Shu, taken aback by this remark, instinctively inquired of the system. "System, why has old Master Hua awakened after taking the elixir? Surely, there shouldn't be any complications?" The system, upon conducting a brief analysis, replied, equally perplexed. Currently unable to determine the cause of old Master Hua's coma, his bodily data indicates he has regained health, though other factors may be contributing to his unconsciousness. Although Yun Shu was unfamiliar with the character of old Master Hua, she held a high regard for Hua Qian and sincerely wished for old Master Hua's swift recovery. After a resigned sigh, the doctor drew a vial of blood from Yun Jin, informing him that as long as this examination yielded no issues, they would be able to discharge him. Yun Shu had already prepared her grandfather's belongings the previous night. Observing Yun Jin's bewildered expression, she smiled and said, "Grandfather, you suddenly developed a high fever last night. The doctor has confirmed that your uremia has resolved, and you are now a healthy individual. We can leave the hospital shortly." Yun Jin suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder he felt so light upon awakening, as if he had reverted to his pre-illness state. Suddenly, he recalled the pill Yun Shu had given him the previous day. Could it be the reason for his sudden recovery? "Sure, how did my health improve so dramatically? Where did that pill come from?" At a loss for how to respond to her grandfather, Yun Shu forced a smile and awkwardly shifted the topic. "Grandfather, after we leave the hospital, you must return to Yushi. I've rented a small room in Jincheng. It may be modest, but it has a bed, a sofa, and a bathroom. If we simply hang a curtain between the bed and the sofa, we can manage for a while. Once I secure a permanent position, we can find a larger place to rent." Noticing Yun Shu's reluctance to answer his question, Yun Jin refrained from pressing further. However, he shook his head at her suggestion. "I wouldn't want to impose on you in Jincheng. I prefer the freedom of the village." Yun Shu, hearing this, grew anxious. How could it be an imposition? "I would be delighted to have you stay with me. If you choose not to, I would lose my motivation to work and would rather return to the village with you." As her words trailed off, her tone took on a quavering quality, making her appear quite pitiful. Yun Jin could not bear to see his granddaughter in such a state. Observing her slightly reddened eyes, he quickly relented. All right. Grandfather will stay. I shall accompany you in the city. Though her face still bore the semblance of tears, inside, Yin Shu felt a surge of joy. She knew her grandfather could not withstand her tears, and that she could always resolve issues with her weeping. The doctor returned with the examination results after an hour, confirming once again that her grandfather had regained health and met the criteria for discharge. After Yin Shu completed the discharge procedures for her grandfather, she took him to the hospital entrance, where they had a simple meal of noodles before boarding a bus heading towards their rented accommodation. She worked in an old residential area of Jinqing, where the rent was quite affordable at $400 a month, albeit the commute to her workplace was rather lengthy. Navigating through the dilapidated alleys of the old district with her grandfather, they finally arrived at a unit building with a facade that bore the marks of time. However, upon seeing her familiar suitcase and personal belongings at the foot of the stairs, a wave of foreboding washed over her. She quickly instructed her grandfather, "Please wait for me downstairs. I will be right back." With that, Yin Shu hurried up the stairs, her unease intensifying with each step. Chapter 9. A new wish task. Yin Shu soon found herself breathless in front of a rusted green iron door. Fumbling with the key in the lock only to realize that it would not turn, her landlord had changed the locks. Maintaining her composure, she swiftly dialed the landlord's number. When he answered, she could no longer contain her anger. "Mr. Landlord, I paid 3 months' rent in advance, and I have barely lived here for a month. On what grounds have you changed the locks and discarded my belongings?" The landlord seemed preoccupied with a game of mahjong, indifferent to her outrage, and replied nonchalantly, "My daughter wants to reclaim the property for her art studio. I called you, but you didn't answer, so I had no choice but to throw your things out. I'll refund the remaining rent and deposit, but you need to vacate immediately." With that, he callously hung up, seemingly eager to be rid of her. Yin Shu had never encountered such a despicable individual. She had been busy attending to her grandfather's needs and was certain that the landlord had not attempted to contact her. With a serious expression, she located the landlord's WeChat and typed furiously, "If you do not return my rent and deposit, I will file a lawsuit against you." Just as she sent the message, he impatiently transferred 1,200 to her and promptly blocked her. After receiving the money, Yin Shu felt a sense of helplessness. Where would she take her grandfather next? In the vast Jincheng, where could they find shelter? Ding! A new wish task has been detected. Wish requester, Jiang Sanming. Current dimension, 5 years ago. Wish task, my name is Jiang Sanming. I am currently the wealthiest man in Yuncheng. My home is in Jincheng, and 10 years ago, I was an individual of little accomplishment. At that time, it was my wife who gathered the funds for my journey to Yuncheng. Hoping I would carve out a successful future, I did indeed encounter some fortuitous opportunities and prospered. However, as I was preparing to return to Jincheng to reunite with my wife and daughter, an unexpected car accident occurred, and upon waking, I found myself devoid of all memory. For a decade, I lived in Yunqing devoid of any memories. It was only recently, after suffering another severe head injury, that fragments of my past with my wife and daughter came flooding back. I am filled with profound regret for not having gone to fetch them immediately. Instead, I foolishly prioritized purchasing a house in Jincheng, wishing to surprise them upon my return. Yet fate intervened cruelly. Another car accident befell me on my journey home. Now, as I sense my life ebbing away, if this wish system holds any power, I implore you, find my wife and daughter. Lead them to the Radon Hot Springs Villa No. 1, where my butler awaits. He has been instructed to transfer all my assets to them. Should you succeed, I shall bestow upon you an estate in the prestigious Jinting Haoyuan. I entrust this to you. Task issued. Will the host accept? Yun Shu absorbed the man's plea in stunned silence, her mind lingering on his final promise, a house as reward if she ensured his family inherited his wealth. It felt like providence, an answer to her unspoken needs. Without hesitation, she agreed. The moment she accepted, her phone chimed. An unknown number had sent a photograph, a middle-aged man, bloodied and pale from a collision, his life clearly hanging by a thread. No doubt, this was Jiang Sanming. Confused, Yun Shu asked the system, why has Jiang Sanming provided more useful details? A family photo, perhaps, or documents verifying his wife and daughter's identities? The system responded solemnly. The wish system connects with individuals on the brink of death. By then, he could furnish no further information, only this final image. The realization struck her. She was now dealing with the departed, fulfilling a dying man's last wish. The thought filled her with purpose. Moreover, success meant securing a permanent home in Jincheng for herself and her grandfather. Determination burned within her. Descending the stairs, she found Yunjin waiting. their once discarded belongings neatly arranged beside him. His face darkened with concern. "We can't enter?" Yunshu saw no reason to lie. "The landlord's daughter wanted the space for a studio. She threw my things out." Yunjin's face flushed with anger. "City folk dare treat us this way? We're leaving, back to the countryside." She had anticipated this reaction. With a resigned smile, she reassured him, "It's all right, grandfather. Let us stay at a nearby inn tonight. A university friend is studying abroad and asked me to house sit. I'll check the place first." The excuse had come to her effortlessly on her way down. She hoped he would believe it. Yunjin was initially skeptical of Yunshu's words. But recalling that Yunshu had never deceived her throughout their years together, she nodded obediently and complied with Yunshu's instructions. Soon, Yunshu led her grandfather, laden with bags, to a nearby inn, where she rented a room for him at a modest price of 50 yuan for the night. Subsequently, she left him 100 yuan, advising him to step out for food when hunger struck, and set off towards the address provided by the system. The location appeared to be a high school, and as she arrived by bus just in time for the student's dismissal, Yunshu remained unaware of Jiang Sanming's daughter's identity. Fortunately, the system had implanted the location of his daughter in her mind. By following the mental map, she could locate her. With a reasonably good sense of direction, Yunshu proceeded step by step according to the path indicated in her mind, eventually arriving at an alley. She was puzzled as to why Jiang Sanming's daughter would be here. Just before she entered, she heard a cacophony of harsh insults from within. "Jiang Yang. Don't think that just because you are pretty, you can flaunt yourself in front of the boys. You are nothing but a discarded child of your father, with a mother who sells goods on the street. What right do you have to attract Ichen's attention?" As the last words faded, the expected retort was drowned out by a series of painful sobs, as if someone were being force-fed against their will. Alarmed, Yunshu quickened her pace and dashed into the alley. Upon arrival, she spotted a girl pinned against the wall by a group of uniformed students, and the red dot on her mental map coincided perfectly with her. This solidified Yunshu's belief that the girl was indeed the one she sought. Yet, before she could approach, the leader of the group began to taunt once more. "How does the taste of chili water feel? Now that your mouth is full, let us see how your eyes fare." With that, the girls surrounding Jiang Yang, as if they had discovered a source of amusement, laughed as they pried open her eyes. Ignoring Jiang Yang's anguished sobs, the leader forcefully gripped her chin, grinning maliciously. "Don't worry, the chili water won't blind you. If you must place blame, blame your ignorance for trying to gain attention in front of Ichan." Before she could finish her taunt, a sudden force snatched the bottle from her grasp. She had yet to comprehend what was happening when a wave of heat surged over her, and a searing pain engulfed her face. It felt as if her eyes were being gouged out, prompting her to scream in agony, clutching her eyes and wailing, "It hurts. So much pain." The other girls, startled by the unexpected appearance of Yunshu, looked on in shock before quickly surrounding their leader. "Ning, are you all right? What happened to you?" Some individuals expressed their displeasure by pointing at Yunshu and loudly reprimanding her. "How dare you splash water on Ning? Do you have any idea who she is? She is the little princess of the Zhou family in Jin City, and her family's clothing company has even expanded to Yun City." "You are finished." Yunshu maintained her composure, showing no curiosity about their identities. She firmly grasped Jiang Yang's hand and began to walk away, declaring, "Let us wait and see who meets their demise first." Zhou Ning, seemingly experiencing some relief from her pain, screamed from behind, "Jiang Yang, just you wait. I will not let you off tomorrow." Yunshu could clearly sense Jiang Yang trembling even more upon hearing those words. She gently patted Jiang Yang's hand, offering reassurance. "It's all right. By tomorrow, she will not dare to offend you. As long as I can successfully secure all of Jiang Sanming's assets for you and your mother today, not only Zhou Ning, but even her father will have to bow and scrape before you." Yunshu led Jiang Yang to a nearby park and urged her to sit on a bench, producing a tissue to hand to her. Jiang Yang's lips were swollen from the spice, and she gratefully accepted the tissue, expressionless as she wiped away the clumps in her hair. She neither cried nor threw a tantrum, as if she were accustomed to such treatment. Yunshu could scarcely imagine what Jiang Yang had endured over the past few years. Choosing not to broach the subject, she aimed directly at her purpose. "I am Yunshu. Your father has sent me to find you." Jiang Yang froze, Yunshu's words rendering her momentarily disoriented. She lowered her head in silence before softly uttering, "I have no father. You must have the wrong person." With that, she stood up and strode away, clearly unwilling to hear more. Yunshu was taken aback by Jiang Yang's reaction, momentarily stunned. However, she quickly deduced the reason for her response and called out to her retreating figure, "Your father passed away 5 years ago." Originally, Yunshu had not intended to reveal this information so soon, but Jiang Yangyang's evident hatred towards her father compelled her to speak up. Otherwise, she feared she might lose the chance to communicate with her altogether. Jiang Yangyang's previously intense emotions vanished in an instant, disbelief causing her to halt in her tracks. Her heart heavy with sorrow, Yunshu hurried forward to share the truth. "Your father was a businessman in Yun City over a decade ago, achieving modest success. After a car accident, he lost all memory. 5 years ago, he finally remembered you, but tragically, while on his way back to find you, he was struck by a car and did not survive." With that, Yunshu produced a photograph sent by the system and presented it to Jiang Yangang. She took the photo, gazing at the battered face of the man within, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness wash over her. Her father had left to work when she was just 3 years old, and now at 18, they had not seen each other for 15 years. This time, Jiang Yangyang could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yunshu said little, quietly standing guard beside her, allowing her to release her grief until she was ready to confront what lay ahead. As time slipped by, when Jiang Yangyang had cried her heart out, Yunshu finally crouched down and gently patted her back. "Your father became quite wealthy in the end. Before he passed away, he entrusted all his assets to you. He instructed me to help you find someone. Can you take me back to search for your mother?" Jiang Yangyang looked up at Yunshu with tear-streaked, reddened eyes, her trust in Yunshu unwavering as she nodded earnestly. With a faint smile, Yunshu tidied Jiang Yangyang's appearance and then followed her. Upon finding Jiang Yangyang's mother, Yang Qin was busy packing up her spicy and sour noodle stall, preparing to head home. Seeing Jiang Yangyang approach with an unfamiliar woman, her curiosity piqued, especially with Jiang Yangyang's swollen mouth. "Yangyang, what happened to your mouth?" Jiang Yangyang, not wanting to worry her mother, forced a smile and replied, "I got burned by chili at the cafeteria during lunch." She quickly pulled Yunshu closer and introduced her. "Mom, this sister says she knows Dad. He sent her to find us." Yunshu, suddenly being pulled into the conversation, was initially taken aback. However, meeting Yang Qin's scrutinizing gaze, she quickly explained with a smile. 5 years ago, I encountered Mr. Jiang in Yun City. At that time, he was on the verge of death but still insisted that I find you. He wanted to transfer all his assets to you, fearing that Yang Qin might doubt her. Yunshu swiftly showed her a photograph of Jiang Sanming taken shortly before his passing and recounted the story of his amnesia and his tragic accident while attempting to reunite with them. Upon hearing the name Jiang Sanming, Yang Qin's anger had initially surged, but the news of his sudden demise left her stunned. She gazed blankly at the man in the photograph, recognizing him as the person from her memories, though he appeared more mature in the image. With reddened eyes, she lifted her gaze, still skeptical. "How can I know if what you say is true? What if you're deceiving us?" Yunshu, having arrived in a hurry and lacking further useful information from Jiang Sanming, found herself at a loss for a response. However, at that moment, Jiang Yangyang stepped forward and linked her arm with Yang Qin's, whispering, "Mom, I don't think this sister is a bad person. She helped me today, and there is no benefit for her in deceiving us." Hearing this, Yang Qin seemed to soften, her expression becoming gentler as she asked with curiosity, "Can you tell me more about him? I want to know what happened during his 10 years of amnesia." Yang Qin had initially believed that this man had abandoned his wife and daughter, never anticipating that he had suffered from amnesia. Even more shocking was the realization that he lost his life while trying to return to them, which felt to her like a cruel joke from fate. Yunshu, uncertain about the details of Jiang Sanming's life, suddenly remembered that there was someone who knew the truth. Her eyes brightened. "If you come with me to a certain place, I can assure you that this person knows everything about Mr. Jiang's past 10 years. Chapter 11. Is there another young master in the Jiang family? This time, Yang Qin no longer hesitated. Her curiosity about Jiang Sanming's past was overwhelming, leading her to agree to accompany Yunshu. Aware that public transportation could not reach the Dongquan villa, Yunshu made the rare decision to hire a taxi at considerable expense. The villa, as its name suggests, allows one to enjoy radon springs from the comfort of home, with natural radon spring sources nearby that are said to possess remarkable therapeutic effects. Upon arriving at Villa No. 1, they found the gate firmly shut, yet the well-tended fruits and vegetables in the garden indicated that someone had been living there for an extended period. After Yunshu rang the doorbell, they anxiously awaited at the entrance, concerned that the steward Jiang Sanming had mentioned might not recognize them after 5 years. Shortly thereafter, the villa's gate swung open, revealing a tall, elderly man with a head of white hair yet a vibrant spirit. He glanced at Yun Shu and Yang Qin before his gaze settled on Jiang Yang, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he inquired, "What brings you here?" Yun Shu interjected, "My father is Jiang Sanming." "Sir, do you know my father?" Jiang Yang, typically reserved, could not contain her eagerness to learn about her father and asked impulsively. Uncle Chun was certain he had not misheard. The revelation filled him with astonishment regarding events from 5 years prior. Before Jiang Zong's passing, he had instructed Chun to remain at the Jincheng Villa, assuring him that one day, someone would come to seek his wife and daughter. At the time, Chun had deemed it impossible, but had adhered to Jiang Zong's final wishes, vigilantly guarding the villa day and night. After all, Jiang Zong's greatest desire had been to reunite with his family, yet as his steward, Chun had never seen a photograph of them, leaving him unable to search actively and destined to wait. To his disbelief, 5 years later, someone had indeed arrived at his doorstep, filling him with unexpected joy. Nevertheless, he cautiously asked, "How can you be certain that you are Jiang Zong's family?" Yang Qin produced her wallet, retrieving a yellowed photograph and handing it over. "This is a picture of my daughter at the age of 3, taken with our family. Please look at the man in it. Could he be Jiang Zong?" Uncle Chun examined the photograph closely and recognized the youthful visage of Jiang Zong. Having followed him for over a decade and seen his younger self, the authenticity of such a photograph was undeniable, leading him to confidently affirm their identities. "I have finally awaited your arrival. Please, come inside." Yang Qin and Jiang Yang exchanged glances, each overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate their feelings. Following them, Yun Shu approached the steward and directly posed her question. "Before he passed, Jiang Zong told me that if I found you, you would transfer all his assets to them. Is that true?" It is not entirely fair to blame Yun Shu for her impatience. Her desire for a swift resolution stems from her eagerness to secure the rewards and return to accompany her grandfather. Yang Qin and Jiang Yang, filled with curiosity, glanced back. The butler now enveloped Yun Shu in an aura of profound mystery and nodded gravely. "Indeed, this is the very reason Mr. Jiang has instructed me to remain here. However, I must first place a call to the young master regarding the transfer of assets, which necessitates his presence." "Young master?" The trio was taken aback by this revelation, with Yang Qin expressing incredulity. "Is it Jiang Sanming? Has he married and fathered children?" Realizing his words had led to misunderstanding, Chunbo quickly clarified, "Not at all. Mr. Jiang suffered from amnesia previously, believing himself to be alone. Concerned about his vast fortune lacking an heir, he adopted a boy whom he raised personally. After Mr. Jiang's passing, the Jiang Corporation has been under the management of the young master." Chunbo's explanation deepened Yun Shu's contemplation. She had initially assumed the butler could directly transfer the assets to Yang Qin, but now the existence of a young master complicated matters. As the current president of the Jiang Corporation, this young master would undoubtedly be reluctant to relinquish such a significant enterprise. Did this imply that persuading him to transfer all of Jiang Sanming's assets to Yang Qin would be an arduous task? Her mission, after all, was to ensure that all of Jiang Sanming's assets were transferred to Yang Qin and Jiang Yang, making the situation increasingly precarious. After leading the trio to the living room, Chunbo invited them to make themselves comfortable while he stepped aside to call the young master. Jiang Yang, clearly awestruck by the lavishness of the surroundings, gazed around in wonder. Even the sofas seemed extravagantly soft, as if she had instantaneously transitioned from a realm of poverty to one of opulence, a surreal experience indeed. Meanwhile, Yang Qin observed Chunbo, her mind drifting back to the memories shared with Jiang Sanming. Had Chunbo truly been by his side throughout the years of his disappearance? Once he concluded the call, Chunbo summoned a maid to bring a platter of fruit. Beaming at the ladies, the young master is currently en route on a private jet from Yun City and will arrive in just over 2 hours. I have arranged for dinner to be prepared in the meantime. We shall dine while we wait. Furthermore, I have instructed the staff to prepare 2 rooms for you. Miss and Madam may reside here henceforth. Everyone in the villa has been awaiting your arrival for many years." Yun Shu found Chunbo's demeanor quite agreeable. It was no wonder Jiang Sanming placed such trust in him, leaving him in Jincheng to await their return. Yet, the matter of the so-called young master remained a concern. Without having met him, she was uncertain about his disposition. She began to ponder her strategy should he be unwilling to transfer the assets to Yang Qin and her daughter. While Yun Shu was lost in thought, Yang Qin, unable to contain her curiosity, eagerly inquired about Jiang Sanming's past from Chunbo, who patiently recounted all that he knew. As Yun Shu listened intently, she could not help but ask Shinbo, what kind of person is Mr. Zhang's adopted son? She understood that knowledge of both allies and adversaries is crucial for success in any endeavor. Jiang Yangyang was equally curious about this matter, her gaze fixed intently on Uncle Chun. She longed to understand what kind of person her father had raised during the 13 years of his absence. Uncle Chun reminisced with pride, smiling as he spoke. Young master is an exceptionally talented individual. When I departed from Yin City, he was merely 19. Yet even before graduating from university, he was already adept at managing the company. After the passing of Mr. Jiang, the company faced significant challenges, and it was young master who upheld it single-handedly. Now, 5 years later, he has elevated the Jiang Group to new heights. Nearly everyone agrees that he has surpassed his predecessors. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu couldn't help but feel a newfound admiration for this young master. At that moment, a cheerful voice from outside called out, "The young master has returned." Chapter 12. Unexpected gains. After completing the task, this announcement immediately captured everyone's attention, and all three turned anxiously towards the door. Soon, a young man clad in a tailored suit entered, exuding an air of nobility. From a distance, Yun Shu could perceive his striking features, particularly his long legs, which made him appear as though he had stepped out of a comic book. Yang Qin and Jiang Yangyang were also taken aback, yet as Jiang Cheng approached, their nervousness intensified. Yun Shu shared the same sentiment. Such a commanding presence meant that if he opposed the transfer of Jiang Saming's assets to Yang Qin and her daughter, they would surely stand no chance against him. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Cheng felt similarly upon seeing Yang Qin and Jiang Yangyang. He had already conducted a thorough investigation into their lives during the flight, discovering the hardships they had endured during his father's amnesia. This revelation filled him with guilt. "I apologize for not finding you sooner and for the suffering you have endured." His tone was gentle, prompting Yin Shu to raise an eyebrow, while Yang Qin and Jiang Yangyang appeared flustered, hastily shaking their heads. No, we were unaware of the truth. If it weren't for Xiao Shu, we would still be in the dark regarding Saming's situation." Jiang Qin glanced at Yin Shu, curious as to how she came to know of these matters, as the only individuals privy to this information had been himself and Uncle Chun. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. He took the property transfer agreement from his assistant and sat down before Yang Qin and Jiang Yangyang. "Before my father passed away, he held my hand and insisted on finding you. After a lifetime of hardship, he wished for you to live without worry and enjoy a good life. This document encompasses all of his assets, including over 100 companies nationwide and various real estate holdings. Once you sign it, these will be transferred to your names, thereby fulfilling my father's last wishes." Yang Qin and her daughter were left speechless upon realizing the magnitude of Jiang Saming's assets. Having lived for so many years, they had never encountered such an abundance of assets, leaving them momentarily flustered. "Well, if you bestow these assets upon us, what will become of you?" Jiang Cheng smiled gently, his gaze warm. "My father imparted many business principles to me. I now possess the ability to build from nothing, so you need not worry." Yun Shu observed that Jiang Cheng's words seemed sincere, instantly elevating her impression of him and feeling a twinge of remorse for her previous doubts. Suddenly remembering something, she quietly reminded him, "Since President Jiang has adopted you, Aunt Yang must also be your mother, and Yang Yang is your sister. You must truly be one family." Yun Shu's words prompted Yang Qin to reflect, yet the thought of having such an exceptional child made her somewhat anxious. She cautiously glanced at Jiang Cheng and said, "If you are unwilling to acknowledge me as your mother, it is perfectly all right, for I am merely an ordinary woman from the countryside." Before Yang Qin could finish her sentence, Jiang Qing interrupted her with a smile. "How could that be? I worry that you might not accept me, mother. Had it not been for my father adopting me, I cannot imagine what my life would have been like. You are all my benefactors." The way Jiang Cheng called her mother was so straightforward that it filled Yang Qin's heart with sweetness, while Jiang Yangyang felt an indescribable sense of security. She had often wished for an older brother during moments of bullying, and now, unexpectedly, she found herself blessed with a charming older brother. Yang Qin believed that over the years, Jiang Sanming had raised a fine child. Understanding the past, her inner turmoil dissipated instantly. She took Jiang Cheng's hand and said, "Let's keep these assets with you for now. Even if we were to take over the companies and properties, we wouldn't manage them well. If the Jiang family were to falter under our care, it would be a disgrace to Sanming." However, Jiang Cheng remained resolute, urging Yang Qin to sign. This time, He presented a reason that Yang Qin found impossible to refuse. Mother, please sign. Transferring the assets to you fulfills my father's dying wish, and I must see it through. As for the companies, I will continue to manage them. We will live well as a family. Yang Qin hesitated, but recalling this was Sanming's wish. She nodded and picked up the pen to sign. Yunshu exhaled a heavy sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Her earlier reminder that Jiang Qing was also part of their family stemmed from her concern that Yang Qin might mishandle the company upon reclaiming it. With Jiang Qing's assurance, they had once again become a family, bringing joy to all. Ding! Congratulations, host, for fulfilling Jiang Sanming's wish, successfully acquiring a villa in Jining Haoyuan. All relevant procedures have been completed. Please rest assured to move in. In an instant, Yunshu felt a significant weight lift off her shoulders, and a smile broke out across her face. At that moment, the entire villa was enveloped in joy, and no one noticed Yunshu's peculiar expression. Yunshu was cordially invited by Jiang Yangyang and a few others to stay for a sumptuous dinner. Just as the meal concluded, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Miss Yun, our system indicates that you purchased a villa in Jinting Haoyuan in full payment 1 hour ago. May I inquire when you plan to move in? The words of the other party made Yunshu realize that this villa, now in her possession, was entirely legitimate and safe for her to reside in. With a smile, she replied, I will be there shortly. It will take me about an hour. She intended to visit the house first to assess its condition before tidying up, planning to bring her grandfather to move in the following day. Upon hearing that Yunshu was leaving, Jiangqing rose and offered, It's difficult to catch a cab around here. Allow me to drive you. Aware of the local circumstances and mindful of the encroaching darkness, Yunshu accepted his offer without hesitation, saying that would be greatly appreciated. Jiang Yangang and Yang Qin looked at Yunshu with reluctance, fully aware that without her assistance today, their lives would not have taken such a favorable turn. Yang Qin's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she grasped Yunshu's hand tightly, saying, Xiao Shu, I truly appreciate everything you've done today. From now on, we are like family. Please visit us often, and if you ever need help, do not hesitate to reach out. Jiang Yanong's gratitude extended beyond mere words. She recalled how Yunshu had aided her at school earlier in the day and had brought them to the villa to reunite with Jiang Qing. To her, Yunshu was akin to a savior. Sister Yunshu, I will come to visit you whenever I can, and you must come to see me as well, she declared. Yunshu felt a surge of joy, sensing that while she had accomplished her task, she had also unexpectedly gained new friendships. She nodded emphatically, assuring them, Rest assured. I will. After bidding heartfelt farewells, Yunshu followed Jiang Cheng to his vehicle. No sooner had she settled into the car than her phone vibrated. Upon opening the message, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 13. Encounter with Hua Qian. To her astonishment, she discovered a transfer of 100,000 yuan in her bank account. Yunshu believed she was imagining things. Uncertain, she rubbed her eyes, but before she could look again, Jiangqing spoke up. You've received the transfer, haven't you? Hearing this, Yunshu realized it was no illusion and gazed at Jiangqing in surprise. Was it you who transferred the money to me? Jiangqing smiled gently, his gaze and tone imbued with warmth. You have rendered our family an immense favor. It is only right, both morally and emotionally, that we express our gratitude. This sum is but a token of our appreciation. Please do not refuse it. Initially, Jiangqing intended to offer 1 million. But fearing that such a generous amount might be declined by Yunshu, he decided to start with 100,000, intending to gradually express his gratitude in the future. Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, understanding the intention behind his gratitude. She yearned to mention that Jiang Sanming had already compensated her, but she knew that voicing such a thought would certainly invite scrutiny from Jiangqing. From their perspective, she accepted the money, which brought them peace of mind. Thus eliminating any pretense, I shall accept this sum. By the way, if you have time tomorrow, do visit Yangyang School. Perhaps there are matters that could be resolved immediately by your mere presence. Jiangqing's gaze lifted slightly. There were certain matters he had already investigated prior to his arrival and intended to address. He had not anticipated that Yunshu would share the same notion. Rest assured, they shall no longer endure any form of bullying. The two continued their conversation in a light-hearted manner until the vehicle came to a halt in front of Jinting Haoyuan. After expressing her gratitude and bidding farewell to Jiang Cheng, Yunshu alighted from the car. As she watched Jiang Cheng's vehicle depart, she prepared to contact the management of the villa area when she felt a shadow cast upon her in the moonlight. Surprised, she looked up and met the scrutinizing gaze of Hua Qian, which took her aback. President Hua? What brings you here? Hua Qian had been at the hospital with his grandfather, but felt a sudden surge of unusual energy emanating from Jinting Haoyuan, prompting him to investigate. However, after searching the villa area and failing to detect that energy again, his curiosity only deepened regarding the nature of this extraordinary individual. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly encountered Yun Shu at the entrance. What a coincidence, you are here too. Yun Shu, maintaining her composure, inquired curiously, how is your grandfather faring now? Upon mentioning this matter, Hua Qian shook his head in perplexity. The doctors have stated that all symptoms of uremia have vanished, yet he remains in a coma. And they are at a loss as to why. With the elusive individual yet to be found and the new extraordinary beings uncertain in their nature, coupled with the impending events, Hua Qian felt an unsettling sense of unease as long as his grandfather remained unresponsive. Yun Shu also found it strange that his grandfather had yet to awaken, expressing her confusion. But my grandfather fully recovered after taking the elixir. He did not fall into a coma. What could possibly be amiss? Hua Qian shook his head. Initially, when his grandfather had not awakened, the elders of the Hua family suspected that there was an issue with the elixir provided by Yun Shu. He had shared this initial suspicion. Yet upon learning that Yun Shu's grandfather had taken the elixir and made a full recovery, he realized that the elixir was not at fault. The true issue remained elusive. Yun Shu held the belief that the system had directed her to save his grandfather for a significant reason, and with his continued unconsciousness, she too felt a pang of concern. Do not be anxious. Since the uremia has resolved and his health is no longer in jeopardy, he will surely awaken. She contemplated whether she could still connect with the realm of cultivation to inquire if there were any elixirs capable of inducing immediate awakening, as there might still be a solution. Hua Qian, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Having failed to locate the person he sought, he chose not to linger and departed swiftly. Yun Shu once again picked up her phone to contact the villa's administrator. The person on the other end was a slightly plump, middle-aged man, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, exuding an aura of sincerity and reliability. Hello, Miss Yun. I am the villa's manager. Everyone calls me Xiaopeng. And you may do the same. I have already sent someone to tidy up the villa for you. Please feel free to inspect it now. And if there is anything else you require, do not hesitate to let me know. Observing Xiaopeng's humble demeanor, Yun Shu couldn't help but marvel at the exemplary service of a villa manager. After a brief walk with Xiaopeng, they swiftly arrived at a luxurious villa, towering 5 or 6 stories high. Before the villa lay a quaint garden adorned with blooming flowers, complemented by an artificial rockery and a fountain, reminiscent of the royal gardens depicted in television dramas. The villa was ablaze with light. Upon entering, the brightness enveloped her. A magnificent crystal chandelier descended from the top floor, illuminating the entire corridor. As Yun Shu gazed upon the polished floor, she felt as if her world had been transformed, particularly by the opulent golden silk Nanmu furniture that seemed to shimmer with the essence of gold. She ascended to the upper floors to inspect the rooms. As she had previously mentioned, only she and her grandfather would reside in the villa, so 3 rooms had been prepared, one of which was designated as a guest room. The staff had even provided new mattresses, furniture, and bedding for her convenience. Her room was adjoined by a walk-in closet, while her grandfather's room was connected to a study, creating a remarkably comfortable atmosphere. Pleased with their efforts, Yun Shu smiled and nodded. The house is splendid. I truly adore it. I will bring my grandfather here tomorrow. Xiaopeng, equally excited, readily agreed, aware that the villa had remained unoccupied since its previous owners, who had only furnished it with valuable items. With new ownership, he was determined to make a positive impression and enhance the allure of the luxurious Jinting Haoyuan estate. As everything fell into place, Yun Shu glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 11 at night. Her grandfather had likely fallen asleep by now. She set her alarm, planning to fetch her grandfather the following morning, and decided to spend the night at the villa. The next morning, at the entrance of Jing'ing High School, Jiang Yang'ang had not yet reached the school gate when a sudden force yanked her into a nearby alley. Zhou Ningning had been waiting there with a group of fierce-looking individuals. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yang'ang's heart sank, and she immediately turned to flee. Yet, Zhou Ningning would not grant her such an opportunity. With a commanding shout, Jiang Yang'ang was swiftly surrounded by several burly men. The foul odor of sweat emanating from them was nauseating, and with no escape route, Jiang Yang'ang's expression turned to one of panic. From outside the circle, Zhou Ningning let out a cold snort, her voice dripping with malice. Jiang Yang'ang, you made me feel so miserable yesterday. Today I shall repay you doubly. Go on. Beat her thoroughly, until she can barely breathe. Jiang Yangyang despairingly closed her eyes, terrified that before she could live a good life with her mother, her life would come to an end. However, before the imagined fist could descend, a deep and powerful voice echoed from the mouth of the alley. I dare anyone to try. Chapter 14. Zhou Ningning receives her just deserts. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, initially filled with disdain. Their eyes widened in surprise upon witnessing a dozen burly bodyguards, all muscular and exuding professionalism, stride into the alley. Even the few thugs Zhou Ningning had hired faltered at the sight. Jiang Cheng coldly regarded Zhou Ningning, standing outside the circle, and commanded, "Go and teach that woman a lesson," although Jiang Cheng deemed it beneath him to strike a woman. Upon discovering how Zhou Ningning had bullied Jiang Yangyang over the past 3 years, he felt that torturing Zhou Ningning would be entirely justified. The professional bodyguards charged out without hesitation, while the hired thugs, having accepted Zhou Ningning's money, desperately shielded her. Yet, these ruffians, mere street thugs, were no match for the skilled bodyguards. In no time, the thugs were knocked down with ease, and the pressure began to close in on Zhou Ningning, causing her to retreat in fright, nervously swallowing hard. She attempted to leverage her status to intimidate them. "Who are you? I warn you. I am the daughter of the Zhou group. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Zhou family will ensure you regret it." The bodyguards, having never encountered anyone bold enough to mention their lineage in front of Jiang Cheng, scoffed dismissively. One of them ruthlessly kicked Zhou Ningning. She was sent flying, her body crashing heavily against the wall of the alley, and her anguished cries echoed throughout the space. Jiang Yangyang stared in shock at the scene, cautiously glancing up at Jiang Cheng, who radiated an icy aura. She murmured, "Brother, why are you here?" Upon hearing Jiang Yangyang's voice, Jiang Cheng's expression softened instantly. He bent down to ruffle her hair and earnestly assured her, "From now on, with your brother around, no one will bully you." This was the first time Jiang Yangyang had ever felt the warmth of protection, especially witnessing the once bullied Zhou Ningning now receiving such a severe beating. It brought her a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. "Oh no, what is happening? Stop it, my Ningning." Upon receiving news, Zhou's father rushed to the alley, and upon entering, he was met with the sight of his frail daughter being pummeled by several men, causing him to feel a wave of dizziness. The bodyguards had already been informed en route that they were to cease their actions upon Zhou Ningning's father's arrival. As Zhou Ningning felt the fists raining down on her finally cease and saw her father's appearance, she cried out even more pitifully, "Oh, Daddy, they are hitting me. It hurts so much." Hearing this, Zhou's father turned angrily towards Jiang Cheng, but was taken aback by the sight of Jiang Cheng's face. He was originally attending a morning meeting at the company when he suddenly received a message from the Jiang group, instructing him to come to the alley by the school. He had anticipated that the Jiang group might be offering him new resources. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the shocking sight of his daughter being brutally beaten. To his astonishment, the elusive CEO Jiang, who was rarely seen, was also present. He hurried forward, his eyes reflecting a servile eagerness, and exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Cheng, ignoring the obsequious gaze of Mr. Zhou, sneered, "Your Zhou family truly has remarkable audacity, allowing your daughter to bully our Jiang family as heiress for 3 years." Mr. Zhou stood there, bewildered. He was aware that his daughter had been somewhat spoiled at school, but he had never imagined that she would dare to bully the Jiang family's daughter. The facade of a caring father crumbled, and he turned to glare fiercely at Zhou Ningning. It was one thing to bully others at school, but who gave you the audacity to target Miss Jiang? Zhou Ningning, writhing on the ground in pain, instinctively retorted, "Jiang Yangyang is merely a child abandoned by her father, and her mother sells trinkets at a market. How could she possibly be considered Miss Jiang?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhou's face turned pale as a ghost, ignoring his daughter's battered state. He seized Zhou Ningning and struck her twice hard across the face. "Wretched girl, do you not consider the identity of those you bully? You could ruin me. I swear I will make you pay for this." Jiang Cheng had no interest in witnessing Mr. Zhou's violent reprimand of his daughter. He turned to his assistant and instructed, "Notify all Jiang Group companies, including those who wish to avoid offending the Jiang family. From now on, any entity that dares to collaborate with the Zhou family will be considered an enemy of the Jiang family." In that instant, Mr. Zhou felt as though all the blood had drained from his face, rendering him as pale as a sheet. He released Zhou Ningning and staggered towards Jiang Cheng, pleading, "Mr. Jiang, let us discuss this calmly. Please do not suppress the Zhou family. I will give you that wretched girl. Do with her as you please. Just spare the Zhou family." Mr. Zhou understood all too well that if the Jiang group disseminated information targeting the Zhou family, No one in the national garment industry would dare to collaborate with him, leaving the Zhou family with no avenue for survival. Jiang Cheng had no interest in Zhou Ningning. His objectives had been accomplished, and there was no need to linger. He took Jiang Yangyang's hand and began to walk away. Mr. Zhou, wishing to say more, found himself blocked by several intimidating bodyguards, rendering him helpless. All his frustrations were directed at the very person he had cherished, Zhou Ningning. In a fit of rage, he approached her. As Jiang Yangyang exited the alley, she could still hear Zhou Ningning's anguished cries echoing from within, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. She turned to Jiang Qing and said earnestly, "Brother, thank you for today." In the presence of Jiang Yangyang, Jiang Cheng exhibited none of the sharpness he had shown towards Father Zhou. Instead, he radiated affection and tenderness for his sister. This school holds unpleasant memories. Do you need your brother's assistance in transferring? Jiang Yangyang shook her head, declaring, "There is no need. I am about to take my college entrance examination. And aside from Zhou Ningning, everyone else treats me quite well." Observing the earnestness in Jiang Yangyang's demeanor, Jiang Qing refrained from pressing the matter further and watched as she entered the school gate. At that moment, Jiang Yangyang resembled a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis after a spring rain, imbued with vitality and clarity, fully aware that her transformation was largely due to the presence of Yin Shu. Meanwhile, Yin Shu had risen at the break of dawn to pick up her grandfather. She had hardly slept the previous night, overwhelmed by excitement at the prospect of staying in a grand villa for the first time. Upon bringing her grandfather to the villa, he gazed around in astonishment at the luxurious renovations, never having imagined such opulence existed. Yet, amid his astonishment, worry clouded his eyes. "Sure, are you certain your classmate is allowing you to stay in such a splendid villa?" Chapter 15. A windfall from the heavens. Yin Shu recognized that her explanation was somewhat far-fetched, yet she had no alternative but to nod in agreement. Transitioning from a humble earthen house in the countryside to such a lavish villa left Yin Jin feeling uneasy. "Sure, now that my health has improved, you should return to work. You are still in your internship period and must perform well. Although I am of advanced age, surely there are still opportunities for me to sweep the streets." Enough. Yin Shu could hardly bear the thought of her grandfather seeking employment. At over 70, he was relentless in his pursuits, often devising ways to avoid being a burden to her. In her childhood, she had watched him toil tirelessly, plowing in spring, crafting bamboo chairs in summer, harvesting in autumn, and making sweet potato flour in winter, never pausing for rest. She vowed then that when she grew up, she would ensure he would not have to endure such hardship and would lead a comfortable life. Now that she had reached the age she once dreamed of, she was determined to fulfill that promise. "Grandfather, rest assured, the owner of this villa is a dear friend of mine. This villa is merely one of her properties. She is currently studying abroad and has entrusted us with its management. You need not worry about anything else. Just tend to the garden at the villa's entrance. Plant flowers and vegetables, and ensure it does not fall into neglect. Not only does she allow us to stay here for free, but she also pays us." Yun Jin was skeptical that such generosity could exist. His gaze was filled with doubt as he looked at Yin Shu, understanding her grandfather's reluctance to accept her words. She had already devised a plan. It just so happens that it is currently midnight abroad. Once morning breaks there and my classmate awakens, I will call her and have her speak to you directly. That should suffice, right? Yin Shu had already decided that since the villa was provided by Jiang Sanming, asking Jiang Yangyang to assist in this benevolent fib should pose no problem. As Yun Jin observed Yin Shu's unwavering demeanor, his initial doubts began to dissipate. He spoke earnestly. "Tell your classmates that we shall take excellent care of the villa. If there are particular vegetables she enjoys, let me know, and I will plant them, ensuring that when she returns home, she will have fresh and healthy produce to enjoy." Seeing her grandfather finally place his trust in her, a smile graced Yin Shu's face. However, her joy was short-lived as his voice brought her back to reality. "All right, everything is on track now, and you must return to work. I will manage the villa. Rest assured, I will keep it in order." Yun Shu acknowledged that after taking such a lengthy leave of absence, it was indeed time to return to her job. She had been on leave since undergoing a bone marrow procedure half a month ago and had yet to resume her duties. Before departing, Yin Shu opened her bag and retrieved the 10,000 yuan in cash she had withdrawn that morning. With a smile, she presented it to her grandfather. "Grandpa, this is the salary my classmate prepaid us. As long as we maintain her villa well each month, she will provide us with this amount. So, Grandpa, do your best. I am counting on you to support me." Yun Jin, who had toiled throughout the year without earning such a sum, found it hard to believe that merely overseeing the villa could yield a monthly income of 10,000. It was almost surreal. Yunshu, seemingly aware of his thoughts, replied with a tone of resigned familiarity, "Rest assured, Grandpa, to my classmate, 10,000 yuan is a trivial amount. Her monthly allowance starts at over 100,000. Not to mention her unlimited credit cards. To her, 10,000 is merely a drop in the bucket." Though Yunshu fabricated the existence of a classmate, she knew well that Su Shi's monthly spending money exceeded 100,000, and her typical expenditures were made with a black card, with wealth so abundant that it was nearly impossible to exhaust. Yunjin, unfamiliar with the world of the affluent, recognized that Yunshu, having seen much of life, must be correct in her assertions. It seemed as though fate had bestowed upon them a remarkable stroke of fortune. With a sense of urgency to return to work, Yunshu swiftly placed the stack of cash into her grandfather's hands. "I must head to work now. Use this money for anything the household may require. And feel free to reach out to this person should any issues arise." As she spoke, she handed her grandfather a business card for Xiaopeng, confident that he could recognize a few characters. Once Eugene finally accepted the reality of their residence in the villa, Yunshu set off toward her internship with ease. Lacking her own vehicle, she found the commute from the villa to the company somewhat inconvenient. Fortunately, having recently received a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan, she withdrew 10,000, leaving her with 90,000. With a flourish, she summoned a ride from a taxi platform, exuding an air of extravagance. The company where she was employed, Jinxing, was a mid-sized firm specializing in beverage development. Her role was to promote these products online, commonly referred to as operations. Upon her arrival at the company at 8 in the morning, she found it was the designated start time for all employees. Upon entering the company elevator, Yunshu immediately sensed the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues upon her. Surprised, she looked up and asked, "Have you all forgotten me after my 2-week leave?" However, her co-workers were not entirely unfamiliar with Yunshu. After all, her striking beauty made her the most radiant presence amidst the crowd. Though their time working together had been brief, they held a vivid impression of her. Yet, the glances directed at Yunshu were tinged with sympathy. "Are you not aware? The day after your leave commenced, someone already took your position. The supervisor declared you had resigned. How can you still claim it was a leave of absence?" "What? I resigned?" Yunshu was taken aback by this revelation, as she distinctly recalled stating that she would be on leave. Seasoned professionals in the workplace exchanged knowing looks upon witnessing her reaction, quickly grasping the situation. As the elevator doors opened, a senior colleague gently patted Yunshu on the shoulder, saying, "You are still young and unaware of the complexities of the workplace. Moreover, as you are merely an intern without a contract with the company, you must bear this silent loss." Yunshu recognized that the senior was offering her a well-intentioned warning, but she was unwilling to accept such an inexplicable dismissal. Determined to seek clarification, she resolved to approach her supervisor. Upon arriving at the supervisor's office, she found him idly scrolling through short videos, a look of indifference on his face. A surge of indignation welled up within her at the sight. "Supervisor, I hear you've declared my resignation? Why was I not informed of this?" The supervisor, taken aback by her voice, looked up in surprise. "What brings you here?" His response elicited a chuckle from Yunshu, who paused for 3 seconds before replying earnestly, "I mentioned needing a leave of approximately half a month. Yet I learned that you declared my resignation the very next day and arranged for someone else to fill my position." The supervisor, unfazed, responded with an air of inevitability. "Do you recall how I responded when you initially requested leave?" Chapter 16. Exchanging cold medicine for a jade pendant. Yunshu certainly remembered his words and recited them verbatim. "You said, 'I understand. You may go.'" Pleased that she could accurately repeat his words, the supervisor continued, "When I said you may go, it implied that you need not return. Surely, you comprehend this?" Yunshu was momentarily speechless, realizing she had fallen into a trap of semantics, her frustration igniting within her. The supervisor's voice cut through her thoughts. "You are merely an intern. During your internship, unexcused absences may lead to a decision of failing your internship. If you wish to secure a position elsewhere, I advise you to act wisely." At this moment, Yunshu was not overly concerned about her meager salary of 3,000. Rather, she could not swallow her indignation. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "With a leader as callous as you, this company surely cannot endure. I rejoice in my timely escape from this quagmire. Do not attempt to intimidate me with my future employment. You are merely a subordinate, devoid of any real power." With that, Yunshu swiftly advanced, seizing the cup from the table and dousing the supervisor's head with its contents. The water, mingled with remnants of tea leaves, splashed against the supervisor's face, the lingering warmth eliciting a shrill cry of anguish from him. Feeling that she had sufficiently vented her frustrations and unwilling to waste any more time, Yun Shu turned on her heel, striding purposefully toward the exit. As she flung open the door, her gaze met the astonished stares of several pairs of eyes outside. The eavesdroppers appeared somewhat embarrassed, but nonetheless discreetly gave Yun Shu a thumbs up before hastily retreating before the supervisor could notice them. With her back turned to the company, Yun Shu felt a sense of relief wash over her. This grueling job was one that others could have if they wished. However, she could not return home just yet. Nor could she allow her grandfather to learn of her unemployment. Given his nature, he would undoubtedly begin to worry. Her grandfather had only recently recovered his health, and she could not burden him with undue anxiety. He always believed that hard work in the present was essential for a promising future. As Yun Shu contemplated whether to seek another job, a voice resonated in her mind. Ding! A new wish task has been detected. Would the host like to accept it? Wish Grantaire Zhao Linwu. Dimension, Longlin, 10 years. Wish task. I am a general who, upon returning victoriously, was ambushed on the road. Fortunately, a woman saved me, and I took refuge in her home to recuperate. However, yesterday she fell ill with a cold, suffering from a high fever that the village doctor claims is fatal. I am uncertain if the wish system is genuine. If so, it must be a heavenly entity. I implore you, celestial maiden, to bestow upon me a miraculous remedy to save my benefactor. In gratitude, I offer my ancestral jade pendant. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Shu accepted the task. Upon learning that the general's benefactor was afflicted with a high fever from a cold, she realized the gravity of the situation. She understood that, in ancient times, a cold could be a fatal ailment, unlike the simple remedy of modern medicine. Aware that the general awaited her remedy, she wasted no time and set her sights on a nearby apothecary, striding purposefully in that direction. Upon reaching the apothecary, Yun Shu purchased several cold medications, fever reducers, and a thermometer. She then requested paper and a pen from the attendant, standing before the counter. Taking out her phone, she opened a translation app to convert the instructions for the medications and thermometer into ancient script before departing the shop. Once again, she found herself in a desolate alley and addressed the system in her mind. System, please assist me in delivering these items to that dimension. The system obediently complied, and in the blink of an eye, the object in hand vanished without a trace. However, the jade pendant she had envisioned did not materialize, leaving Yun Shu rather perplexed. System, what of the ancestral jade pendant the general spoke of? Yun Shu still held high hopes for this pendant, for it hailed from antiquity, regardless of its monetary worth. As an antique, it possessed significant value. The system detected that the task remained unfulfilled, and a mechanical voice resonated. Please be patient, host. The task will only be considered complete once the benefactor of the entruster is out of danger. Understanding this, Yun Shu felt no urgency and quietly walked towards a nearby park. In the dim and narrow yet impeccably clean thatched cottage of Longlin, Zhao Linwu, after making a wish to the celestial being, received no response, leaving him despondent. Just as he believed his benefactor's life was nearing its end, a sudden sound of a thud echoed behind him, as if something had plummeted from the heavens to the ground. Startled, he turned to find an unknown white object inexplicably lying on the floor. Cautiously, he picked up a nearby sword and used its tip to lift the object, confirming it was something he had never encountered before. Quickly realizing that such a peculiar item must be a celestial gift, he was astonished that his wish had indeed reached the celestial being. Overcome with excitement, he hastily tore open the bag. As he gazed at the assortment of unfamiliar items contained within, Zhao Linwu appeared bewildered. Fortunately, he soon noticed some comprehensible text on the back of the boxes. He instantly understood that some items required boiling water for preparation, while others needed to be aimed at the forehead and fired. Methodically, he laid out the items and turned to fetch a bowl. "Oh, what are you doing?" An elderly man, dressed in tattered clothing and leaning on a cane, entered the dimly lit room, observing Zhao Linwu's tall figure busying himself with unknown tasks. This man was the husband of the ailing woman confined to her bed. Concerned for his wife's grave condition, he had braved the arduous journey up the mountain to gather herbs, only to return empty-handed. Zhao Linwu had already prepared a remedy known as cold relief powder and held a yellow fever-reducing pill in his palm. Blowing gently on the steaming concoction, he exclaimed, "Uncle, this is a divine medicine bestowed by the celestial being. Once consumed, and he shall surely recover." Celestial being? The elderly man gazed at Zhao Linwu in confusion, pondering whether the young man had lost his senses. Yet, upon observing the strange assortment of items on the table, he acknowledged their unfamiliarity. Without waiting for the elder's hesitance to dissipate, Zhao Linwu approached the ailing woman, spooning the medicine patiently into her mouth. He then administered the fever-reducing pill, following it with the remaining liquid remedy. Once she had consumed all the medicine, the two men kept watch by her side. The elder, uncertain of the remedy's efficacy, remained tense, fixated on her. Time passed, and as night yielded to dawn, they sensed a notable steadiness in her breathing. Zhao Linwu swiftly retrieved a thermometer, pressing it gently against the forehead of the elderly woman, adhering to the instructions inscribed upon it. In an instant, the green light on the thermometer illuminated. The fairy had indicated that a green glow signified the woman's return to normalcy. The old man, with a sense of urgency, touched the back of his hand to the woman's forehead and, upon confirming that it was indeed cool, gazed at Zhao Linwu in astonishment. "Oh, this is truly miraculous. This is indeed the medicine sent by the fairy. It is a blessing from the heavens, saving my wife's life." Zhao Linwu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, unaware that the ancestral jade pendant hanging at his waist had vanished the moment the woman's fever subsided. In the year 2025, Yanshu had been seated on a bench in a park near her company for the entire morning. As lunchtime approached, she found herself devoid of any appetite. Remaining quietly in her place, bored, she observed the children frolicking before her, the passers-by walking their dogs, and the elderly couple strolling hand in hand. A gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, lifting a few strands of hair. In a fleeting moment, Yanshu thought she caught sight of the familiar figure of Hua Qian. He hurriedly approached, glancing around as if in search of something. Perhaps Yanshu's gaze was too fervent. Hua Qian, sensitive to the intensity of her stare, locked eyes with her, his piercing gaze causing her to shiver and hastily avert her eyes. Upon noticing Yanshu, Hua Qian was initially surprised, but his growing suspicion deepened as he stepped closer to her. Without hesitation, he took a seat beside her and inquired with curiosity, "What brings you here?" Yanshu was taken aback by the serendipity of their encounter in the park. She offered an awkward smile and confessed, "To be honest, I had returned to work, only to discover that the day after my leave, I was dismissed from my position. As a mere intern, I lacked the right to protest. So I came here to ponder life." Hua Qian listened attentively, feeling a profound sympathy for Yanshu's plight, recognizing the challenges she faced as a young woman. "What are your plans moving forward? Will you seek employment anew?" he asked. Hua Qian admired Yanshu's resilient spirit, and, if circumstances allowed, he would have liked to offer her a position at his group. However, given that his grandfather had yet to awaken after consuming Yanshu's elixir, the elders in his family harbored significant reservations about her, which made him hesitant to advocate for her employment. Yanshu, uncertain about her future, shook her head in bewilderment. "I don't know. I suppose I'll take it one step at a time. I'm quite exhausted lately and just want to rest for a couple of days." To alleviate her grandfather's worries, she certainly needed to seek employment anew. However, she had yet to contemplate what sort of job to pursue. "By the way, how did you happen to be here?" Yanshu gazed at Hua Qian with curiosity, pondering how someone as esteemed and occupied as he would have time to visit a park. Hua Qian cast a meaningful glance at Yanshu. Earlier that morning during a meeting at the company, he had distinctly sensed the presence of an extraordinary power in this vicinity. He had promptly abandoned the meeting to rush over, only to find that the unusual energy had vanished upon his arrival. After reviewing surveillance footage of several nearby locations, he discovered the alley lacked any cameras, which left him quite perplexed. As fate would have it, he found himself once again near the site where he had sensed the presence of the extraordinary power, and there stood Yanshu. The first time he felt that energy, he had encountered her at the hospital. The second time, it was at the villa. Now, for the third occasion, he spotted her in the park, compelling Hua Qian to delve deeper into this peculiar coincidence. Yanshu felt somewhat uneasy under Hua Qian's gaze, as though his eyes had burned a hole into her, leaving her flushed and uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me like that? You aren't here to seek me out, are you? Regarding your grandfather?" Hua Qian raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he had discovered a means to test Yanshu. "Well, my grandfather remains unresponsive after consuming the medicine you provided. However, I have pressing matters to discuss with him and wish for his swift recovery. Since you possess the means to procure the elixir that alleviates uremia, might you also have access to a potion that could awaken him?" Hua Qian mused that if Yanshu truly produced a remedy capable of reviving his grandfather, he would ascertain her as an extraordinary being. He dared not inquire directly, for if she were not the one he sought, Revealing the existence of such powers could result in dire consequences. He required absolute certainty before divulging the peculiarities of this world. Should Yunshu not be the extraordinary individual he was searching for, mentioning such matters could alert her to discrepancies, leading to unforeseen repercussions. Hua Qian genuinely hoped Yunshu was indeed an extraordinary being, for then she could join the Special Abilities Bureau, serving the nation while simultaneously resolving her own dilemmas, including her employment concerns. Throughout his life, Hua Qian had consistently and accurately sought out extraordinary beings. Yet this was the first time he felt as though such a being was playing a game of hide-and-seek with him, appearing briefly only to vanish again, leaving him bewildered. If it were indeed Yunshu, he found it hard to believe she was that sort of person, which left him in a state of internal conflict. Yunshu had previously considered requesting elixirs from the system but had yet to act on it when Hua Qian brought it up. She understood that if she were to produce a potion capable of restoring consciousness, Hua Qian would undoubtedly regard her as anything but ordinary. With a wry smile, she replied, "Mr. Hua, you overestimate me. Having 2 miraculous elixirs to cure ailments is already an act of ancestral virtue. How could I possibly possess something so extraordinary?" Even if the system truly exists, she would silently ensure that old Master Hua ingests it rather than delivering it into Hua Qian's hands. She certainly does not wish to be perceived as a monster by Hua Qian, fearing that he might uncover something amiss about her. In any case, the existence of the system must remain a secret from anyone else. Hua Qian, however, perceives endless possibilities in Yunshu and continues to dangle a tempting proposition. If you can discover a method to awaken Grandpa, I will assist you in resolving your employment issues. What do you think? While he articulates these words, his inner thoughts betray his eagerness. Should Yunshu indeed unearth the elixir, he would be certain she is the extraordinary individual he has been searching for. At that moment, he would promptly take her to the Special Affairs Bureau, enabling her to serve the nation. Yunshu, feeling somewhat awkward, merely smiled without uttering a word, uncertain of how to respond. Hua Qian, unperturbed, decided to grant her some time. Rising slowly, he curiously glanced back at Yunshu, stating, "I am genuinely intrigued about where our next encounter will take place." Chapter 18. A windfall of 800,000 Yunshu gazed up at Hua Qian, realizing that their recent meetings had been rather serendipitous, yet she sensed an underlying significance in his words. Hua Qian's phone chimed again, reminding him that others awaited his return for a meeting. He nodded at Yunshu in farewell and strode away. Watching Hua Qian's retreating figure, Yunshu felt an inexplicable peculiarity about him today. After sitting there for a while, she lost the desire to linger further and opted to stroll towards a nearby food street. As she stepped into a wonton shop, the system's voice resonated in her mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of treating the elderly woman in the ancient realm. You have now received a premium white jade pendant, estimated to be worth 800,000. As the system's announcement concluded, Yunshu felt a cool sensation in her palm, which was immensely gratifying. However, the most delightful aspect was undoubtedly the mention of the 800,000. She recalled her childhood when her family could stretch 80 yuan over 2 to 3 months. Now, having merely purchased some cold medicine, she had acquired a pendant worth 800,000. Naturally, her first thought was to swiftly convert the pendant into cash. The wontons soon arrived at her table. As she ate, she mentally inquired of the system. "System, old Master Hua has yet to awaken, and I suspect the elders of the Hua family believe it is my elixir that has caused this. May I proactively reach out to the realm of immortals to exchange for a potion that could awaken old Master Hua?" The system crackled with electric sounds before responding coldly, "Apologies, but the system's current point level is too low. You can only upgrade the system once you reach 1,000 points and gain the ability to initiate contact with other realms, thus unlocking the cross-temporal exchange feature. Currently, the host has merely 10 points. Yunshu contemplated the 10 points marked in red by the system in her mind, juxtaposed against the distant goal of 1,000 points. Falling into deep thought, the system indicated that only by completing significant tasks could she earn points, yet she remained uncertain about what constituted a significant task. The previous task of utmost significance was to have the esteemed Elder Hua consume the 100 calming pill. While the score had been acquired, Elder Hua remained in a state of slumber. Even though the forthcoming tasks were of great importance, the accumulation seemed interminable, leaving Yunshu in a state of uncertainty regarding when she might gather enough. She could only hope that soon some aspirant from the realm of immortality would seek her out, offering as remuneration a potion capable of awakening him. For now, Her immediate priority was to find an antique shop and convert the jade pendant into cash. After her meal, Yunshu hailed a taxi and proceeded to the renowned antique street of Jincheng. Upon disembarking, she observed numerous vendors spread out blankets at the entrance, displaying an array of eclectic items, from bangles to cups, from rings to wooden combs. Everything one could desire was available. Amidst the cacophony of their calls and the exorbitant prices being shouted, she silently summoned the system, requesting assistance in identifying the most reputable antique shop on the street, one that would not deceive her. To her delight, the system possessed such functionality. After analyzing the data on all the antique shops, a map materialized in her mind, pinpointing a location marked by a red dot labeled Gubaogu. The name alone evoked a sense of grandeur. Following the map's guidance, she navigated through winding alleys until she arrived at the entrance of Gubaogu. The establishment was impressively adorned, while other shops boasted but a single level. Gubaogu had already established its own three-story loft. Each floor was graced with eaves that resembled the soaring peaks of a pagoda, exuding an ambience reminiscent of a prosperous ancient era. Perhaps due to the opulence of the storefront, Yunshu hesitated to step inside. However, the thought of the 800,000 awaiting her inside bolstered her courage, and she ventured in. The interior was equally lavish, with an array of exquisite antiques displayed in high-end rosewood cabinets, each piece encased in glass, evidencing their authenticity. Yunshu firmly believed that the system's offerings were invariably of superior quality, and she strode purposefully towards the back where an elderly gentleman was situated. His beard and hair were a snowy white, and he donned a refined black tang suit, with a pair of delicate vintage glasses perched upon his nose as he meticulously examined a fine porcelain vase in his hands. Without delay, Yunshu placed her jade pendant on the counter and earnestly inquired, "Esteemed elder, could you assist me in appraising the value of this jade pendant?" The elderly man first lifted his gaze to meet hers, then turned his attention to the pendant. A fleeting glance transformed his demeanor, and his expression grew earnest. He carefully set down the porcelain vase, donned a fresh pair of gloves, and gently picked up the jade pendant, scrutinizing it with a magnifying glass. The pendant, with its delicate texture, pure white hue, and high translucency, exuded warmth to the touch, a truly exquisite piece of jade. Fang Tianyi glanced at Yunshu and remarked earnestly, "The intricate patterns on this jade pendant depict a mythical beast, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that likely dates back 5 centuries. The pendant bears faint scratches, reminiscent of wear from 300 years ago. Regrettably, it does not belong to the royal lineage, yet it is undoubtedly a product of an affluent family, valued at approximately 800,000. I wonder, dear young lady, if you would be willing to part with it?" Yunshu was taken aback to discover that the old gentleman's appraisal matched the price indicated by the system. She was not only astonished by his expertise, but also impressed by his integrity, realizing that he had not attempted to shortchange her. Truly, a recommendation from the system must signify a remarkable item. With a smile and a sigh of relief, she readily agreed, "Of course, I am willing. Let us finalize the transaction at 800,000. Fang Tianyi appreciated Yunshu's straightforward nature, finding her character quite appealing. "Please hand me your bank card. I will instruct my assistant to transfer the funds to you immediately." While 800,000 was indeed a substantial sum in the realm of antiques, anything below 1,000,000 was considered trivial, as they possessed the machinery to facilitate such transactions. Yunshu happened to have her bank card on her, and with a smile, she produced it. Fang Tianyi observed her calm demeanor with admiration. After all, most individuals would be elated to discover that their jade pendant was worth 800,000. Likely jumping for joy, after handing Yunshu's card to his assistant, he continued, "Young lady, my surname is Fang, so you may call me Grandpa Fang. It seems we are destined to cross paths. Should you come across any valuable items in the future, I would appreciate you bringing them to me first. And if you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out." As he spoke, Fang Tianyi extended his business card, which Yunshu accepted with both hands. Feeling a mix of surprise and honor, it was evident to her that Fang Tianyi was far from an ordinary man, prompting her to inquire curiously, "Grandpa Fang, how can you be so certain that I will come across more treasures?" Chapter 19. Yunshu has support. The Fang family is indeed a prestigious lineage in Jincheng, being the oldest family in the city. Even though the Hua family may hold a higher status, Hua Qian would still respectfully address Fang Tianyi as Grandpa Fang. Having encountered a myriad of personalities throughout his life, Fang Tianyi had honed his discerning eye to a fine point. Upon meeting Yunshu, he felt an instinctive premonition that they would frequently see one another in the future, and perhaps he would acquire numerous treasures through her. His strong intuition compelled Fong Tianyi to cultivate a rapport with Yun Shu, so he proactively extended his goodwill. In response to Yun Shu's inquiry, he refrained from revealing his true thoughts, instead offering a warm smile. I merely see a resemblance between you and my granddaughter, who is currently studying abroad and seldom returns. Yun Shu nodded in understanding. In truth, even without Fong Tianyi's suggestion, she intended to bring any future antiques directly to him, especially since he had proven to be completely fair. As she noticed a notification on her phone, she promptly checked and was delighted to see the alert confirming the transfer of 800,000. Her smile widened even further. At present, her mobile phone boasts a remarkable savings of 890,000, a sum she once believed was unattainable through a lifetime of labor. Astonishingly, only a few days after binding to the Wish system, not only has her grandfather regained his health, but they also possess a home of their own in the vibrant city of Jincheng. The balance in her account, now exceeding her wildest dreams, brings an immense sense of security to Yun Shu. Moreover, the system promises to issue further tasks with diverse rewards, igniting her anticipation for the days ahead. Casting a glance at the time, Yun Shu noted that it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. It was the perfect moment for her to return home. So she bid farewell to Fong Tianyi and strode towards the exit. However, just as she left the inner room and reached the hall, her gaze met with several pairs of familiar eyes. Standing before her were none other than her biological parents, who had unceremoniously cast her out after her marrow donation, as well as the false heiress, Su Shi, who had usurped her place for 22 years. If her intuition served her right, the man beside Su Shi was likely the young master of the Gu family, whom her parents had been so eager to curry favor with. Yun Shu let out a cold laugh, disinterested in engaging with them. She intended to disregard their presence and continue on her way, but Su Mu, Bai Ling, called out to her first. Stop. At the sound of Bai Ling's voice, not only did Yun Shu halt, but even Su Shi felt a surge of anxiety. If given the choice, Su Shi genuinely wished to avoid any entanglement with Yun Shu, gripping Gu Yuanzhou's arm tightly, her heart racing. Sensing Su Shi's unease was linked to the woman who had just exited, Gu Yuanzhou gently patted her hand and turned his curious gaze towards Bai Ling. And who was that woman? Why did you stop her? Su Fu, Su Hongfei, cast a disapproving glance at his wife, but Bai Ling, still seething with anger, addressed Yun Shu. Who allowed you to come here? You wretched girl, you aren't trying to steal antiques to sell because you lack money for your grandfather's treatment, are you? Do you know whose shop this is? This is the territory of old Master Fong. Are you looking for trouble? Bai Ling herself was uncertain of the source of her ire, though she had never raised Yun Shu. The mere thought of her possibly resorting to theft ignited a surge of indignation within her. Regardless of whether Yun Shu was her daughter, she shared the same blood, and Bai Ling would not allow her to tarnish their family's reputation in such a manner. After expressing her fury, Bai Ling recalled that Gu Yuanzhou was still present. With the engagement banquet between Gu Yuanzhou and Su Shi approaching in a month, he had specifically brought them here to select gifts for their engagement. To avoid raising Gu Yuanzhou's suspicions, Bai Ling quickly donned a smile and addressed him with feigned tenderness. This is the daughter of a distant relative who once sought financial assistance from us. We deemed her unworthy of help due to her lack of effort, and who would have thought she would appear here attempting to steal? What a disgrace to our ancestors. Surrounding them were numerous individuals engaged in the pursuit of antiques, all of whom halted their activities, casting displeased glances towards Bai Ling. One could not contain themselves and spoke up. Madam, you incessantly accuse this young lady of theft, yet where is your evidence? Have you not noticed that she possesses nothing in her hands? Bai Ling, however, was resolute in her belief that Yun Shu had come here with ulterior motives. For the sake of her grandfather's health, she had shamelessly lingered at the Su family's doorstep, and she pointedly declared, with unwavering conviction, that the stolen items must be concealed within Yun Shu's pockets. Yun Shu, I advise you to surrender the items yourself, should the police apprehend you. Do not implicate our Su family. Bai Ling was exasperated, unable to fathom how Yun Shu, in her destitution, could possibly be here for any legitimate purpose. Could it be that she, too, came to purchase antiques? Yun Shu regarded Bai Ling, who glared at her as if she were a sworn enemy, and her heart swelled with pity. She felt an unexpected relief for not having returned to the Su family. With a stoic expression, she emptied her pockets, revealing nothing but her mobile phone and a card holder containing her identification and bank cards. After proving her innocence, Yun Shu coldly addressed everyone from the Su family. If I were in your position, I would certainly behave with humility in my presence, especially since your beloved daughter, Su Shi, is far from innocent. Silence. Su Hongfei bellowed, as if he anticipated what Yun Shu would utter next. His shout summoned the elderly Mr. Fong from within, who assumed there was a disturbance outside. As Mr. Fong emerged, the bodyguards stationed outside, along with those concealed in the shadows, swiftly surrounded Yun Shu and the Su family. Mr. Fong's eyes fell upon Yun Shu, who was being unjustly accused, and he approached her in confusion. Young lady, what transpired? Yun Shu did not conceal her grievances. She pointed at Bai Ling and Su Hongfei, recounting her plight. I had just exited, and this woman accuses me of theft, while this man demands that I remain silent. Mr. Fong, incensed that someone he wished to befriend was being so maltreated, glared at the culprits. Although he did not recognize the members of the Su family, Gu Yuanzhou's face appeared somewhat familiar. However, he was determined to stand by Yun Shu in her moment of distress. Fong Tianyi scoffed and instructed the shopkeeper, make a note of these individuals' appearances. From this day forth, they are unwelcome in any of our antique establishments across the nation. Mr. Fong's words were unmistakable. They had effectively been blacklisted, and any attempt to procure treasures would necessitate seeking elsewhere. It was well known that the Fong family ranked first in the antique business in Huagua, and no one dared to claim otherwise. Gu Yuanzhou's expression darkened. He had merely accompanied the Su family to select an antique and had inadvertently offended the Fong family. Should his parents learn of this, he could only dread the repercussions. With a sullen countenance, he withdrew his hand from Su Shi's grasp, immediately donning a smile as he approached Mr. Fong, saying, Grandpa Fong, this is merely a misunderstanding. We were only jesting. Chapter 20. The Su family is cast out. Fong Tianyi gazed at Gu Yuanzhou, whose demeanor exuded a cavalier attitude as if attempting to evade responsibility. With a disdainful snort, he declared, Is this how one makes a jest? Miss Yun is an esteemed guest of the Fong family, not someone you can offend at will. The words of old Master Fong resonated powerfully, striking the onlookers like the resounding beat of a gong. Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were taken aback, their expressions filled with disbelief as they turned to Yun Shu, struggling to comprehend how she had forged a connection with the Fong family. Su Shi, on the other hand, clenched her fist with trepidation, her gaze fixed intently on Yun Shu. Gu Yuanzhou, momentarily stunned, glanced back at Su's parents, inquiring, Did you not say this woman is a distant relative of yours? Are you unaware of her ties to the Fong family? At that moment, Gu Yuanzhou felt a profound sense of frustration towards the Su family. Had he been aware of Yun Shu's formidable background, he would have cherished her presence rather than falsely accusing her of theft. The Su family, equally perplexed about Yun Shu's affiliation with the Fong family, were about to express their confusion when old Master Fong, lacking patience, addressed the bodyguards beside him. Remove these unwelcome guests, including him. The Gu Bao shall no longer welcome their presence. As he spoke, old Master Fong pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yuanzhou. Though the Fong family might not rival the Hua family in Jin City, they certainly held a superior status compared to the Gu family, and thus, he regarded Gu Yuanzhou with disdain. The bodyguards acted swiftly, each seizing an arm of the intruders and ushering them out without granting them a moment to react. Unaccustomed to such treatment, given their pampered upbringing, the Su family felt particularly affronted, especially as it was the authoritative old Master Fong who was casting them aside. Though they were filled with indignation, they dared not voice their anger. Once cast outside, they could keenly feel the weight of the spectators' gazes upon them, each stare piercing like a sword. Gu Yuanzhou, having never experienced such humiliation, shot a resentful glance at the Su family, choosing to ignore Su Shi and departing without uttering a word. This scene left Su Shi utterly helpless, prompting her to hastily pursue him. Yuanzhou, my parents did not mean any harm. They were unaware of Yun Shu's connection with old Master Fong. Meanwhile, Su Hongfei and Bai Ling remained rooted in place, exchanging incredulous looks. Su Hongfei, exasperated, shot a glare at Bai Ling, reproaching her. I told you to temper your arrogant demeanor when we are out. Even if we have yet to acknowledge Yun Shu, we should not have spoken of her in front of so many people. Look where this has led us, offending the Fong family and incurring Yuanzhou's displeasure. It is truly a case of losing more than we gain. Bai Ling had not anticipated such an outcome, yet her expression bore no trace of regret. Instead, she seethed. It is all that wretched girl's fault, deliberately setting us up for ridicule. Who knows what means she employed to associate with the Fong family? Otherwise, as merely a country girl, what right does she have to entangle herself with them? As the crowd around them grew increasingly vocal, pointing fingers and whispering, Su Hongfei could no longer endure the scene. He firmly grasped Bai Ling's hand and strode away. Inside the antique pavilion, Yin Shu was taken aback by the extent of Grandpa Feng's generosity after only a brief encounter. This inspired her to resolve that henceforth, whenever she acquired antiques, she would bring them here. Thank you, Grandpa Feng, she expressed, her gratitude profoundly sincere. Feng Tianyi, too, had no regrets about assisting Yin Shu. He despised unfounded accusations and bullying, both of which the Su family exemplified. With a gentle smile directed at Yin Shu, he remarked, Since I wish to cultivate a friendship with you, I shall certainly stand by you in times of need. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Yin Shu nodded earnestly, her appreciation beyond words, and once more extended her thanks to Grandpa Feng. Ultimately, she returned home with a substantial sum of 800,000. Basking in the warmth of the old man's kindly gaze, with newfound wealth, Yin Shu opted to take a taxi back to the villa. Upon her return, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Yun Jin had prepared a simple meal for the two of them, featuring a dish of stir-fried pork with edamame, pan-fried tofu, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Upon seeing Yun Shu, Yun Jin couldn't help but praise, This grand villa is truly remarkable. We no longer need to venture out for groceries. We can simply place an order from our phones. Yun Shu, taken aback, looked at her grandfather in confusion. Grandpa, can you really order on your phone? If her memory served her right, he was still using an old-fashioned model that couldn't even run WeChat. Yun Jin shook his head and continued to explain, I called that little fatty I told you about to ask where the market was. He mentioned that groceries could be purchased via phone. I told him I couldn't manage that, and he kindly came over to assist me. When he saw I couldn't use my phone, he helped me order with his, and I reimbursed him in cash. Seeing her grandfather's delighted expression filled Yin Shu with joy as well. Then I shall buy you a smartphone tomorrow and teach you how to use it every day, so you can shop for groceries independently. Yun Jin contemplated the inconvenience of reaching the market and the need to rely on the little fatty, nodding in agreement. Yet still concerned, he asked, a phone must cost quite a bit, right? How was work today? Did the boss mind that you took so much time off? Yun Shu, of course, refrained from disclosing that her supervisor had arranged for someone to cover her position the very next day after her leave. She decided to keep that to herself. It went well, but my internship ends in a month, and I don't know if I will pass. Yun Jin held great confidence in Yun Shu and placed a piece of tofu into her bowl, saying, As long as you focus on your job, I'll take care of the villa. I will ensure everything is in order. I plan to have the little fatty help me order some vegetable seeds online. And when spring arrives in a few days, we can plant them at the entrance. Then we'll have fresh vegetables to enjoy. Grandfather is able to find joy in his pursuits, which brings great happiness to Yin Shu. At this moment, she feels fortunate for having repeatedly advised Xiaopeng not to disclose the fact that the villa belongs to her. Every month, she is obliged to pay Xiaopeng a substantial management fee, a commitment he readily accepts. Previously, she was apprehensive that her modest salary of 3,000 per month would be insufficient to cover the management fees. However, today's effortless acquisition of 800,000 has filled her with anticipation for the future. As for tomorrow, she has resolved to enroll in a driving school, intending to eventually purchase a vehicle for her convenience, thus eliminating the need for daily taxi rides. Yet, prior to making such a purchase, she must devise a compelling rationale to convince her grandfather that she has amassed considerable wealth. The following day, Yin Shu rises early, carefully crafting the persona of a diligent employee before her grandfather, departing promptly at 7:30. She again summons a vehicle via her phone. And just as she announces the location of Jinsheng Driving School, the system emits a notification. Chapter 21. To rescue the girl on the ledge. Ding. A new wish list has been detected. Wish Grantaire, Tang Daiman. Location, Huaghua, 2035. Wish list. My name is Tang Daiman, a pharmaceutical research expert. My husband is the founder of a pharmaceutical company, and our family is quite well off. However, 10 years ago, we tragically lost our beloved daughter forever. My daughter, Chen Tangtang, took her life from the rooftop of her school during her first year of middle school, resulting in her untimely demise. Our daughter had been suffering from depression for quite some time, yet we remained oblivious, preoccupied with our careers and entrusting her upbringing to a nanny and a chauffeur. Unbeknownst to us, the nanny and her family were the source of our daughter's torment. We believed that our relentless pursuit of wealth and providing her with the best life was the greatest support we could offer, not realizing that during our ignorance, the nanny and chauffeur allowed their daughter to impersonate my daughter at school, leading everyone to believe that my daughter was merely the nanny's child. subjecting her to ridicule and verbal abuse. The nanny's daughter not only consumed our resources but also took advantage of our privileges. As the chauffeur drove their daughter in our luxury vehicles while my own daughter was left to take public transport home. Even the clothing I purchased for my daughter was worn by the nanny's daughter. They would frequently call, claiming my daughter had caused trouble and demanding money for resolution. We, naively believing our daughter was simply being mischievous, sent funds that ultimately lined the nanny's pockets. Regrettably, the truth of these events only came to light after my daughter's death, and even though we sought to hold the nanny's family accountable, our daughter could not be returned to us. Had I been more aware of my daughter's plight earlier, had I recognized the cracks forming in her spirit, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. In the years since, I have dedicated myself to the development of a happy pill aimed at alleviating depression, a remedy that, when taken, allows one to temporarily forget their troubles and experience joy, effectively aiding in the treatment of depression. If the Wish system could truly assist me in saving my daughter on April 16, 2025, I would willingly offer the happiness pills along with all their components, accompanied by a cash sum of $1 million. I appreciate your assistance. A poignant and sorrowful female voice echoed in Yunshu's mind. After listening, her heart felt particularly heavy. The system's voice continued. Task successfully issued. Will the host accept? Without hesitation, Yunshu accepted the task. Not only was the million a considerable temptation, but the prospect of the happiness pills from a decade hence also piqued her curiosity. However, Yunshu quickly realized something amiss. April 16th? Isn't that today? She glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock, and school had not commenced. If she hurried, she could make it. Altering her initial route to the driving school, she addressed the driver. Sir, change direction. We are heading to Jinkai School. The system had already transmitted the Wish Grand'tier's daughter's information into her mind upon accepting the task. It revealed that her daughter's name was Chun Tangtang, a student in the first year at Jinkai School. Jinkai School and the driving school were in opposite directions, and the driver, having already traveled some distance towards the driving school, queried in confusion, "It will take us about an hour to reach Jinkai School, but only 20 minutes to the driving school. Are you certain you wish to change routes?" Upon hearing the hour-long estimate, Yunshu's concern for being late prompted her to offer extra money for the driver to speed up. By the time Yunshu arrived at Jinkai School, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Throughout her journey, she had been anxious about how she would manage to sneak into the school upon arrival. To her surprise, as she reached the entrance, she found the gates wide open, with an ambulance and fire truck entering in succession, while security personnel rushed in a state of urgency. Listening to the frantic sirens, her heart raced as she seized the opportunity to slip inside unnoticed. At that moment, it seemed many individuals on campus had received the same alarming news, as a throng of students surged towards the teaching building. When Yunshu arrived, a crowd of students had already gathered beneath the building, whispering amongst themselves. I heard that Chun Tangtang is the daughter of the maid from Yi Qingqing's family. Now she is up on the rooftop claiming she isn't the maid's daughter. Tisk, blaming her unfortunate birth and wanting to end her life. How utterly disgusting. A maid's daughter is fortunate enough to attend our school, where the tuition is in the hundreds of thousands annually, even if her mother is a maid. She has been quite fortunate. I truly don't understand what more she has to complain about. Unable to bear their cruel words, Yunshu quickly searched for the staircase, sprinting toward the rooftop with the fervor of a 100-meter dash. The school building rose 9 stories high, and including the rooftop, it reached 10 stories. If she truly fell, survival would be impossible. Upon reaching the top, she spotted Chun Tangtang, clad in her school uniform, hair disheveled, and her face ashen, perilously perched by the railing. Below her, the concrete wall barely reached halfway up her shoes. A gust of wind could send her tumbling down at any moment. Before her stood the school authorities, police officers, and professional psychologists, all earnestly beseeching, "Child, let us converse calmly. Come down, the future stretches ahead, and as long as you live, no problem is insurmountable. If you were to perish, everything would be lost." Chun Tangtang, however, remained unresponsive, her gaze fixated on the dark crowd below, repeatedly murmuring, "I am not the daughter of a nanny or a driver. I am not. Why do you all torment me? Why?" Her voice was barely audible, yet the repetition of those words rendered the principal and others perplexed. Yunshu, observing from behind a wall, noted the multitude gathered at the scene. She did not rush forward but chose to watch silently. Chun Tangtang was teetering on the brink of emotional collapse. Any careless remark could provoke her to leap without consideration. Yunshu needed a foolproof plan. As she took out her phone, she inquired of the system, "Can you obtain the current phone number of the person whose wish it is?" She believed that only the person who tied the bell could untie it. She aimed to contact Chen Tongtong's mother, hoping to elucidate her true identity and ensure that the nanny's family received the deserved reprimand. The system, being a product of advanced technology, possessed the capability to do so and swiftly retrieved Tang Damon's number. However, when Yun Shu called, the recipient did not answer, evidently preoccupied. Setting her phone down, she instructed the system, find a way to hack into Tang Damon's computer and inform her about Tong Tong's precarious situation, urging her to arrive at the school promptly. The system deemed this task simple and agreed. Once these matters were settled, Yun Shu resumed her watch, only to see a police officer receive a call, speaking to someone with an air of urgency. After concluding the call, he bent down, whispering something to the others. Confusion etched on their faces, they eventually departed quietly. Yun Shu found this baffling. Weren't they there to save a life? Why were they leaving? Chapter 22. Accomplishing the task before acting. Yun Shu was filled with questions. Her expression tense as she gazed at Chen Tangang still perched at the edge of the rooftop, though she could not see Chen Tongtong's face. The tension in her hunched form suggested a pervasive sense of despair, as if any utterance from Yun Shu could be the gust of wind that sent her plummeting downward, rendering her hesitant to speak. At that moment, Chen Tangang remained unaware that those behind her had departed. She only sensed an unsettling silence behind her, amplifying the noise from below. Her eyes clearly observed her classmates, who gawked at her with contemptuous gazes, muttering derisive comments as if mocking her plight. She could not comprehend how, despite having parents, her existence was more wretched than that of an orphan, and how, despite her family's wealth, she had become a target for bullying by the daughter of a nanny. She had contemplated calling her parents several times, yet each occasion found them engrossed in their own affairs. Either they did not answer, or they merely exchanged a few words before abruptly hanging up, leaving her no opportunity to voice her grievances. Meanwhile, the nanny frequently used her own needs as an excuse to demand money, at times even submerging her in cold water to induce illness, thereby ensuring a greater monetary gain. She could guarantee that if she were to refrain from leaping today, returning home would undoubtedly result in a severe beating. The more she pondered these terrifying thoughts, the more daunting her future appeared. Chen Tangtang no longer dared to hope for what lay ahead. She mused that if she were to jump, she would finally attain liberation. As this thought emerged, Chen Tangang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She closed her eyes, extended her arms, and leaned forward in a manner that exuded tranquility. Yun Shu was startled by her actions, letting out a shriek as she lunged forward. Her heart raced, feeling as though it had been wrenched from her very being, rendering her entire existence surreal. Yet, almost in the blink of an eye, she seemed to catch sight of a swift figure darting past her. Yun Shu halted in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. If it weren't for the pain of pinching herself, she would find it hard to believe that she had just witnessed a foreign man with a bushy red beard, moving at an imperceptible speed, catching the just leaped Chen Tangtang, and, within a heartbeat, transporting her to a safer location on the rooftop. To the onlookers below, it appeared as if Chen Tangtang had merely spread her arms and unexpectedly leaned back, without actually having jumped. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, continuing their chatter. After rescuing Chen Tangtang, the man intended to speak but sensed an unsettling gaze directed at him from behind, prompting him to turn around in shock. In that instant, their eyes met. Yun Shu was startled, and so was he. Tatel's heart skipped a beat as he struggled to comprehend how someone had evaded capture. Given that the peculiar agency had already contacted the cooperating police to clear the area before he commenced his mission, how could there still be a loose end? Tatel's surprise was fleeting. He quickly released Chen Tangtang and vanished from sight in an instant. As he fled, he contacted Hu Qian, exclaiming, "Boss, something's gone terribly wrong. Someone saw my face during the mission, and they definitely witnessed my abilities. Boss, please save me." Yun Shu initially thought she must be hallucinating. Yet as she watched the man disappear before her eyes once more, her astonishment left her speechless. Could there truly be someone in this world with such extraordinary speed? Was the reason the police had escorted the principal and others away to afford this strange man the opportunity to act? Yun Shu was profoundly shaken, as though her entire worldview was shattering. At this moment, Chen Tangtang gradually realized that something was amiss. She had believed that her demise was inevitable. Yet in the blink of an eye, she found herself back on the rooftop. This left Chen Tangtang in a state of shock, compounded by the fact that her hard-won courage to embrace death had been shattered, and she possessed no second chance to confront death. She collapsed to the ground, cradling her knees and weeping uncontrollably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the wish task, earning a cash reward of 1 million, which has been deposited into the host's bank account, along with a bottle of happiness pills and the method for their development, now placed in the host's pocket. Yun Shu, bewildered, scratched the back of her head. So, had she accomplished her task without doing anything today? To be precise, it was the peculiar man who had appeared moments ago that had aided her in fulfilling the task. Yun Shu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Had that strange man not intervened, she would undoubtedly have been unable to catch Chen Tang-Ang given the latter's desperate leap from the building. She glanced at Chen Tang-Ang, who was still in a state of despair, and from her perspective, she could empathize with the darkness enveloping her. Her hand brushed against the ceramic vial in her pocket. She retrieved it and opened it, discovering an array of colorful pills that resembled candy rather than medicine. Casually, she poured out a red pill, took a deep breath, and, cradling the pill in her left hand, approached Chen Tang-Tang, squatting down before her. Yun Shu endeavored to soften her tone, speaking with the gentlest voice she could muster. "Little sister, please do not cry. I would like to offer you some candy." In the midst of her sorrow, Chen Tang-Tang found the unexpectedly sweet voice comforting, akin to the gentle flow of a clear stream. Instinctively, she halted her tears and gazed up at Yun Shu in a daze. Yun Shu had no intention of awaiting Chen Tang-Tang's consent the moment the latter lifted her head. She swiftly placed the pill into Chen Tang-Tang's mouth. Chen Tang-Tang felt a wave of sweetness spread within her mouth, and after a couple of delicate chews, something miraculous occurred. As she swallowed the pill, it felt as though all her troubles vanished, and her blood surged with renewed vigor, her once dull eyes now sparkling with brightness. Yun Shu could distinctly sense the transformation in Chen Tang-Ang, realizing that the happiness pills were indeed effective. She too breathed a sigh of relief, yet understood that this matter could not simply end here. Although Chen Tang-Tang was now out of immediate danger, the root of her suffering remained unaddressed, and such situations could recur. She extended her hand towards Chen Tang-Ang, continuing softly, "Tang-Ang, I understand your situation. If you are willing to trust me, I can take you to find your mother so you can share your experiences with her. Do not be afraid. Speak boldly. Only by standing up courageously can the wicked receive their just deserts." As Yun Shu's words lingered in the air, Chen Tang-Ang had yet to fully absorb their meaning when suddenly, the door to the rooftop was forcefully kicked open behind them. Chapter 23. The moment of reckoning. With a resounding bang, Yun Shu noticed Chen Tang-Ang tremble as her gaze fell upon the figure beyond the door. This revelation seemed to lead Yun Shu to deduce the identity of the newcomer. Her gaze hardened as she helped Chen Tang-Tang to her feet, swiftly positioning her behind her for protection. In that fleeting moment of turning, Yun Shu beheld a girl with a half-high ponytail, adorned in designer apparel from head to toe, her visage accentuated by meticulous makeup. Flanking her were two girls clad in school uniforms, exuding an air of arrogance. Although Yun Shu had never encountered the daughter of the maid, the fear etched on Chen Tang-Tang's face, and the brazen demeanor of the girl before her made it evident that she was Yu Qing. Indeed, no matter how elaborately one adorns oneself, the essence of a person cannot be concealed beneath even the most expensive garments. Yi Qing, with her piercing eyes and commanding presence, resembled not a refined young lady from a wealthy family, but rather a nouveau riche. Yi Qing merely cast a disdainful glance at Yun Shu, dismissing her entirely. With a slight tilt of her head, her icy gaze fell upon Chen Tang-Tang. "Chen Tang-Tang, you've truly grown bold today, daring to threaten us with death? Do you believe your actions can alter anything? Just wait until I tell my mother when I return home. She will deal with you." The two girls behind Yi Qing chimed in with equal arrogance. "Exactly. You, the daughter of a servant, are fortunate to even attend an elite school alongside Miss Qing. How dare you display such audacity here? Perhaps some individuals are inherently theatrical, and one wonders if her antics were intended to draw attention. Were I in Chen Tang-Tang's position, I would heed Miss Qing's words carefully, rather than oppose her." Yun Shu was taken aback by the school's elitist atmosphere. The two girls trailing Yu Qing appeared to be from affluent families, yet their intellect left much to be desired. Yun Shu sensed that Chen Tang-Tang trembled even more upon hearing their taunts, clearly indicating a history of bullying from these individuals, resulting in such a pronounced reaction. Unlike Chen Tang-Tang, Yun Shu felt no fear of Yi Qing. Observing Yi Qing's increasingly derisive appraisal, she remarked, "It seems the students of this elite school possess rather poor judgment, mistaking the commonplace for the precious." How could anyone regard you as a young lady of distinction with such pettiness? At that moment, Yi Qingqing's composure faltered upon hearing her status questioned. Yet she quickly regained her arrogance, lifting her chin defiantly. If I am not a young lady, then who are you? Associating with Qin Tangtang. What kind of person could you possibly be? In moments of utter disbelief, laughter can emerge, and Yun Shu found herself in such a situation. Her tone dripping with sarcasm. Have your lies been told so often that you've forgotten your true identity? If Qin Tangtang's parents were to appear here, would you still claim to be a distinguished heiress while she is merely the daughter of a servant? Yi Qingqing hesitated. As if sensing that Yun Shu knew more than she let on, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Shu pressed on. Since you seem to have forgotten, allow me to remind you. Your name is Yi Qingqing, not Qin Qingqing. The villa in which you reside belongs to Mr. Chun of the Chun Group, and the lady of the house is Tang Daiman, the founder of Jinsheng Pharmaceutical Company. The names Chun and Tang have been cleverly intertwined to form the name of Qin Tangtang, while you, Yi Qingqing, are merely the daughter of the housekeeper and chauffeur. Your audacity stems from the fact that Mr. Chun and Ms. Tang are often preoccupied with their business affairs, entrusting their daughter to your caretaker mother and driver father. Little did they realize that their busyness has fostered your arrogance, leading you to forget your true status as a servant and mistakenly believe yourself to be the master. Qin Tangtang has long wished to voice these grievances. However, whenever she dares to exhibit even the slightest command within the villa, she faces reprimands or, at worst, physical punishment. Others in the villa initially wished to intervene, yet the housekeeper and chauffeur were granted excessive authority, dismissing those who sought to assist her. Consequently, no servant dared to speak on her behalf. From that moment on, she became increasingly isolated and despondent. Now, as she expresses her thoughts freely, her heart, once dormant, is rekindled. The two girls behind Yi Qingqing listened intently to Yun Shu's words, their gazes filled with curiosity. Their skepticism was not directed at her, but rather at the compelling conviction in Yun Shu's voice, which seemed far from fabricated. Perhaps the intensity of their stares was too piercing. Even with her back turned, Yi Qingqing felt their doubtful eyes fixed upon her. She understood all too well that if she did not reclaim her dignity at this moment, rumors would soon circulate alleging that she was the daughter of the housekeeper and chauffeur. Despite a fleeting moment of panic at the prospect of her true identity being exposed, her long-standing haughtiness and habitual arrogance allowed her to maintain a superior demeanor before Qin Tangtang. She raised her chin defiantly and spoke with an air of condescension, no matter how you frame it. It does not change the fact that Qin Tangtang's parents are merely the housekeeper and chauffeur. My family has graciously provided her parents with employment and arranged for her to attend an elite school. Is that not enough kindness? How can you, without a shred of conscience, dare to speak against us? At this juncture, Yin Shu did not respond immediately, but cast a meaningful glance at Yi Qingqing, then fixed her gaze on the woman who had appeared behind her. Qin Tangtang, too, noticed the figure lurking behind Yi Qingqing, and her previously calm demeanor was rekindled with agitation, tears streaming down her face, filled with a profound sense of injustice and longing. Tang Daiman had been engrossed in researching new drug products at the company when her computer received a video of her daughter attempting to leap from a building, coupled with footage of her being falsely accused and bullied at school. The moment she saw it, her rage was indescribable, and fearing for her daughter's safety, she rushed over with utmost urgency. As soon as she arrived at the rooftop, she heard Yi Qingqing audaciously disparaging the heavens. She strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Yi Qingqing's face. The impact caused Yi Qingqing's head to tilt to one side. A buzzing sound echoed in her ears, and her mind went blank for a few seconds. When she finally regained her senses and was about to retaliate, her gaze fell upon the familiar figure standing before her, causing her pupils to constrict in horror as she instinctively took a step back. Tang Daiman's expression remained icy, her commanding presence radiating authority. You just claimed that someone is the daughter of a maid and a driver? Chapter 24. The revelation of Yi Qingqing's identity. Yi Qingqing stood frozen, unable to process the situation, yet acutely aware that it was indeed Tang Daiman before her, the very person she dreaded encountering in the villa. Due to their hectic schedules, Tang Daiman and CEO Qin often spent months away from home, effectively monopolizing the villa. However, every 2 or 3 months, Tang Daiman would return, bringing an array of gifts for Qin Tangtang. Yi Qingqing, having covertly observed this from the shadows, harbored intense jealousy. Although she would seize those gifts for herself after Tang Daiman's departure, The mere presence of Tang Daiman filled her with trepidation. Each time she returned, Yi Qingqing felt as though she had plummeted from the heavens to the earth. On those occasions, Chen Tang-Ang enjoyed the privileges of a true young lady, reminding Yi Qingqing of her own humble origins as the daughter of a maid and a driver. Moreover, she feared that Chen Tang-Tang might reveal their family's actions within the villa to Tang Daiman, causing everything she currently possessed to dissolve into nothingness. Noticing Yi Qingqing's prolonged silence, Tang Daiman raised her hand and struck her again, pressing on with her inquiry. Who did you say is the daughter of a maid and a driver? And who allowed her to attend an elite school? Yi Qingqing, when did I become unaware that my daughter had turned into your parents' child? And the clothes you wear, didn't I purchase them for Tang Ang just last month? How did they end up on you? The two girls behind Yi Qingqing, despite their lack of intelligence, began to grasp the unfolding truth. Setting aside Yi Qingqing's peculiar reaction, they were deeply struck by Tang Daiman's formidable visage. Tang Daiman was the queen of the medical field. Her pharmaceutical company had developed miraculous cures for numerous ailments, earning her the status of a contemporary savior in many people's eyes. They were also aware that Tang Daiman had fallen in love with the president of the Qin Group during their university years and had entered into matrimony shortly after graduation. However, thereafter, news about their family was scarce, with the occasional updates solely revolving around Tang Daiman's latest medical breakthroughs. Now that Tang Daiman had publicly acknowledged her daughter as Chen Tang-Ang, any defense Yi Qingqing might offer would be futile. With both sides of her face swollen from the blows, Yi Qingqing's heart raced with dread, her mind consumed by a singular thought. It was all over. She could not utter a single word, tears of fear streaming down her face. A premonition engulfed her. This time, not only was she doomed, but her parents might also face dire consequences. At that moment, she desperately wished to find a crack in the earth to hide within, and then hastily call her parents to discuss potential solutions. However, Tang Daiman would not grant her that opportunity. In her rush to arrive, she had already summoned 2 security guards from the company to accompany her, prepared to confront Yi Qingqing and her parents. With a wave of her hand, the guards stationed at the stairwell of the rooftop sprang into action. Tang Daiman pointed emphatically at Yi Qingqing, declaring, "Seize her. We are going home now. I must see how the Yi family has overstepped their bounds in my absence." Yi Qingqing inwardly despaired, shaking her head fervently. "Aunt Tang, you cannot do this. My parents have worked at the Chun family for over a decade and have even guided Tang Tang from elementary to middle school. Even if they lack merit, they deserve recognition for their hard work. You cannot suspect them like this." She was desperate to prevent Tang Daiman from returning to the villa, fully aware that her parents, given their nature, would certainly have taken advantage of the situation rather than diligently fulfilling their duties. If Tang Daiman were to catch them in the act, all would be lost. Unperturbed by Yi Qingqing's distress, Tang Daiman directed the guards to drag her down the stairs. Only then did she turn to her long-lost daughter. Chen Tang-Ang was unable to contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she rushed forward to embrace Tang Daiman, weeping loudly. Yunshu remained nearby, silently observing, her thoughts drifting to the grim possibility that during the time she had refrained from intervening, Tang Daiman might have encountered her daughter's lifeless body. She could not fathom the anguish Tang Daiman must have felt upon discovering her daughter's cold remains. Otherwise, she would not have dedicated a decade to studying the happy pills, nor would she have attracted the wish system due to her overwhelming obsession. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Chen Tang-Tang was still alive, and soon the Yi family would face their reckoning, a prospect that Yunshu found rather exhilarating. After a considerable time spent weeping, Chen Tang-Ang sensed that her emotional outpouring had exhausted itself, and she recalled something of great importance. Pointing at Yunshu, she exclaimed, "Mom, it was this sister who saved me just now. She even gave me a delicious candy, and suddenly, I felt so much better." Tang Daiman tenderly stroked Chen Tong-Tong's hair, realizing that she had been so consumed by work that she had overlooked her daughter's psychological struggles. It was only today that she learned of the depression her daughter had developed under the bullying of Yi Qingqing's family. Holding her daughter's hand, Tang Daiman gazed at Yunshu with reddened eyes. The formidable aura she had exuded moments ago had dissipated, leaving only a profound gratitude as a mother. She bowed deeply and expressed, "Benefactor, thank you. Had it not been for you today, I would not have been able to behold my living daughter. I suspect the video I received on my computer may have come from you as well. Although we have never met, your assistance has been invaluable. I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Tang Daiman felt that even if she offered her entire fortune, it would still fall short of conveying her appreciation. They had only one daughter, Chen Tang-Ang. Without her, they could scarcely fathom how to endure. Yunshu shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by such sincere gratitude. After all, it was not she who had saved Tang Dang, but rather a peculiar man with extraordinary abilities. His speed had been so remarkable that even Qin Tang Tang herself might not have realized what had transpired. Moreover, the future Tang Dai man had given her 1 million in cash along with happiness pills, which led her to suspect that the Qin family must have faced some upheaval. Given their current circumstances, it was improbable that Tang Dai man could offer her merely 1 million. It was possible that at that moment, she had but that sum left. Perhaps she felt that 1 million was insufficient to barter for her daughter's life, hence the inclusion of the invaluable happiness pills in their formulation, all to ensure she could promptly avert Chen Tongtong's demise. Yunshu smiled and shook her head earnestly, saying, "You need not thank me. My assistance to Tang Yang is merely a twist of fate. If we wish to resolve this matter thoroughly, the Yi Qingqing family must be addressed immediately." Tang Daiman understood the gravity of the situation and nodded. "I shall return to handle this matter at once. Benefactor, please accompany us." Chapter 25. The price paid by the nanny's family from the moment Yunshu received Tang Daiman's wishes. She felt a surge of anger towards the actions of the nanny's family. Now, witnessing them face the consequences of their deeds, she was determined not to miss the opportunity and readily agreed. As they descended the stairs, the timing coincided perfectly with students attending their classes, allowing them to exit the school without obstruction. On the way back to the villa, Yi Qingqing appeared anxious, eager to call her parents and inform them of the situation. However, the two bodyguards accompanying her gripped her arm tightly, as if fearing she might attempt something. Upon returning to the villa, Tang Daiman intentionally softened her footsteps, even signaling to the servants who wished to greet them to remain silent. Holding Qin Tongtong's hand, she led Yunshu quietly into the house, where upon seeing the scene inside, her pupils constricted. She observed that the nanny, whom she employed at a considerable salary each month, was elegantly attired. Her lips painted a vibrant red, and her hair styled in luxurious waves. With an air of superiority, she directed the other maids in their tasks, a tall glass in her hand, leisurely swirling the red wine within. When Qingqing returns from school, ensure that the imperial crab delivered this morning is steamed. Such a delicacy is not meant for that insufferable Chen Tang Tang. My Qingqing deserves only the finest, she commanded. Beside the nanny sat a middle-aged man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit. Upon hearing her words, he revealed his expensive gold watch, glancing at the time. "Qingqing will be finishing school shortly. I shall fetch her now, my lady. Let us await a delightful meal together." The nanny nodded, and as she noticed the man preparing to leave, she continued, "Let that Chen Tang Tang take the bus. The later she returns, the more we can indulge. Every time I see her competing for food at the table, it infuriates me." Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, the driver paused, his movements arrested. Incredulity etched upon his face as he gazed toward the entrance, his mind a blank slate. "Who do you intend to send back on the bus? And who deserves the imperial crab?" Tang Man's voice suddenly pierced the air from the doorway. The once arrogant nanny froze, her glass slipping from her grasp and shattering on the floor, splattering her pristine white dress with crimson stains. The driver, regaining his senses first, trembled as he stammered, "Madam, what brings you back?" Tang Man advanced toward them slowly, her gaze sweeping over the pair, her anger mingled with disgust. "Had I not returned unexpectedly, how would I have discovered that you dared to wear my and my husband's clothes in our absence? Do you truly believe that being our nanny and driver entitles you to supplant us?" Moreover, interjected one of the maids, unable to contain herself, "when you and the master are away, they occupy your room and sleep in your bed. They only hastily tidy up when they know you are returning." The maid had long been troubled by their behavior, but had hesitated to speak out due to Tang Man's high regard for them. Now, with Tang Man confronting them directly, she seized the opportunity to speak her mind. Additionally, they do not allow the young lady to sleep in her own bed. They force her to give her room to Yi Qingqing and deny her meals, making her subsist on their leftovers. We have tried to advocate for her, but the couple dismissed anyone who spoke up the very next day, leaving us with no choice but to endure. As one maid began to voice her grievances, the others quickly followed suit, all eager to express their discontent with the couple. They had harbored resentment towards this pair for quite some time. Their inflated sense of superiority despite being mere employees. Had Tang Man not appeared unexpectedly, they might have truly forgotten their place. Tang Man, listening to the chorus of complaints, could sense the pent-up frustration of the maids towards the couple. The mere thought of that couple bullying her daughter in her absence and misappropriating her belongings filled her with an overwhelming sense of revulsion. akin to being crawled over by cockroaches. Her expression grew increasingly frigid, inducing palpable anxiety in the nanny and the driver. The latter was so terrified that he could scarcely utter a word. After a moment of panic, the nanny desperately asserted, "Madam, do not heed their fabrications. For many years, I have served the Chin family with utmost diligence. You know my character well. Moreover, I have raised your daughter since she was little. Even if my efforts do not merit praise, they are not without significance. Were it not for my entrusting my daughter to your care, how could you have indulged in such opulent living? How could your daughter be regarded as a young lady at school while mine is deemed merely the daughter of a nanny and driver? Your so-called efforts have merely burdened my daughter with all the hardship, leading her to be bullied at school and suffer from depression. Had Miss Yu not intervened today, I would have been met with my daughter's lifeless body." Tang Daiman, increasingly incensed, lost patience with them and turned to the other maids, instructing, "Call the police and report that there are individuals here stealing valuable items. That charge alone could secure them decades behind bars." After all, during her absence, the nanny had donned her garments, taken her jewelry, and the driver had worn her husband's luxury watch. Yi Qingxing had appropriated all her daughter's belongings, collectively valued at over 10 million. They could not possibly compensate for such losses and would have no choice but to face imprisonment. Hearing that they might spend the remainder of their lives in prison sent the nanny and driver into a state of panic. Forgetting their previous arrogance, they fell to their knees before Tang Daiman, pleading, "Madam, we beseech you. We acknowledge our wrongs and shall never dare repeat them. Please grant us another chance. We promise to mend our ways and care for Mississippi. Qingqing is still so young. We truly cannot go to prison. If we do, her life will be irrevocably ruined." Yi Qingqing, who had been restrained by 2 bodyguards, also cried out nervously, "Madam, you cannot do this. My parents have done nothing wrong. They merely wore a few of your garments and took some watches. To you, these items are like toys. You wouldn't even desire them. Why can't you just spare us a few?" Yi Qingqing, accustomed to being in a position of privilege, had never encountered such indignity. The idea that Tang Daiman would call the police to detain her parents was overwhelming, and she could no longer contain her emotions. Having resolved to proceed with her decision, Tang Daiman would offer them no opportunity for reprieve. She gestured to the maid, who promptly took out her phone, eager to alert the authorities. Subsequently, Tang Daiman delivered a statement that left no room for rebuttal. "What I have mentioned thus far pertains only to theft. Moreover, as our hired help, you have mistreated the children of this household and spoken harshly. With so many witnesses in the house, when we combine these charges, they shall never hope to see the light of day again." In the Tang dynasty, Man resolutely decided to stand her ground. Her daughter must not be subjected to unwarranted bullying. Once this couple entered, Yi Qingqing would be left an orphan, bereft of both parents. Given her usual arrogance, it was only fitting that Yi Qingqing experience the bitterness of being oppressed. The nanny and chauffeur sensed the seriousness of Tang Daiman's intentions and repeatedly bowed in apology. Yet, she did not spare them a single glance. Even as blood streamed from their foreheads, her anger remained unassuaged. Conversely, Chen Tangtang felt a significant alleviation of her pent-up frustrations upon witnessing this scene. It was a vision she had longed for, but until now, her mother had either been too busy or disbelieved her words. Now, seeing the perpetrators suffer the consequences of their actions filled Chen Tangtang with joy, as she anticipated a future bathed in the warmth of sunshine. The police arrived promptly at the scene after the maid had reported the incident. By the time they arrived, the nanny and chauffeur were in a state of disarray, bloodied and battered, and the officers, seasoned in their duties, quickly grasped the situation. They meticulously searched the upstairs for evidence and indeed discovered numerous traces of the nanny and chauffeur's presence in Tang Daiman's room, including strands of their hair on the bed. Furthermore, they uncovered a trove of valuable jewelry, watches, and a significant amount of cash in the rooms of the nanny and chauffeur, all indicating a grave offense of theft. With all the household staff corroborating the couple's abuse of Chen Tangtang during Tang Daiman's absence, the police understood the gravity of the matter and swiftly took the two into custody. As for Yi Qingqing, she had been a beneficiary throughout and had not participated in the theft. Even her involvement in the bullying could not lead to legal repercussions due to her minor status. However, Tang Daiman would not permit Yi Qingqing to remain in her home. Once the police had led away the nanny and chauffeur, she coldly ordered Yi Qingqing to leave, indifferent to how the girl would manage on her own in the world. When the dust finally settled, Tang Daiman experienced a sense of relief. Unable to restrain her emotions as she turned to embrace Chen Tangtang, her voice laden with remorse. "Tangtang, I am so sorry. I have been so consumed by work over the years that I neglected your growth and was unaware of your situation at home. If it weren't for Miss Yun's notification today, I might never have seen you again. I was wrong. It was the first time Tang Daiman had shown such vulnerability in front of Chen Tangdang, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, upon hearing her mother's words, Chen Tangdang was overwhelmed with anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. Mom, I'm so sorry. Today, I genuinely considered jumping off a building. I have felt so exhausted. Believing life to be so dark. Mom, I almost never got to see you again. Tang Daiman shared this sentiment, holding Chen Tangdang tightly, her gratitude towards Yun Shu deepening. Whether through her timely alert or her rescue of Tangdang, Yun Shu had become a benefactor to their entire family. The two embraced and wept for a while. Tang Daiman, striving to regain her composure, turned apologetically to Yun Shu, saying, Miss Yun, I apologize for subjecting you to this spectacle. Today, you saved my daughter and our family. I must express my gratitude properly. Quickly retrieving her wallet from her pocket, she presented an unlimited black card to Yun Shu. Miss Yun, feel free to use the funds within this card. From this day forward, we are like family. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. My husband and I will gladly oblige. Yun Shu gazed at the black card, feeling a considerable weight of pressure and hesitating to accept it. For she had already received her due reward from Tang Daiman 10 years hence. With a gentle smile, she shook her head. Then, as if struck by an idea, she turned to Tang Daiman with earnest seriousness. I shall forego the reward, but I have a request that only you can fulfill. Tang Daiman looked at Yun Shu in confusion as Yun Shu retrieved a small vial and a folded piece of paper from her pocket, presenting them to her. These are the happy pills and their ingredients. As someone involved in pharmaceutical research, I hope you can develop the happy pills in the shortest time possible and bring them to market, so that more individuals suffering from depression can emerge from their shadows. Tang Daiman was taken aback by Yun Shu's request, accepting the pills and the ingredient list with a mixture of excitement and complexity in her heart. Mom, the happy pills that Sister Yun Shu gave me are truly delightful and remarkably effective. After taking them, I felt the blood in my veins come alive again. Just a moment ago, I was contemplating despair, but in the next, I felt my life brimming with anticipation. How wondrous it is that such a thing exists. Chen Tangtang thought, if it weren't for her personal experience, she would not have believed in the existence of such miraculous pills. Yet now, she found not only the darkness of life dissipating, but also an abundance of hope surrounding her. She mused that if these pills could indeed be developed, they would rescue countless unhappy souls and restore many families. With sparkling eyes, she looked at Yun Shu and exclaimed, Sister Yun Shu, you are truly wonderful. Are you genuinely willing to share the ingredients of the pills with my mother? Yun Shu nodded and continued, however, I have one condition. Upon hearing this, Tang Daiman regarded Yun Shu with renewed seriousness. Speak, and as long as it is within my power, I shall agree. Yun Shu glanced at the pills and, peering through Tang Daiman's visage, seemingly envisioned the latter a decade hence. She spoke earnestly, once the happy pills are developed and launched, I hope you will refrain from mentioning my name, allowing it to be known as your creation. Yun Shu believed that since the pills originated from the capabilities of Tang Daiman in the future, it was only fitting that she preemptively bestow the credit upon her. If Tang Daiman could indeed bring the happy pills to fruition a decade early, it would save many lives. And she felt certain that this would be her most commendable decision. Furthermore, if Tang Daiman were to falsely attribute her accomplishments to herself, given her lack of capability, she would inevitably be exposed in front of the multitude of media reporters. It was evident that Tang Daiman had not anticipated that Yun Shu's request would take such a turn. Momentarily taken aback, she hesitated to agree, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For she could not bring herself to claim the achievements of others as her own. What Yun Shu sought was a clear conscience. At that moment, it seemed she had serendipitously uncovered the correct method to utilize the wish system. Chapter 27. A decade early in developing the happy pill, Tang Daiman still hesitated to take all the credit. Preparing to voice her reluctance when Yun Shu interjected with a smile, "Time is of the essence. I must take my leave now, President Tang. I eagerly anticipate the early development of the happy pill. On behalf of countless families around the world, I extend my heartfelt gratitude." Yun Shu's words of thanks were sincere. For indeed, Tang Daiman would go on to successfully develop the happy pill a decade later, aiding numerous families grappling with depression. However, the advancement would now occur a full 10 years earlier, undoubtedly attracting the attention of the medical community in Huahua and beyond. Tang Daiman had never encountered anyone as selfless as Yun Shu, and a sense of guilt lingered in her heart. Miss Yun, let us keep in touch. Should you require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall not shirk my duty. This time, Yun Shu did not refuse. For the path ahead was long, and she could not guarantee that she would not need her help again. Ultimately, as Yun Shu departed from the Qin household under the reluctant gazes of Tang Daiman and Chen Tangyang, Tang Daiman had already instructed the driver to take her home. On her way back, Yun Shu felt a wave of relief at having resigned. Otherwise, in the event of unforeseen circumstances like today, she would have had to request leave before rushing to the scene, which would not have been so straightforward. It appeared that in the future, seeking employment would not be feasible in a fixed role where taking leave was difficult. To be precise, she was not suited for job hunting at this moment. No one knew when the system might issue new wish tasks, and she had to remain on standby. Moreover, fulfilling the system's tasks was far easier than holding a job, allowing her to earn rewards in a brief span that she could never accumulate in her lifetime. For instance, today she effortlessly secured 1 million. Yet, Yun Shu's thoughts drifted back to the remarkably swift red-haired man. Was there truly such an extraordinary individual in this world? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had known about Chun Tongtong's intent to leap and had deliberately diverted the principal and others to avoid detection while he intervened. She recalled how swiftly the police responded to the call, prompting her to ponder whether there existed special departments within the nation, staffed with individuals possessing unique abilities to address extraordinary incidents. In the past, Yun Shu would have harbored doubts regarding such notions, but now, as someone capable of binding to a system, the existence of individuals with such remarkable speed appeared rather plausible. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on these thoughts, considering them unrelated to her own life, and hoped that those aware of her witnessing the red-haired man would refrain from causing her any trouble. After being cast out by the Qin family, Yi Qingqing found herself destitute, forced to spend the night in a park near her school. The following morning, she hastily tidied her disheveled hair and nonchalantly made her way to school. Fully aware that her expulsion from the Qin family and her parents' misfortune meant her time at this institution was limited. Before leaving, she resolved to extract some funds from the wealthy young heirs, for otherwise, she would surely face starvation. As fate would have it, upon arriving at the school entrance, she encountered the 2 sycophants who usually trailed behind her, who approached with smiles and greeted her. What a coincidence to see you so early. We actually have something to discuss with you. However, as soon as Yi Qingqing's words fell, she felt the weight of their disdainful gazes upon her. Not just them, but every classmate nearby paused, surveying her with scornful eyes, unsettled by their scrutiny. Yi Qingqing was about to inquire about their behavior when whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Isn't she the daughter of the Qin family's maid? I can't believe there's someone so shameless as to usurp the identity of the true Qin heiress while being the offspring of a maid and chauffeur. What hypocrisy! You wouldn't believe, when my mother mentioned this to me yesterday, I was utterly astounded. Apparently, Chun Tongtong's parents called the homes of those who routinely bullied her at school, threatening to sever ties with them. Moreover, both the Qin Corporation and Tang's medical company have decided to cut all interactions with them. Thankfully, I never bullied Tang. Otherwise, my family would also face dire consequences. Look at those 2 girls standing in front of Yi Qingqing. They are the ones who tormented her the most, which is why their company has not only lost its partnership, but is also being suppressed by the Qin family. It seems that soon, very few companies in Jin City will dare to associate with them. Despite the hushed tones of the comments, Yi Qingqing, being in such close proximity, heard their discussions all too clearly. She was taken aback by how ruthless Tang Daiman had been. It was not enough to imprison her parents. Now, she sought to ruin Yi Qingqing's reputation as well. The 2 girls who had been called over by Yi Qingqing had been seething with anger since the previous night. Having faced their own family's wrath and even the looming threat of financial ruin, all attributed to Yi Qingqing's actions. Yet here was Yi Qingqing, appearing before them with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the turmoil she had caused, which only fueled their fury further. Yi Qingqing, you truly are the most shameless person I have ever encountered. You are nothing but the daughter of a maid, yet you pretend to be a lady of stature before us, even leading us to bully the real Qin heiress. How can you still show your face at school? Another girl echoed her sentiments with equal indignation. Exactly. Our families have been implicated because of you. You are truly a menace to yourself and others. Being associated with you is like drawing the worst luck imaginable. As the 2 girls concluded their conversation, Yi Qingqing felt as though she were an outcast, rolling her eyes dramatically and striding towards the campus. unwilling to relinquish her pursuit of fun so easily. She believed that the two girls were merely being overly emotional. With a little coaxing, they would surely relent and hand over the money. Without a second thought, Yi Qingqing followed them, but upon reaching the school gate, she was confronted by a security guard who, with an impassive expression, informed her, "Last night, Mr. Tang called the principal to halt all your financial support. From this moment forth, you are no longer a student of our institution. Please leave, or we will have no choice but to escort you out." Yi Qingqing felt darkness envelop her, one calamity after another beset her, yet the onlookers merely watched, reveling in her misfortune, with no one willing to extend a helping hand. At just 13 years of age, bereft of parents and relatives, she found herself at a loss, uncertain of the path that lay ahead. However, for Tang Daiman and Chun Tangtang amidst the crowd, it was all a consequence of Yi Qingqing's own making. Had she not been so arrogant in her demeanor, she would not have brought this misfortune upon herself, effectively shooting herself in the foot. Seeing this unfold, Tang Daiman felt a sense of vindication and took Chen Tongtong's hand, leading her away into the school. Chapter 28. The one who entrusts is right beside you. As Tang Daiman and Chun Tangtang emerged before the crowd, they instantly captivated everyone's attention. It dawned on them that they had long overlooked the unique aura that Chen Tang'ang possessed, an essence absent in Yi Qingqing. They had truly been blind to have believed Yi Qingqing's fabrications. Tang Daiman intentionally showcased Chun Tangtang to the onlookers to affirm her identity, ensuring that no one would dare to bully her in the future. Upon reaching the gate, she affectionately ruffled Chun Tongtong's hair and gently spoke, "You may go in now. This evening, your father and I will come to pick you up for dinner. We have promised each other that no matter how busy we are, we will always make time to share dinner with you." Following this incident, they were resolute in not entrusting their daughter to anyone else. Only by witnessing her well-being with their own eyes each day would they find peace of mind. No matter how significant their careers, nothing was more crucial than their daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Tangtang was filled with excitement. She had initially feared that not seeing her mother that evening would be distressing and had planned to ask for a cheerful remedy. However, upon hearing her mother's words, all her gloom dissipated, and she felt invigorated. Ignoring Yi Qingqing's predatory glare directed at her, Chen Tangtang skipped joyfully into the campus. Tang Daiman, watching her daughter's figure vanish from sight, swiftly turned her steely gaze towards Yi Qingqing, who, caught off guard, trembled in fear. Tang Daiman approached Yi Qingqing with an emotionless demeanor and whispered, "I am aware of your intentions. I advise you to harbor no ill thoughts towards my daughter. I have arranged for several bodyguards to conceal themselves and protect her. Should you attempt any mischief, you shall meet a most unfortunate fate." Yi Qingqing's heart quivered once more. Her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Tang Daiman's eyes. She was astonished that this woman could discern her thoughts merely through her gaze. Truly, she was formidable. Tang Daiman did not seek to embarrass Yi Qingqing before the crowd. After delivering her cold warning, she strode away. At that moment, she regarded Yi Qingqing with indifference. Her mind occupied solely with the euphoria-inducing components that Yun Shu had provided her. She knew she must act swiftly to ensure the successful launch of the medication within a short time frame, lest she betray Yun Shu's trust and assistance. Meanwhile, after a restful night, Yun Shu awoke the following morning at 7:30, enjoyed breakfast prepared by her grandfather, and feigned leaving for work. Her mission for the day remained unchanged, learning to drive. Yun Shu hailed a taxi outside the villa and was promptly transported to the driving school, where she registered at the consultation desk and underwent a medical examination on the same day. In the subsequent days, Yun Shu devoted herself to studying diligently and, after successfully passing the first theoretical test, was assigned to practical driving sessions. In her vehicle, aside from the instructor, there were 4 others, 2 males and 2 females. Apart from herself, one of the young women appeared quite youthful, barely over 18, while one of the men seemed to be around her age, and the remaining man was slightly older. During practice, everyone paid close attention to the instructor, fearing they might overlook any critical information. Once the training concluded, the group rested beneath the school's break pavilion. The young girl, brimming with enthusiasm, initiated the conversation. "Hello everyone, my name is Xiaya, and I am 19 years old. My mother promised to buy me a car once I obtain my license, so I can fulfill my dream of traveling across the entire country. What are your plans once you get your license?" Another young man quickly chimed in, "I am still a university student, just starting my freshman year. I want to take advantage of the current ease of study and the discounts for students when obtaining a license, so I plan to get it done first." Yin Shu pondered for a moment before responding. My intentions are quite simple as well. I wish to acquire a vehicle for commuting once I obtain my license, making my daily travels more convenient. Eventually, all eyes turned to the oldest man present, who shyly scratched his head and revealed a sheepish smile. I am 35 years old this year. I recently went through a divorce and plan to get my license so that I can secure a loan to buy a car, enabling me to support my 3-year-old daughter. Upon hearing his words, a profound silence enveloped the group, with Xiaya gazing at him sympathetically. Uncle, your ambition is truly commendable. I believe that whatever you pursue in the future, you will undoubtedly succeed. Yin Shu perceived the stark disparities between individuals, which were vividly illustrated in this moment. Had she not been bound to the wish system, she might not even have had the funds to learn to drive, let alone purchase a vehicle. Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, the man chuckled genuinely and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young lady. At this point, I seek nothing more than for my daughter to grow up joyfully and healthily. His face radiated happiness when he mentioned his daughter, as if the mere existence of her made all struggles worthwhile. Yin Shu recalled the man's earlier revelation of his recent divorce and that his daughter was evidently living with him, prompting her to voice her confusion. Sir, does that mean your daughter is home alone while you learn to drive? The man shook his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. While I learn to drive, my brother and sister-in-law are looking after my daughter. They are kind people, and I am responsible for bringing them groceries daily. The others nodded in understanding, their sympathy for the man evident. Ding. A new wish task has been detected. Please check. Host. Wish benefactor, Zhang Fangong. Current realm, Huagua, year 2033. Wish task. My name is Zhang Fangyong, founder of a ride-hailing company. 8 years ago, I was merely an ordinary farmer. After my divorce, I took on the responsibility of raising my 3-year-old daughter alone, aspiring to obtain a driver's license to provide for her. However, on the very first day of my driving lessons, my brother and sister-in-law tragically lost my daughter, setting me on a long and arduous quest to find her. It took me 3 years to locate her, and when I finally did, she was in a small county in Jinan. At that time, she was 6 years old. Her legs broken, lying feebly by the roadside. I rushed her to the hospital, but unfortunately, she could not be saved. Nevertheless, I persevered to obtain my driver's license and began driving, pretending that my daughter was still by my side. Yet, as I navigated this industry, I uncovered its many dark corners and injustices, which not only exploited fellow drivers but also treated passengers poorly. With the help of a benefactor, I established a new ride-hailing company with a compassionate work policy that prioritizes the safety of female passengers and allows many struggling families to work alongside their children. My company flourished over 5 years, yet my yearning for my daughter intensified. If the wish system could indeed assist me in saving her, I would be willing to offer a reward of 5 million. I implore you. Chapter 29. Yiya is given away by a young boy, task successfully issued. Will the host accept? As Yin Shu listened to the familiar voice echoing in her mind, recounting a story that resonated deeply with her. She nodded in acceptance while turning to the man, her curiosity piqued. Sir, what is your name? The man suddenly recalled that he had neglected to introduce himself earlier. And with a shy smile, he replied, My name is Zhang Fangyong. I am much older than you, so you may call me Brother Yong or Uncle Yong. Yin Shu recognized the name of the man before her and recalled his earlier mention in a heartfelt task about how his daughter had been inadvertently lost on the very first day he learned to drive, which, coincidentally, was today. Startled, Yin Shu promptly exclaimed, Brother Yong, I wish to see your daughter. Could you possibly arrange a video call with your brother and sister-in-law so we may catch a glimpse of her? Zhang Fangyong was taken aback by such a request from Yin Shu, momentarily speechless. Xiaoya, standing beside her, nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, I too wish to see her. If Brother Yong is putting in such effort for his daughter, she must be absolutely adorable. Zhang Fangyong, feeling a tad embarrassed by their compliments, realized how much he missed his daughter during his time away, and he eventually agreed, before the instructor called them over. Zhang Fangyong took out his phone and dialed his sister-in-law for a video call. After a considerable wait, the call connected, revealing a weary middle-aged woman whose impatience was palpable. What do you want interrupting my day with a video call? Do you think I have nothing to do? I'm busy looking after your daughter, mopping the floor, and preparing meals. What is it that you need? Zhang Fangyong chuckled awkwardly, evidently accustomed to his sister-in-law's temperament. He quietly replied, Sister-in-law? Some of the children who are studying for the driving test with me would like to see Yaya. Could you hand the phone to her? Upon realizing there were others present, The woman's irritation lessened considerably. She called out for Yaya, but after several attempts with no response, her frustration resurfaced. Striding into the house, she called out, "Yaya, your father is looking for you. Hurry up and come out." After searching the house thoroughly without finding Yaya, the woman assumed the child had run out to play. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon her son, who was sitting on the floor, diligently playing with building blocks. Her tone softened instantly as she asked, "Son, have you seen Yaya?" The boy looked up at his mother with bright, expectant eyes and replied, "Mom, didn't you say Yaya was a troublesome girl, always eating our food and making a mess? You don't have time for her. So I took her to someone else and even got a bag of candy in return." The little boy, appearing no older than 6 or 7, spoke with an unsettling confidence that left both his mother and Zhang Fangyong momentarily stunned. The boy's mother, initially believing he was jesting, quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Stop joking around. Where's Yaya?" Clearly frightened by his mother's stern expression, the boy began to cry but still managed to explain. "I heard you and Dad say that Yaya was a burden, always taking from us. I didn't want my things taken away, so I thought I'd just get rid of her. But a scary-looking lady told me to give Yaya to her, and she would give me a bag of candy. So I did." He then proudly displayed a colorful assortment of sweets to prove he was telling the truth. This time, both the woman and Zhang Fangyong realized that Yaya might have been taken away by human traffickers. Zhang Fangyong was utterly distraught, abruptly rising from his chair, his face ashen and speechless, and he rushed out without a second thought. Those around him understood his intention and followed suit. Yushu glanced at the two and quickly said, "You stay here and explain to the coach. I will follow him." Zhang Fangyong ran with great speed, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Yaya was his only treasure. His daughter was his sole belief, and he could not let anything happen to her. Yinshu observed Zhang Fangyong running aimlessly and felt a surge of urgency. She summoned all her speed to catch up with him, shouting, "Brother Yong, running back to your brother and sister-in-law's house will be futile. They want to know where Yaya has been taken. We should take a taxi to the bus station immediately and report it to the police for assistance." Fearing that Zhang Fangyong might not heed her words, Yinshu hailed a taxi by the roadside, pulling him inside and urgently instructing the driver, "Please take us to Jinwan bus station. Thank you." Yinshu recalled that 8 years later, Zhang Fangyong mentioned he found Yaya in a small county in Jin 3 years after her disappearance, suggesting it was highly probable she had been trafficked to that location. If the traffickers had already set off, they would likely choose to travel by car, increasing the likelihood of their appearance at G1 bus station from the direction of Zhang Fangyong's brother and sister-in-law's home. The driver quickly set off, and Yinshu glanced at the still-dazed Zhang Fangyong. She took out her phone and dialed the police station. Once connected, she spoke with meticulous clarity. "I wish to report a case. In the suburbs of Jinwan, a 3-year-old girl has been taken by human traffickers, and they are currently heading to Jinwan bus station. Please send assistance as soon as possible." Listening to the officer's inquiries, Yinshu continued to respond diligently, "I am a friend of the child's father. Yes. He is here with me. All right, let me hand the phone to him so he can describe the child's features." Immediately, Yinshu passed the phone to Zhang Fangyong, urging him seriously, "The police need to know the child's characteristics. Gather your emotions and respond carefully." Zhang Fangyong was genuinely panicked, and upon realizing Yushu had reported the incident, he looked at her gratefully and smiled faintly before hurriedly taking the phone to relay every detail about Yaya's appearance. Unbeknownst to them, the driver, upon hearing Yunshu's report, recognized the urgency of the situation and accelerated. After receiving assurance that the police would respond promptly, Zhang Fangyong regained a modicum of composure and apologetically glanced at Yinshu, saying, "I'm sorry for my earlier outburst. I'm fortunate to have you." Yushu shook her head, uncertain if the traffickers would indeed appear at Jinwan bus station. To be cautious, she tentatively inquired within her mind, "System, can you assist in locating the traffickers who took Yaya?" As Yinshu finished her inquiry, she suddenly noticed a loading symbol appearing before her eyes. Shortly thereafter, a map emerged, displaying a red dot moving towards the Jinwan bus station, coinciding with the direction their taxi was heading. This realization confirmed Yunshu's suspicions. Chapter 30. 1 million for a chance to unbox. Upon arriving at the bus station with Zhang Fangyong, they coincided with the police's assembly. The map indicated that the red dot had moved beyond the station and appeared poised to board an imminent departing bus. Without a moment to concoct an excuse, Yunshu dashed into the station, calling out to the others, "This way, I sense the traffickers are in this direction." The officers exchanged glances. yet hesitated only briefly before promptly following Yun Shu's lead. She pursued the red dot on the map until she reached the interior of the bus station, where the dot overlapped with a slightly plump woman clad in a gray coat. In an instant, she rushed towards her. Zhang Fangyong also spotted the woman, particularly noting that she was holding a small girl, nearly the same height as Yiya, and shouted, "Release my Yiya!" By the time Zhang Fangyong called out, Yun Shu had already seized the woman, with the other officers quickly joining to subdue her. Zhang Fangyong sprinted to the woman, his gaze anxiously scanning the girl. However, his expression dimmed upon realizing the child was not his daughter. How could this be? She isn't my Yiya. Where's my Yiya? Has she been lost? Initially believing he had found his daughter, Zhang Fangyong felt a wave of hope, but upon recognizing that the girl was not his, a profound sense of disappointment washed over him. A foreboding sensation crept in, as he feared that during the time he spent searching, his daughter might have been abducted by traffickers and taken far from Jin City. Yun Shu was unaware of Yiya's appearance and assumed this girl was indeed her. However, witnessing Zhang Fangyong's reaction, she sensed something was amiss. The system had indicated that the red dot representing the trafficker was indeed on this woman. How could the system possibly be erroneous? Nearby, the little girl, terrified, witnessed her mother being apprehended by the police and began to wail, "Mommy, let go of my mommy." The sudden commotion drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity, who gathered around, pointing and murmuring about the woman being detained. What is happening? Why have the police suddenly appeared? Could this woman possibly be a trafficker? Some, however, sensed the situation was not as it appeared and shook their heads in disbelief. Did you not hear that girl crying out for her mother? If she were a trafficker, why would the girl be calling for her mommy? It seems to me that the police are arresting people without evidence, blatantly disregarding the law. A few police officers were also perplexed. They had indeed apprehended the individual without thorough investigation. The incident had occurred so suddenly that they preferred to err on the side of caution rather than let a potential threat slip away. However, the current situation was undeniably peculiar. An elderly officer stepped forward, his expression stern as he addressed Yun Shu. "Young lady, we have been following you since your arrival. Please explain what is happening. Why do you believe this woman is a trafficker?" Yun Shu was at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly explain that it was the system guiding her. The present circumstances were that the system still indicated this woman was a trafficker. Yet the child beside her was not the missing Yaya. Where lay the crux of the matter? The woman, startled by her apprehension, quickly regained her composure and began to shout, "Let me go. What do you intend to do? We're going to miss our bus." The officers, sensing her struggle, exchanged worried glances with the elderly officer, who sighed and signaled for them to release her. Without evidence, they could not make arbitrary arrests. Their haste today had been unwarranted, and they needed to find proof. The woman clearly had no desire to further resist this group. Picking up her suitcase that had been tossed aside and approaching the girl to take her hand, ready to leave. However, as they passed a female officer, the officer subtly furrowed her brow, her expression turning cold. "Wait." The female officer's words left everyone momentarily stunned, particularly the woman who was preparing to depart. Unable to contain her fury, she glared at the officer and shouted, "What do you want? Once was not enough. You wish to wrongfully accuse me again? I am in a hurry to take my daughter home. Please step aside." The officer remained unfazed by the woman's anger, her face expressionless as she approached and circled the woman. Eventually, her gaze settled on the suitcase to the left of the woman. "Please open the suitcase for us to inspect. If everything is in order, you will be free to go." Upon hearing this, the woman tightened her grip on the suitcase, yet her face revealed no signs of distress. "When we entered, the scanning device at the bus station examined my suitcase and found no issues. On what grounds do you wish to search it?" At this moment, Yun Shu also sensed something amiss about the woman's suitcase, but looking at the small luggage, her heart tightened in apprehension. Zhang Fangyong, realizing the situation, instinctively wanted to rush forward to seize the woman's suitcase, only to be restrained by several officers. Should they happen to misjudge the situation, his actions could be deemed disruptive, leading to his detention. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the scene, began to feel that the officers were being overly aggressive, murmuring in confusion, "What is happening here? Surely the police don't believe this woman is concealing a child within that tiny suitcase? It's clearly meant for children's clothes, barely larger than my pillow. How could it possibly contain a child?" It was evident to any discerning observer that such a notion was implausible. Why could the police not see this? Even the police should not resort to such bullying, should they? The female officer, dismissing the bystander's qualifications with a serious expression, pointed at her police uniform and stated, "We are currently on duty. Please cooperate with our investigation. Kindly open your suitcase for us to inspect." The woman took a deep breath, refusing to comply. "You are unjustly accusing me without cause, and now you expect me to open my suitcase? It contains my personal belongings. And asking me to do so in front of all these people is clearly intended to humiliate me. Is this the manner in which the police of Jincheng conduct themselves?" Yin Shu, observing the tense standoff, felt her heart race. If Yaya was indeed in the suitcase, each passing second in this suffocating environment increased the danger. Unable to restrain herself, she stepped forward and declared, "If you are innocent, open the suitcase. If there's nothing amiss inside, I will compensate you with 1 million. At that moment, Yin Shu was solely focused on saving a life. The crowd gasped collectively at the mention of 1 million. If it were them, they would undoubtedly agree to open the suitcase for such a reward. Envy and jealousy filled the onlookers as they thought, if the woman refused under such circumstances, she must have something to hide. Upon hearing the offer of 1 million, the woman wavered for a moment, yet her rationality prevailed. With a scowl, she retorted, "You, a mere girl, can come up with 1 million? Who do you think you're fooling? I'm in a hurry and have no time for your nonsense. Step aside." As she spoke, she attempted to push Yin Shu aside, grasping the little girl's hand, intending to move forward. The female officer sensed something was amiss. If her suspicions were correct, this matter could not be delayed. She quickly exchanged a glance with the senior officer, trusting her judgment. He signaled to the nearby officers to advance. Without hesitation, they surged forward and seized the woman, who was trying to escape. The female officer snatched the suitcase from the woman's grasp. Realizing the officer's intent, the woman screamed in terror, "Ah, let me go. You are bullying me in broad daylight. Did the police have no law to adhere to?" The female officer ignored the woman's cries, relying on her instincts as she swiftly opened the suitcase. The sight that met their eyes elicited gasps of shock from everyone present. The suitcase, barely 60 centimeters in size, contained a little girl curled up inside. The child, likely deprived of fresh air for an extended period, appeared pale and lifeless, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Zhang Fangong instantly recognized the girl as his daughter. Horrified by her condition, he instinctively lunged forward, desperate to embrace her. The female officer realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly intercepted Zhang Fangong, stating with seriousness, "The girl has been in the same position for an extended period. Her body has become rigid. We must carry her immediately to the nearest hospital." Zhang Fangyong, witnessing his daughter's plight, felt as if every knife had pierced his heart. He could not comprehend how his obedient and lovely daughter could have fallen victim to such a calamity. All of this was the fault of that human trafficker. The man shot a fierce glare at the trafficker, tempted to rush forward and deliver a beating, but his concern for his daughter prevailed, prompting him to hasten after her. Yin Shu was equally disturbed by the sight of the little girl. Addressing the police, she said, "The trafficking of this little girl did not involve just this mother and daughter duo. There is also the girl's own cousin, a mere 5 or 6 years old, who delivered her to the trafficker. That child is still young. You must not overlook him. For if left unchecked, he may grow to commit even more heinous acts against society." The police, burdened by the misdeeds of yet another unruly child, felt overwhelmed. However, given the severity of the situation, they knew it must be handled with utmost care. Bystanders, witnessing the unfolding drama, were astonished by the woman's cruelty. Suddenly, someone appeared to have an epiphany. "I remember now. I wondered why this woman's suitcase didn't raise any flags during security checks. I believe I saw the little girl running up to the staff monitoring the equipment, creating a distraction." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast disdainful glances at the little girl, like mother, like daughter. The adult is a trafficker, and the child is a budding one. If we do not intervene now, who knows what kind of super trafficker she might grow up to be. The little girl, oblivious to the concept of trafficking, could only sense the accusatory stares directed at her, compounded by the fear of her mother being apprehended by the police, which sent her into another fit of tears. The officers, disregarding the fact that the child was involved, prioritized maintaining order at the station and swiftly escorted both the woman and the child away. The nearest hospital was only a 5-minute drive away. Upon the police vehicle's arrival at the hospital entrance, doctors from the relevant departments were already awaiting their arrival. As Zhang Fangyong descended from the vehicle, cradling the child, the medical team quickly prepared a stretcher, recognizing the urgency of the situation. As the police had relayed all pertinent information during the journey, Yaya, having endured a prolonged state of oxygen deprivation, was immediately fitted with an oxygen mask. However, The extended confinement had caused her body temperature to become unbalanced, leaving her in a state of unconsciousness. Coupled with her prolonged immobility, her limbs had grown stiff. The doctors swiftly concluded that the little girl was suffering from severe respiratory distress and dehydration, and her sustained posture posed a significant risk of muscle and nerve ischemia, potentially leading to paralysis. Immediate surgical intervention was required to repair the blood vessels. Zhang Fangyong, upon hearing the dire prognosis, was gripped by anxiety and fervently pleaded, "Please, I beg you to save my daughter. I will spare no expense." Upon receiving Zhang Fangyong's consent, the doctor instructed his colleague to wheel Yaya inside while he conveyed a figure. The current treatment cost remained uncertain, but he suggested preparing a sum of 100,000. Upon hearing this amount, Zhang Fangyong's complexion paled slightly. However, if 100,000 could save his daughter, he would willingly sell his blood. As the doctors wheeled Yaya away, he endeavored to compose himself, realizing he was alone in the corridor, with the other officers attending to subsequent matters. Gazing at the desolate hallway, a pang of sorrow struck his heart. He retrieved his phone and perused his contacts, momentarily at a loss as to whom he might ask for a loan. After searching through the contacts repeatedly, he ultimately resolved to call his ex-wife. However, as soon as he dialed, the busy tone echoed on the other end, indicating he had been blocked. Panic began to seep into his palms, his heart racing with anxiety. Fearing that he might fail to gather the necessary funds and delay his daughter's treatment, he continued to scour his contacts, reaching out to all the friends and relatives he believed to have a good rapport with him, but the responses were consistently disheartening, with many unable or unwilling to lend even a few thousand. Listening to their various excuses, his heart grew colder. Astonished that those who seemed close in ordinary times would not extend a helping hand in a moment of crisis. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon a lending app, perhaps his sole chance. Hesitantly, his thumb quivered as he opened the application, only to be interrupted by a medical card that appeared in front of his phone. Startled, he looked up to see Yun Shu, her expression earnest. Speaking in a voice as melodious as an angel's descent to earth, "I have already deposited 100,000 into this card. If that proves insufficient, there is an additional 400,000 within. Should the initial amount suffice, you may retain the remaining funds for future needs, perhaps to hire a caregiver for your daughter or to start your own business, enabling you to keep her close. If it still falls short, feel free to call me again." Chapter 32. 5 million received. Yin Shu had not yet received the 5 million reward promised by Zhang Fangyong after 8 years, indicating that Yaya had not yet emerged from danger. She must wait until Yaya's life was no longer at risk to consider her mission complete. She had overheard the doctor's words to Zhang Fangyong and understood his inability to procure such a large sum. Thus, she discreetly arranged for a medical card with 100,000 and also established a bank account nearby, depositing 400,000 into it. She did not feel any anguish parting with this money, for once her task was accomplished, she would receive the promised 5 million. Given Zhang Fangyong's potential for future success, it was evident he possessed considerable capability. Even if he did not pursue a fast-track business, he would likely thrive in other endeavors. She believed in the butterfly effect and trusted in Zhang Fangyong's abilities, hence her willingness to invest. Little did Zhang Fangyong expect that in his moment of utmost helplessness, Yun Shu, whom he had only just met a day prior, would extend her assistance. Were it not for her today, he might not have even known that his daughter had been abducted. Under immense emotional turmoil, Zhang Fangyong, a robust man, found himself with tears welling in his eyes as he gazed into Yun Shu's. In a moment of overwhelming gratitude, he knelt before her, bowing deeply, and choked out, "Benefactor, thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter. Not only did you help me find her, but you also saved her life. I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Zhang Fangyong was acutely aware that he should not accept money from a young girl like Yin Shu. However, he was utterly desperate and profoundly grateful for her timely intervention. Yin Shu was taken aback by Zhang Fangyong's gesture of kneeling, her heart racing as she quickly reached out to help him up. "If you truly wish to show your gratitude, then take this money and ensure a good life for your daughter. Should you ever have aspirations to start a business, feel free to seek my investment. I believe you possess great potential, and as long as you take care of your life, that will be the greatest thanks you can give me." Yun Shu felt compelled to say this, knowing that the 500,000 she provided was merely a fraction of what he would eventually repay her. She could not divulge too much about Zhang Fangyong's future endeavors, but she hoped to ignite a spark of ambition within him, ensuring his future remained bright. Even if he did not achieve monumental success, simply being there for his daughter, Yaya, as she grew up would suffice. Perhaps that was the life he envisioned for himself. When Zhang Fangyong stood up, he was in tears, yet the resolution regarding the money brought him some solace. He had faith that the doctors would do everything in their power to save his daughter, ensuring Yi's safety. As they continued to wait by the door, an elderly police officer and a female officer approached, seemingly having concluded their duties, accompanied by a nervous middle-aged woman and a sobbing little boy. Yun Shu and Zhang Fangyong turned to look at the source of the weeping. Unbeknownst to Yun Shu, Zhang Fangyong's expression turned cold upon recognizing the woman and the boy following the police officers. The elderly officer stepped forward, looking resigned as he addressed Zhang Fangyong. After our investigation, we found that your daughter was indeed taken by this boy and handed over to a trafficker. However, he is too young. And according to the juvenile protection law, we cannot take any action against him. Zhang Fangyong, who had not had the time to ponder this matter previously, was now filled with indignation. How can the juvenile protection law protect a monster like him? If it weren't for our timely discovery today, my daughter might never have returned. Ye is still in danger, and this little boy is the root of all evil. How can you let him go so easily? The woman, originally intending to apologize, felt her anger rise in response to Zhang Fangyong's words. Zhang Fangyong, what do you mean? How can you say my son is the root of all evil? You are heartless. If you hadn't left your daughter in our care, would my son have taken her out? If anyone is to blame, it is you for not watching your own daughter, expecting us to do so. With our busy lives, how could we possibly keep an eye on her, especially when my son is so young? How could he have known that woman was a trafficker? We have come to apologize, which is already a concession on our part. From now on, you shall take care of your daughter. We shall no longer watch over her. Zhang Fangyong had indeed no intention of entrusting his daughter to these individuals again. After this incident, he had seen through this family and resolutely stated, I believe I have treated you well. When your family built your house, I contributed half the funds, and it was agreed that I would have my share. Yet, upon completion, you failed to reserve a room for me because your son desired one for himself. I said nothing then. In recent days, I entrusted my daughter to you, paying a daily fee of 200, even providing for your groceries. My conscience is clear. It is, rather, you who have taken advantage of me repeatedly, referring to my daughter as a deadweight and a burden in front of the child, leading your son to mimic this behavior, even taking my daughter out to give her away. Such a family is better left behind. Initially, the woman felt a twinge of embarrassment at Zhang Fangyong's fervent words, but as he continued, she could not suppress her laughter. If you don't want to be involved, then so be it. Do you think we cherish poor relatives like you? You would do well to remember your words today. Do not come to us for help in your future troubles. After delivering her harsh words, the woman refused to apologize and forcefully took the young boy's hand, departing. The police officers, witnessing this, felt helpless. Despite their anger, they were powerless against the law. The atmosphere among those present was dismal, with only Yun Shu's eyes reflecting a sense of intrigue, curious about the woman's staunch demeanor. She wondered if, once Zhang Fangyong achieved success, this family would not come crawling back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Zhang Fangyong's wish task, successfully earning 5 million in cash. The reward has been deposited into the host's bank account. Please check it. Yun Shu's mind buzzed as the system's voice echoed, and her phone vibrated in response. Checking her phone, she indeed saw the notification of 5 million received, which elevated her spirits further. She smiled at Zhang Fangyong and said, Your daughter has escaped the life-threatening situation. You can rest assured now. Zhang Fangyong looked at Yun Shu with confusion. Then at the closed door, questioning. Miss Yun, the doctor has yet to come out. How do you know my daughter is out of danger? Caught off guard, Yun Shu realized her excitement over the 5 million had led her to reveal the truth prematurely, forgetting that the doctor had not yet appeared. At that moment, the old policeman's phone rang, interrupting the awkwardness. However, when his gaze fell upon the caller ID displaying the name Huoqian, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Puzzled as to why the capable Huoqian from the Special Abilities Bureau would be calling him after all this time. It was from that moment that the old police officer became aware of the existence of a clandestine department within his country, populated entirely by individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Shortly after receiving a phone call, he was approached by agents of the state, who insisted upon his discretion. Thus, for many years, he harbored this matter deep within his heart. He had believed that he and Huoqian would never cross paths again, yet at this moment, an uneasy feeling surged within him. Could there be another extraordinary incident requiring his attention? Without hesitation, he took a few steps away from his surroundings upon answering the call. Wary of eavesdroppers on his conversation with Huoqian, At that moment, Hua Qian stood before the expansive glass window of his office, gazing out at the towering edifices. Recalling a news segment he had just witnessed, I just saw on the news that you uncovered a human trafficking case involving a girl concealed within a suitcase at the station. Is there a woman named Yun Shu accompanying you? Hua Qian had been engaged in paperwork when he sensed another surge of extraordinary energy at Jinwan Station. Intending to rush there, only to find the energy dissipate once more. He kept a vigilant eye on the developments surrounding Jinwan Station and, before long, came across an online post detailing the suitcase incident, complete with photographs of the girl, the female police officer, the old officer, and, notably, Yun Shu. A strong intuition stirred within Hua Qian. He was certain that Yun Shu was the individual he sought. To be prudent, he decided to confirm this with the old officer. The old officer, equally impressed by Yun Shu, exclaimed upon learning of Hua Qian's acquaintance with her, "Director Hua, is Miss Yun part of your bureau? I knew there was something remarkable about this young lady. Her sixth sense has enabled us to locate the traffickers. Had it relied solely on our investigation, we would not have resolved this case so swiftly." The sixth sense? Hua Qian mused, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Yet he had gleaned the answers he sought from the old officer. "Thank you. I shall reward her for her efforts." He did not deny Yun Shu's identity, wishing to avoid excessive explanation. After ending the call, he dialed Chang Biao's number. Before long, a frantic voice came through the line. "Boss, what is the situation? Have you discovered a new ability user? Is the one at the station indeed the Yun Shu we've been monitoring?" Pondering the various coincidences surrounding his interactions with Yun Shu, Hua Qian had formed several conclusions yet refrained from making any hasty assertions. "Do you recall the year I mistakenly identified an ordinary person as an ability user and divulged the affairs of our bureau to him, subsequently inviting him to join us? What transpired after that?" Chang Biao paused, recalling that fateful year, feeling a chill run down his spine. That must have been a decade ago. At that time, you sensed the presence of an ability user and approached him with the offer to join the bureau. He was quite enthusiastic, but after entering it, he became overwhelmed by the extraordinary nature of our world and ended up filming us, sharing it online. At that time, there was considerable discourse online. And only then did the nation realize that we had misidentified the individual. It took immense effort to erase the collective memory, depleting much of our bureau's resources. Meanwhile, you were afflicted with a persistent fever during this misidentification. Had it not been for Lord Hua's discovery of a remedy, it is likely that you would not have survived. Since that incident, Hua Qian has approached the search for extraordinary individuals with heightened caution. He would never disclose even a word regarding the special bureau in the presence of others unless he possessed absolute certainty. However, the coincidences surrounding Yun Shu are striking. Her presence is invariably noted wherever new extraordinary individuals emerge, leading me to believe that this time, we should not err. Chang Biao pondered, stroking his chin. Filled with curiosity, what exactly is Yun Shu's extraordinary ability? Why does it seem to manifest inconsistently? If she were to join the special bureau, what contributions could she possibly make for the nation? If her ability proves to be of no use, would it not be a waste to pay her such a substantial salary each month? Hua Qian regarded these matters as premature. The nature of Yun Shu's ability could only be ascertained once her identity was confirmed. For now, his priority was to devise a means to keep Yun Shu close to him. This way, when her extraordinary traits next surface, he would be the first to recognize them. He must directly perceive the existence of her abilities before he could divulge the existence of the special bureau. He could not afford a repeat of the events from years past. With his grandfather still in a comatose state, and the burden of locating the ring and his grandfather's foretold destined individual weighing heavily upon him, he could not risk any losses this time. He simply could not gamble. Perhaps I could initially recruit Yun Shu into the company to keep her by my side. As long as we spend ample time together, I would be able to sense any fluctuations of extraordinary abilities within her at the first opportunity. At that moment, I would be able to confirm with absolute certainty that Yun Shu is indeed an extraordinary individual. This was the best plan Hua Qian could conceive. Though enlisting Yun Shu would not come without its challenges, Chang Biao found this approach quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Yet he harbored doubts. What if we bring her into the company and discover she is not an extraordinary individual? Would we then dismiss her? Hua Qian continued to gaze ahead, as if resolute. If Yun Shu turns out not to be extraordinary, she shall simply be treated as a regular employee, perform well, and she will receive a raise, perform poorly, and she will be dismissed. But what if she is extraordinary? If she truly is, frequent missions would preclude her from maintaining a position within your company. Chang Biao became conflicted. He genuinely hoped Yunshu possessed extraordinary abilities. Driven by a curiosity about the nature of new powers and the desire for a new colleague. The mere thought of Yunshu possibly being an extraordinary individual stirred an inexplicable excitement within Hua Qian, yet his tone remained steady. If she is, naturally, she would be allowed to enter the special bureau, resigning from the Hua Group, at which point she would likely find the Hua Group's offerings rather trifling. Chang Biao believed that Hua Qian's method was the least risky and wholeheartedly supported it. With newfound confidence, Hua Qian entrusted the matter to Xun Bin for handling. At Jinhai People's Hospital, half an hour after Yunshu received her reward, the door finally swung open. Zhang Fangyong almost immediately rushed out, anxiously approaching the doctor. Doctor, how is my daughter? Chapter 34. Who would still work after striking it rich? The doctor removed his mask and, observing the frantic Zhang Fangyong, wasted no time in getting to the point. The treatment has been very effective. Her temperature has returned to normal, and her legs have been saved. However, the stone that had momentarily lifted from Zhang Fangyong's heart quickly sank again upon hearing the doctor's caveat. However, the little girl is still quite young and has endured such traumatic experiences. There will undoubtedly be lingering psychological scars. As parents, you must closely monitor her mental state moving forward. If necessary, professional psychological counseling is essential. You should spend more time with her. Zhang Fangyong had indeed contemplated this issue. After everything that had transpired, he could never again entrust his daughter to someone else. He had also considered that if he were to drive, he wouldn't be able to care for her properly. He found merit in Yunshu's suggestion. He could use the 400,000 to open a small shop, allowing him to keep her close. His culinary skills were exceptional, and with that sum, he could embark on a promising new beginning, filling him with anticipation for the future. Yunshu, attentively listening to the doctor's words, believed that if Tang Daiman could develop the happiness pills, Yaya's situation could be resolved in no time. She felt immense joy at the transformation in Zhang Fangyong's fate and found profound significance in the wish system, as it not only changed her own life, but also the lives of many others. As she reveled in the joy of altering others' destinies, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon checking, she was surprised to see it was a call from Xun Bin. She was puzzled, wondering why Hua Qian's assistant would suddenly reach out to her. Could it be that something had happened to the elderly Hua? Feeling a pang of guilt over Hua's continued unconsciousness, she quickly answered the call. Xun Bin's formal tone resonated through the line. Hello, Miss Yun. I am Xun Bin, the executive assistant to the president of Hua Corporation. Due to your outstanding abilities, our company wishes to offer you a position as assistant to President Hua, responsible for handling various tasks assigned by him. We are prepared to offer a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Please consider this proposal seriously. As Yunshu absorbed this information, her mind raced, pondering why Hua Qian would suddenly want to hire her as his assistant. Was it because he had learned of her job search after resigning a few days ago and sought to place her in his company? I must say, Hua Qian is truly an exceptional individual, distinctly different from the domineering protagonists depicted in the novel she has read. This realization fills Yunshu with immense gratitude towards Hua Qian, yet she still declines, stating, I appreciate your trust in me, but I currently have no inclination to commence work. I am confident that you will find someone more suitable for this position. Yunshu reflects on her modest background as an ordinary university graduate, having previously earned a mere 3,000 and now confronted with an offer of 10,000. It is evident that Hua Qian's preferential treatment is glaring. Moreover, having recently fulfilled a couple of system-issued tasks, she has accrued a substantial reward, an amount that would take her a lifetime of labor to earn. At this juncture, her enthusiasm for employment has waned significantly. The allure of leisurely enjoyment, coupled with the occasional task to meet minor goals, seems far more appealing. Her current mindset is that she has already struck it rich overnight. Who would want to return to the grind? Besides, aside from her grandfather, there are no pressing issues to conceal. Xun Bin, however, did not anticipate Yunshu's refusal. After all, this position boasts a high salary with minimal responsibilities, and considering that Yunshu is not a graduate from a prestigious institution, being personally appointed by Hua Qian as an assistant is a privilege that many can only dream of, as this task has been entrusted directly by Hua Qian. Xun Bin is eager to see it through and is not in haste for an answer. He continues, Miss Yun, please do not be so quick to decline. Take the evening to contemplate, and provide me with your response by tomorrow morning. With that, he terminates the call, leaving Yunshu somewhat bemused. Glancing at the clock, she realizes it is past 4 in the afternoon, her usual time to return home. At this moment, the corridor is deserted save for herself and Zhang Fangong. As the two policemen departed after the elder officer concluded his call, she raises her gaze to Zhang Fangong, who is still waiting at the entrance, and approaches him. Brother Yong, I believe I shall take my leave now. I've added you on WeChat. Please feel free to reach out if you require any assistance. Zhang Fangong is filled with profound gratitude towards Yun Shu, perceiving her as a savior who has not only offered him hope in the present, but also in the future. His eyes glisten with emotion as he earnestly nods. Yun Shu, I cannot thank you enough. Your kindness will remain etched in my heart, and I shall strive diligently. Once I am capable, I will surely repay you. Yun Shu smiles, confident that Zhang Fangong will succeed. And the 500,000 he promises in the future is the best form of gratitude. After bidding farewell to Zhang Fangong, she hails a taxi outside the hospital and returns to the villa. Upon her arrival, she cannot shake the feeling that the atmosphere in the villa is unusually heavy. As she steps inside, she finds her grandfather seated on the sofa, lost in thought, exuding an air of despondency. A pang of concern strikes Yun Shu as she observes her grandfather's forlorn demeanor. She quickly approaches him, asking, Grandpa, what is the matter? You seem to be in low spirits. Upon hearing Yun Shu's return, Yun Jin quickly wiped away his tears, avoiding eye contact as he said, No. Grandpa is not in a bad mood. Since Shu is back, I'll go prepare dinner. Today, I happen to have made chicken soup to nourish you. Yun Shu did not miss the sight of her grandfather drying his tears, feeling as though she were submerged in water, struggling to breathe. Grandpa, what is truly the matter? Has someone been bullying you? Or are you simply uncomfortable living in the city? Yun Jin shook his head, his eyes reddened as he gazed at Yun Shu. Unable to restrain himself any longer, I made chicken soup for lunch, worried that you might be eating unhealthy takeout at work. I intended to pack a portion for you and had Xiao Pang call a cab to deliver it to your office. However, upon arriving at your company, I discovered that you had already resigned. Yun Shu's heart sank once more. She had hoped to keep this matter concealed for a while longer, never anticipating that her grandfather would learn the truth so soon. Her lips moved, but she found herself at a loss for an excuse. Yun Jin continued, expressing his concern. Sure, if work is too exhausting, you should rest at home. I've given it some thought. Since your classmate has offered us their villa to stay in, we shouldn't accept their guardianship fee. I am capable of working, whether it be making sweet potato flour for city dwellers or crafting bamboo chairs. I believe the city folk would appreciate that. Yun Shu felt a pang of guilt regarding the 10,000 yuan guardianship fee given by her classmate. And with her current unemployment, she knew her grandfather must be worried. She could not bear to see him, at his advanced age, still struggling for a living, and soon formulated a plan. Chapter 35. The changing relationship between Yun Shu and Hua Qian. Yun Shu understood that her grandfather had toiled all his life, and the sudden loss of his livelihood must have left him anxious. She quickly reassured him, No, Grandpa. The reason I resigned from that company is that another larger firm has recruited me, offering a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, whereas I was earning only 3,000 at the small company. A sensible person would know which opportunity to choose. Yun Jin, upon hearing this, looked at Yun Shu intently, uncertainly asking, Is what you say true? Yun Shu nodded affirmatively. Noticing his lingering skepticism, she took her phone from her pocket and dialed Shinbin, putting it on speaker mode. The call was answered almost instantly. It seemed he had anticipated her purpose for calling. He spoke first. Miss Yun, have you made a decision? Will you be joining our company? Yun Shu was taken aback by Shun Bin's promptness, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face as she responded, Yes. I have made up my mind. I will report to the company tomorrow morning. After ending the call, Yun Shu continued to look at Yun Jin, raising an eyebrow. Grandpa, do you believe me now? The person I just called is the executive assistant to the president of Hua Corporation, who personally invited me to work there. That is one of the top companies in all of Huagua, far superior to the small company I previously worked for. Upon witnessing Yun Jin's exceptional demeanor, Yun Shu felt a weight lift from her heart, and she couldn't help but give a resounding thumbs up to her grandfather. My dear Shuer is truly remarkable. Come, let us dine and see what delectable treats your grandfather has prepared for you. Seeing her grandfather's faith in her brought a sense of relief to Yun Shu. However, she still needed to devise a plan to convince him that the villa could yield a monthly income of 10,000 yuan. Otherwise, he might feel compelled to seek employment. She understood well that elderly individuals often find it challenging to remain idle. It seemed she would have to enlist Jiang Yangyang to impersonate one of her classmates. That very evening, Yun Shu contacted Jiang Yangyang, requesting her to make a call to Yun Jin, adhering to the script she provided. Although Jiang Yanong was unaware of Yunshu's motives, she was more than willing to assist her friend in resolving the issue. Following Yunshu's instructions, Jiang Yanong earnestly implored her grandfather to take good care of the villa, framing it as a job, emphasizing that 10,000 yuan was but a trifling sum for her. Perhaps due to Jiang Yangyang's sincere tone, Yin grasped her genuine desire for them to oversee the villa and ultimately nodded in gratitude, assuring her that he would diligently manage the property, vowing to impress her upon her return. Seeing this, Yunshu felt a surge of happiness. Yet she had already resolved that once her bank balance increased, she would embark on her entrepreneurial journey. At that point, she would possess the means to assert that she had acquired the villa, and her grandfather would readily believe her. Sometimes, there simply was no alternative. They had endured poverty for too long, and a sudden windfall might raise suspicions. It was imperative to progress steadily, step by step. After resolving all matters, Yunshu enjoyed a restful night's sleep, free from dreams. The following morning, in preparation for her reporting to the Hua Corporation, she selected the most professional suit from her wardrobe. It was the same one she had purchased for 200 yuan during her last interview. Though its quality now appeared subpar, it seemed she would need to find time to acquire more suitable attire. Yunshu hailed a taxi at the entrance, arriving punctually at Hua Corporation. Upon her arrival, she noticed Shenbin waiting for her downstairs, which surprised her, prompting her to rush over. Shenbin, relieved to see Yunshu had indeed arrived, resumed a formal demeanor. I will now take you to meet President Hua, who will assign your specific responsibilities. Yunshu nodded obediently, following closely behind Shenbin. As they walked, a crucial thought struck Yunshu. She hurried to catch up with Shenbin, whispering beside him. Assistant Shun, may I ask if it's possible to take leave during work hours, as I often have numerous commitments? I assure you it won't hinder my performance, and I am amenable to a lower salary. Her primary concern was that the system might frequently issue urgent tasks with tight deadlines, and if she were at work, it would undoubtedly impede progress. Sometimes, a mere minute's delay could lead to a client regretting their decision for a lifetime, which was part of the reason she had hesitated to come to work the previous day. Shenbin cast a curious glance at Yunshu, surprised by her unexpected question. He shook his head, saying, It's not my place to manage your affairs, and I'm not entirely sure. You can inquire with President Hua for specifics. However, I believe the likelihood of frequent absences is rather slim. Yunshu felt a sense of despair wash over her. It seemed she had unwittingly entangled herself in a troublesome situation, and all she could do was take it one step at a time. Shenbin escorted Yunshu from the first floor to the 9th, and as they traversed the corridor on the 9th floor, a group of colleagues spotted Shin leading a stranger towards the president's office, and they craned their necks in curiosity. This was the first time they had seen Shin with a woman, igniting a fervent fire of gossip within the department. Immediately, someone inquired, Wow, Shin is accompanied by a stunning woman. Who could she be? Is she perhaps the president's new secretary? A colleague in the know mysteriously shook his head, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. Yesterday, as I was leaving, I overheard Shun on the phone with a Miss Yun, mentioning that the president specifically wished to recruit her as an assistant. I suspect this woman might indeed be Miss Yun. Upon hearing this, the astonishment among the others was palpable. The president personally recruited her? Goodness, what treatment is that? It seems this Miss Yun has an extraordinary background. We should all be cautious. Unbeknownst to Yunshu, who was quietly following Shenbin, the murmurs of speculation surrounded her as they soon arrived at the president's office. Shenbin knocked on the door, and upon receiving the invitation to enter, he ushered Yunshu inside. Throughout the encounter, Shin maintained a composed demeanor, respectfully announcing, President Hua, Miss Yun has arrived for her assignment. The specific arrangements are now in your capable hands. With that, Shenbin took his leave, ensuring to close the door behind him. Although Yunshu had met Hua Qian several times before, those encounters had been in relaxed settings. Now, in the serious atmosphere of the office, and with the dynamic of superior and subordinate, she felt a formidable aura emanating from him that rendered her momentarily speechless. Hua Qian lifted his gaze from the contract he was reviewing, glanced at Yunshu, and said coolly, I'm busy. Please have a seat over there. Yunshu responded with a soft "oh," refraining from further conversation. She surveyed the minimalist office and soon spotted a sofa, making her way towards it. However, upon noticing the items on the coffee table in front of the sofa, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 36. Hua Qian always protects Yunshu before her lay an exquisite fruit platter adorned with strawberries, bananas, nectarines, and plums, common seasonal fruits, each meticulously washed, as if to welcome a distinguished guest. Yunshu turned to glance at Hua Qian, who was diligently working, and was taken aback to discover that this imposing man had such a fondness for fruit. Her thought had barely settled when Hua Qian's calm voice casually broke the silence. Feel free to indulge in the fruit on the table. I'll be reviewing the contract for a while longer. If you can't wait, you may also occupy yourself with your phone. Yunshu gazed at Hua Qian in surprise, momentarily unsure whether she had come to work or merely to visit. However, observing Hua Qian's unwavering focus, she chose not to inquire further, quietly settling onto the sofa without interrupting him. Initially, she managed to glance around without disturbing him, but after half an hour, boredom crept in, prompting her to nibble on a few pieces of fruit. An hour later, fatigue prompted a yawn, and she glanced again at Hua Qian. Noticing he remained diligently engaged in his work, she blinked vigorously in an attempt to stave off drowsiness. Sighing in resignation as curiosity flickered in her mind, was her sole task today merely to sit idly and still earn her daily wage? Ultimately, Yunshu could no longer resist and retrieved her phone to pass the time. During this interval, Hua Qian occasionally glanced up at her, sensing that while she remained by his side, there was no hint of any supernatural energy emanating from her, so he returned to his work. He hadn't yet formulated a plan for her tasks. He merely understood that to ascertain whether she possessed any extraordinary abilities, he needed to keep her close. Ideally never apart. This way, should any unusual energy manifest, he would be the first to notice. However, after 2 hours, there was still no trace of any supernatural aura surrounding Yunshu. As the third hour approached, the doorbell of Hua Qian's office rang, and he simply called, "Come in." Upon hearing the commotion, Yunshu straightened her posture and quickly set her phone aside, wary of being discovered playing on her device throughout the morning. The office door swung open, and before she could see the visitor, she felt the approach of several imposing footsteps. When the figures finally came into view, Yunshu instinctively widened her eyes, her heart skipping a beat in inexplicable fear. The newcomers were none other than Hua Qian's father and a host of relatives, each wielding considerable influence within the company. As soon as Hua Qian entered, his scrutinizing gaze fell upon Yunshu, and he let out a cold snort. Addressing Hua Qian with irritation, he exclaimed, "You little rascal. The moment I stepped into the company, I heard others mention you hired a female assistant who has been cooped up in your office all morning. I expected you had recruited someone of merit, but instead, it's this troublemaker who has left your grandfather in a coma. What on earth were you thinking?" Upon seeing the group enter, Hua Qian had already set aside his work, intending to send Yunshu away, but before he could speak, Hua Cheng had already taken the lead. Hua Qian's expression grew colder, frustration bubbling within him as he disregarded Hua Cheng and turned back to Yunshu, saying, "Yunshu, please find Shinbin. He will take you to familiarize yourself with the company cafeteria. After you've eaten, return to report." Yunshu realized that Hua Qian did not wish for her to participate in the unfolding situation. Beyond her gratitude towards him, a sense of guilt loomed larger. She had not anticipated that even after consuming the 100 elimination pill, old Master Hua remained in a state of unconsciousness, with even the system unable to ascertain the cause. She understood that Hua Qian was quite anxious about this matter, yet he consistently shielded her from it. At this moment, she refrained from adding to his troubles, merely nodding before striding away. As she departed, she closed the door behind her, choosing not to eavesdrop on the ensuing conversation. She was acutely aware that even if she lingered to listen, the words would likely be unkind and could dampen her spirits. It was better to embrace a moment of delightful ignorance. Once assured of Yunshu's departure, Hua Qian could no longer contain his fury. Even in the presence of his father and uncles, a glint of ferocity flickered in his gaze. "I shall warn you once more. My grandfather's unconsciousness has nothing to do with Yunshu," he asserted vehemently. "The doctor has confirmed that the symptoms of uremia have vanished, indicating that the medicine she provided is devoid of any flaws. The reasons for my grandfather's state lie elsewhere. Should any of you dare to utter another word against Yunshu, do not expect my mercy." Hua Qian was not intent on severing familial ties. Rather, he was resolute in his belief that Yunshu's medicine posed no issues. He could not fathom how it was that, despite both grandfathers consuming similar pills, Yunshu's grandfather had fully recovered while his remained in a coma. The doctor had previously attributed the outcome to his grandfather's constitution, asserting that once he awoke, all would return to normal. Hua Cheng, witnessing Hua Qian's defiance for the sake of a woman, was instantly consumed by rage, his weathered face flushed with indignation. "You insolent brat! Do you still recognize me as your father? If you do, expel that woman at once." She is but an ordinary university graduate, lacking any remarkable ability. What right does she have to work for the Hua family? The other uncles quickly joined in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, what school did this Yunshu graduate from? A simple inquiry would reveal all. If word spreads that someone so unremarkable could enter our company and even become your assistant, what will others think? Xiao Qian, heed your uncle's advice. A man of your caliber can have any woman he desires. Why are you so bewitched by Yunshu? She possesses only a modicum of beauty. Neither her family background nor her abilities hold any merit. Such a woman is unworthy of you and will never cross the threshold of the Hua family. As their remarks spiraled into absurdity, Hua Qian chose not to further explain himself. During his grandfather's illness, he had lost all patience for these discussions. I shall reiterate, I was raised by my grandfather and share no emotional bond with any of you. Now that my grandfather has entrusted the management of the Hua group to me, I alone hold the authority over Yunshu's fate. Whether she stays or leaves is my decision. And that applies to all of you as well. If you cannot tend to your own affairs and seek to meddle in mine, then there is no need for you to remain. Hua Qian's words were crystal clear. Any discerning individual could grasp the implication. If they wished to remain within the company, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling, particularly regarding Yunshu. This revelation caused several uncles to concede defeat once more. Hua Cheng, eager to interject, was swiftly silenced by the others, who whispered, Xiao Qian harbors no genuine feelings for you. It would be wise to speak no further. This approach is futile. We must devise another plan. In a moment of frustration, Hua Cheng's mind sparked with an intriguing idea. Chapter 37. The emergence of Yunshu's abilities. Unbeknownst to Yunshu, events in the office were unfolding without her awareness. Upon returning from the cafeteria, she carried the work meal that Shenbin had specifically instructed her to deliver to Hua Qian. As Shenbin had mentioned, Hua Qian often became so engrossed in his work that he neglected to eat, relying on them to provide sustenance. This realization illuminated for Yunshu why the domineering CEOs depicted in novels often suffered from gastric ailments. It was a consequence of their hunger. Arriving at the door of the president's office, Yunshu passed by the adjacent secretarial office, where she caught a glimpse of Hua Cheng seemingly engaged in conversation with one of the secretaries. However, their voices were too muted for her to decipher. Casting a cursory glance in their direction, Yunshu didn't linger, instead gently knocking on the door before entering. Upon seeing Yunshu return, Hua Qian set down his pen, perplexed by her apparent lack of any emerging abilities, and concerned that the earlier incident might have dampened her spirits. In an ostensibly casual manner, he remarked, You needn't dwell on what transpired earlier. Those individuals lack any real authority within the company. Even if they urge you to act, you are under no obligation to comply. Yunshu realized that Hua Qian was defending her and offered a sincere smile. Thank you, Mr. Hua. I assure you I will be fine. But her hesitation prompted Hua Qian to lift his gaze toward her. Is there an issue? Placing the work meal on Hua Qian's desk, Yunshu met his curious eyes and, with a slight bite of her lip, confessed softly. It's just that I have never worked as a president's assistant before and am unsure of what is expected of me. I have spent the entire morning on my phone. Yunshu felt quite embarrassed. What assistant enjoyed such a leisurely experience? Hua Qian had indeed invited her to remain by his side to observe whether she would exhibit any signs of possessing extraordinary abilities. But he had not formulated a specific task for her. Now, witnessing her discomfort, he recognized that Yunshu was not one to shy away from hard work. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 2 documents and presented them to her. Stating in a serious tone, Here are 2 proposals submitted by the planning department concerning beauty product promotions. Please compare them and determine which is superior. Select one for me and provide your rationale. Upon hearing that the task pertained to marketing, Yunshu's interest was piqued. After all, her studies in university revolved around this very subject, and her previous job was similarly related. She accepted the 2 documents, settled onto a nearby sofa, and began to diligently analyze and compare them. Upon witnessing the situation, Hua Qian realized that he had overlooked a significant detail. He had forgotten to arrange an office desk for Yunshu. However, Yunshu was unconcerned and swiftly immersed herself in a serious work mode. She opened the first document, which contained an operational plan for a beauty product, aiming to enlist a celebrity with a broad fan base as a spokesperson. Notably, it was mentioned that the contact information of a particularly popular star's assistant was available, thereby increasing the likelihood of successful engagement. As Yunshu scanned the 2 lines of additional notes, a slight frown creased her brow, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. Subsequently, She opened another document, and at a mere glance, she was captivated by the initial visual presented. It was a meticulously crafted 4-panel graphic showcasing 4 women of varying styles: elderly, youthful, plump, and slender. The sole commonality among them was that they all wore the same shade of lipstick and radiated bright, confident smiles. This image profoundly impacted Yunshu, compelling her gaze to descend to the explanatory text above, which conveyed the essence of the proposal. There was no need for a celebrity endorsement. Instead, inviting several women of distinctly different styles to don the company's newly developed lipstick would showcase diverse beauty and attract a wide array of women. After reviewing the second proposal, Yunshu felt a sense of satisfaction, setting the document down and looking up at Hua Qian. Hua Qian, perceptively attuned to Yunshu's expression, inquired with curiosity, "Have you reached a conclusion?" Yunshu nodded affirmatively and promptly returned both documents to Hua Qian's desk, stating earnestly, "Between these 2 proposals, I believe the one by Wu Wei is superior. Her plan effectively achieves the goal of attracting diverse women. Our fundamental purpose in the beauty industry is to appeal to women. Relying solely on a celebrity for endorsement would only engage a segment of that star's fan base. However, if we can enlist various everyday women of different styles to represent our brand, we would successfully attract a broader spectrum of female consumers. Therefore, I find Wu Wei's proposal more compelling." Before Hua Qian had the chance to review the proposals in detail, he had casually glanced at them while Yunshu analyzed the content, quickly grasping her perspective. He acknowledged her input with a brief sound of affirmation and promptly called Shinbin. Within less than a minute of Hua Qian hanging up the phone, Shinbin entered the office. Hua Qian handed both proposals to Shinbin and stated in a grave tone, "Inform the planning department that the company has chosen Wu Wei's proposal for the new lipstick line, and instruct the marketing team to immediately seek out diverse women to photograph the visuals." Shinbin accepted the documents, uttering no further words, and strode out decisively. Yunshu, taken aback by Hua Qian's swift decision, remarked, "Mr. Hua, I merely offered my perspective based on my own viewpoint. It may not necessarily be feasible. Shouldn't you contemplate it further?" Hua Qian had resumed his position, yet this time, as he regarded Yunshu, his gaze was imbued with a touch of admiration. "Your analytical skills are commendable. I often find myself inundated with documents. Henceforth, your role will be to sift through a plethora of proposals and select the most suitable one, elucidating your reasoning. This will significantly save me time." Yunshu, initially believing her contributions to be minimal, was pleasantly surprised by such affirming encouragement from him, leaving her somewhat bashful. However, this was indeed within her realm of expertise, and given her substantial remuneration from Hua Qian, she readily acquiesced. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, curiosity sparked within her, prompting her to inquire, "Mr. Hua, will I have my own office in the future? Surely, I cannot remain in your office every day." Hua Qian raised an eyebrow, revealing that he indeed harbored such intentions, nodding in response. "Tomorrow, I will have Assistant Shen at a desk in the office. You will share the space with me, which will facilitate any matters I wish to discuss with you." What Hua Qian articulated were merely pretexts. His true desire was to maintain proximity to Yunshu. This way, should she exhibit any fluctuations indicative of possessing extraordinary abilities, he would be poised to detect them at once and ascertain their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Yunshu's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of sharing an office with Hua Qian sent her into a frenzy of panic. If she were to share an office with him, it would mean that her work hours would be devoid of leisure, leaving no room for distraction or indulgence in her phone. Furthermore, should the system issue an urgent task, taking a leave would become considerably more daunting. Most importantly, she had overheard staff gossiping about her being Hua Qian's specially appointed assistant. If word spread that she was sharing an office with him, she could only imagine the wild rumors that would ensue. Perhaps Hua Qian's relatives would seize the opportunity to trouble her when he was oblivious. The mere thought of this scenario sent a shiver down her spine. Hua Qian, however, remained unfazed by such trivialities. Glancing at the time, he deemed the day's work complete and looked at Yunshu. "It is nearly time. You may head home now. Be sure to report to the office by 8 tomorrow." Yunshu simply nodded. Having spent an entire day in Hua Qian's company, she felt nearly suffocated and was eager to depart. The moment she exited the president's office, the air that met her felt liberating. Even though the surrounding offices were still charged with a bustling atmosphere, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As she continued her brisk departure, she instinctively halted when she approached the planning department, drawn by the sound of an escalating argument within. "Did Mr. Hua truly examine my proposal? I wish to invite the most sought-after celebrity at present." This star is someone numerous companies yearn to engage, and I happen to possess the contact information of their assistant. How could Mr. Hua possibly opt for my proposal over that of intern Wu Wei? A discontented male voice was venting his grievances, deliberately raising his volume, as if to ensure that Wu Wei could hear him clearly. Sitting in the corner, Wu Wei was taken aback that her proposal as an intern had been selected by General Manager Hua, and she was currently enveloped in boundless joy. However, upon being reprimanded by the man, she quickly masked her delight, lowering her head to diminish her presence. Yun Shu rolled her eyes in exasperation, finally grasping why she felt uncomfortable upon reading the first proposal, yet found the second one strikingly impressive. Indeed, it often seemed that only women could truly understand other women, and she believed that once this proposal was successfully promoted, their company's beauty line would ascend to new heights. Just as Yun Shu intended to leave, she was intercepted by a tall, intellectually poised woman. Yun Shu recognized her as Hui Qian's secretary, primarily responsible for handling matters related to Hui Qian's engagements. Puzzled, she regarded the secretary, unsure of the purpose behind her obstruction. The secretary, with an impassive expression, glanced at Yun Shu before dismissively stating, "I am Zhao Manor, secretary to General Manager Hua. He has instructed me to bring you tomorrow morning at 6 to find suitable individuals for this proposal. Please provide me with an address, and I will collect you at 6. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu sensed something amiss. Wasn't he finding suitable individuals the responsibility of the marketing department? Why was it necessary for them to do this? Moreover, did it really need to be so early? Zhao Manor shot Yun Shu a sidelong glance, arms crossed, and coldly replied, "In any case, that is the directive from General Manager Hua. If you doubt it, you may certainly inquire with him. However, I advise you to heed my warning. General Manager Hua despises having his decisions questioned, so it would be wise to comply." Yun Shu indeed wished to seek clarification from Hua Qian, but given that it was her first day at the company, questioning him might not be prudent if this was indeed his decision. Besides, Zhao Manor was merely a secretary and likely wouldn't dare to miscommunicate. She resolved to proceed cautiously. The following morning, Zhao Manor appeared near Yun Shu's villa as promised. As Yun Shu settled into the passenger seat, Zhao Manor scrutinized the surroundings and curiously inquired, "Do you live here?" Yun Shu nodded affirmatively, fastening her seatbelt and responding, "I just moved in not long ago." "Is there a problem?" Zhao Manor withdrew her inquisitive gaze, shaking her head. She was well aware that the residents in this vicinity were either affluent or prestigious, and this revelation sparked her curiosity about Yun Shu's background, causing her heart to flutter with uncertainty. Due to waking up so early, Yun Shu felt drowsy throughout the journey. She had assumed their early departure was to seek elderly participants, as older individuals typically rise early. However, Yun Shu soon sensed something amiss. It appeared that Zhao Manor was not heading towards a populated area. Instead, the scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, with barren land stretching endlessly, devoid of any human presence, as though they had entered a remote mountain forest. Noticing this, Yun Shu straightened her posture and inquired curiously, "Secretary Zhao, where are we headed? Why is the road outside so deserted?" Zhao Manor glanced at the surroundings, urgently pressed the brake, and began to panic. "Indeed, where is this? Have I taken a wrong turn? Yu Shu, could you please step out and check if there's a road ahead? If there is, I will continue forward." Yun Shu looked at the towering weeds before them, momentarily lost in thought, and replied somewhat helplessly, "Secretary Zhao, it's evident that the area ahead is uninhabited. If I were in your position, I would simply turn around and leave." Seeing Yu Shu remain motionless, Zhao Manor grew anxious about her own intentions, hurriedly exited the vehicle, circled to Yun Shu's side, opened the passenger door, and pulled her down with urgency. Startled, Yu Shu barely had time to question her before witnessing Zhao Manor swiftly return to the car, starting the engine and reversing away. Realizing she had been left behind so abruptly, Yun Shu understood she had been outmaneuvered by Zhao Manor. Surrounded by barren land with no one in sight, she was uncertain of Zhao Manor's intentions and instantly heightened her vigilance. She wanted to reach for her phone to call for help, only to remember that her bag was still in Zhao Manor's car. Soon, she recalled seeing Ho Qian's father speaking with someone at the secretary's office when she returned from the cafeteria yesterday. Putting the pieces together, she realized this was all part of Ho Qian's scheme. Clearly, Ho Qian's father had gone to great lengths to prevent her from working at the Ho Group. However, their methods seemed rather extreme. After turning the car around, Zhao Manor, confirming that Yun Shu's bag and phone remained in the vehicle, sighed with relief and immediately contacted Ho Chang. "Mr. Ho, I have brought Yunshu to the location you specified as per your instructions. What happens next is up to you. Upon concluding her message, she silently apologized to Yunshu, reasoning that it was not entirely her fault. It was Yunshu who had obstructed her path. Chapter 39, Genetic Modification Serum. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the previous day when Shinbin had brought Yunshu into Ho Qian's office. A profound sense of crisis had enveloped her mind, fearing that Yunshu's presence would disrupt her meticulously laid plans. She had developed feelings for Ho Qian, and from the moment she joined the Ho group, her ambition had been to win his heart. Having read numerous novels about domineering CEOs and their secretaries, she was aware that such relationships often blossomed into narratives of romance. Yet, before her own story could even commence, it had been interrupted by Yunshu. Yesterday at noon, Mr. Ho's father approached her, expressing his clear affection for Ho Qian. As Ho Qian's father, he hoped for her union with him rather than with Yunshu. Hu Qing warned her that Yunshu was not a virtuous individual. Initially, she had manipulated circumstances to plunge the elder Hui into a state of unconsciousness. And now she had somehow ensnared Hu Qian into employing her as his assistant. In Hu Qing's words, it was highly probable that Hu Qian had developed feelings for Yunshu, a development that boded ill for both the Hu family and herself. Therefore, cooperation was imperative. Hu Qing wished for her to bring Yunshu to a secluded location that very morning, where he would orchestrate a scheme to intimidate Yunshu into resigning from Hu's company. He also intended to threaten her so that she would never again appear before Hu Qian, making her acutely aware that associating with him was perilous. The secretary glanced at the time. It was only 7 in the morning, and she would arrive back at the company by 8. Meanwhile, Yunshu found herself in this desolate area, utterly isolated, her phone left in her car, rendering escape nearly impossible. Upon her return to the office, she would promptly inform Hu Qian that Yunshu had called her personally to announce her resignation. Coupled with Hu Qing's threats, the timid young woman would undoubtedly be frightened into resigning, thus liberating the secretary from any future intimidation. At that moment, Yunshu surveyed the towering reeds around her, truly feeling abandoned and helpless. Just as she was about to call upon the system to inquire about possible solutions, it issued a new task. Ding. A new wish task has been detected. Please accept. Wish Commissioner, Zhuoshisu. Dimension, Interstellar. Wish list, I am Zhuoshisu, the 100th descendant of the Zhuozai's family and a 3rd-generation interstellar immigrant. My grandfather once told me that long ago, we resided on Earth, but due to its devastation, our ancestors were compelled to migrate to our current planet. Historical records indicate that humans on Earth could enjoy fresh vegetables without the need for nutritional supplements, a luxury absent on our planet. Therefore, I wish to exchange our newly developed genetic modification serum for fresh vegetables from Earth. And if you could bring some of your soil as well, I would be immensely grateful. Task issued. Does the host wish to accept? Yunshu scarcely hesitated before accepting. Her curiosity about the newly developed genetic modification serum of the interstellar era was piqued. She wondered whether it might grant her the means to safeguard herself in this precarious situation. She had come to realize that Zhao Manor's sudden decision to bring her to this forsaken place was not merely a scare tactic. Reflecting on the sight of Hu Qing at the secretary's office yesterday, it was clear that the current predicament was a collaboration between Hu Qing and Zhao Manor. Drawing upon her experience with interstellar novels, she hypothesized that the genetic modification serum might indeed enhance physical strength, potentially equipping her to confront the current predicament. However, the desolate landscape around her was devoid of any human habitation, save for reeds and wild grass. Where could she procure fresh vegetables for them? Suddenly, an idea struck Yunshu. She strode purposefully toward the wild grass and knelt down to examine it closely. She recalled her childhood when her grandfather would take her to the mountains each spring to forage for various wild vegetables. Growing up in humble circumstances, wild greens had constituted the bulk of her diet. Moreover, these resilient plants required neither fertilization nor meticulous care, as long as they were provided with soil and sunlight. They thrived independently, perfect for the interstellar populace. Fortuitously, her past experiences with diverse wild vegetables soon bore fruit. As she quickly unearthed a selection of familiar and palatable greens from a tangle of underbrush, remembering the needs of her companions, she cautiously procured a wooden stick and, with great care, extracted the wild vegetables, roots and all. Before long, she had gathered nearly 100 specimens. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, she perceived a rustling sound emanating from the nearby reeds, causing her heart to race with anxiety. She understood that an unfavorable situation was imminent. When several heavy footsteps approached, She swiftly communicated with the system in her mind. System, please distribute these wild vegetables to the interstellar citizens and ascertain whether this fulfills the task. The system promptly complied. Unbeknownst to Yunshu, these wild greens were not merely a staple delicacy of the past. They also held considerable allure for those accustomed to organic produce. The interstellar populace, who had relied on nutrient solutions since birth, were utterly thrilled to witness the vibrant green vegetables, still caked in soil, materializing on their experimental tables. At that moment, Yushu observed her pile of wild greens vanish, replaced by a small vial of blue liquid in her hand. As she grappled with the potential risks of consuming it, she suddenly found herself confronted by 2 or 3 burly men. Upon seeing her, they erupted into sinister laughter. Boss, this little girl is quite adept at hiding. She's made a search everywhere for her. Let us teach her a lesson. Yushu, eyeing the muscular men who could easily end her life with a single blow, stepped back cautiously, regarding them with trepidation. What do you want? Who sent you? The leader of the group clenched his fists, producing a menacing cracking sound as he advanced toward her, threateningly declaring, Little girl, you've crossed the wrong people. After we're done with you today, you'd best resign when you return home. Otherwise, we'll bring you back here daily to beat you until you are incapacitated. With that, he gestured to his 2 accomplices, signaling them to approach and administer a lesson to Yushu. Yunshu immediately comprehended the intent behind Hui Cheng's words. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly consumed a considerable portion of the gene modification serum, feeling as though her very blood was undergoing a purification process. Before she could even ponder the effects of the serum, as the fists of the 2 assailants were about to descend upon her, Yunshu felt as if her body had transformed into an arrow drawn taut, propelling her forward in a swift motion. Chapter 40. Yunshu is no ordinary person. The burly men stood momentarily stunned, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting past them. By the time they regained their senses, Yunshu had already vanished from their sight. It dawned on them that the figure that had surged away with such lightning speed was indeed Yunshu. Was this truly the velocity characteristic of a normal human being? They exchanged glances, each face growing increasingly ashen as the realization struck them that Yunshu might not be an ordinary individual. Had their fists landed upon her? Who could fathom the consequences that would have ensued? Yunshu herself was astonished by her newfound swiftness. Although she could perceive the world around her retreating at an astonishing pace, she felt remarkably steady, as if her presence were anchored in place, unaffected by any dizziness. Could this be the effect of the gene modification serum? Had her speed truly accelerated? Before long, she noticed that her velocity distinctly surpassed that of Zhao Manor's vehicle. Her mind racing back to the direction of her company as she set forth towards it. In the office of the president of Hua Corporation, Hua Qian glanced at the clock. It was already 8 in the morning, yet Yunshu's desk remained devoid of her presence. With a slight furrow of his brow, he mused whether Yunshu would truly be late on only her 2nd day of work. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of a palpable surge of supernatural energy emanating from the southwest direction of Jincheng, and connecting it with Yunshu's absence. He promptly set aside his tasks, preparing to head towards the southwest. However, just as he opened the office door, he found himself face to face with Yunshu, who was about to enter. Hui Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise. According to his analysis, if Yunshu were indeed a supernatural being, she should be in the southwestern area, not here in the office. He sensed the energy once more, and, as expected, it dissipated yet again. Observing the unmistakable disappointment etched across Hui Qian's face, Yunshu initially assumed that he was disheartened by her arrival. Confused, she inquired, Mr. Hua, what troubles you? Are you unhappy to see me at work? Hua Qian's discontent stemmed not from her presence, but from the belief that Yunshu was not the supernatural being he sought, leaving him despondent. He shook his head, stepping back to allow her entry. No. Did you come straight to the company this morning? You didn't go anywhere else? Yunshu had intended to inform Hui Qian of Secretary Zhao's actions, yet she found herself at a loss as to how to explain her earlier arrival compared to Zhao. With a reluctant nod, she replied, Yes, is there an issue? Hui Qian shook his head, indicating that there was no problem, and returned to his desk, lost in thought. Yunshu suddenly realized that Hui Qian had indeed arranged a desk for her in his presidential office, although it was positioned diagonally across from him. Sharing the same office with the highest authority in the company left her feeling quite anxious. Once seated at her new desk, Yunshu witnessed Zhao Manor, breathless and flustered, burst through the office door and rushed towards Hui Qian, exclaiming in a frenzy, President Hua, I just received a call from Yunshu. She claims she is unable to fulfill her duties at the company and has submitted her resignation, stating she wouldn't come in today. Hu Qian, upon hearing Zhao Manner's words, cast her a puzzled glance before slowly shifting his gaze to Yun Shu, regarding her with an expression of intrigue. Yun Shu thought Zhao Manner had left her in the lurch, intending for someone to reprimand her, but to her surprise, there was more to this. Had she not returned today, she would indeed have found herself in a lamentable predicament, and she shrugged helplessly. Zhao Manner quickly sensed something amiss, especially when she noticed Hu Qian's probing gaze directed behind her. She turned back in bewilderment, upon locking eyes with Yun Shu, who wore a half-smile. Zhao Manner's eyes widened in disbelief, as if her pupils might leap from their sockets. She rubbed her eyes in astonishment, glancing back towards Yun Shu, and realized that the figure before her was indeed Yun Shu, not an illusion. But hadn't she left her stranded, without a vehicle or a phone? Relying solely on her own 2 feet, how could she possibly have arrived at the company? Or perhaps, the person before her was not Yun Shu at all, but rather her twin sister? Regardless of the truth, the thought frightened Zhao Manner enough to flee the office in haste. Wait, Secretary Zhao, Yun Shu's calm voice called out from behind, causing Zhao Manner to halt abruptly, turning cautiously to face her, fearful of an ominous revelation. Yun Shu slowly rose from her desk, approached Zhao Manner with a smile, and said meaningfully, Secretary Zhao, when did I ever mention that I wished to resign? Have you forgotten? I arrived at the company in your car this morning, and in my haste earlier, I left my bag and phone in your vehicle. I would appreciate it if you could accompany me downstairs to retrieve them. Hu Qian sensed something was amiss, casting a curious glance between Yun Shu and Zhao Manner. While Yun Shu remained composed, Zhao Manner appeared utterly terrified, her face pale, indicating that there was certainly something fishy about their earlier interactions. Noticing Zhao Manner was still in a daze, Yun Shu turned back to Hu Qian, flashed a smile, and apologized. My apologies, President Hua. I need to accompany Secretary Zhao downstairs to collect my phone. I shall return shortly. Without allowing Zhao Manner a moment to react, Yun Shu firmly grasped her and strode out of the presidential office. Zhao Manner, like a marionette, was dragged along by Yun Shu, passing by the doors of other departments where curious heads peeked out. Everyone is curious as to why Secretary Zhao, who usually carries an air of arrogance, seems as meek as a chick in front of Yun Shu, ignoring the puzzled gazes of those around her. Yun Shu swiftly led Zhao Manner to the underground parking garage on the basement level of the company and brusquely pushed her forward, saying, Find your car and hand me my bag. Zhao Manner, having regained her senses amidst the spectators' curious stares, felt a twinge of fear facing Yun Shu. In her eyes, the fact that Yun Shu could return to the company so swiftly was anything but normal. Now, alone with this extraordinary individual, she realized that if Yun Shu intended to do her harm, she would have no means to resist and could only comply with her demands. Trembling, she quickly located her car and cautiously retrieved Yun Shu's bag from the passenger seat, delicately handing it back to her. However, at that moment, she felt herself being shoved into the passenger seat by Yun Shu, and a sense of dread washed over her. Chapter 41. Hu Qian confirms Yun Shu as an ability user. Zhao Manner watched warily as Yun Shu approached, her throat tightening with anxiety, her voice quivering as she spoke. Yun Shu, what are you planning to do? I warn you not to act recklessly. The underground parking lot has surveillance. As Yun Shu closed the distance, a peculiar smile played on her lips. Lowering her voice menacingly, she threatened, From now on, I will be working in this company. I hope such incidents do not occur again. You stick to your business, and I shall attend to mine. Should you dare to trouble me again, do not blame me for being unkind. Having long despised both schoolyard bullying and workplace harassment, Yun Shu merely wished to maintain a peaceful existence and live her life unobtrusively. Zhao Manner was thoroughly intimidated by Yun Shu, feeling as if death itself were approaching with each step. Terrified, she nodded vigorously, fearing that if she did not comply quickly, her head would be unceremoniously relocated. Seeing Zhao Manner genuinely frightened and having achieved her aim, Yun Shu said nothing more, took the bag, and turned to leave. Simultaneously, she pulled out her phone to check for messages. The first thing she noticed was a message from Tang Dai Man. Miss Yun, the happy pills you provided have been successfully developed by our team. We anticipate that they will be ready for market testing in just a few days. We plan to announce this achievement shortly. Will you have time to attend the launch event for the happy pills? Upon reading this message, Yun Shu felt a surge of genuine joy. It had been exactly a week since she shared the ingredients for the happy pills with Tang Dai Man, and they had managed to identify the necessary components and replicate them in such a short time, far quicker than she had anticipated. Clearly, They had invested considerable effort to achieve this success swiftly, which would allow them to assist more children suffering from depression and support numerous families. This was what brought Yin Shu the greatest happiness and anticipation. In a moment of delight, Yin Shu did not forget to reply to Tang Damon's message. I will definitely go. Even if I have to take leave, I will be there. Yin Shu hoped that the press conference would be held on the weekend, aligning perfectly with the days off, thus sparing her the need to request time off. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing an additional task, assisting Tang Daiman in developing the happiness pill, bringing it to market a decade early, thereby indirectly aiding numerous families. You have earned 10 points, bringing your total to 20. Please continue your efforts. Once your points reach a certain threshold, you can upgrade the system and unlock new functionalities. Upon hearing that she had completed an additional task, Yin Shu felt a surge of excitement. She had initially acted out of a sense of joy, believing that the happiness pill rightfully belonged to Tang Daiman, and thus returned it to her. To her surprise, this act had inadvertently fulfilled an additional task and earned her 10 points. She had already accomplished many wish tasks and received numerous rewards. Yet opportunities to earn points were scarce. She remembered the system's statement to upgrade the system and acquire the ability to actively contact other realms for exchanges. One must accumulate 1,000 points. Currently, she had only 20-something points, making the goal of system upgrade a daunting journey ahead. Nevertheless, this did not dampen Yin Shu's current elation as she hummed a little tune while returning to the president's office. Just as she entered the office, she felt the scrutinizing gaze of Hua Qian upon her. Stopping in her tracks, she realized that Hua Qian was likely curious about Zhao Manor's earlier mention of her resignation. She had no intention of defending Zhao Manor and spoke candidly. Yesterday afternoon, before Zhao Manor left work, she told me that you instructed her to take me to find an ordinary woman this morning. However, she abandoned me in a desolate area. I believe this was orchestrated by your father, Tang. To be honest, I am not particularly attached to this job. If your family disapproves of my working here, perhaps I should leave? Yin Shu felt that since she could become wealthy overnight through the system, there was no need to toil endlessly in this place. She yearned for a sense of freedom. Hua Qian did not respond immediately to her words, his long, elegant fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk while his other hand supported his chin, deep in contemplation. Observing his distracted demeanor, Yin Shu began to doubt the efficacy of her earlier statements, silently pouting as she prepared to turn back to her desk. At that moment, Hua Qian, gazing at her retreating figure as if resolved, inquired, "Did you take Zhao Manor to the basement just now?" Yin Shu halted, turning back to look at Hua Qian, puzzled, and asked, "My phone is in her car. I asked her to take me to retrieve it. Is that a problem?" Upon hearing this response, Hua Qian's certainty intensified as he swiveled his chair, slowly rising to approach Yin Shu step by step. Continuing to question, "You mentioned she left you in a desolate area this morning. Was that area located to the southwest of the company?" Yin Shu pondered for a moment. Sensing that Zhao Manor had indeed headed southwest in the morning, she continued to nod, though perplexed. "How do you know?" Hua Qian's breath hitched as he was on the verge of reaching a conclusion. Yet he pressed on with his inquiry. "You mentioned she abandoned you in the wilderness and left, but you clearly arrived at the company before her. Your phone and bag are still in her car, and there are no taxis in the wilderness. How did you manage that?" Yin Shu was momentarily taken aback. Her earlier intention to report had caused her to overlook this detail. Her gaze shifted, unsure of how to respond. From Yin Shu's responses and her current demeanor, Hua Qian was almost certain that she was the extraordinary individual he sought. However, he remained uncertain about the nature of her abilities, based on the events of the morning. Could it be that her powers resembled Tatel's, granting her extraordinary speed? Hua Qian felt an urgency. With a 98% certainty that Yin Shu was indeed the new extraordinary being, he tentatively asked, "Yin Shu, does your body possess abilities beyond those of ordinary people?" Although phrased as a question, his tone was assertive. From the moment he sensed the aura of an extraordinary individual in the hospital, to seeing Yin Shu in the Jinting Hao Yuan and later in the park, as well as this morning's southwest direction and the recent basement incident, it became increasingly clear that Yin Shu was the person he was searching for. Yin Shu took a step back, startled by Hua Qian's words. Instinctively feeling that he had discovered her secret regarding the binding of the system, which sent her into a panic. Warily observing Hua Qian, she questioned his intent. "What do you mean? What does it mean that I have abilities beyond those of ordinary people?" Hua Qian, noticing her tense and wary expression, realized that his assumptions were correct, and the tension he had been holding in his chest finally eased. Chapter 42. Hua Qian takes Yun Shu to the Special Abilities Bureau. Do not be anxious. Perhaps we are of the same kind. Just tell me, does your body possess abilities that ordinary people do not? For instance, speed exceeding that of an airplane or strength surpassing that of a titan? If so, I wish to take you to a certain place. Yun Shu's mind raced. Speed surpassing that of an airplane? Did Hua Qian know about her consumption of the genetic enhancement serum? He spoke of taking her to a location. Could it be a research facility for genetics? Were they going to study her because of her enhanced speed? Images of herself being repeatedly drawn for blood samples and subjected to various observations flooded her mind, causing her to instinctively retract her neck and step back once more, hastily shaking her head. No, I am perfectly normal. There is nothing extraordinary about me. Hua Qian sensed Yun Shu's apprehension and immediately realized she must have misunderstood something. With a hint of helplessness, he said, "Don't overthink it. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The reason I brought you here was to ascertain certain matters, and now that I have confirmed my suspicions, I believe I can take you to that place." Upon finishing his words, Hua Qian picked up the car keys from the table, preparing to take Yun Shu on their journey. Yun Shu was engulfed in her fear of being subjected to research and vehemently resisted the idea of going out with Hua Qian, shaking her head rapidly. "I think it's perfectly fine to work in the office. There's no need to go out." She would rather be confined to her desk than be taken away for study. She never imagined that Hua Qian, who appeared so respectable on the surface, was secretly engaged in such unseemly activities, wanting to send her off for research. Seeing Yun Shu's fearful expression, Hua Qian could easily discern the source of her dread and burst into laughter. "Rest assured, I do not intend to take you to some organization to dissect you. The place I wish to bring you to is the Special Abilities Bureau." The Special Abilities Bureau? This was the first time Yun Shu had heard of such a name, yet the term was quite self-explanatory, a bureau for individuals with special abilities. However, she remained uncertain about its purpose. Hua Qian nodded, understanding that in order to convince Yun Shu to accompany him to the bureau and confirm her abilities, he needed to gain her trust. Otherwise, it would not be so simple. The Special Abilities Bureau is a governmental agency established specifically for individuals endowed with extraordinary powers. It collects talents with superhuman abilities, such as those with remarkable speed, strength, the ability to summon storms, or even to manipulate objects from a distance, all considered extraordinary individuals. I am also a member of this bureau, and my ability allows me to sense the presence of all individuals with special powers in this world. The reason I am so certain in my inquiry is that I have detected a fluctuation of extraordinary energy within you, which is why I wish to take you to the Special Abilities Bureau for registration. Yun Shu was left bewildered but began to grasp the implications. Essentially, it meant that extraordinary individuals indeed existed in this world, and the government was aware of them, even establishing the Special Abilities Bureau specifically for such individuals. Now, Hua Qian believed she possessed abilities as well and intended to bring her to report to the bureau. However, Yun Shu remained unclear about what she would do there. What was the purpose of the bureau? Was it not to capture those with superhuman abilities for research? Hua Qian was amused by Yun Shu's wild imagination and realized he had yet to clarify his explanation. He continued. The government established this special department in the hope that these superhuman individuals could utilize their abilities to assist the nation in accomplishing tasks that others cannot. For instance, in areas suffering from prolonged drought, those capable of summoning rain can provide precipitation, or in the case of someone attempting to leap from a building, an individual with teleportation abilities could catch them immediately. In essence, the existence of the Special Abilities Bureau is to address situations that normal means cannot resolve. Do you understand now? Yun Shu finally comprehended, nodding earnestly. So, was she indeed mistaken by Hua Qian to possess extraordinary abilities merely due to her consumption of the genetically modified serum today? What exactly were Yun Shu's powers? Hua Qian was uncertain, yet he knew that a visit to the Special Abilities Bureau would reveal the truth. He could hardly contain his eagerness to uncover the reality and continued. "I understand you have many questions. Everything will be clarified once we reach the Special Abilities Bureau." This time, Yun Shu did not dwell excessively on her thoughts and silently followed Hua Qian's lead. After hearing so much from him, her curiosity about the bureau grew immensely. Along the way, Yun Shu pondered a hypothesis. Could Hua Qian's belief in her being an ability user be related to the wish system? However, the system was an external entity, arriving mysteriously and perhaps departing just as inexplicably. It certainly did not belong to her abilities, did it? She still felt that her powers must be connected to her consumption of the modified serum. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired during the ride, "Mr. Hua, Does the Special Abilities Bureau possess machines that can detect an ability user's powers? Can any ability be identified? While driving with utmost concentration, Huiqian responded. Most can be detected. However, you should be aware of your own abilities, shouldn't you? Yunshu touched her nose. Realizing that her uncertainty was precisely why she had asked the question, and her concern deepened. I have another question. If the instruments determine that I do not possess any abilities, yet I am aware of the existence of the Special Abilities Bureau, would you erase me or eliminate my memory? Huiqian, who had previously exuded unwavering confidence, felt a wave of tension wash over him upon hearing Yunshu's inquiry. Furrowing his brow, do you not sense anything particularly special about yourself? Indeed, Yunshu had her own unique traits, but she was unsure if they qualified as abilities. To be cautious, she retrieved the half bottle of serum she had not finished that morning from her pocket and said to Huiqian, earlier, you asked why I arrived at the company before Secretary Zhao despite being taken to the wilderness without a vehicle. It was due to this bottle of genetically modified serum. After consuming it, my speed increased significantly, so much so that I outpaced a vehicle, returning to the company in the blink of an eye, solely using my legs. This was merely the effect of having consumed half the bottle. She dared not imagine the consequences had she ingested the entire vial. When Huiqian learned that Yunshu's ability was also enhanced speed, a tinge of disappointment flickered within him. After all, their bureau already had an individual with remarkable speed. If Yunshu's powers were similarly swift, it would merely duplicate an existing ability, offering little benefit to them. However, it did not take long for Huiqian to sense something amiss and promptly inquired, where did you obtain this bottle of genetically modified serum? On Earth. We currently lack the capacity to develop such serum, do we not? Chapter 43. The first time holding hands with the opposite sex, Yunshu contemplated revealing that the vial of genetic modification liquid was a reward for the task assigned by her wish system. Yet she hesitated, concerned that possessing a system was not akin to having a supernatural ability, which might expose its existence, a revelation that would not bode well for her. Thus, she opted for a non-committal response. Let us discuss this once the test results arrive. For now, I shall remain silent. Huiqian, noticing Yunshu's enigmatic demeanor, felt his curiosity piqued. Regardless, since they were nearing the Special Abilities Bureau, he would soon learn what he needed to know. Therefore, he refrained from probing further. Their vehicle soon came to a halt before an imposing structure that exuded authority. Before Yunshu could take in the grandeur of her surroundings, she observed an impeccably dressed individual performing a formal salute directed at Huiqian as the barrier before them slowly ascended. Huiqian reciprocated the gesture before gracefully parking the car in the courtyard. As Yunshu gazed at the magnificent edifice and the patrolling guards, she realized she had arrived at a place of great significance. Anyone who worked here was someone not to be trifled with. Just as she pondered whether she ought to refrain from looking around too much upon exiting the vehicle, Huiqian presented her with an item. Looking down, she was surprised to see a black eye mask in his hand, leaving her perplexed as she regarded him. Huiqian, wearing an expression of mild exasperation, explained, this location is quite unique. Ordinary individuals seldom gain entry. Your identity remains ambiguous, and until we ascertain that you possess supernatural abilities, please wear this mask. I will escort you to the Special Abilities Bureau. Understanding Huiqian's concerns, Yunshu accepted the mask, though an inexplicable unease settled within her. She hesitated to voice her uncertainty, asking, what if it turns out I don't possess any supernatural abilities? She still felt that the system was an external factor, and if the genetic modification liquid yielded no results, she would indeed be just an ordinary person. Huiqian, confident in his judgment, smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. Even if it is determined that you are not an ability user, the most we would do is erase your memories regarding these matters. You would incur no loss. Yunshu exhaled softly, feeling a measure of relief as she nodded and obediently donned the eye mask, awaiting Huiqian's guidance to the Special Abilities Bureau. Once she had secured the mask, Huiqian promptly exited the vehicle, approaching the passenger side to open the door, initially intending for Yunshu to support him. He hesitated upon realizing that, with her masked vision, she could not see his outstretched hand. After a moment's pause, his gaze fell upon her small hand resting on her thigh. Offering an apology, he took the initiative to grasp her hand, leading her out of the car. At first, Yunshu was bewildered by Huiqian's apology, unsure of its meaning, until she felt her small hand enveloped by his warm grasp, leaving her momentarily speechless. Upon realizing what was unfolding, she felt her cheeks as if pressed against a heated surface, burning with an unbearable intensity, while her heart raced uncontrollably. Nevertheless, she cautiously disembarked the vehicle at Huoqian's behest, meticulously following in his wake, each step taken with utmost care. This was her first experience of such intimate proximity with a member of the opposite sex. Though it was merely a hand-holding, it ignited a wave of nervousness within her, causing her palms to dampen with sweat. Huoqian seemed to sense Yunshu's anxiety, especially upon noticing the beads of perspiration forming in her palms, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He halted, turned back, released her hand, and then firmly grasped her shoulder, gently guiding her forward as he spoke softly in her ear. I believe it would be easier for you if I guide you like this. You need not be tense. Just walk forward. The moment Huoqian's voice reached her, a tingling breeze brushed past her ear, a current of electricity coursing through her body, making her shiver slightly. Upon grasping the meaning behind Huoqian's words, she bit her lip in silent exasperation. Did he not realize that their current position was more intimate and ambiguous? Fortunately, the barrier of clothing shielded Huoqian from sensing her nervousness, and she refrained from voicing any objections, obediently allowing him to propel her onward. She could not see the path ahead, only feeling Huoqian guiding her through a series of twists and turns into one elevator after another, until finally, she heard a chime, indicating her arrival in a space seemingly adorned with metallic surfaces, where her steps came to a halt. It was at this moment that Huoqian removed the blindfold from her eyes, just as she prepared to open them. His voice cautioned her, do not rush to open your eyes. After such an extended period of darkness, your eyes may struggle to adjust to the brightness. Upon hearing this, Yunshu quickly closed her eyes again, and once her eyelids acclimated to the ambient light, she gradually opened them. What greeted her was a room surrounded by reflective metallic walls, adorned with numerous screens displaying various letters and red-green indicators. The English words inscribed on these instruments were beyond her comprehension, yet they exuded an air of advanced technology. There were few individuals present. Apart from herself and Huoqian, there was a man clad in a white lab coat and transparent glasses, as well as a strikingly familiar red-haired man. Upon seeing Yunshu, the red-haired man recognized her instantly, and, drawing closer, his face aligned with a terrifying memory from his past, prompting him to retreat behind Chang Biao in alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's her. Boss, during my last mission, she witnessed my use of abilities." At that moment, Yunshu recalled that this red-haired man was indeed the one who had saved her when Chintang Yang had jumped from a building. At the time, upon encountering Tatel, she had suspected the existence of a similar organization within the country, and to her astonishment, her suspicions had proven correct. Chang Biao, adjusting his glasses, smiled briefly before turning to reassure Tatel, "Tatel, do not be anxious. The young lady might also be an ability user. You will soon be colleagues." Upon hearing this, Tatel instantly perked up, peering out from behind Chang Biao with his foreign features and remarkably articulate Mandarin. He curiously inquired, "Are you also an ability user? What is your ability?" Yunshu found herself at a loss for words, raising an eyebrow in uncertainty before responding, "Perhaps, like you, I possess great speed." After all, ever since she consumed the gene modification serum that morning, her speed had become extraordinarily swift, matching Tatel's previous pace. Tatel's eyes widened in astonishment. While Chang Biao sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared, he noticed that the ability users detected by the system fluctuated, appearing and disappearing erratically. If Yunshu was indeed the person they were searching for, her abilities must be exceptional. Chapter 44. Yunshu is an ability user. Chang Biao, unwilling to squander time, spoke directly, "What is your ability? We can ascertain that through testing." Yunshu felt that since she had come this far, she might as well proceed. After all, they were all extraordinary individuals. Even if the tests revealed something abnormal, it would be deemed normal in this context. Thus, she followed Chang Biao into a small room. Tatel, exchanging a glance with Huoqian, also strode forward, both filled with curiosity about the nature of Yunshu's abilities. Upon entering a room filled with various instruments, Chang Biao gestured towards a contraption resembling a sleep chamber. "This is the ability detection chamber developed by our predecessors. Many artists from our Special Abilities Bureau have been assessed through it. If you truly are an ability user, it will sound an alarm." Yunshu harbored some skepticism regarding the advanced technology before her. Could these high-tech devices genuinely detect phenomena beyond scientific explanation? Was this a matter of science or metaphysics? Puzzled, she refrained from asking further questions, considering that many ability users had undergone the same assessment. Complying, she lay down inside the chamber. As she settled in, a wave of unease washed over her as she glanced at Huoqian, who stood across from her. He nodded reassuringly, offering her a comforting gaze. Yun Shu herself could not comprehend how she had arrived at this juncture, yet she resolved to proceed and laid down obediently. Once fully reclined in the detection chamber, her heart began to race. However, before she could dwell on her anxiety, the chamber door closed, and she felt her body being gently propelled backward, plunging her into a dimly lit environment where only the rhythmic beeping of the detection equipment resonated. She nervously shut her eyes, sensing a light scanning her form in sweeping motions. Amidst her trepidation, curiosity overtook her. Could she truly be the legendary ability user? As time passed imperceptibly, Yun Shu remained unaware of how long had elapsed. When she finally sensed the light returning around her, it seemed she could hear Chang Biao's sigh. "Boss, the detection chamber has found no abnormalities in Miss Yun. She may not be the extraordinary individual we seek." Although Yun Shu had yet to exit, she heard these words distinctly, and a complex feeling welled up within her, both a sense of normalcy and an unsettling disappointment at the dashed hopes. Huo Qian, who had initially exuded unwavering confidence, found his demeanor gradually despondent upon witnessing the detection chamber's lack of response, unable to accept that his conjecture had once again proven erroneous. After a previous miscalculation that had led to significant upheaval, he had approached each subsequent visit to the Special Abilities Bureau with utmost caution. He had anticipated that this time would be flawless, yet he was met with yet another failure. Tatel, upon hearing such results, grew anxious and spoke up. "What shall we do? We cannot allow outsiders to know of the Special Abilities Bureau's existence. Should we hastily erase this young lady's memories of us? We must also eliminate her recollection of my abilities from the last encounter. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Chang Biao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that given the current circumstances, this was the only course of action. Huo Qian resignedly closed his eyes, bracing himself for the repercussions of having misidentified the extraordinary individual, and without his grandfather's assistance this time, he feared he might not endure the fallout. In truth, everyone was acutely aware that Huo Qian's error in locating the wrong extraordinary individual and bringing her to the Special Abilities Bureau would still result in his punishment, even if they managed to erase Yun Shu's memories of this incident. This realization cast a tense atmosphere among the group as they watched Huo Qian, concerned that he might not withstand the consequences. Yun Shu distinctly felt the air around her grow heavy with tension as Chang Biao approached her, opening the chamber door. With an apologetic expression, he addressed her. "Miss Yun, our tests have determined that you are not an extraordinary individual. We must erase all memories you hold regarding this matter, which may be somewhat painful, and you will lapse into unconsciousness. Farewell." Yun Shu had intended to say something in response, but she saw Chang Biao's hand poised to press a button beside the detection chamber. At that moment, the entire room was suddenly illuminated by red lights, accompanied by a piercing alarm. The jarring sound startled everyone, but Yun Shu distinctly felt the system in her mind announcing a new wish mission. Ding. A new wish mission has been detected. Please accept. Host. Wish Grantaire. Gongyi. Dimension. 3 years hence. Wish list. My name is Gongyi, a police officer in the Feiyun district of Nan City. On April 15, 2025, my 60-year-old father was ruthlessly murdered in his sleep by a serial killer. It was I who caused his demise. Before the serial killer took my father's life, he had already harmed several others. I am tasked with tracking his whereabouts, but he is exceedingly cautious and seems to be deliberately toying with me in a game of hide-and-seek. Every time I uncover a lead, he vanishes to a new location. Perhaps he found me excessively bothersome. When he finally provided me with new leads, I discovered my own hometown instead. What I witnessed was the harrowing image of my father cruelly murdered in his bed. At that moment, I was profoundly traumatized and could no longer serve as a police officer. I understood clearly that my inability to locate the perpetrator was not solely due to my own limitations. The celestial surveillance system at that time was not sufficiently advanced. Thus, during the years I refrained from being a police officer, I directed my efforts toward developing an enhanced celestial surveillance system, ultimately succeeding in creating the Skynet system. With its installation, any desired individual could be tracked, regardless of their hiding place, even in remote, signal-less forests. After developing the Skynet system, I finally apprehended the serial killer responsible for my father's death. However, by that time, he had already claimed numerous other victims. Had the Wish system been able to prevent my father's demise and capture the serial killer that very night, I would willingly exchange the newly developed Skynet system for such a service, hoping it could be employed sooner to avert further crimes. Task completed. Does the host accept? Yun Shu was momentarily stunned by the system's voice, feeling that it had assigned her an utterly impossible task. Setting aside the fact that she was merely a young girl, how could she possibly prevent a murderer from committing his crime? Even if she succeeded in convincing the police of a potential attack on a certain detective's father that night, how would she deliver the Skynet system to the authorities? Would they even believe her? Lost in this turmoil, she remained oblivious to the joy radiating from Hua Qian and his companions upon hearing the alarm from the device. Chapter 45. The benefits of joining the Special Bureau. While Yunshu hesitated over how to fulfill this daunting task, Chang Bao's excited voice abruptly interrupted her thoughts. It's happening. Miss Yun, you truly are an extraordinary being, although the nature of your ability remains unclear. Regaining her composure, she slowly sat up from the chamber and realized that her system was indeed her unique power. Hua Qian and Tadal approached with curious expressions. Hua Qian, relieved and exhilarated, wore an earnest smile as he inquired, Yunshu, the system couldn't detect the nature of your ability, but it did trigger an alarm. Can you enlighten us on what your power is? Yunshu was now fairly certain that the alarm echoing within the room coincided with the Wish System's task announcement, which left her feeling conflicted. I don't believe this is an ability. I was recently bound to something that claims to be the Wish System. It connects me to individuals across different dimensions, gathering their wishes for me to fulfill. By completing these wishes, I can earn various rewards. Such extraordinary abilities are indeed rarely heard of. Upon hearing this, Hua Qian was suddenly reminded of a phrase his grandfather once told him. The one we are destined to find through the pointer is someone who can connect with many different worlds. And this person will play a significant role. This phrase began to overlap with Yunshu's visage in Hua Qian's mind, causing him to momentarily halt his breath. Could it be that Yunshu is the destined individual he seeks? However, with the pointer currently lost, he could not be certain and could only hope for his grandfather's swift awakening. He had already glimpsed the appearance of the destined one. Once his grandfather awakened, clarity would follow. At that moment, Chang Biao promptly took out his notebook to record Yunshu's abilities and began to grasp the essence of the Wish System. So your power allows you to connect with individuals from different dimensions, assisting them in fulfilling their wishes in exchange for rewards? What rewards have you received thus far? While Yunshu contemplated whether to reveal the truth, Hua Qian spoke up first. The elixir you gave to my grandfather and the gene modification serum you mentioned this morning, are these rewards obtained after completing tasks? Seeing that Hua Qian was already aware, Yunshu felt no need for concealment and nodded. The Bai Xiaodan originates from a world of immortal heroes. The person who issued the wish is also a traveler. She wished for me to deliver fried chicken, and in exchange, she provided me with the healing elixir. As for the gene modification serum, it was born from the desires of interstellar beings who wished to consume vegetables. I gathered some wild greens for them and received this vial of modification liquid in return. With each word Yunshu spoke, Hua Qian and the others grew increasingly exhilarated. Chang Biao, seemingly struck by a monumental idea, exclaimed with excitement. Then can you proactively connect with them to propose our exchange requests? For instance, could we trade with the interstellar people for advanced weaponry? Yunshu shook her head, letting out a sigh. Not at the moment. My system level is too low. I must accumulate 1,000 points to upgrade the system, and only then will I have the right to initiate contact with other dimensions. For now, I can only accept tasks from different realms and earn rewards upon their completion. Tadal also found this ability immensely fascinating. If she could indeed initiate contact with other worlds, Huagua would possess an incredibly powerful advantage. He eagerly inquired, what is your current point total? Yunshu felt somewhat embarrassed at the thought of her accumulated points over this long period and shyly scratched her nose, murmuring, just 20. Only 20? Tadal initially thought he had misheard. His grasp of mathematics was not strong, and he momentarily struggled to calculate the distance from 20 points to 1,000. Hua Qian, however, felt that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. His mind raced, quickly understanding why they had previously sensed the presence of abilities intermittently. It appeared to be related to the system. Only when the system issued tasks could they perceive the fluctuations of abilities. Once the system vanished, Yunshu would revert to an ordinary person, rendering her undetectable. The recent surge of extraordinary energy indicates that the system has issued a new task. Hua Qian promptly inquired, did the system release a task just now? If you join the Special Bureau, we can tackle this together. Upon hearing this, Yunshu's eyes brightened slightly. She had indeed been grappling with the dilemma of how, as a young woman, she could convince the police of the murderer's next move and collaborate effectively with them to apprehend him. Hearing Hua Qian's words offered her a glimmer of hope. After all, The Special Bureau served the nation, and their involvement would undoubtedly yield more efficient results. Nevertheless, Yin Shu harbored her own concerns. She glanced at Ho Qian and Chang Biao, voicing her apprehensions. If I join the Special Bureau, what will be expected of me? Will I need to surrender all the rewards I earn upon completing tasks? Chang Biao adjusted his glasses and responded earnestly. The purpose of the Special Bureau is to address matters that ordinary individuals cannot resolve or to handle supernatural occurrences. Given the uniqueness of your abilities, our department will fully support you in accomplishing your tasks. As for the rewards, if they are beneficial to the nation, such as certain resources that are currently unavailable, we recommend that you submit them. The state will provide you with appropriate rewards based on their significance. As for smaller items, like gold and jewels that the country already possesses, you may keep those for yourself. In summary, by joining the Special Bureau, not only will we assist you in completing tasks, but you will also receive various rewards for each task accomplished, along with a monthly salary of 100,000. Yun Shu's excitement grew with each word. This meant that whenever she encountered an insurmountable task, she could seek assistance from the Special Bureau. Furthermore, she could retain monetary rewards, only needing to submit high-tech items, which was precisely what she had hoped for. After all, she had previously contemplated seizing an opportunity to submit the remaining gene modification serum to the state, as it might be replicated for the nation's benefit. However, Yin Shu remained cautious and did not hastily agree. Every undertaking warrants assessment, and she decided to wait until after their collaboration before making a commitment. The system task I just received is from a wish 3 years into the future. A police officer named Gong Yingyi from Nancheng is investigating a series of murders in the city. The murderer is set to appear tonight at Gong Yingyi's hometown, where he will brutally attack his father. Gong Yingyi hopes that I can prevent this tragedy and capture the culprit. Upon completing this task, I will be rewarded with an upgraded version of the Skynet system, which, once installed, can locate any individual, regardless of where they might hide, even at the bottom of a lake. Chapter 46. The significance of the Wish system. Before Ho Qian could fully appreciate the formidable capabilities of the Skynet system, he was abruptly taken aback by the news of a serial murder case set to unfold in Nan City that very evening. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, Yun Shu, we must depart immediately for Nan City to locate Gong Yingyi and Chang Biao. You at once investigate the current whereabouts of Gong Yingyi's father and contact those with the abilities of disguise and invisibility. We shall set forth for Nan City and await our orders. The existence of their Special Bureau was inherently designed to address the nation's challenges. Thus, with the emergence of clues linked to a serial murder case, they felt compelled to contribute to societal safety. Yun Shu, witnessing Ho Qian's unwavering resolve to assist her, recognized that his motivation extended beyond mere interest in the Skynet system. It was also driven by the urgency to apprehend the perpetrator of the heinous crimes and safeguard the lives of many. She nodded in agreement, promptly following Ho Qian out. As Yun Shu's identity as an ability user was now established, she refrained from wearing her eye mask upon exiting, knowing they were destined to become colleagues within the same department. The journey from Nan City to Jin City was a mere tower drive, prompting Ho Qian to forego purchasing plane tickets in favor of driving himself. During their journey, Yun Shu retrieved the documents stealthily hidden in her pocket by the system, materials pertaining to the murder case provided by Gong Junyi from the future. The reason they had pinpointed this assailant was due to his meticulous approach, leaving no traces behind. Not a single surveillance camera had captured his image, nor had he left any fingerprints, rendering him the epitome of a flawless criminal. Yun Shu diligently perused the documents, which revealed that the assailant was named Li Dazhuang, a farmer from Li Jiazhuang in Nan City. He had been committing crimes for over a decade, but had remained dormant for the past 2 years. However, this year, he had resumed his malevolent activities with alarming frequency. His chosen victims were always solitary women, and after each robbery, he would cruelly inflict harm without leaving any evidence, provoking the police's sense of authority. The documents indicated that Gong Junyi completed the Skynet system 3 years hence, and, based on profiles provided by sketch artists, had located the suspect abroad. Indeed, abroad. Li Dazhuang had evaded justice for years, and his 2-year hiatus was attributed to his son's recent admission to university, during which he had resolved to retire from his criminal endeavors. However, upon discovering that his son was struggling academically and desired to study overseas, Li Dazhuang succumbed to the temptation of his former life, resuming his criminal activities to fulfill his son's aspirations. This case sent shockwaves throughout Nan City. resulting in the assignment of the investigation to the 30-something Gong Junyi. Fearing that a delay in apprehending Li Dazhuang would lead to further loss of life, he dedicated himself fervently to the investigation. After absorbing the details of the case, Yun Shu lamented the cruel hand of fate. Such a commendable officer as Gong Junyi should not be subjected to such dire retribution, and it was no wonder he could no longer serve as a detective thereafter. Even though the Skynet system he later developed successfully apprehended Li Dazhuang, his father would never return. Yun Shu leaned against the passenger seat, letting out a heavy sigh. Her entire being enveloped in a profound sense of despondency. Ho Qian cast a sidelong glance at her. His curiosity piqued. Does this information originate from 3 years hence regarding the perpetrator? What does it entail? With an expression devoid of emotion, Yun Shu recounted the details from the document to Ho Qian. Upon hearing them, Ho Qian too felt a weight settle in his heart. Acutely aware of the significance of Yun Shu's system, at that moment, relief washed over him. Fortunately, you received the plea for help from Gong Junyi 3 years later. Many calamities have yet to unfold. If we can intervene, we might still save countless lives. Moreover, you now possess a photograph of the assailant. If we present it to the police in advance, there may be a turning point. Comforted by his words, Yun Shu felt gratitude towards the system's arrival, realizing that many future misfortunes could still be altered through their experiences. Now, with Ho Qian representing the organization to assist her, she was no longer battling alone, igniting a flicker of hope within her. Had Ho Qian not been by her side today, she would have certainly struggled to accomplish her mission alone. As they conversed, the vehicle soon arrived in the district where Gong Junyi resided. Upon entering, Yun Shu wasted no time and directed her efforts towards finding him, expressing her capability to provide crucial leads on the serial murders. The officer in charge of the reception, upon hearing this, promptly led Yun Shu to Gong Junyi, stating, "Officer Gong, these two have information regarding the serial killer." At that moment, Gong Junyi was sifting through a pile of old files. Upon hearing the news, he immediately looked up, excitement illuminating his features as he noticed a group of young individuals before him. Without delay, he stood up. "What leads do you have? Please share everything you know. Thank you." Observing his eagerness, Yun Shu recognized him as a responsible officer and, without hesitation, handed over the document containing the information Gong Junyi had provided to her 3 years later. "This is the information I stumbled upon concerning the assailant. It includes a photograph and details, though it does not specify the current whereabouts of the perpetrator. However, Officer Gong, I can assure you that the killer has now set his sights on your father. You must ensure he is taken to a safe location this afternoon, otherwise, he will be in grave danger." Yun Shu spoke urgently, unaware of how far Gong Junyi's father was from their location and realizing that time was of the essence. As Gong Junyi accepted the document, he initially believed they genuinely had valuable leads. However, upon hearing that his father was at risk, his demeanor shifted slightly. "How could the killer know where my father is? Moreover, my investigation has been conducted in secrecy. He cannot possibly target my father." Yun Shu opened her mouth to respond, anxiety coursing through her, yet she understood that she lacked the evidence to convince him. At this moment, Ho Qian had just sent a message, quietly setting down his phone and offering Yun Shu a reassuring glance, signifying that the matter would soon be resolved. Yun Shu regarded him with suspicion, perplexed as to how he intended to address the issue. After all, time was of the essence, and with the journey ahead, there was little time left for Gong Junyi's father. Just as Yun Shu's concerns began to rise, an urgent voice echoed from behind them. "Mr. Hua, we did not anticipate your sudden arrival. I apologize for any oversight." The speaker was a stern elder clad in a police uniform, and upon his appearance, Gong Junyi's demeanor shifted to one of respect. He immediately stood upright and saluted Director Zeng. The newcomer was indeed the head of their precinct and Gong Junyi's superior. Director Zeng had hastily received information from the Special Bureau and recognized the gravity of the situation. He promptly pulled Gong Junyi aside and uttered words that left Gong Junyi astounded. "Xiao Gong, the identity of Mr. Hua is not to be taken lightly. Although I am unaware of his exact status, every case he is involved in is extraordinary and commands national attention. It appears that your father's situation is dire." Gong Junyi had never heard such a thing before, but he understood that Director Zeng would not deceive him. Considering his father's well-being, he nodded in agreement. As he turned to request leave, Ho Qian interjected, "Officer Gong, we shall accompany you back. Our purpose extends beyond rescuing your father. We also aim to apprehend the perpetrator." Upon hearing this, The deeply ingrained instincts of a police officer ignited within Gong Junyi. He glanced at the sketch of the suspect in his hand, nodding gravely. It was not solely Hui Qian's desire to capture the culprit. Gong Junyi was equally eager to bring the criminal to justice. Each day the perpetrator roamed free posed an additional threat to the world. Gong Junyi's hometown was situated over an hour away from the urban district of Nan City. In a small village, his father, accustomed to living freely, found it difficult to adapt to apartment life. He had transformed a small yard into a vegetable garden, leading a seemingly carefree existence. However, the walls of this garden were not even half the height of an average person, allowing even children to easily climb over. The modified house was a single story, and the pristine white walls made it evident which room belonged to Gong Junyi's father. Since becoming a police officer, Gong Junyi had barely returned home once a month. Even when he did, he was often called away on duty. This time, he had not seen his father in half a year, and the thought of Yun Shu mentioning that the killer had set his sights on his father filled him with dread. If that were to come to pass, he was uncertain how he would cope. Gong's father, clearly taken aback by his son's unexpected return and the presence of so many visitors, was momentarily speechless with joy. He quickly welcomed everyone with warmth. "You must all be Ying's friends. Please, come inside. I just made some Qiming pastries. Do come and taste them. Tonight, I will prepare a chicken. You all must stay for dinner." In order to ensure the successful completion of tonight's mission, approximately 20 officers arrived, yet only a few, including Hui Qian, appeared before Gong's father, while the others were discreetly surveying the vicinity for potential hiding spots. Yun Shu observed the warm demeanor of Gong Ying's father, reminiscent of the joy her grandfather exhibited when she brought friends home. Given their similar ages, Yun Shu felt an even stronger urge to save Gong's father. It would be utterly unjust if such a good man were to fall victim to that despicable serial killer. She glanced at Hui Qian, wondering about his preparations. At that moment, Hui Qian felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Upon checking, he found a message from Chang Biao. "Boss, I just contacted the invisibility and disguise ability users. The invisibility user is on their way, but the disguise user is currently on a mission abroad and won't be back anytime soon." Hui Qian's heart sank upon reading the message. Yet he understood that there was no altering this situation, as each individual within the Ability Bureau possessed unique skills, and if one was on a mission, there was little that could be done. Hui Qian cast a glance at Gong Yingyi, who understood the purpose of their return. He grasped his father's arm, his expression turning serious. "Dad, we are facing some urgent circumstances. I am currently investigating a serial killer who may have recently set their sights on you. Therefore, we must stay tonight to protect you." Upon hearing this, Gong's father halted the flow of water he was pouring for tea, looking anxiously at Gong Yingyi. "Son, will you be in danger? Is there anything I can do?" Gong Yingyi was unaware of the situation regarding the disguise user. He only knew that he had returned to take his father away. However, he also had to remain to apprehend the criminal and had yet to determine who should take his father away first. Hui Qian had initially planned to have the disguise user impersonate Gong's father, lying in bed to bait the trap, while the invisibility user would be poised to act nearby. The invisibility user in their bureau not only had the power of invisibility but also exceptional combat skills, capable of matching 10 ordinary individuals. Even the most formidable serial killer would be no match for them. However, with the disguise user unable to be present, it was essential that there were no anomalies at Gong's residence to prevent arousing the serial killer's suspicion. After all, the killer might have been observing the area for several days prior, and any slight deviation could raise doubts, rendering their operation futile. Hui Qian knew the words he was about to speak were somewhat difficult, yet he proceeded. "Uncle, if possible, we hope you can act as if nothing has happened and continue to lie in bed. I will ensure your protection and keep you safe. Our objective is to apprehend the killer through this ruse." Gong Yingyi was taken aback by Hui Qian's sudden change in plan. He would have willingly taken on the role of bait himself. However, upon the suggestion of having his father take part, his predominant emotion was one of concern. "Of course, it is my duty as a citizen of Huagua to assist in apprehending the murderer. Moreover, as my son is a police officer, it is a privilege for me to offer my assistance." Before Gong Yingyi could utter a word, his father, Gong, eagerly agreed, disregarding the potential dangers of the night's operation. His sole focus was on capturing the nefarious serial killer. He accepted any risk that accompanied that pursuit. Seeing Gong's father so willing to sacrifice himself, Yun Shu felt an ache in her heart as she recalled the message from Gong Yingyi 3 years later. Such a remarkable individual, Tragically slain by the serial killer in the era Gong Yingyi endured, she fervently hoped that this time, everything would change for the better. After Gong's father had consented, Gong Yingyi refrained from further discussion. Though he was apprehensive, he understood that capturing the killer was paramount. This might be their only opportunity to ensure the safety of the people of Nanqing. To avoid arousing the killer's suspicion, they refrained from dining at Gong Yingyi's home that evening and instead concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Huo Qian had, at the first sign of the Invisible One's arrival, stationed one to guard Gong's father, ensuring his safety. However, Gong Yingyi remained oblivious to the presence of the Invisible Ones, anxiously watching the tightly shut door. As the night deepened, his heart raced with anxiety, fearing for his father's safety. As darkness enveloped the sky and midnight approached, a furtive figure stealthily appeared before the Gong residence. Chapter 48. Yunshu enters the fray. Gong Yingyi and his companions instantly heightened their vigilance. Just as the figure arrived at the door, poised to unlock it, the police officers concealed nearby prepared to act. Suddenly, Li Dazhuang's ears perked up. He halted his movements and scanned the surroundings warily. Although he sensed nothing amiss, his acute sixth sense compelled him to abandon his task and flee without hesitation. This scene unfolded so swiftly that none could react. They had no time to ponder or continue hiding, rushing forward instead. The singular thought racing through their minds was the urgent necessity to capture the killer that night. Otherwise, the opportunity to apprehend him again would not come easily. Moreover, the killer was exceptionally cautious, shrouded from head to toe, revealing only his eyes. His appearance remained entirely concealed. All they could do was pursue Li Dazhuang's fleeting figure, sprinting ahead with all their might. Yet, Li Dazhuang's speed was formidable. Just as they were closing in, he leaped into the rushing waters of the lake before them. The other officers, seeing this, hesitated not a moment and followed suit. When Yunshu and Huo Qian arrived, they were met with the sight of everyone plunging into the lake, leaving them momentarily speechless. It appeared the killer was far more perceptive than they had anticipated. Despite their careful concealment, how had he managed to detect them? Huo Qian was evidently taken aback. Yet he found it somewhat reasonable. It was precisely due to the opponent's excessive caution that they had managed to elude the police for a decade. Yunshu felt an overwhelming headache. 3 years later, Gong Yingyi's mission was not merely to prevent Li Dazhuang from murdering his father that very night, but also to apprehend him, thereby thwarting his potential future acts of violence. However, at present, she had only accomplished half of her task, causing her mind to race with thoughts. As time continued to tick away, Yunshu and Huo Qian remained in place, awaiting the police's updates. After approximately 2 hours, Gong Yingyi appeared before them, drenched and visibly despondent. Yunshu surmised that Li Dazhuang had managed to escape, and Gong Yingyi clenched his fists in frustration this time. It was our oversight that allowed him to slip away. I didn't anticipate his heightened sensitivity and agility. We have squandered this prime opportunity. Capturing him next time will not be as simple. Gong Yingyi's concern for his father intensified. It became apparent that he must bring his father to safety that night. For danger loomed at every corner. Yunshu was resolute in her intent not to let Li Dazhuang off the hook easily. Silently, she addressed the system in her mind. System, could you assist me in pinpointing Li Dazhuang's current location? The system had previously aided her in tracing the whereabouts of a trafficker during a prior incident, and now it swiftly presented a map before her, with a red dot indicating Li Dazhuang's slow movement. Immediately, Yunshu retrieved her phone, located the corresponding area on the map, and pointed to a nearby spot. Addressing the group, Li Dazhuang is heading in this direction. However, he is exceedingly vigilant. If we all appear together, he will undoubtedly evade us. Given that Li Dazhuang has consistently targeted young women for robbery, I shall serve as the bait this time. We must apprehend him tonight, regardless of the cost. Your task now is to escort me to this location. On the map, Li Dazhuang's figure was moving towards an old district notorious for its chaotic law and order, a place teeming with various characters and a source of great concern for law enforcement. Upon hearing Yunshu's intention to act as bait, both Huo Qian and Gong Yingyi instinctively wanted to object. In that moment, Yunshu sent Huo Qian a message: have the concealed individuals follow me closely. But do not stay too near, otherwise, we risk detection. At this moment, Yunshu was unperturbed by anything else. Her sole focus was to complete the mission swiftly and acquire the Skynet system. Huo Qian glanced at the message and then at the petite Yunshu. His heart stirred with emotion. He involuntarily recalled the first instance he laid eyes on her at the Su family gate, where she had been unceremoniously cast out, yet remained defiantly unyielding. capturing his attention. It was for this reason he had come to her aid when she fainted. In this moment, Yin Shu exhibited a remarkably stubborn demeanor, and it dawned on him that she was utterly serious, which indeed was the most prudent course of action. He felt assured that with the presence of a concealed ally shadowing Yin Shu, her safety was guaranteed. Given Li Dazhuang's capabilities, there would be no cause for concern. After a moment's contemplation, Hu Qian addressed Gong Yingyi, "Let us part ways. I shall accompany Yin Shu in the direction indicated on the map, while you immediately reach out to others to procure some exquisite bags. We must ensure that our ruse is comprehensive." Allowing Yin Shu to cultivate an image of affluence that would captivate Li Dazhuang's attention, Gong Yingyi remained apprehensive about Yin Shu's safety and was poised to voice his concerns, only to witness Hu Qian already grasping Yin Shu's hand and leading her away. The group did not fret about their ability to keep pace with Li Dazhuang, for he was drenched and reliant on his own legs to return, while they had the advantage of a vehicle. Approximately 20 minutes later, Hu Qian and Yin Shu appeared along Li Dazhuang's route as marked on the map, and at that moment, Gong Yingyi approached with an exquisite bag in hand. After Yin Shu accepted the bag, her expression bore no trace of fear as she observed the red dot on the map drawing ever nearer. With utmost seriousness, she declared, "Li Dazhuang will be here shortly. You all should depart at once, lest you draw his attention and jeopardize our efforts." This time, she genuinely hoped that Gong Yingyi and the others would leave, rather than lurking nearby to observe. Given Li Dazhuang's sensitivity, he would surely detect anyone who scrutinized him too closely. Furthermore, Hu Qian had reassured her that the concealed ally would remain by her side, making her feel confident and unafraid. Gong Yingyi and Hu Qian understood that this endeavor must succeed without fail, although Gong Yingyi still harbored concerns. He ultimately allowed himself to be led away by Hu Qian. Before departing, Hu Qian cast a lingering glance at Yin Shu, who was already holding her phone to her ear, feigning a call in preparation, her gaze inadvertently fixed, especially under the moonlight. He perceived that the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, with only her figure illuminated by a faint halo. He etched this image into his memory before swiftly departing with Gong Yingyi. As Yin Shu noticed the red dot in her mind nearing her position, she raised her voice. "You think 1 million is enough to persuade me to abandon your son? Such a trivial sum is insignificant. I currently possess 5 million in cash. Do you truly believe I would concern myself with your paltry million?" Chapter 49. Yin Shu joins the anomalous bureau, supported by the state, to exude grandeur. Li Dazhuang, having evaded the police's pursuit, found himself utterly drained. As he wearily approached Yin Shu, he happened to overhear her boast about possessing 5 million in her bag. Although he could not ascertain the truth of her claim, it instinctively prompted him to glance her way. Seeing this seemingly frail young girl standing alone beneath the streetlight, her face adorned with an air of arrogance, he felt a surge of temptation. However, in an effort to avoid unnecessary complications, he quickened his pace to leave. Yin Shu had been discreetly observing Li Dazhuang's actions, her heart racing with tension. Suddenly, she noticed him striding away without a backward glance, causing her anxiety to spike once more. Was she on the verge of losing everything again? The invisible figure beside her shared her trepidation, pondering whether to seize Li Dazhuang when he heard Yin Shu raise her voice, laced with arrogance. "Isn't your son merely privileged due to his wealth? Even if he studied abroad, if his family lacked resources and a solid background, I would never consider being with him. In this world, no matter how exceptional one is, a poor family background makes it exceedingly difficult to find a partner. Rest assured, I will not leave your son." Yin Shu's words were merely a tentative provocation. She recalled from her research that Li Dazhuang had returned to a life of crime years later to procure funds for his son's overseas education. This indicated that while Li Dazhuang may not be a commendable person, he was evidently devoted to his son, wishing for him to succeed and secure a promising future. Thus, she aimed to strike at Li Dazhuang's most vulnerable point, asserting that despite his son's studies abroad, a deficient family background would deter any girl from showing interest in him. Indeed, upon hearing her remarks, Li Dazhuang halted abruptly. Initially inclined to let Yin Shu off the hook, he was taken aback by her brazen materialism. This realization ignited a fierce determination within him to eradicate the menace she represented for all men. As he turned to confront Yin Shu, his gaze darkened like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, his pace quickening, consumed by thoughts of teaching this avaricious woman a lesson. When Yin Shu saw him charge towards her, her expression shifted to one of panic. Her phone slipped from her grasp as she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the imminent confrontation. In that moment, she sensed an unseen barrier preventing Li Dazhuang from reaching her. just as his fist was about to strike. He seemed to be violently propelled away, as if struck by an unseen force. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, unable to emit a cry of anguish before being bombarded by an onslaught of punches. Desperate to fight back, he found himself unable to see his assailant, fear intensifying as he realized he might be experiencing a terrifying ordeal. His pupils constricted in terror, he feared the wrath of those he had wronged, ultimately losing consciousness from sheer fright. The invisible figure had not anticipated Li Dazhuang to be so easily overwhelmed. He had barely engaged before the man succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving him dissatisfied and yearning for more action. With his objective achieved, he swiftly retrieved his phone to inform Hua Qian that the assailant had been apprehended. Feeling no obligation to remain, having never revealed himself to Yin Shu, unaware of the events that had transpired, Yin Shu could only register that. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Li Dazhuang had suddenly collapsed after a brief moment of agonized cries, plunging the world into an eerie silence. She wished to call upon the invisible entity, but was at a loss for its name. At that moment, Hua Qian and Gong Yingyi had arrived with a contingent of police officers. The onlookers were bewildered by the scene, finding Li Dazhuang unconscious on the ground while Yin Shu stood nearby. This led to speculation among the crowd. Could it be that Li Dazhuang had been subdued by Yin Shu? Hua Qian, upon assessing Yu Shu and confirming her safety, exhaled in relief and turned to Gong Junyi, saying, "The next steps are in your hands. Our task here is complete. I shall take my people." Hua Qian was eager to escort Yin Shu back to the Special Abilities Bureau, where the highest authority was keen to meet the newly arrived ability user. Hua Qian himself was particularly anxious to bring Yin Shu back, as she had yet to sign the contract to join the Bureau, and only upon its signing could he feel at ease. Thus, Yin Shu was taken away by Hua Qian, leaving Gong Yingyi in a state of confusion. Glancing in the direction where Hua Qian had departed, he looked back at the unconscious Li Dazhuang and pondered, had their presence solely been to rescue his father and apprehend the culprit? Were they not interested in the rewards that would follow the capture? Unbeknownst to Gong Yingyi, as Hua Qian escorted Yin Shu to the car, the true reward quietly arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your wish task. The Skynet system has successfully sent the reward to your inbox. Please check it. Seated in the driver's seat, Hua Qian sensed the surge of ability emanating from within Yin Shu and realized that the system's reward had indeed been credited. As Yin Shu prepared to speak, Hua Qian interrupted her, stating, "I am taking you to meet someone." Yin Shu glanced at the clock. It was already 2 in the morning. She wondered who they were going to meet at such an hour, but seeing Hua Qian's demeanor, it must have been someone of great importance, and she chose not to inquire further. The journey from Nanjing to Jincheng required over 2 hours, during which Yin Shu succumbed to fatigue and slept soundly. Upon their arrival in Jincheng, Hua Qian did not rouse her immediately, allowing her to continue resting in the vehicle. It was not until around 6 in the morning that he gently awakened her. After a mere 4 hours of sleep, Yin Shu felt disoriented. Yet upon hearing Hua Qian mention that the person they were to meet had arrived, she quickly gathered her composure and followed him. They soon arrived at the premises of the Special Abilities Bureau, navigating through a labyrinth of corridors until they reached the door marked Office of the Bureau Chief. At that moment, Yin Shu understood that Hua Qian was taking her to meet the highest authority within the Bureau. The door to the office was ajar, and Hua Qian entered with Yu Shu in tow. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in a suit, slightly portly and bespectacled, exuding an air of refinement. Upon spotting Yu Shu, he immediately broke into a warm smile. "You must be Yu Shu, am I correct? Hua Qian has informed me that you possess formidable supernatural abilities, and that your performance in last night's mission was exceptional, both courageous and strategic, marking you as an invaluable talent. Would you be inclined to join the Special Affairs Bureau, aligning yourself with the state to serve the nation?" Initially, Yin Shu regarded joining the Special Affairs Bureau as unremarkable. However, upon hearing this, she instantly perceived it as a prestigious opportunity. As a citizen of Huagua, her patriotic fervor surged within her veins. Chapter 50. Yin Shu. The little national treasure, I would be delighted to. Yin Shu recognized the multitude of advantages in joining the Special Affairs Bureau, with no drawbacks. According to Hua Qian, for each mission she accomplished, she would not only receive various rewards but also a fixed monthly salary of 100,000. For someone who previously earned a mere 3,000, this was an irresistible temptation. Furthermore, with the backing of the state, she could report any tasks issued by the system that she could not complete, allowing the Bureau to assist her. The reward she received would be hers to keep. while any contributions that benefited the nation would be submitted directly, perfectly aligning with her circumstances. The leadership, witnessing Yunshu's fervor and the vigor of youth, felt elated at the prospect of fresh blood within the bureau. He retrieved a contract from his drawer and presented it to Yunshu. If you agree, there is a confidentiality agreement that requires your signature. Once signed, you will officially become a member of the National Special Affairs Bureau. Yunshu took the contract, quickly perusing its contents, finding no unusual stipulations, merely confidentiality clauses prohibiting the disclosure of any information related to the Bureau and a requirement to be available whenever the nation called upon her for assistance. The other party, seemingly concerned that Yunshu might find these terms unappealing, clarified, "Your abilities are unique, while others are required to respond promptly during urgent missions. Your special powers mean that when the system issues a task, our Bureau's abilities will certainly assist you in its execution." Yunshu anticipated this, a thought blossoming in her mind. Having effectively pledged herself to the state, would she not be able to succeed effortlessly whenever tasks were assigned? Without hesitation, she signed her name on the last page of the contract, fearing that if she delayed, such a fortuitous opportunity would slip away. As the dust settled, Yunshu was elated, Hui Qian was pleased, and the leader was also in high spirits. He smiled and extended his hand to Yunshu, introducing himself. "I am Zhang Wu. You may refer to me as Director Zhang from now on." "Hello, Director Zhang," Yunshu responded warmly, shaking his hand and expressing her joy in joining the Special Affairs Bureau. She could hardly have imagined that one day she would become a member of a national department, serving the country in such a remarkable capacity. It was truly exhilarating. At this moment, Huqian took out his phone and spoke. "Yunshu, please send me your bank account number. You have performed excellently in this task, and I shall apply for the reward associated with it." Yunshu recalled that Chang Biao had mentioned that upon the completion of each task, rewards would be distributed based on the task's difficulty, which filled her with a small sense of anticipation. She promptly retrieved her phone and sent her bank account details. Simultaneously, she forwarded to Hua Qian the information that the system had sent to her email, stating earnestly, "The link I provided earlier originates from the Skynet system 3 years into the future. The system indicated that it can be used immediately upon download, and it is applicable nationwide. You may distribute it directly to facilitate the early adoption of the Skynet system by the state. It might even lead to the apprehension of many long-hidden criminals." Director Zhang, upon hearing this, was visibly intrigued. This was also the source of his excitement upon discovering Yunshu's extraordinary abilities. As long as Yunshu could acquire items that were currently unavailable to their nation with each task she completed, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental leap for the country. His gaze towards her grew increasingly approving, as if she were a rare national treasure. He curiously inquired, "Yunshu, is it possible for your ability to proactively contact other dimensions, such as the interstellar realms you previously mentioned? We could provide them with indoor cultivation techniques, soil, and planting methods in exchange for advanced technological products." Yunshu understood that this was a curiosity and expectation shared by all leaders, yet she helplessly shook her head, responding as she always did. "Currently, the system's level is too low, and I have not yet unlocked the right to initiate exchanges. I must accumulate 1,000 points for the system to upgrade, but I have only 20 points at present." Every time she mentioned her meager 20 points, she felt a wave of frustration. She still hadn't grasped how to accrue points effectively. Director Zhang, hearing this, felt a sense of regret. But it did not signify a lack of opportunity. There remained a glimmer of hope, regardless of how long it took, as long as there was a chance. They could endeavor to pursue it. He immediately addressed Hua Qian, "Xiaohua, from now on, you must fully support Yunshu in completing her tasks and proactively explore every possible avenue to facilitate the system's upgrade. This aspect is beyond my understanding, so I leave it to you young people to figure it out. If there is anything that requires higher-level intervention, do not hesitate to inform me. Furthermore, Yunshu is currently our Bureau's most exceptional talent, and you must do everything in your power to ensure her safety. Do not allow her to be bullied. If protection is necessary, arrange it, and if she needs support, provide it. Do not take this young lady lightly." With each additional word from Director Zhang, Yunshu's eyes sparkled brighter. Whoever said there was a generational gap between middle-aged individuals and the younger generation? Observing Director Zhang and their team, she felt no such divide. Every word they spoke resonated deeply within her. Director Zhang's unexpected statement also took Hua Qian by surprise, as it was the first time in all the years since the establishment of the Special Bureau that he had expressed such sentiments. However, over the years since the establishment of the Special Abilities Bureau, Yunshu's extraordinary powers have undeniably proven to be the most unique and essential among them. To a certain extent, it is imperative for them to safeguard Yunshu, as the value she may bring to them in the future is immeasurable. Upon hearing Director Zhang's mention of interstellar matters, Yunshu was suddenly struck by a grave thought. She promptly retrieved the gene modification serum she had been carrying in her pocket and addressed Director Zhang. Director Zhang, this is the gene modification serum I acquired after completing the system release task yesterday. Originally, there was a full vial, but after consuming half, I noticed a significant increase in my speed. I believe that the remaining half can be handed over to the state for research, as it might yield some valuable discoveries. Director Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly accepted the serum from Yunshu's hands, gazing at the azure liquid within, although he did not discern its significance. Nonetheless, he understood that if the National Research Department could derive a gene modification serum from this small vial, it would represent a monumental advancement for them. In a state of exhilaration, Director Zhang could hardly contain his eagerness to present this discovery to the researchers. Disregarding Ho Qian and Yunshu as he rose and strode purposefully towards the exit, I must seek out those old fellows at the Research Institute. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Chapter 51. The wish task of 20 years. Hence Yunshu and Ho Qian exchanged glances, both noting the urgency in each other's expressions. Ho Qian glanced at the time, still shy of 7 o'clock, and was about to suggest that Yunshu take a moment to rest when he suddenly sensed a surge of energy emanating from her. At that moment, Yunshu's mind buzzed as the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Ding. A new wish task has been detected. Please check. Host. Wish benefactor. Yang Huan. Location. Future world. Year 2045. Wish list. Greetings. My name is Yang Huan, currently an academician at the National Museum of China. As is well known, the history of China spans 5,000 years. However, through my extensive research over the years, I am confident that our historical timeline can be traced back not merely 5,000 years, but as far back as 5,500 years. A decade ago, we unearthed a collection of artifacts dating back to 5,500 years, along with a historical text. Over the past 10 years, we have translated the contents of this text and confirmed that Chinese history can indeed be traced back to the Jiang dynasty, 5,500 years ago. In truth, we should have discovered the existence of this dynasty even earlier. 20 years ago, in the year 2025, I was merely an ordinary PhD student in historical archaeology. My mentor was a renowned treasure appraisal expert who had appeared on numerous television programs, and he specifically hosted a segment called Treasure Appraisal. This program featured many individuals with antiques bringing their items to my teacher for authentication. If my teacher confirmed an item as genuine, it would be auctioned off on the spot for enthusiasts to purchase. If it were a counterfeit, it would be destroyed immediately. I later came to realize that my teacher possessed questionable integrity, as he frequently misrepresented numerous artifacts as genuine, knowingly deceiving affluent buyers by claiming they were authentic. Conversely, due to his lack of discernment, he destroyed some authentic pieces on the spot. On the evening of April 17, 2025, an individual named Zhao Guiyuan is set to present a remarkably unique multicolored vase during a program. His refusal to pay my teacher incited an immediate declaration from the teacher, branding the vase a counterfeit and leading to its destruction. Once the program aired, several academicians from various nations sensed discrepancies, for they had already identified certain rare artifacts dating back 500 years. The vase that my teacher obliterated bore striking resemblance to the porcelain from that ancient era. Regrettably, by the time they arrived to investigate, the vase had been destroyed, and it took us a decade to unearth additional artifacts and historical texts pertaining to the Jiang dynasty. Only after we confirmed the existence of the Jiang dynasty did my teacher's episode resurface, and despite the public outcry against him, he faced no repercussions due to his advanced age. We all pondered how, if my teacher had refrained from destroying that artifact on that fateful evening in 2025, we might have uncovered the existence of the Jiang dynasty a decade earlier. Thus, I implore you to assist me in preventing my teacher from destroying the multicolored porcelain from the Jiang dynasty on the evening of April 17, 2025, at 7 o'clock. As we later learned from historical texts, that porcelain was the renowned Seven Mysteries, exclusive to the royal family. Please, I beseech you to intervene. Should you succeed, I am willing to provide you with the historical records we will translate regarding the Jiang dynasty, along with the locations of the artifacts discovered, as well as an additional cash reward of 10 million. You must stop my teacher, Zheng Feihong, from destroying the Seven Mysteries porcelain. Mission has been issued. Will the host accept? Yun Shu listened intently to the entirety of the conversation, and upon realizing the implications, she turned to Hu Qian in surprise. What is today's date? Hu Qian, sensing that Yun Shu had received another system mission, quickly checked his phone and replied, It's April 17th. Has the system issued another new task? Yun Shu nodded and succinctly recounted the mission that had just been assigned. I received a wish task from 20 years in the future. An academician from a relic institute informed me that this evening, his teacher will destroy a genuine antique from 500 years ago during the antique appraisal program. He hopes we can successfully prevent his teacher, Zheng Feihong, from damaging the artifact. If we succeed, it will allow the world to recognize that the history of our nation extends beyond 5,000 years to 500 years. Additionally, he stated that upon successful completion of the task, he would provide us with the translated historical text of the Jiang dynasty and the locations of the ancient artifacts, along with a reward of another 10 million in cash. Such a reward is undeniably alluring for Yun Shu. Should they truly acquire information pertaining to the Jiang dynasty, propelling the history of Hua country back an additional 500 years would undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide. With a rich heritage spanning 5,000 years, Hua country already stands as a distinguished civilization, one of the few ancient cultures that continue to thrive. Delving further into history by an additional 5 centuries would render the world even more awestruck by Hua country's civilization, shrouding it in an even deeper veil of mystery. Many nations have long believed that Hua country's resilience over millennia is attributed to its possession of mystical arts, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who might dare to offend it. This reward signifies monumental progress not only for the nation but also presents a tantalizing temptation for her, given that 10 million is no trivial sum. The Special Abnormality Bureau has also stated that material wealth, being external possessions, will be directly deposited into her account upon the completion of the task. Hu Qian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly made a decision. We must head to the venue immediately to avert this unforeseen incident. Yun Shu nodded in agreement. Although the program was scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening, they would require time to arrive. Moreover, such a large-scale event necessitates a full day of preparation, and they might indeed discover a means to prevent the impending tragedy from the audience. While agreeing, Yun Shu silently accepted the task issued by the system and strode out alongside Hu Qian. As Yun Shu had officially become a member of the Special Abnormality Bureau, Hu Qian took the precaution of having her record her facial recognition at the entrance to ensure she would not be barred from entry later. Once seated in Hu Qian's vehicle, Yun Shu realized she might have overlooked a significant matter. Turning to Hu Qian, she inquired earnestly, Mr. Hua, will I need to report here daily now that I am part of the Special Abnormality Bureau? Also, with a monthly salary of 100,000. Does that mean I can forego my obligations at Hua's? Yun Shu posed this question with utmost seriousness, believing that having committed herself to serving the nation, she ought not to be required to continue her role at Hua's. Chapter 52. Yun Shu's sharp mind before Hu Qian had even recruited Yun Shu into the company. He had contemplated this issue and nodded in affirmation, of course. Your primary focus should be to diligently complete the tasks assigned by the system. We will be promptly informed of any necessary collaborations. In addition to the fixed monthly salary from the state, you will also receive rewards commensurate with the difficulty of your assignments. With such a substantial income, there is certainly no need for you to toil away in a position earning just 10,000, adhering to a 9-to-5 routine. As for the Special Abnormality Bureau, your presence is not required daily. We will notify you in advance should anything arise. Upon hearing this, Yun Shu felt a surge of joy within her. She never anticipated that a mere month after earning only 3,000 a month, she would find herself on the path to becoming a woman of considerable means. However, moving forward, grandfather must find a way to inform him that he has secured a more advantageous position, one that contributes to the nation, with a considerably attractive salary. The Antique Appreciation Program is not located in Jinqiang, but rather in Lingqing, a city approximately 2 hours away, renowned for its plethora of variety shows. Each day, countless stars converge upon this city to partake in various entertainment programs, with Antique Appreciation being one such offering. Due to her insufficient rest the previous night, Yun Shu promptly drifted into a deep slumber as soon as she entered the vehicle. Poor Hu Qian, having driven throughout the night without a moment's respite, was once again tasked with the role of driver en route to Lingqing. Nevertheless, he bore no complaints, instead filled with anticipation for the night ahead. hoping they would successfully complete their mission and acquire historical materials pertaining to the Jiang dynasty, thereby advancing the nation's history by 500 years. He eagerly looked forward to the astonished expressions of everyone upon learning this news and wondered what delightful surprises Yun Shu's system might unveil next. Yun Shu slept soundly until they arrived at the Lingqing radio and television station, still in a drowsy state upon arrival. Ultimately, it was Hua Qian's concern over their ability to fulfill the evening's task that roused her, as he gently urged, "It is already 11 in the morning. Let us have lunch nearby, and then quickly devise a plan to prevent the impending tragedy. Our time is limited." Yun Shu indeed felt hunger pangs, and, given the importance of the mission, a nervousness began to creep over her. Since Lingqing is famed nationwide for its rice noodles, they sought out a local eatery with promising reviews. After ordering a couple of bowls of noodles to satiate their hunger, they began contemplating their next course of action. Yun Shu's eyes darted around, and a brilliant idea began to take shape in her mind. "I know the name of the individual currently in possession of that Jiang dynasty artifact, Zhao Guiyuan. We can use the system to locate him in advance, purchase the artifact directly from him, and then submit it to the state without needing to go through the appraisal process, thus eliminating the possibility of any tragedy occurring at its source." Hua Qian's expression brightened at Yun Shu's suggestion, filled with anticipation as he regarded her. Understanding his silent encouragement, Yun Shu finished the last bite of her noodles and effortlessly inquired of the system in her mind. "System, can you assist in locating Zhao Guiyuan?" This was not her first request for assistance from the system, and it was a relatively simple task for it. Soon, a map appeared before her. Realizing that the red dot on the map was not far from her current location, she surmised that Zhao Guiyuan must be within the television station. Glancing at Hua Qian, she announced, "The system has detected that Zhao Guiyuan is currently inside the television station. Once we finish eating, we should head over immediately. If we can acquire the artifact at a reasonable price, our mission will be complete." Hua Qian was equally filled with anticipation, albeit lacking familiarity with antiques and uncertain about the monetary investment required. However, recognizing the significant contribution this artifact could make to the nation, he resolved to advocate earnestly for its acquisition, regardless of the price proposed by the seller. He envisioned that the esteemed scholars at the National Cultural Heritage Administration would also be keen to behold this relic from 5,500 years ago. After settling the initial payment, the two swiftly entered the television station. Given their unique status, Hua Qian had previously secured 2 passes for unrestricted access to Lingqing television station. He retrieved the passes from his phone and presented them to the security personnel, who promptly granted them entry. Once inside, Yun Shu, brimming with eagerness, led Hua Qian towards the location marked by a red dot on the map before them, soon arriving at the entrance of the treasure appraisal studio. At that moment, numerous individuals, each clutching antiques, congregated outside, seemingly rehearsing their lines, their faces a blend of anxiety and expectation. Many were convinced that the items they brought were indeed valuable antiques, eagerly anticipating a successful appraisal and a satisfactory auction price that evening. The audience would comprise numerous esteemed connoisseurs of cultural relics, transforming the event from a mere appraisal show into a grand auction open to society at large. Consequently, the program garnered immense popularity and attention upon its launch, with the expert Zheng Feihong emerging as a prominent public figure. Yun Shu scanned the crowd, her gaze ultimately fixating on a tall, impeccably dressed middle-aged man exuding a distinguished aura. He appeared affluent, with a hint of mixed heritage, and despite his age, maintained a physique devoid of the typical signs of middle-aged expansion. Yun Shu nudged Hua Qian and discreetly pointed to a man cradling a vividly colorful porcelain vase. "That is Zhao Guiyuan," she whispered. "We should discreetly pull him aside to discuss the acquisition of artifacts. We mustn't let others overhear. If they realize our intent to purchase antiques, they will eagerly attempt to sell their own items, making our escape quite challenging." Hua Qian was taken aback by Yun Shu's meticulousness and appreciated her foresight, which would undoubtedly simplify their endeavor. Nodding in agreement, he strode confidently towards the man. Ultimately reaching his side, and with a measured tone, inquired, "Sir, we are staff members of the television station and wish to discuss a matter with you privately. May we step aside?" Hua Qian's intention was not to deceive, but rather to alleviate any suspicion from Zhao Guiyuan regarding his approach. By identifying themselves as staff, he presumed the man would lower his guard and not overthink the situation. Indeed, upon hearing they were from the station, Zhao Guiyuan's initial skepticism transformed into excitement. As he eagerly agreed to follow Hua Qian, Chapter 53. Last week's goods transformed into antique treasures. Hu Qian was unfamiliar with the television station. He merely guided Zhao Guiyuan to a secluded spot and gestured for him to take a seat. At that moment, Yin Shu also arrived, observing Zhao Guiyuan, who was holding his precious item with utmost care. She could scarcely fathom the depth of his sorrow when that invaluable treasure was shattered by the so-called expert Zhang Feihong during the show. Fortunately, all was not lost. As Yun Shu gazed at the vibrant porcelain in his hands, she too was captivated by its exquisite beauty. She approached and took a seat, only to discover that this porcelain vase was not merely resplendent, but adorned with intricate patterns that drew one's gaze. The designs depicted figures, houses, towering trees, and structures, reminiscent of a narrative, evoking a vivid impression akin to the famed Qiming Shanghai Tuesday. Yun Shu could already envision the excitement that would ensue if they could acquire this treasure and present it to the esteemed scholars of the National Cultural Heritage Bureau. Unable to contain her eagerness, she spoke up. "Hello, my name is Yun Shu, and I am an antique enthusiast. I noticed the porcelain vase you are holding, and I find it incredibly alluring. I would like to purchase it. Could you share your asking price?" Zhao Guiyuan, aware that the show had not yet commenced, felt a surge of excitement at her interest in his treasure. However, without much contemplation, he simply shook his head. "This treasure has been passed down through my ancestors, and I intend to continue this legacy. No one would compel me to part with it. My family is not in need of money. I am a quintessential 8th-generation wealthy heir. My sole purpose in coming to this program is to ascertain the dynasty of this heirloom, its origins, and its worth. Only with this knowledge can I pass it on to the next generation with confidence." Upon hearing Zhao Guiyuan claim to be an 8th-generation wealthy heir, Yun Shu was momentarily taken aback. While she had encountered terms like 2nd-generation and 3rd-generation wealthy individuals, the notion of an 8th generation was entirely novel to her, starkly illustrating the vast disparities that exist among people. She was reminded once more of the bygone era when Zhao Guiyuan's cherished heirloom was so carelessly destroyed, a thought that filled her with regret. Understanding his perspective, yet concerned that if he did not seize the opportunity to prevent the loss of such a remarkable artifact, she could not help but caution him. Authenticating treasures need not occur solely on this program. After all, there is only one expert present, and his assertions may not be entirely accurate. This piece is undoubtedly remarkable, and I believe you should seek the counsel of more specialized experts, as it may yield far better results. Zhao Guiyuan had contemplated this before, but had his own considerations. Every time I mentioned to my friends that this is a historically significant treasure, they scoffed, claiming that the colors and craftsmanship of such porcelain are not documented in historical texts, and that I have been deceived. However, I am quite certain that this treasure has been passed down from my ancestors. This program is accessible to the public, and my friends will be able to see it. By that time, they will no longer be able to mock me. Yun Shu also understood that wealthy individuals are indeed quite concerned about their reputation. And since the other party is not lacking in funds, they merely wish to ascertain the dynasty through the television, to prove that this is a genuine antique, thus regaining face in front of friends and ensuring a legacy for future generations. This realization made Yun Shu aware that, regardless of what she said next, it would be futile. She turned to glance at Hu Qian with a sense of resignation, then sighed and stood up. Smiling at Zhao Guiyuan, "I wish you the best of luck. I believe you will achieve a satisfactory outcome." After all, her presence was solely to safeguard this unique artifact. Even if she could not resolve the issue at its root, she was determined to find a way to prevent a tragedy from occurring. Zhao Guiyuan also stood up, gratefully looking at Yun Shu and smiling. "I am very thankful for your discerning eye that has recognized the value of my treasure. I did not expect someone as young as you to possess such exceptional insight. I believe that, given time, you will undoubtedly become an outstanding expert in antique appraisal." Yun Shu was taken aback by the misunderstanding that she was perceived as an expert in appraisal, but she offered no further explanation. After shaking hands and bidding farewell, her mind raced, contemplating other methods to avert the impending tragedy. At that moment, Hu Qian quietly suggested, "Let us seek out Zhang Feihong, this so-called expert, to remind him that Zhao Guiyuan's treasure holds significant research value. Perhaps he will be intimidated and wary." Indeed, this was the only course of action left. Yun Shu nodded without further comment and continued to have the system assist in locating Zhang Feihong's whereabouts. Within the antique appraisal television station, Zhang Feihong, being the sole expert, naturally had his own lounge. However, when Yun Shu reached his office, the sounds emanating from within caused her brow to furrow. As Yun Shu and Hu Qian approached the door, they overheard a flattering male voice from inside. Professor Zhang, although this white jade hairpin was just crafted last week. All the techniques mimic those of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. If you claim on the show that this is a Shang and Zhou hairpin and auction it for 50 million, I am willing to share half of the proceeds with you. What do you think? Hearing this, both Yun Shu and Hua Qian frowned deeply. Although Yun Shu had previously suspected Zhang Feihong of engaging in some unethical dealings, transforming a product created last week into an antique from the Shang and Zhou dynasties and selling it for 50 million was utterly ludicrous. Most importantly, Zhang Feihong, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Of course, no problem. You will be the first on stage. I will extol the virtues of your product to the skies, igniting the audience's excitement, and I assure you, someone will be willing to pay. Yin Shu could hardly bear to listen. She could almost envision the scenario where she and Hua Qian would have to confront him to alert him about the considerable value of Zhao Guiyuan's treasure and urge him to exercise caution. The other party will undoubtedly insist on contributing some funds, and he will extol Zhao Guiyuan's treasures to the skies during the program. Yun Shu is reluctant to proceed in such a manner, based on the experiences of a bygone era. Zhang Feihong lacks the discernment to appreciate the true value of Zhao Guiyuan's treasures. Even if he were to lavish praises upon them for a fee, it would serve no purpose. Upon observing Yin Shu's demeanor, Hua Qian surmised her intentions and nodded in agreement. There is no need for us to caution against such a professor who can only amass wealth through mere theatrics. I will first contact the experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau and request that they dispatch a few specialists to arrive promptly. I believe their presence on site might avert a tragedy. Yin Shu was pleasantly surprised that Hua Qian could discern her thoughts so accurately. However, she was concerned. The experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau must be coming from Jincheng, which would take at least 2 to 3 hours. Is there still time? Securing their attendance is no simple task. They would first need to receive photographs of the Qishuan porcelain and engage in a thorough assessment and discussion before deciding whether to make the journey. After all, if it were so easy for them to intervene, Zhang Feihong would not have been so brazen for this long. Hua Qian recognized the significance and urgency of the situation. Casting a reassuring glance at Yun Shu while speaking with conviction, "Leave this matter to me. I will handle it." Hearing his words, especially witnessing Hua Qian's composed demeanor in the face of adversity, Yun Shu felt he was a remarkably dependable individual. She nodded in agreement, saying nothing further. As the matter required discretion, Hua Qian, having reassured Yun Shu, sought a secluded spot to make a phone call to an unknown recipient. Yun Shu, uncertain of how long he would be occupied, decided to venture out for a moment, hoping to conceive alternative solutions. Just as she reached the lobby of the studio, she overheard a few familiar voices engaged in animated conversation around the corner. "Mom, Dad, I have arranged everything with the media. They will start filming us as soon as we enter the treasure appraisal studio today, crafting a narrative about our discreet arrival. Afterward, you can lavishly purchase the treasures I adore, and they will capture that too. By tonight, social media will undoubtedly be abuzz with headlines about the Su family's extravagant purchases of antiques, solidifying my image as a wealthy heiress." Beside her, Su's mother eagerly chimed in. "Since the incident at the antique shop, Xiaobu has been rather indifferent towards us, and Xiaoxi's popularity in the entertainment industry has waned. We must seize this opportunity to enhance Xiaoxi's visibility before the public, elevating her to the status of a goddess, and instilling a sense of urgency in Xiao Gu to apologize to her promptly." Su Fu concurred that this was likely the most prudent course of action, nodding in agreement, as it would indeed require a significant expenditure on their part. However, the thought of that young man from the Gu family made him grit his teeth. Tonight, be cautious. Acquiring around 10 million worth of antiques should suffice. Purchasing beyond that would be wasteful. Upon hearing her parents' remarks, Su Shi beamed with radiant joy, promptly wrapping her arms around them and exclaiming, "I knew my parents cared for me the most. After tonight, if I can reconcile with Yuan Zhou, I shall find a way for him to cover this expense, sparing you both any financial strain." Yin Shu did not intend to eavesdrop. Yet their conversation was simply too explosive. She was aware of Su Shi's ventures in the entertainment industry, but for many years, her career had been lukewarm, with her only notable public persona being that of the affluent Su family's daughter, coupled with her recent romantic involvement with Gu Yuanzhou. To the public, Su Shi appeared merely as a privileged heiress dabbling in the entertainment realm, accompanied by a doting rich boyfriend, an object of envy for many aspiring actresses. This had no bearing on Yun Shu. She merely found it unfortunate to encounter such an extraordinary family in Lingcheng. Originally, She intended to disregard them and depart. But at the moment of her turn, she heard Su Shi's voice, filled with surprise. Yin Shu, how could you be here? Stopping in her tracks. Yun Shu initially wished to ignore her and leave, but upon seeing Su Mu's expression, akin to that of a sworn enemy, she stormed towards her, fuming. Yin Shu, do I owe you something? Why do you follow us wherever we go? Last time at the antique shop, your meddling turned our lives upside down. What do you want now? Is it not enough chaos you've already caused us? Yin Shu was rendered speechless once more. Thankfully, there were not many people around. Otherwise, Bai Ling's tone and volume would certainly have attracted attention. She halted, looking at her with exasperation. Madam, I implore you to choose your words more carefully. What do you mean by me following you? Have I implanted a tracking device on you to trail after you? Furthermore, your family is in such disarray. Do you truly require my assistance in further complicating matters? Yun Shu's candid observation regarding the Su family's recent turmoil only intensified Bai Ling's irritation, leading her to believe that regardless of whether Yun Shu had followed them, her capabilities did not warrant her presence in the television studio. Suddenly, Bai Ling's expression shifted as a thought crossed her mind, her gaze towards Yun Shu now filled with disdain. Indeed, it's a wild girl aiming for the limelight. Utterly shameless. Last time, you entangled with someone from Gu Baozhai, and now, who knows with whom you've associated? Bringing you to the set of appraisal. Whom exactly are you trying to seduce with that face we bestowed upon you? Although Yun Shu was not raised by them, she was nonetheless their biological offspring, and the striking resemblance she bore to their lineage made them feel embarrassed at the thought of her using her looks to attract older men. Yun Shu had always been aware of the sordid thoughts harbored by the Su family, perceiving their every glance as tainted. With a cold smirk, she remarked, indeed, those with corrupted hearts view everything through a filthy lens. With such imaginative minds, why not pursue a career in screenwriting? Perhaps they could even tailor a character of a pure white lotus for Su Shi, surely a more effective means of gaining fame. Bai Ling noticed that ever since they had driven Yun Shu from their home, each encounter with her felt like confronting a different person altogether. Did she not fear offending the Su family, risking a bleak future with Yun Jin? For reasons unknown, Su Shi always harbored a foreboding sense whenever Yun Shu appeared, convinced that her presence heralded misfortune, much like the incident at the antique pavilion. Today, she had little desire to engage with Yun Shu. Puzzled by Bai Ling's relentless animosity towards her, a sentiment not even Su's father could comprehend. However, upon hearing Yun Shu's bold words, Su's father's face flushed with anger. Yun Shu, do not overstep. You must acknowledge the filthy deeds you have committed. If your grandfather were to learn of your actions, it might further jeopardize his health. Yun Shu, taken aback by Su's father's threat involving her grandfather, narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. Before she could respond, a deep, magnetic voice resonated from behind her. Yun Shu is under my protection. Do you two have any objections? Upon hearing that voice, Yun Shu felt her tension ease. The Su family, along with Su Shi, froze in disbelief at the sight of the man who had appeared behind Yun Shu. Chapter 55. Yun Shu's background is not simple, Mr. Hua. Su's father was not surprised to encounter Hua Qian here. Rather, he was astounded that Hua Qian claimed Yun Shu as his own. How could this be possible? Yet, Hua Qian's declaration was not lost on Su's father alone. Bai Ling and Su Shi also heard it clearly, all three of them equally astonished, gazing at Hua Qian in disbelief. Hua Qian strode confidently to Yun Shu, shielding her from their scrutiny, his eyes radiating a stern warning. Let me remind you, Yun Shu's current status is not one you can afford to offend. Before you consider crossing her again, ponder this. With the meager assets of the Su family, should you face bankruptcy, where would you turn? What Hua Qian meant was that Yun Shu now had the backing of the state, her support immensely powerful, as her contributions to the nation grew. Any further slander against her would not go unpunished. However, to the ears of the Su family, Hua Qian's words served as a stark warning. Yun Shu was now under his protection, and if the Su family wished to avoid ruin, they would refrain from antagonizing her, lest they find themselves at odds with Hua Qian. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically, with Su Shi's demeanor reflecting the deepest sense of dissatisfaction. She had never imagined that one day, Yun Shu would ascend to such heights, entangling herself with Hua Qian. This has rendered her once proud relationship with Gu Yuanzhou into a mere jest. When Yun Shu first returned to the Su family, she harbored fears that her identity would be usurped by Yun Shu. Fortunately, at that time, she was already in a relationship with Gu Yuanzhou. If the Su family were to acknowledge her identity, the advantages would undoubtedly outweigh the disadvantages, leading her parents to choose her over Yun Shu. However, Now that her relationship with Gu Yuanzhou faces turmoil, and with Yunshu seemingly employing some means to ascend to Ho Qian's favor, Su Shi is engulfed in trepidation, fearing that her parents may now favor Yunshu and abandon her. After all, in comparison to the Ho family, the Gu family is of little significance. The Ho family, renowned as one of the most illustrious families throughout Huaguo, stands in stark contrast to the relatively average Gu family. Su's father and mother are equally incredulous. They had initially assumed that Yunshu was merely with an older man to gain such prominence, only to discover that it was Ho Qian who accompanied her. If time could rewind, Bai Ling would certainly refrain from uttering those earlier words, just as she was about to express her newfound revelation with a smile. Ho Qian had already taken Yunshu's hand, not casting a glance at the others, and strode away. This left Bai Ling awkwardly frozen in place, her mind consumed with contemplation, utterly perplexed as to how Yunshu had managed to connect with Ho Qian. Moreover, how had she garnered Ho Qian's acknowledgement as his own? Was it merely due to her countenance? Bai Ling fell into deep reflection, lamenting that sometimes beauty is indeed the finest weapon. And Yunshu's allure was a gift from her. Their ascension to Ho Qian's favor was a shared achievement between her and Su's father. Yunshu should not expect to escape unscathed, as Yunshu was led away by Ho Qian. She had already surmised that Ho Qian's public defense of her would undoubtedly lead Bai Ling to speculate on their relationship, likely concocting schemes to derive some advantage from her. However, Yunshu would not allow them to succeed, nor would she dwell on such matters any longer. Casting a glance at the pair still intertwined, she quietly withdrew her hand. Ho Qian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized. "I'm sorry, the situation was urgent. I didn't mean to." Yunshu, fully aware of this, smiled and waved her hand dismissively before posing her most curious inquiry. "How is the communication with the experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau progressing? Have they set out yet?" Ho Qian nodded, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. "I conveyed the urgency of the situation to them and located the individual from earlier to send over the photos of the antiques. I cannot be certain if they will come, but I have implored them repeatedly to visit, regardless of whether this porcelain vase is indeed a relic." Yunshu found herself troubled by this uncertainty, especially as the clock approached 6 o'clock. Even if they departed immediately, arrival was not guaranteed. She realized she must rely on herself to find a way to safeguard this antique. As the program commenced at 7 o'clock, Yunshu and Ho Qian decided to have a light dinner outside to satiate their hunger before settling into the studio to prepare. Their minds were consumed with thoughts on how to avert the impending tragedy. The countdown in the studio progressed relentlessly, and as the clock struck 7, the host gracefully ascended the stage. The venue was filled to capacity, with attendees eagerly anticipating the surprises the evening's program would unveil. After all, those fortunate enough to be present were predominantly affluent, seeking to discover cherished treasures on site. In the presence of these distinguished guests, Yunshu and Ho Qian took their seats in the front row, eliciting curious glances from many in the audience. The host began with a brief introduction, and amidst the collective anticipation, Zheng Feihong made his entrance, needing little introduction as his identity was widely recognized. Aware of the packed audience, Zheng Feihong nodded in satisfaction. For a fuller house promised a more lucrative evening, heightened by the first item set to be presented, accompanied by the strains of classical music. A middle-aged man of modest stature, clad in a suit with thinning hair, approached the stage from the side. He carried a tray, draped with a red cloth, and approached Zheng Feihong with a mysterious air. With a warm smile, he introduced himself. "Good evening, Professor Zheng, esteemed host, and friends present and watching at home. My name is Dong Kong, and I bring to you a treasure from 13 centuries ago, a white jade hairpin, known as Lu Shang, passed down through generations of my family." Upon finishing his introduction, the man carefully placed the tray before Zheng Feihong, while two elegantly dressed attendants gracefully stepped forward to unveil the red cloth covering the treasure. Under the spotlight, a translucent white jade hairpin was projected onto the large screen behind the stage, allowing the audience and viewers at home to admire its beauty. Zheng Feihong, donning white gloves, lifted the hairpin for a meticulous examination, while Yunshu, observing his theatrical demeanor, felt a cold smile form within. Chapter 56. The foolish yet affluent Su father. As Zheng Feihong scrutinized the hairpin with an array of tools, the audience collectively held their breath, tension palpable in the air. Due to the distance, they could not discern the hairpin's details, but the meticulousness of Zheng Feihong's inspection suggested its significant provenance. For if it were a counterfeit, he would have recognized it immediately and declared it a fake without hesitation, potentially shattering it on the spot. Yet, it was clear that upon seeing this hairpin, A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Zhang Feihong's eyes as he delicately cradled it for further examination. Although at first glance the hairpin appeared to lack significant value, its translucent clarity suggested authenticity. Coupled with Professor Zhang's earnest demeanor, curiosity among the attendees was piqued. This marked the introduction of the first antique, and anticipation filled the air. After observing the piece for several minutes, Zhang Feihong solemnly placed the hairpin down and, under the gaze of all present, slowly began to speak. This is a remarkable treasure. The body of the pin is crafted from white jade, with a soul akin to frost and snow. It warms to the touch as if cradling the moonlight of a tranquil pond. Though seemingly simple, it embodies profound depth. Under the illumination, it sparkles with a crystalline brilliance, revealing echoes of time within its shifting light and shadow. Its design is characteristic of the Tang dynasty, with a surface that has developed a glassy patina. To the touch, it feels as smooth as silk, possessing considerable collectible value, estimated at 65 million. At this revelation, the audience erupted in astonishment, taken aback by the unexpectedly high appraisal of the very first item presented. The owner, Mr. Dong Kong, was equally incredulous, his eyes wide in disbelief, clearly not anticipating that this heirloom would command such a price. Zhang Feihong, satisfied with Dong Kang's reaction, proceeded with the inquiry. Sir, if this were to be auctioned, it would reach 65 million. Would you prefer to auction it here today, or continue to keep it in your collection? Naturally, Dong Kong opted for the auction, his astonishment stemming from the unexpectedly high valuation. Previously, he had thought that a sale of 50 million would suffice for an item he believed to be worth only a few thousand. However, this was a fortunate turn for him. He soon immersed himself in the scenario he had envisioned. In the past, I would never have considered auctioning this ancestral treasure. However, due to my family's decline and the collapse of my business, I am burdened with debt and urgently need to sell this hairpin to sustain my dwindling finances. Thus, I choose to auction it here today. Upon hearing this, many in the audience stirred with excitement. In other auction settings, they might not have felt compelled to bid on the hairpin. Yet, given that this was a live television broadcast, attendees were not solely motivated by the desire to acquire a treasure. They sought the opportunity to garner public attention, whether for their businesses or personal brands. Su Shi, in particular, was besotted by the white jade hairpin the moment it appeared, convinced that wearing it would bestow her with an ethereal elegance, as if she had stepped from the pages of a classical painting. Especially since this was the first antique presented, it had certainly drawn significant interest. With the live feed on her phone displaying an audience of over 100,000 viewers, she stealthily captured a photograph of her father's hand and whispered, "Father, the journalist we hired charge by the hour. I find this exquisite white jade hairpin quite appealing. Shall we simply purchase it?" Upon hearing Su Shi's words, Su father cast her a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Have you lost your mind?" Su mother, feeling a pang of concern, softly interjected, "Isn't spending 60 million on a hairpin rather extravagant? Our budget is just 10 million. However, Su Shi held a different perspective. She had her own reasoning. Today, we are crafting the persona of a wealthy heiress. 10 million is a trifling sum in the entertainment industry and would hardly raise any eyebrows. Yet, 60 million is a different matter altogether. While celebrities can indeed earn that much, they would seldom part with such a sum for a mere hairpin. If you invest 60 million today to secure this hairpin for me, and I subsequently wear it to various events, it will undoubtedly attract significant attention. Moreover, if I can leverage this marketing and reconcile with Yuan Zhou, would you truly fear that the 60 million would not return?" Su father and Su mother fell into contemplation, sensing a semblance of logic in her argument, yet their hearts were ensnared in conflict. Even though the hairpin, as touted by Zhang Feihong, appeared to possess considerable collectible value, the atmosphere remained hushed. Initially, there was a stir of interest among the attendees, but the prospect of spending 60 million on a hairpin seemed unwise, for it did not appear particularly valuable. The anticipated competition was absent. Zhang Feihong and Dong Kong grew anxious, aware that should no one bid on this item, their efforts would be rendered farcical. As seconds ticked away and time grew short for Dong Kong, who had another participant awaiting their turn, Zhang Feihong despaired over his lack of profit. Just then, Su father raised his bidding paddle and proclaimed loudly, "I bid 65 million to acquire this hairpin for my daughter, Su Shi, for her daily wear. It perfectly complements her fresh and elegant demeanor." At the sound of his voice, nearly everyone turned towards the back row, astonished that someone there would spend such a fortune on a hairpin for their daughter. After all, those seated in the last row were presumed to hold lesser status. Yet their willingness to splurge on their daughter signified a deep affection. Fortunately, no one else in the audience sought to bid on the hairpin, even if they had. The revelation of Su's father's devotion would deter them from competing. Initially apprehensive that others might drive up the price and cause him further anguish, Su's father felt a sense of relief as Zheng Feihong hastened his cadence, going once at 65 million, going twice at 65 million, going thrice at 65 million. Congratulations to the gentleman in the last row for successfully acquiring the white jade hairpin. Our attendant will present the hairpin to you shortly. Please remember to transfer the funds on site. It may be a collective illusion, but after hearing that statement, everyone seemed to sense a heightened urgency from Zheng Feihong during this auction, as if he feared that Su's father would retract his bid. Chapter 57. The Antique Defense Battle. Soon, a hostess approached Su's father with a hairpin, urging him to transfer funds on the spot. Yin Shu merely cast a fleeting glance their way, never expecting that the ultimate burden would fall upon the Su family. Despite the Su family's extravagant expenditure of 60 million on a hairpin worth merely a few thousand, Yin Shu felt no inclination to comment. Instead, she quietly shifted her gaze back to the stage. At that moment, the second contestant ascended the stage, cradling an exquisite porcelain vase. Perhaps buoyed by the first contestant's successful sale of the hairpin, the second contestant appeared equally animated. However, when he placed his treasure before Zheng Feihong, the latter wasted no time in raising his hammer and bringing it down with a resounding force, shattering the item into countless fragments, causing the breath of everyone present to catch in their throats. Although the rumor had circulated that Professor Zheng would immediately destroy any counterfeit treasures he encountered, witnessing it firsthand still caused hearts to skip a beat. Some worried about what would happen if the item Zheng smashed turned out to be genuine. However, over the years, there had been no reports of Zheng Feihong mistakenly destroying a genuine artifact, suggesting that his discerning eye had never failed. Thus, many were more inclined to believe in his judgment. The second contestant, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe it. After all, Zheng had uttered not a single word before demolishing his precious item, leaving him too stunned to feel anger. Zheng's displeasure was palpable as he declared, "Do not bring me such roadside trinkets to embarrass yourself. I reckon you bought it for less than 50 bucks, didn't you? There are no free lunches in this world." Next, as Zheng finished speaking, the second contestant hesitated to leave the stage, prompting security to intervene and escort him away. With the music resuming its melodic cadence, the third contestant ascended the stage amidst the expectant gazes of the audience. Upon spotting Zhao Guiyuan in the stands, Yin Shu's hands clenched nervously, having already discerned the outcome. Her anxiety intensified. Huo Qian was equally surprised that Zhao Guiyuan had taken the stage so soon. As he inquired about the whereabouts of several professors while checking his phone, he reassured Yin Shu, "It's all right. If Zheng Feihong intends to smash it, I'll intervene." Yin Shu's heart remained in turmoil, her brow furrowed with concern. As Zhao Guiyuan placed the tray before Zheng Feihong and lifted the red cloth, the dazzling multicolored vase emerged, captivating the audience's gaze. This was a vase unlike any they had encountered before. Its vibrant hues seemed beyond the capabilities of ancient artisans. Even without Zheng's commentary, the seasoned collectors in the room instinctively recognized that this vase was undoubtedly not an antique. However, Zhao Guiyuan was unwavering in his conviction regarding his treasured possession. "This heirloom has been passed down through generations. It is said that my ancestors once held high office within the imperial court. As the legacy of our family has continued, this porcelain vase has also been handed down through the ages, though it may not have been particularly valuable at first. The preservation efforts of our forebears over the millennia have undoubtedly imbued it with a history of several thousand years. The reason I have brought this treasure to the appraisal event today is to allow Professor Zheng to ascertain its true antiquity, as we are unable to trace its origins to a specific dynasty." Upon merely glancing at the artifact, Zheng Feihong quickly discerned that it bore no resemblance to any historical object he had studied. It was evident that it was a haphazard creation of contemporary craftsmanship. He felt no inclination to waste further time on this matter and adjusted his glasses, expressing his disdain. "What irks me most is when each person on stage claims their item is an ancestral heirloom, attempting to deceive the audience into parting with their money. This is clearly a modern craft, with no legitimacy as an ancient relic. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit." With that, Zheng Feihong seized a nearby hammer, preparing to strike. Observing this, Zhao Guiyuan's pupils dilated in fear, And he interjected urgently, "If you dare to smash this treasure today, you will find yourself utterly ruined." Zheng Feihong, unfazed, retorted with contempt, "Such a trinket could be purchased for mere coins at a roadside stall. Do you truly believe there is anything here that I cannot replace? I could easily acquire 10 or 8 identical pieces of even finer craftsmanship. I have encountered numerous frauds like you. This item must be destroyed, lest you continue to deceive others in the future." As he raised the hammer once more, Yin Shu stood up. "Professor Zheng, how can you be so certain of your assertions? Have you never misjudged an artifact? For instance, regarding the first white jade hairpin. Are you absolutely convinced it originates from 1200 years ago and not merely crafted last week?" While Yin Shu struggled to articulate that the artifact before them was indeed from 5,500 years ago, she could assert with confidence that the hairpin purchased by Su Fu was freshly produced just the previous week. She had overheard their earlier discussions in the lounge, wherein they plotted to mislead everyone into believing it was a relic from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. She remembered it distinctly, indeed, as her words echoed in the air. Zheng Feihong's hand, poised with the hammer, faltered, particularly upon realizing that the speaker hailed from the front row, a person of whom he could ill afford to dismiss. However, her remarks were infuriating. After years of being lauded in his profession, he had never faced public scrutiny until now, especially from a mere girl. The troubling aspect was her uncanny ability to pinpoint his covert maneuvers. Did this young lady possess knowledge of some hidden truth, or have she inadvertently overheard something? Zheng Feihong's eyes flickered with a trace of guilt before he swiftly changed the subject. "How dare an inexperienced little girl like you question me here? You must have been born after I entered the antique business. Are you perhaps a student of antiquities as well? How dare you question your senior with such audacity?" Yun Shu was rather uncertain. She only knew that Hu Qian had just informed her the experts from Jincheng would arrive at the scene in 10 minutes. All she needed to do was stall for that brief span of time. Once the genuine specialists appeared, the precious artifact would be preserved, and China's historical records would unveil a previously unknown dynasty a full decade earlier. Fearing Zheng Feihong might impulsively destroy the treasure in his agitated state, Yun Shu rose directly from her seat amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Ascending the stage, she uttered words that left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 58. The moment of reckoning. Zhao Guiyuan was the quintessential 8th-generation heir of wealth. The predecessor of their Chueshang group was none other than the illustrious Chueshang trading house of Yur, its assets sprawling across entire dynasties. It stood to reason that a few heirlooms from their ancestral lineage would have survived the tides of time, did it not? Is it really necessary to scavenge for treasures at a roadside stall? Although I am not a student of antiquities, I can discern from this resplendent and vibrant vase that its craftsmanship is exquisite. The intricate paintings adorning it could never be replicated by modern machinery. It is often said that the ancients possessed remarkable ingenuity, preserving these myriad hues in pristine condition through the ages. Moreover, the Zhao family has cherished this vase as a precious heirloom passed down through generations. Professor Zheng, should this treasure be shattered today, not only would the compensation be beyond your means, but it would also constitute an irreparable loss to our nation's cultural heritage. After Yushu finished speaking, the venue fell into absolute silence. It wasn't that the audience disbelieved her, but rather they felt this young woman might be exaggerating somewhat. Though all present were distinguished figures in their respective fields, none had ever heard of Zhao Guiyuan. They were, however, familiar with the Kaishan Group, an enigmatic ancient family whose business operations had largely shifted overseas, rendering their names scarcely mentioned domestically these days. Since no one had personally encountered Zhao Guiyuan, doubts naturally arose regarding the veracity of Yunshu's claims. The televised nature of the event compounded the situation. Earlier, Mr. Su's extravagant 60 million bid for an hairpin for his celebrity daughter Su, she had already created sensational headlines, driving viewership to record-breaking heights. Now Yunshu's dramatic intervention to stop Zheng Feihong caused online viewership to surge even further. However, the audience's reaction to Yunshu's interruption manifested in a flood of bewildered comments. Who was this woman? Desperate for fame much? A mere girl in her early 20s dares to question Professor Zheng's professional expertise. Since Professor Zheng has declared this vase a counterfeit, it undoubtedly is. What an utterly humiliating spectacle this young woman is making of herself. Clearly, just another attention-seeking internet personality attempting to gain fame. With such astonishing lack of discernment, she dreams of profiting from online platforms? She might as well try again in her next lifetime. Professor Zheng is a revered authority in the realm of antiques. He has hosted the program Treasure Appraisal for many years without ever making a mistake. This woman appears quite deranged to audaciously act out on Professor Zhang's show. She seems to believe that her antics will bring her fame, oblivious to the fact that everyone perceives her as mentally unstable. Most alarming is her assertion that the hairpin recently purchased by Su Shi, purportedly an antique, is merely a counterfeit worth only a few thousand yuan. It seems she is simply sour grapes for not acquiring it herself. Upon hearing Yun Shu declare that the hairpin is not an antique, Su Shi's expression nearly shatters. Particularly as she watches Yun Shu rise from the front row, her nails digging painfully into her flesh as she struggles to maintain composure. Determined not to let jealousy consume her emotions. However, she is convinced that Yun Shu's actions are a desperate bid for notoriety. Perhaps even an attempt to infiltrate the entertainment industry at her expense. Regrettably, her calculations are misguided. Aspiring to gain fame on Professor Zhang's program without acknowledging her own limitations is folly. Su Shi is eager to witness the moment when Yun Shu is publicly humiliated by Professor Zhang, transforming her into a laughingstock across the internet. Zhao Guiyuan, witnessing this scene unfold, feels utterly lost, for he is confident that, regardless of the era to which this treasure belongs, it has been passed down through 8 generations of his ancestors and is indeed a genuine antique of considerable value. He recalls being informed that this artifact is likely over 5,000 years old. While he knows that Chinese civilization spans 5 millennia, he has scoured all historical records from that time and found no mention of this porcelain vase, which is why he sought to unveil its secrets on this program. He never anticipated such an incident occurring. Zhao Guiyuan realizes that, given Zheng Feihong's capabilities, he might not be able to discern the true worth of the treasure. The thought that Zheng Feihong nearly mishandled this ancestral heirloom sends waves of anxiety through him. He swiftly steps forward to reclaim the treasure, glaring at Zheng Feihong and stating, "I initially believed you to be a highly esteemed professor, yet your impulsiveness is disheartening. It appears your understanding is insufficient to authenticate the value of my heirloom. I now find myself questioning whether many genuine artifacts have met their demise at your hands." Faced with the unrelenting scrutiny from both individuals, Zheng Feihong's composure begins to falter. And with a cold snort, he retorts, "In the realm of treasure appraisal, I dare say that if I claim second place, none would dare contest for first. No counterfeit can elude my discerning gaze. I can unequivocally inform you that the treasure you hold is indeed fake, devoid of any collectible value." At this moment, Zheng Feihong's fury reaches its zenith, and he contemplates abandoning the endeavor. However, just as he turns to leave, an authoritative voice resonates from the side of the stage. "Is that so? The experts from our National Museum of Cultural Relics have yet to make their appearance. And how dare you, a mere civilian appraiser, proclaim yourself the best?" The speaker is a dignified middle-aged man, clad in a simple jacket, with a national emblem pinned to his chest, surrounded by several men clad in identical attire adorned with national insignia, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards clearing the way. The atmosphere exuded an undeniable aura of significance. Witnessing this commanding presence, onlookers instinctively sensed that these individuals were far from ordinary. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "I believe I have seen them on television, possibly in a national news segment discussing the return of artifacts to our homeland. It seems they are the very experts who came forth to welcome them home." In the live stream, some viewers hastily searched for images of these experts, swiftly confirming their identities as esteemed professionals from the National Museum. An air of tension enveloped the crowd, as if events were veering towards an uncontrollable climax. Zheng Feihong, an expert in the field, immediately recognized the identities of those before him. He had only seen them on television, aware of their status as luminaries in their discipline. Yet he never anticipated an encounter of such gravity, particularly in this confrontational context. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he cautiously inquired, "Academician, what brings you here?" Indeed, the middle-aged man leading the group was none other than the illustrious Academician Chunda, renowned for his pivotal role in a significant event welcoming national treasures back home. He had once discerned a counterfeit among the treasures, exposing a foreign scheme and ensuring the authentic artifact's return, thus earning the admiration of all in the field. Chapter 59. Zheng Feihong's humiliation by the true professor. Prior to his arrival, Academician Chen had already acquainted himself with the program's mechanics. And due to the live nature of the broadcast, he had glimpsed Zhao Guiyuan's treasure from the vehicle. Now standing before Zhao Guiyuan, Chen felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing with the knowledge that this treasure was extraordinary. He eagerly asked, "Sir, may I see your treasure?" Zhao Guiyuan, fully aware of Chen's esteemed status, recognized the scholar's intent concerning the artifact in his possession, and an exhilarating emotion surged within him. Of course, Academician Chen, please. Prepared for this moment. Chen received gloves and professional equipment from his associates, disregarding Zheng Feihong's fluctuating complexion, and commenced a meticulous examination alongside a host of experts. This unexpected scene caught everyone off guard, realizing the seriousness with which these national experts approached the treasure. Could it be that Yun Shu's assertions held merit, and this artifact truly possessed remarkable significance? If so, the professional persona Zheng Feihong had cultivated over the years would collapse instantaneously. As time ticked away, the scholars on stage remained engrossed in their examination. Yin Shu had quietly returned to her seat upon Academician Chen's arrival. In the profound silence, where even the sound of breathing could be discerned, the professors finally set down the artifact, exchanging glances filled with excitement. Chenda's face was equally adorned with excitement and anticipation as he hastily turned to Zhao Guiyuan and spoke. Sir, your precious artifact holds great significance for us. I am aware that it is a treasured heirloom of your family, yet it may very well originate from the illustrious Jiang dynasty, dating back 5,500 years. Its research value is immense. Would you be willing to part with it and sell this invaluable treasure to our Cultural Relics Bureau? All present widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. Wait, what had they just heard? This treasure, could it truly be an artifact from 5,500 years ago and originating from the Jiang dynasty? They were well versed in China's 5 millennia of civilization. Yet none had ever heard of the existence of the Jiang dynasty, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Zhao Guiyuan and Zheng Feihong were no exception. However, Zhao had long been mentally prepared for this revelation. He had always harbored suspicions that his family heirloom might originate from 5,000 years ago. Now, with the expert's personal confirmation, his curiosity burned even brighter. Academician Chen, could there truly have been dynasties in China 5,000 years ago? Chenda was somewhat uncertain, still engaged in research and reluctant to divulge too much. Nevertheless, in order to convey the significance of the matter to Zhao Guiyuan, he gently nodded and remarked, We previously unearthed a collection of artifacts, the materials and patterns of which closely resemble yours. Such styles have never before been encountered. We have only gleaned information from sporadic sources indicating that these items may originate from the kingdom of Jiang. However, historical records concerning the existence of Jiang are nearly non-existent. Our insights are derived from ancient texts that are on the verge of being lost. The specifics warrant further exploration, making this treasure of paramount importance to us. Zhao Guiyuan understood that the heirloom passed down through his ancestors was indeed remarkable, coupled with its profound research value. He felt a sense of duty as a citizen of Huagua to contribute to the nation's advancement. With a serious demeanor, he declared, I am willing to donate this treasure to the state without any expectation of compensation, so that it may realize its fullest potential. I also hope that we can soon unravel the unresolved mysteries of the Jiang dynasty. Our Zhao family, as well as future generations, eagerly anticipate that day. Chenda was taken aback by Zhao Guiyuan's willingness to donate the treasure selflessly, a sentiment echoed by Yun Shu seated in the audience. If her memory served her correctly, prior to the commencement of the program, she had approached Zhao Guiyuan, seeking to purchase the heirloom. He had stated that the artifact held great significance for them, as he merely wished to ascertain its dynasty before passing it down through generations. To her surprise, he was now prepared to donate the family heirloom. Deepening her respect for Zhao Guiyuan, it became evident that, in the grand scheme of the nation, the interests of one's family were but trivial. Chenda had initially anticipated spending a considerable sum to acquire the treasure. Upon hearing Zhao Guiyuan's declaration, he too felt a surge of respect for him and exchanged glances with the experts beside him, each harboring a similar sentiment. The assembly, in perfect unison, bowed respectfully to Zhao Guiyuan. Chenda, cradling the precious artifact, spoke with solemnity. Mr. Zhao, rest assured, we shall diligently preserve and study it. Once our research reaches fruition, this treasure will undoubtedly be displayed as a national treasure in the Museum of National Antiquities, with the donor's name clearly marked, ensuring your contribution is duly recognized. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Guiyuan beamed with joy. Although he had parted with a cherished heirloom, he contemplated that the nation's history might advance by 5 centuries as a result, which he believed was what his ancestors would have desired. The elation of those on stage contrasted sharply with the growing anxiety of Zheng Feihong behind them. He never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable vase could hold the key to unearthing the nation's untapped history. The thought of having shattered the artifact was unbearable. Yet, with so many viewers in the live broadcast, his predicament was far from enviable. After all, his earlier vehement assertions about the antiquity being a forgery were still fresh in everyone's minds. He was acutely aware that had Yunshu not intervened, this invaluable relic, which had the potential to propel Huagua forward by 5 centuries, would have been irrevocably destroyed. This unfolding drama piqued the audience's curiosity, particularly regarding Yunshu's earlier remark. She suggested that the first item presented, the white jade hairpin, might have been crafted just the previous week, valued at merely a few thousand. Rather than the 60 million it was purported to be, an item over a millennium old. This revelation sparked concern among those seated beside Sue's father, who whispered anxiously, "Brother, given the current situation, it's quite possible your hairpin is also a counterfeit. You might have squandered 60 million on a fake. It would be prudent to have it assessed by the professors while they are still present." Witnessing Zheng Feihong being publicly refuted by the national scholars evoked similar sentiments in Sue's father. He was already pained by the exorbitant expenditure on the hairpin, and the prospect of having acquired a fake was almost unbearable. Su Shi, overhearing the conversation, anxiously grasped her father's hand, her tone laced with urgency. "Dad, please don't do this. Our intention in purchasing that hairpin was not to acquire a genuine antique, but merely to foster the persona of a wealthy heiress. Should people believe we bought a counterfeit, I would become the laughingstock of the internet." Chapter 60. Su Shi becomes the internet's joke despite her pleading. Sue's father remained troubled, prioritizing the recovery of his 60 million over the uncertain prospect of a fabricated image. After a moment of contemplation and feeling too embarrassed to take the stage himself, he handed the box to the individual beside him, offering an apologetic smile. I recently spent a considerable sum on this, and I feel rather awkward about going up myself. Would you mind taking it to Academician for evaluation?" The individuals nearby cast a glance at Mr. Su's embarrassed expression and understood that he wished to avoid humiliation at that moment, upholding the principle of benevolence. The other person graciously accepted the box handed over by Mr. Su and strode confidently towards the stage. After all, it wasn't him who spent 60 million to purchase the hairpin, so naturally he felt no shame. He swiftly strode onto the stage to stand beside Academician Chinda, opening the box in his hands to reveal the white jade hairpin within. Presenting it to Academician Chun with polite curiosity, he inquired, "Academician Chun, this treasure was the first item presented earlier. Someone in attendance paid 60 million for it, but given recent developments, I'm uncertain whether it truly merits such valuation. Might I trouble you to authenticate it?" As the man carried the white jade hairpin onto the stage, nearly every pair of eyes in the room widened, and ears strained intently. Both the assembled guests and the online audience burned with curiosity. Was the Su family's 60 million yuan hairpin genuine or counterfeit? At this moment, Chunda was enveloped in the exhilaration of having obtained a treasure dating back 5,500 years. When questioned by those present, he exhibited a newfound patience. However, his gaze fell upon the white jade hairpin held by another, and without a moment's hesitation, he spoke, with such luster and smoothness. "This cannot possibly be the craftsmanship of 1,200 years ago, although the design is a mere imitation of an ancient style. The immaculate finish clearly indicates it was produced by machinery. The jade itself is indeed of good quality, valued at no more than 2,000. 60 million is simply a case of someone being taken for a fool." Chunda's voice was not loud, yet due to the presence of a microphone, his words resonated clearly throughout the room. In that instant, almost every face revealed a smirk of schadenfreude, as they deemed the individual seated in the last row to be foolishly affluent for having spent 60 million on a hairpin that was evidently worthless. Indeed, a counterfeit. Viewers watching the live broadcast online were astounded by such a twist. In an instant, the barrage of comments surged with fervor. "My goodness, if I am not mistaken. The Su family that spent 60 million on a hairpin seems to be Su Shi, doesn't it? I never imagined that they could be so foolish and affluent. Spending 60 million on a counterfeit item, it truly amuses me to no end. I also find the Su Shi family to be rather naive and wealthy. When this hairpin first made its appearance, many suspected its authenticity. I wonder what Su Shi was thinking to insist on acquiring it. At this very moment, I genuinely believe that the trending topic about Su Shi, the affluent young lady, appears particularly ludicrous. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it to Su Shi, the foolish and wealthy, when the truth is revealed. The girl who earlier intervened to prevent Zheng Feihong from destroying the antique will undoubtedly be regarded as exceptionally valuable. She not only succeeded in safeguarding what could very well be an artifact from 5,500 years ago, but also unequivocally identified the hairpin purchased by Su Shi as a forgery. Could this girl be a rising star in the world of antiques? That would be truly remarkable. Am I the only one curious whether this antique truly dates back 5,500 years? Can the annals of Huaxia's history truly be extended another 5 centuries due to this ancient artifact? What forgotten tales might lie buried within that 500-year-old dynasty? As discussions among the public intensify, the popularity of the program reaches new heights. Su Shi had been attentively monitoring the barrage of comments on the show throughout. When she noticed the majority ridiculing her, her expression nearly shattered. The hatred towards Yunshu surged to unprecedented heights within her heart. Had Yunshu not suddenly intervened on stage today, declaring their newly purchased white jade hairpin a counterfeit, she wouldn't have become the laughingstock of the entire internet. Her original intention for tonight's program was to craft an image of herself as a wealthy heiress, ascending to the status of an online goddess. Yet because of Yunshu, she had instead become the subject of widespread mockery. Now, reconciling with Yuan Zhou would undoubtedly prove even more challenging. She simply couldn't comprehend how Yunshu, a girl cast out by her own parents, could possibly have the capability to entwine herself with Hu Qian, let alone steal the spotlight so dramatically tonight. The scene was not only marked by Su Shi's discontent, but also reflected the dismay of the director backstage. He was acutely aware that, in light of the events that transpired today, the program could not possibly proceed. Zheng Feihong had not only tarnished his reputation but might also jeopardize his entire career, destined to become a laughingstock within the antique community. This farce concluded with the collapse of the director, Zheng Feihong, and several members of the Su family, while Yunshu, Hu Qian, Zhao Guiyuan, and national experts reveled in the spectacle. As the program reached its denouement, attendees, recognizing that the excitement had dissipated, began to depart. Su's father promptly took Su's mother and Su Shi, armed with a hairpin, to seek a refund from the production team. Just as the crowd began to thin, a mechanical chime echoed in Yunshu's mind, signaling the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, on the successful completion of your entrusted task. You have been awarded a cash prize of 10 million, which has been transferred to your bank card. Additionally, the Chronicle of the Jiang Dynasty has been placed within the mode of transportation you are using today. Please be attentive to its arrival. Upon hearing this, Yunshu, without a moment's hesitation, grasped Hu Qian's hand and sprinted towards the parking lot. She intended to present the historical tome belonging to Jiang Zhao to them for their scholarly examination before academician Chenda departed. Initially, Hu Qian was perplexed by Yunshu's sudden urgency, but as he sensed the wave of energy emanating from her, he swiftly understood that the system's reward had arrived. While being tugged along by Yunshu, he fished out his phone to contact academician Chen, urging him not to leave in haste, as they had something to present. In no time, Yunshu and Hu Qian reached the parking lot, where Yunshu indeed found the time-worn book in the passenger seat. Although she was not entirely fluent in the ancient script inscribed within, she held the conviction that the experts from the Cultural Heritage Bureau would certainly have the expertise to decipher it. At the very moment Yunshu secured the historical text, the specialists from the Bureau arrived at the parking lot. Academician Chen, intrigued by Hu Qian's insistence for them to remain, was about to approach when he noticed Yunshu, brimming with excitement, racing towards them with Hu Qian in tow. Subsequently, after exchanging a glance with Hu Qian, Yunshu eagerly presented the ancient tome in her hands to Academician Chenda, exclaiming with excitement, "Academician Chen, this is a book I stumbled upon by chance, and it may very well be related to the antiquities you possess. You should take it back for a thorough study." Chapter 61. System Points 50. Chenda's gaze shifted to the book held by Yunshu, and upon glimpsing the characters emblazoned on its cover, his eyes widened in astonishment. He hastily retrieved a pair of white gloves from his pocket and donned them before carefully accepting the book from Yunshu, scrutinizing it with great attention. The group of individuals behind him were equally astonished at the sight of the book, their eyes widening in disbelief. Some among them, able to decipher the inscriptions, could not contain their astonishment as they exclaimed, "Heavens, it's the history of the Jiang Dynasty." Indeed, these words adorned the cover, and the quality of the paper closely resembled the fragments of information they had gathered about the Jiang Dynasty. In truth, they had encountered scant records concerning the Jiang Dynasty in ancient texts long ago, but had lacked the evidence to substantiate the existence of such a dynasty. Now, with the emergence of the multicolored mysterious vase and the accounts within this historical tome. The experts were inclined to believe that the history of their great nation might soon be propelled forward by an additional 5 centuries. Recognizing the significance of the book, Chinda examined the text within and became convinced that it originated from the Jiang dynasty. This realization infused his gaze directed at Yun Shu with a blend of excitement and keen inquiry. "Young lady, from where did you acquire this book? Do you possess any additional information regarding the Jiang dynasty?" Yun Shu indeed has more to discover. After fulfilling her task, the benefactor of her wishes not only bestowed upon her a cash reward of 10 million, but also a historical tome from the Jiang dynasty, along with an address. According to the words of her benefactor, this tome was unearthed from subterranean depths in a certain region, a location that harbors not only the historical text, but also a multitude of treasures from the Jiang dynasty, awaiting excavation and restoration. Yun Shu took out her phone, opened WeChat, and with wide, curious eyes, looked at Academician Chen and asked, "Academician Chen, may I add you on WeChat? Shortly, I will send you an address. After you return, please take someone to investigate. It may yield unexpected delights." Upon hearing this, Chinda seemed to grasp the implication and refrained from further inquiries. Fearing that his excitement might render him speechless, he hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and added Yun Shu on WeChat. Yun Shu, guided by an instinctive prompt in her mind, searched for the address of that area on her phone and sent the location to Chinda's chat window. Stating earnestly, "Academician Chen, if you trust my words, please expedite the investigation with your team. I eagerly await your good news." Chinda examined the location sent by Yun Shu, which appeared to be quite distant from Jinqing, even without her elaboration. Considering how she had safeguarded Zhao Guiyuan's treasure on stage today and the historical tome she had presented, he could surmise that this place undoubtedly held even more remarkable treasures awaiting his discovery. Upon realizing this, Chinda could no longer contain himself. He extended his hand towards Yun Shu with gratitude and solemnly declared, "Dear young friend, please rest assured. Upon our return, we will promptly organize a team to investigate this location. If we are indeed able to uncover the treasures we seek, our Cultural Relics Bureau will certainly not neglect your contributions. This includes the book you provided today. Once we have thoroughly studied it, we will ensure you are rewarded." Yun Shu was indifferent to the accolades. Her heart swelled with joy knowing that she could offer such significant assistance to her country. Chinda, along with the group of experts behind him, expressed their gratitude to Yun Shu before hastily departing. She understood that they were eager to set off towards the coordinates she had provided, hoping to reach their destination swiftly and uncover the treasures they sought. After watching them leave, Yun Shu felt a buzz in her mind, followed by the mechanical voice of the system. "Congratulations, host, on completing an additional task. By submitting the historical records of the Jiang dynasty and the location of the relics, you have advanced the nation's history by 500 years. You have successfully earned 50 points, bringing your total to 70 points. Please continue your efforts." Upon hearing that the system had granted her 50 points this time, Yun Shu was initially taken aback, followed by an exhilarating sense of disbelief. She had previously known that the system rewarded her with 10 points for completing particularly meaningful tasks, but she never expected that submitting the historical records would yield 50 points. This brought her one step closer to accumulating 1,000 points, allowing her to actively reach out to other realms for resource exchanges. Huo Qian, sensing the fluctuations of Yun Shu's unique abilities, found himself intrigued. She had seemingly completed her task. "What has transpired? Has the system issued you a new task?" he inquired. "Today." Her remarkable success in completing the task is undeniably attributed to the invaluable assistance of Huo Qian. Thus, when she gazed at him, her eyes sparkled with gratitude. The system had just informed her that her submission of the Jiang dynasty historical text had advanced the nation's historical narrative, earning her a reward of 50 points. Huo Qian understood that once Yun Shu accumulated 1,000 points, she could proactively reach out to other realms. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment, hoping fervently that she would soon acquire the requisite points to reconnect with the realm of cultivation, where the possibility of awakening his grandfather might reside. He harbored deep concerns that if his grandfather remained in slumber, the unfavorable future he dreaded might unfold. All while he had yet to find the person he had been waiting for. He feared that, at that juncture, the circumstances he faced would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Huo Qian shared her joy and was filled with anticipation regarding Yun Shu's skills. Just as he was about to suggest that it was getting late and they should return, Yun Shu's phone chimed with a message from Zhao Manor. "Miss Yun, Tomorrow marks the launch day of the Happy Pill. Let us meet at the company at 8 in the morning, no exceptions. Yunshu, preoccupied with her busy schedule over the past few days, had completely forgotten about this matter. Additionally, her recent commitments had left her with no time to pursue her driving license, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. However, she was also filled with anticipation for the release of the Happy Pills. She was curious about how people would react tomorrow upon learning of the existence of a pill that could alleviate depression. Would they share her excitement? Yunshu promptly replied on her phone, agreeing to meet, and was about to put it away when her system stirred once more. Ding! A new Wish task has been detected. Please check host. Wish client. Chu Feiqi location. Huagua. 1 month ago. Wish details. My name is Chu Feiqi, a renowned acupuncturist at Lingqing Hospital. Though only 30, I developed the Ghost Gate Needle technique to treat my father, who suffered from chronic meridian blockages and was often bedridden. This method could unblock his meridians, allowing him to rise, move freely, and even walk normally with prolonged treatment. However, before I could pass on this technique, I was struck by reckless youths in a sports car while on my way to a house call. Knowing my life was fading, my greatest regret was leaving behind my bedridden father and the countless paralyzed patients who could have benefited from my method. I wish for the host of this Wish system to visit my father with a small gift. This is my only request. Thank you. Chapter 62. A special Wish task. Task received. Will the host accept? Yunshu stood still, carefully considering the mission. Huoqian, noticing her expression and sensing the system's fluctuation, was certain she had received a new task. What is it? Did the system assign you another mission? He asked curiously. Yunshu nodded in surprise, puzzled by the simplicity of the task, so much so that she wondered if the system had made a mistake. Bewildered, she turned to Huoqian and briefly explained. This time, the client is named Chu Feiqi, a doctor who created the Ghost Gate Needle technique. It can unblock meridians and, with prolonged treatment, help paralyzed individuals walk again. But before he could pass it on, he died in a car accident last month. Huoqian wasn't well versed in medical matters, but he recalled the extensive media coverage of the death of this technique's creator. Many lamented the loss of such a genius and his unshared knowledge, especially those bedridden patients who had glimpsed hope, only to have it vanish. Some had even been en route to Lingqing for treatment when news of his untimely death reached them. At only 30, he had so much potential to benefit the world, yet reckless street racing had cut his life short. A month ago, Yunshu was consumed by despair due to Yunjin's suffering from uremia and had not come across that report. However, upon learning of the situation, she felt a sense of regret. What does the other party desire? What is the reward? Huoqian initially presumed that Yunshu's wish tasks would stem from various dimensions or the future. Yet he was astonished to discover that wishes could also be issued by those who had passed away, thereby piquing his curiosity regarding Yunshu's wish system. Yunshu, still perplexed, questioned whether the task was mistakenly assigned due to its simplicity, uncertainly inquiring within her mind. System, are you certain you have not issued the wrong task? The individual S wishes merely for me to visit his father? The system affirmatively responded, yes. It is the wish for the host to bring a small gift when visiting his father. Yunshu remained utterly baffled and regarded Huoqian with incredulity, stating, the individual wishes for me to bring some gifts when visiting his father, yet no reward has been mentioned. Could it be that the task is too simplistic to warrant a reward? Huoqian found this reasoning plausible, nonetheless, as it was a task assigned by the system. They were obliged to fulfill it without further deliberation. What is the address? He inquired. Perhaps we still have some time to reach it. Yunshu glanced at the address provided by the system, which was conveniently located in Ling City and not far from their current position. After locating it on her phone, she sent the coordinates to Huoqian. I have sent the location to your phone. Shall we head there now? Huoqian nodded. Let's take a look outside shortly and purchase some fruit and supplements. Since it is termed a small gift, we should refrain from acquiring anything overly extravagant. Regardless of the underlying purpose of this task, we must undertake it to ascertain the ultimate outcome. Yunshu concurred, for the system rarely assigns tasks devoid of significance. Perhaps there are unknown revelations awaiting them ahead. Soon, Yunshu and Huoqian set forth to visit Chu Feiqi. Through the information relayed by the system, she gathered insights about Chu Feiqi. He hailed from a remote valley in Ling City and had exhibited a remarkable aptitude for medicine from a young age. With a local acupuncturist residing in the village, he learned acupuncture under the elder's tutelage and ultimately became the only university graduate from that small mountain village. Later, He attended the prestigious medical school in Ling City and, upon graduation, began working at the Ling City Hospital. His exceptional medical skills and proficiency in acupuncture alleviated many people's suffering, leading him to attain the position of department head at a young age. Subsequently, he developed the Ghost Gate acupuncture technique, gaining prominence in the medical field, with numerous paralyzed patients traveling great distances to seek his treatment. After accumulating some savings, he purchased a modest apartment in the city and brought his parents and sister to live with him. As their lives flourished, unexpectedly, Chu Feiqi suffered a tragic accident and passed away a month ago. The few reckless youths, being minors and backed by a powerful family, faced no consequences for their actions. Subsequently, Chu Feiqi earned money in the hospital and purchased a modest apartment in a nearby community. A typical example of someone transitioning from a small village to a big city. Unfortunately, this promising journey was short-lived. Chu Feiqi, still so young and a rare talent, encountered such unfortunate circumstances. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hu Qian arrived near Lingqing Hospital with Yun Shu. He took her to buy some fruits and supplements before heading towards the Chu family home, guided by the address provided by the system. Upon reaching the Chu residence, Hu Qian pressed the doorbell, and Yun Shu, still pondering her excuse, found the door swung open. Before her stood a weary middle-aged woman with a head full of white hair. Indeed, a middle-aged woman. Typically, a woman of such an age would not be completely gray. At most, she would have silver strands. Yet, this woman appeared aged as if she had suddenly lost all vitality. Yun Shu recognized her as Chu Feiqi's mother and promptly spoke. "Hello, Andy. I am a friend of Chu Feiqi. I wanted to visit you and Uncle." Chu's mother, taken aback by the unexpected visit so long after her son's passing, felt her eyes redden. Realizing her emotional lapse, she quickly took a step back and urged, "Please, come in and have a seat." Yun Shu and Hu Qian, not wishing to be overly formal, immediately placed their gifts and fruits down upon entering. Chu's mother felt even more embarrassed, exclaiming, "As friends of Feiqi, it is already wonderful that you thought to visit us. Why bring gifts? It is too much." Yun Shu smiled and replied, "It is only proper," as her gaze scanned the room, noticing the absence of Chu's father. Curiously, she inquired, "Auntie, where is Uncle?" Upon hearing this, Chu's mother's expression turned painful. She lowered her head to hide her sorrow and forced a smile, saying, "Since Feiqi's departure, his father hasn't been well. Let me take you to see him." Chapter 63. Acquiring the Ghost Gate needle skill. Yun Shu and Hu Qian obediently followed Chu's mother into a room that had remained shut for so long. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man struggling to rise from his bed, his expression filled with agony. Chu's mother rushed forward, urging him not to move, her voice tinged with panic. "In your condition, you shouldn't get up. They are friends of Feiqi, come to visit us." Her voice quavered with emotion, for it had been a long time since they had received visitors after Feiqi's passing. Observing the desolate scene before her, Yun Shu felt her own eyes sting with unshed tears, especially at the sight of the middle-aged man desperately trying to rise. Her heart felt heavy, aching with the thought that had Chu Feiqi not met with misfortune, this man's health would have improved, and countless others bedridden due to blocked meridians might have glimpsed hope. Yun Shu felt that the heavens often played cruel jokes on those who had suffered injustices at the hands of fate. After enduring a life of hardship, just as she finally glimpsed a ray of hope, it was abruptly snatched away. Regrettably, Chu Feiqi's fame had not yet reached great heights. Thus, following his untimely demise, the culprits remained unpunished and free. Chu's father, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, lamented that had he been able to walk, they would not have lost their means of livelihood so suddenly, and Chu's mother would not have to toil endlessly. He would have ensured that those responsible faced the consequences of their actions. Yet, in his current state, all he could do was lie in bed, wallowing in despair. When he saw Yun Shu approaching, his heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you for still being willing to visit us after all this time." Yun Shu lowered her head, striving to hold back the tears threatening to spill, not wanting to exacerbate their sorrow. The scene before her was unbearable. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the wish task. You have acquired the Ghost Gate acupuncture technique. Please check your rewards." The system's proclamation caught her off guard. Before she could fully comprehend the statement, a cascade of knowledge surged into her mind. Amidst the chaos, she seemed to absorb vivid images related to acupuncture and the precise locations of various acupoints, her hands itching with eagerness. This was the first time Yun Shu had absorbed knowledge so rapidly, and it was not even her own skill but that of another, entering her mind through an inexplicable conduit beyond scientific understanding. She suddenly grasped why this wish task was so straightforward. Merely visiting the client's father had completed the task because the reward was the Ghost Gate acupuncture technique, which the client had yet to disseminate. Her gaze turned to Chu's father, who lay in agony, unable to move, and she swiftly understood the true wish of the client. She turned to Chu's mother and spoke earnestly. "Andy, I am not just a friend of Feichi, I am also his student. I have learned the Ghost Gate acupuncture technique under his guidance. Unfortunately, I did not bring the silver needles with me today. Do you have any at home?" Chu's mother stared at Yunshu in disbelief, momentarily thinking she had misheard. However, upon meeting Yunshu's resolute gaze, she realized that regardless of the truth of the matter, hope stood before her. She must take the chance. Nodding vigorously, she replied, "Yes, I will fetch them for you right away." Chu's mother hurried out of the room with remarkable speed, anxious not to lose a moment in seeking treatment. At that moment, Hua Qian also looked at Yunshu in surprise, silently questioning her. Yunshu nodded slightly, indicating that this matter was related to the completion of the wish task, and said little else. Within a minute, Chu's mother returned with a gray bundle made of cloth. When Yunshu opened it, she found around 100 needles of various sizes, some alarmingly long and intimidating in appearance. As Mother Chu beheld the familiar silver needles, her eyes brimmed with tears once more. These silver needles were specially crafted by Feichi during the development of the Ghost Gate needle technique. Due to the inadequacy of conventional needles for certain acupoints, he had devoted considerable time to their creation. She had once believed that this set of needles would never again see the light of day, yet here they were, resurrected. Although Yunshu was unfamiliar with these silver needles, a sense of recognition flooded her heart upon her fingertips grazing their surface. She understood that this feeling of familiarity stemmed from the skills imparted by Chu Feichi. To her astonishment, the wish system was so powerful, not only capable of transmitting treasures but also able to convey skills, thus intensifying the weight of her responsibilities. Nevertheless, she felt elated at the prospect of acquiring these techniques, which were on the brink of extinction, at the very least, through her. This needle technique could continue to be disseminated. Yushu instructed Mother Chu to turn Father Chu over and remove his shirt, exposing his back. Guided by the newfound memories in her mind, her movements flowed with grace as she deftly extracted each needle, accurately inserting them into the designated acupoints on his back. After approximately an hour, his back was adorned with silver needles, yet Father Chu felt no pain. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of relief as if his meridians were being unblocked, an all too familiar sensation. In the past, whenever his meridians were obstructed, Feichi would administer this same treatment, leaving him with a sense of ease he thought he would never feel again. To his astonishment, he was experiencing this familiar sensation once more at the hands of this young girl. Once she completed the treatment, Yushu recalled Feichi's earlier instructions. He had mentioned that with this needle technique, if administered twice a month for about 6 months, individuals with chronic meridian blockages could return to normal. Furthermore, with 1 to 2 years of treatment, those paralyzed due to obstructed meridians could regain their functionality. "I will return in half a month," she declared while retrieving the silver needles. She surmised that Feichi, in his final moments, had entrusted her with these skills, hoping she would heal his father. Perhaps it was his last wish. Both Father and Mother Chu looked at Yunshu with renewed hope, their gratitude palpable. Father Chu, overwhelmed with emotion, found himself at a loss for words. If he could walk normally again, he could seek employment, ensuring that they would not starve, even in Feichi's absence. Most importantly, with the prospect of restoring his mobility, he felt compelled to seek justice for his son, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. He would not allow his son's death to be in vain. Yunshu glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the evening. With a press conference for Happy Pills scheduled for the following day, it was time for them to take their leave. As they were preparing to bid farewell, Mother Chu called out to her. Chapter 64, The Release Conference of the Joyful Pill. Yushu and Hua Qian simultaneously turned to look at Mother Chu, who presented a silver package before Yushu with a serious demeanor, saying, "Dear child, since you are a friend of Feichi and have received his true teachings, I believe he would be more than willing to pass this set of silver needles to you. After all, you are now the only person in this world capable of using them." Yushu met Mother Chu's earnest gaze, aware that declining the offer would surely weigh heavily on her heart. Moreover, she recognized the potential of utilizing this needle technique for numerous purposes. With determination, she accepted the silver needles, looking at Mother Chu with sincerity and stating, "Auntie, Since Feiqi has entrusted this technique to me, I shall not let him down. I will strive to promote this art and assist more individuals in regaining their light. At that moment, Yunshu had discovered a meaningful endeavor for the foreseeable future, one that would be filled with significance. Mother Chu, unaware of the achievements Yunshu would eventually accomplish with the silver needles, only knew that, at present, Yunshu had indeed alleviated her husband's afflictions. Moreover, the technique bore a striking resemblance to that of her son, which she interpreted as fate. After receiving the silver needles, Yunshu bid farewell to both father and mother Chu and embarked on her journey back to Jincheng. Along the way, Hua Qian could not suppress his curiosity. Did your sudden mastery of the needle technique from Chu Feiqi have anything to do with the wish system? Yunshu nodded, revealing without reservation. We had previously found this task peculiar in its simplicity. After meeting with Father Chu, the system indicated the task was complete, and I immediately received the reward of the Ghost Gate Needle technique. Thus, I surmised that Chu Feiqi, upon issuing the task, deemed it too challenging for me to accomplish, and his reward was to impart the technique to me, perhaps hoping to restore his father's health through my hands. Hua Qian found this reasoning compelling, though he had not anticipated that the wish system could also transfer skills in addition to providing material rewards. This revelation piqued his curiosity about Yunshu's future. I suddenly have a bold thought. If there are many more tasks like this in the future, you could accumulate an array of skills. I wonder whether that would be a blessing or a curse. Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, as she had not considered such implications. However, the prospect of accumulating various skills seemed appealing. Despite the potential burdens of the tasks, the future is uncertain. But I am currently eager for the system's points to reach 1,000. This would enable me to initiate contact with other realms, allowing us to actively exchange for whatever we desire, rather than remaining in a passive state as we are now. Hua Qian shared her anticipation, awaiting that moment when Yunshu could connect with the realm of cultivation to procure elixirs capable of awakening his grandfather. The two continued their conversation along the way, exchanging light banter. Yunshu felt that the future ahead would be filled with uncertainty. She was uncertain if it would be fraught with challenges. However, as a member of the National Anomalies Bureau, she was part of an organization which relieved her of the burden of facing it all alone and filled her with anticipation. Since she had to attend a press conference at Tang Damon's company the following day, Hua Qian promptly escorted Yunshu back to her villa without delay. Upon her return, her grandfather had already retired for the night, yet he had left a light on for her in the villa, which filled her heart with warmth. Early the next morning, she arrived punctually at the Tang Group for the press conference. This event was not merely a press conference, as Tang Damon's pharmaceutical company was solely responsible for research and development, not production and sales. She would select a long-term partner pharmaceutical company at each new product launch to sell the research rights, entrusting them with production and sales. Thus, at each press conference, nearly every pharmaceutical company in the nation would rush to seize the opportunity. After all, the research capabilities of the Tang Group were widely recognized, and each new drug released could significantly benefit the public. Consequently, any pharmaceutical company that secured the research rights from Tang Daiman could firmly establish itself within the Chinese pharmaceutical industry. However, it typically took several years for Tang Daiman to develop a single drug. Now, with the long-awaited launch of the happiness pill, specifically designed for patients suffering from depression, the anticipation among attendees was palpable. Among the prominent families in Jincheng, nearly every family owned a pharmaceutical company, all equally eager for the newly developed happiness pill. Among these families was the Gu Group, led by Gu Yuanzhou, who was accompanied by Su Shi, who had recently made a spectacle of herself on a treasure appraisal show. Gu Yuanzhou had come today with a mission. His father insisted that the Gu Group must secure the production rights for the happiness pill, which would enable their pharmaceutical company to establish a foothold in Jincheng. Initially, the Gu Group had risen to prominence through its pharmaceutical endeavors, and although they had since accrued wealth through real estate, most people still associated the Gu name with their pharmaceutical legacy. Yet, with an increasing number of pharmaceutical companies emerging, the Gu Group, as an established entity, seemed to struggle and had gradually become a source of ridicule among the prominent families of Jincheng. Hence, it was imperative for him to obtain the production rights for the happiness pill. He had conducted research and understood that, in this era, both young people and students faced mounting pressures, yet many failed to comprehend the complexities of depressive emotions, dismissing them as mere pretense. If their company could secure the production rights for the happiness pill, it would undoubtedly alleviate feelings of despair whenever individuals felt downcast, subsequently elevating the Gu Group's standing. Gu Yuanzhou resolved in his heart and turned to glance at Su Shi, his tone rather brusque. The reason I brought you here today is to ensure you encounter Mr. Tang's daughter. Since you claim she is your admirer, you must possess a means to persuade Mr. Tang to grant us at Gu Corporation the production rights to the Happy Pill. Su Shi nodded emphatically, brimming with confidence on this matter. After returning from lynching and disarray last night, she fortuitously learned that Gu Yuanzhou would attend the Happy Pill launch event today. She was acutely aware of his intentions for being there and contemplated what actions she could undertake to recapture his attention. Consequently, she dispatched inquiries regarding Tang Daiman and unexpectedly discovered that Tang Damon's daughter, Chen Tangtang, was indeed her fan and had previously left messages for her in her fan club. This revelation ignited a spark of hope within Su Shi. Chapter 65. The dramatic Su Shi emerges. She firmly believed that upon locating Tang Damon's daughter at the event, the girl would instantly recognize her and perhaps even excitedly seek a photograph together. At that moment, if she subtly mentioned that Gu Yuanzhou was her fiancé, it was possible that the daughter would take a liking to her and persuade Mr. Tang to bestow the production rights of the Happy Pill to Gu Corporation. She understood that if she successfully accomplished her task today, the rift between herself and Yuanzhou could be mended. Furthermore, she might even become a significant benefactor for Gu Pharmaceutical, allowing her engagement with Yuanzhou, scheduled for half a month later, to proceed as planned, thus elevating her status significantly. Pulling herself from her reverie of joy, Su Shi began to survey her surroundings, attempting to spot Chen Tangtang amidst the throngs of people. She had already conducted her research and learned that Chen Tangtang was merely a middle school girl in her early teens, an age most susceptible to persuasion. Suddenly, her gaze halted at the signature board near the entrance, her brow furrowing as she focused intently on a woman engaged in a phone call. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed that the woman was Yun Shu. This realization weighed heavily on Su Shi's heart. She could not fathom Yun Shu's purpose for being present in such a setting. She even suspected that Yun Shu intentionally opposed her, as every encounter with her had yielded no benefit. Today's launch event was of paramount importance to Su Shi, and she wished to avoid any unforeseen complications due to Yun Shu's presence. Her mind raced with potential solutions. Meanwhile, Yun Shu, oblivious to Su Shi's scrutiny, had just entered the venue when she received a call from Tang Daiman. Miss Yun, the Happy Pill's release is entirely your accomplishment. I would like to announce your identity at the event. Would you be amenable to that? Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Shu shook her head vigorously. Please do not disclose my identity. I merely stumbled upon the formula for the Happy Pill. I am not the true developer. My greatest joy lies in the successful launch of the Happy Pill. You should take all the credit for its development. Yun Shu's words hold a kernel of truth. The creation of the joyful pill, from its formulation to its development, is entirely attributable to Tang Daiman, albeit from a decade hence. Had the joyful pill originated from another realm, she might have claimed the credit for herself, but this achievement undeniably belongs to Tang Daiman, and she would never presume to take it. Her sole aspiration is for the joyful pill to successfully partner with a reputable pharmaceutical company, facilitating its mass production and sale, thereby helping more individuals suffering from depression emerge from their shadows. Upon hearing Yun Shu's unwavering stance, Tang Daiman recognized her resolute intent. Should she insist on revealing Yun Shu's identity, it would likely provoke her displeasure, and thus she acquiesced. After Tang Daiman ended the call, Yun Shu found herself at the designated spot for signing, poised to inscribe her name upon the board at the behest of her attendant. Observing Yun Shu's simmering frustration, Su Shi glanced around, noting the absence of Hua Qian, which deepened her confusion. She could not fathom how Yun Shu, being alone, merited attendance at this press conference. Suddenly, Su Shi's keen gaze caught sight of Chen Tangtang entering through the main entrance. An idea sparked in her mind. Perhaps in other contexts she could not confront Yun Shu. But here, within the Tang family domain, and with Chen Tangtang as her fan, a lesson could indeed be imparted to Yun Shu. Moreover, Hua Qian's absence today suggested that Yun Shu had deliberately appeared to thwart her. Unfortunately for Yun Shu, her calculations were flawed. She could never anticipate that the daughter of the Joyful Pills developer would be one of her admirers. With the media present in abundance, Su Shi could vividly envision the humiliation Yun Shu would endure if expelled, which would consequently transform her own recent negative press into a favorable narrative. The more Su Shi contemplated this, the more exhilarated she became, and as she noticed Chen Tangtang approaching the signing board, she strode purposefully to Yun Shu's side. Yun Shu, perplexed by Su Shi's sudden appearance, felt her expression harden as she curtly remarked, "Good dogs do not obstruct the path." Fuming with indignation, yet steadfast in her scheme, Sushi reached out to grasp Yin Shu's hand, whispering, "Yin Shu, do you think I will always allow you to prevail? Today, your plans are destined to unravel." Yin Shu, taken aback by this proclamation, wondered if Sushi had suffered a significant blow the previous night, resulting in her current erratic behavior. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Sushi abruptly yanked her hand, and before Yin Shu could react, Sushi let out a yelp and fell to the ground. Yin Shu gazed at the agonized Sushi, who writhed on the floor and could only sigh in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. It was remarkable that Sushi could orchestrate such a melodramatic scene herself. Though the plot may be melodramatic, it proves effective nonetheless. At the moment Sushi fell, the gaze of the assembled crowd converged upon Yin Shu, their eyes filled with scrutiny and confusion over why she would push Sushi down. As numerous media outlets descended upon the scene, Chun Tang Tang conveniently appeared behind Yin Shu. Seizing the opportunity, Sushi, with tears brimming in her eyes and an expression of deep grievance, implored Yin Shu, saying, "Yin Shu, what must you do to release us from your torment? Although you are a distant relative, your idleness and lack of ambition have led us to refuse you assistance once before. Must you seek to exact revenge upon us time and again? Last time at the antique shop, you embarrassed us. Yesterday during the appraisal program, you knowingly set us up to purchase a flawed hairpin, and today, you followed me to the Tang Group. What more do you desire? Would offering you 1 million not suffice? I beg you to spare my family." Upon hearing this, the onlookers began to view Yin Shu through a tainted lens. Shocked to discover that this seemingly innocent girl harbored such darkness within her, a quintessential example of a parasitic relative. After Sushi finished speaking, she discreetly scanned the crowd, a self-satisfied smile forming as she noted their judgmental gazes fixated on Yin Shu. Finally, she lifted her gaze to Chun Tang Tang, who had just approached Yin Shu, and continued her pitiful act. "Yin Shu, whatever you desire, I shall comply, but this occasion is not one for your disruptions. Please, leave us be and do not cause further trouble for President Tang." Yin Shu discerned that Sushi's words were directed at her, prompting her to turn and meet the puzzled gaze of Chun Tang Tang. Chapter 66. Sushi's self-inflicted wounds. Chun Tang Tang had initially come to confront Yin Shu, but on her way, she witnessed the altercation leading to the woman collapsing. As she drew nearer, the fallen woman seemed vaguely familiar, leaving her perplexed as she sought to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Sushi, having just finished her previous remarks with fervent conviction, believed that in accordance with Chun Tang Tang's character, upon witnessing her idol being pushed to the ground, the girl would undoubtedly side with her without hesitation. She was nearly prepared for Yin Shu to be expelled by Chun Tang Tang, but the next moment, she heard Chun Tang Tang curiously inquire, "Sister Yin Shu, what is this woman doing? Is she bullying you?" Yin Shu smiled, surprised that amidst the crowd, only 13-year-old Chun Tang Tang was perceptive enough to see through the facade. With a slight nod, she responded, somewhat exasperated, "Perhaps, otherwise. Why would she fall in front of me unprovoked and attempt to shift the blame onto me?" Sushi was taken aback to discover that Chun Tang Tang was acquainted with Yin Shu and was even defending her, which made Sushi feel that her once secure position was slipping from her grasp. Just as she was about to speak, a man from the crowd interjected before she could. "Miss, how can you speak in such a manner? We all witnessed you pushing this young lady. How can you claim she fell on her own?" Yin Shu regarded the man who had stepped forward with a hint of amusement, unperturbed by the skepticism of others. Standing tall and lifting her chin, she inquired, "You assert that I pushed her. Where is your evidence?" Yin Shu would not fall into the trap of self-incrimination. If the other party could not provide proof, their claims bore no persuasive weight. "I have evidence." Suddenly, a clear and somewhat youthful voice pierced through the din of the crowd. Sushi's heart soared with delight, believing she would finally bring Yin Shu down today. With the emergence of this voice, all eyes turned to seek its source. Those standing beside the girl instinctively parted, granting her a clear path. Yin Shu, positioned in the center, could not suppress a laugh upon recognizing the young woman approaching. The girl, sporting a long-awaited smile, advanced confidently with her phone in hand, declaring, "I captured a video of the woman deliberately falling to the ground. You may take a look." With that, Jiang Yangyang presented her phone to one of the media representatives, prompting others to crowd around in hopes of seizing the moment. Sushi was once again taken aback. She had assumed the girl was there to assist her, yet instead, she had recorded evidence of Sushi's intentional fall. If this incriminating footage were to circulate online, all her avenues of retreat would vanish. Beyond the risk of becoming a subject of ridicule, she would be branded as a malicious woman, an outcome she had not anticipated. Most critically, she feared that if her reputation were tarnished, Gu Yuanzhou would despise her even more, erasing any chance of climbing the social ladder. The more anxious she became, the more terrified she felt. As Jiang Yangong handed her phone to the media, Su Shi, in a panic, sprang up and snatched the device from Jiang Yangyang's hands, exclaiming, "No one is allowed to see it." Su Shi's frantic demeanor starkly contrasted with her earlier pitiable appearance, causing those who had initially sided with her to ponder. Yet, Su Shi could not afford such considerations. Frantically, she scoured Jiang Yangyang's phone, finding no video related to herself in the album, leaving her momentarily stunned and a sense of foreboding creeping in. Jiang Yangyang observed Su Shi's reaction with satisfaction, calmly stepping forward to reclaim her phone, inquiring curiously, "If you claim that Yin Shu pushed you, why are you so afraid of everyone seeing the evidence? Is this not an admission of guilt?" As Jiang Yangyang uttered the term Sister Yin Shu, Su Shi realized she had been outmaneuvered. Her heart sank further as she shot a furious glare at Jiang Yangyang. The previously advantageous situation had been disrupted, and all eyes of suspicion shifted back to her, not merely skepticism, but a look of bewilderment directed at her. This scrutiny was unbearable for Su Shi, who had originally feared that evidence of her deliberate fall would emerge online, leading her to bear the stigma of a malicious woman. However, she now jumps out, unwilling to reveal the evidence, thereby solidifying the fact that she intentionally fell. At this moment, Su Shi is filled with regret. Had she known that Jiang Yangyang's phone contained nothing, she should have continued to lie on the ground, feigning pity. But now all is futile, and she can only cast her final desperate gaze upon Chen Tangtang, continuing with a quavering voice. "Tangtang, I know you are my fan. You have followed me for so long. You surely understand what kind of person I am. I would never act in such a manner. Instead, it is Yin Shu, who is deeply scheming. Please do not be deceived by her." As Su Shi spoke to her, Chen Tangtang took a step back in disdain, hastily waving her hands to clarify. "I used to like you for a while, but after last night's incident, coupled with your recent actions, I have long ceased to admire you. Moreover, compared to Sister Yin Shu, I am more inclined to trust her character." The reason Chen Tangtang once admired Su Shi was that she saw in her the true flamboyance of a young lady. But since reclaiming her identity as a young lady, she found Su Shi's ostentation to be excessively contrived. She had just witnessed Yin Shu not even extend a hand, while Su Shi fell to the ground on her own. She was now more inclined to believe her own eyes. Su Shi had thought that her plan for the day was flawless, but she had not anticipated that Yin Shu would have so many hidden allies, and even Chen Tangtang would publicly withdraw her support, plunging her into a state of infinite panic. The only reason she was able to come with Gu Yuanzhou today was that Chen Tangtang was her fan. She could leverage her idol status to encourage Chen Tangtang to seek Tang Daiman to grant the production rights of the happiness pills to the Gu family. But now, Su Shi was at a loss for words, and Chen Tangtang, feeling somewhat socially anxious, was embarrassed to stand there under the gaze of so many onlookers. She quickly took Yin Shu's hand and suggested, "Sister Yin Shu, let us go to the dessert area. I have so much to discuss with you." Jiang Yangyang shared the same sentiment, promptly grabbing Yin Shu's other hand and chiming in, "Sister Yin Shu, I too have many things to say. Let us hurry over there. Away from this wicked woman." Yin Shu looked at the two girls, one on each side, hanging on to her with a sense of helplessness. She had not expected that merely a month had passed, and Jiang Yangyang and Chen Tangtang would undergo such a significant transformation. After they left, Su Shi was left abandoned, with those around her still pointing and whispering about her earlier performance, prompting her instinctively to seek help from Gu Yuanzhou, who stood not far away. Chapter 67. Su Shi becomes the laughingstock of the gathering. Gu Yuanzhou watched Chen Tangtang follow Yin Shu away and realized he had once again been deceived by Su Shi. The daughter of the Tang family was not her fan at all. In fact, judging by her earlier demeanor, she seemed to harbor some disdain for Su Shi. Not only did the daughter of the Tang family feel this way, but even Gu Yuanzhou himself began to question what had initially drawn him to Su Shi. Was it her foolishness that captivated him? Gu Yuanzhou felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment due to Su Shi's earlier display, yet there were others nearby who recklessly inquired, "Isn't this Mr. Gu? Who would have thought you would personally appear today? That Miss Su, who just made quite the spectacle, seems to be your fiancée, correct? When do you plan to get engaged?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Yuanzhou felt as though he had been nailed to a pillar of shame. His expression twisted as he uttered a terse, "Not anymore," before striding away. The inquirer, still processing the meaning behind Gu Yuanzhou's abrupt statement, was interrupted by the timely arrival of Su Shi, who froze in place, her complexion paling. She had not anticipated that her clever machinations would backfire today. Had she foreseen this, she would have refrained from calculating against others in front of Gu Yuanzhou, thus preserving her image as the innocent flower in his heart. Simultaneously, Tang Daiman gradually emerged into the collective view of the crowd. Nearly everyone greeted her with enthusiasm, eager to seize the opportunity to converse with her and make an impression. However, due to Tang Daiman's brisk pace, many were left speechless before they could express their thoughts as she swiftly passed by. Gu Yuanzhou hadn't even managed to utter a single word before he felt as if Tang Daiman had swept past him like a gust of wind. Subsequently, all eyes were riveted on her as she strode confidently towards Yunshu, and when she paused to embrace her warmly, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Especially Su Shi and Gu Yuanzhou, who had not anticipated the depth of the relationship between Yunshu and Tang Daiman. However, it was evident that Su Shi's earlier actions had offended Yunshu, causing Gu Yuanzhou to realize that if Yunshu was displeased due to Su Shi's behavior, securing the production rights for the Happy Pills would be exceedingly challenging. This realization only intensified his displeasure as he shot a glare at Su Shi, contemplating that had he known this woman would cause such turmoil, he would have certainly prevented her presence. Once this affair concluded, he would swiftly annul his engagement with this foolish woman. Tang Daiman and Yunshu had not seen each other for quite some time. Upon their reunion, Tang Daiman, filled with gratitude, felt compelled to revere Yunshu as a deity. After the heartfelt embrace, she whispered in Yunshu's ear, "Xiao Shu, are you certain you don't want me to reveal your identity? The development of the Happy Pills was, after all, initiated by you. If I were to claim all the credit, my conscience would be troubled." Yunshu, understanding Tang Daiman's sentiments, patted her back reassuringly, reiterating her stance. "I merely wish to live quietly as an ordinary person, avoiding the spotlight. This pill rightfully belongs to you. Feel free to announce it, including the production rights for the Happy Pills. I shall not interfere." Tang Daiman felt a twinge of embarrassment. Originally somewhat hesitant, she suddenly noticed Chen Tangdang, visibly displeased, pointing towards Su Shi in the crowd. "Mom," she exclaimed, "that woman just bullied Sister Yushu. It seems she came with a man, perhaps aiming to compete for the production rights of the Happy Pills. They are so wicked, you mustn't grant them the rights." Following Chen Tangtang's gesture, Tang Daiman caught sight of Su Shi and Gu Yuanzhou standing at a distance, with Gu Yuanzhou even waving a hand in greeting when their eyes met. Tang Daiman firmly believed in her daughter's honesty. Furthermore, Yunshu had not only rescued her daughter, but had also provided her with the formula for the Happy Pills. It could be said that without Yunshu, the Tang family would not have held this press conference today, and countless patients suffering from depression would not receive proper treatment. Thus, she would undoubtedly refuse to tolerate anyone who bullied Yunshu. She recalled that the man was the president of the Gu Corporation and mentally noted this information when another excited voice reached her ears. "Andy, my brother is the president of the Jiang Corporation. He also wishes to compete for the production rights of the Happy Pills. Please grant him an opportunity. Thank you." Jiang Yangong mustered the courage to say this, bowing deeply to Tang Daiman afterward, feeling quite anxious that his sudden outburst might complicate matters. Unexpectedly, Yushu had not anticipated Jiang Cheng's presence. Reflecting on the 10,000 cash he had once given her, she felt immense gratitude for the assistance he had provided. Tang Daiman glanced at Jiang Yangong and then at Yushu, not missing the expression of appreciation in Yunshu's eyes. It was evident that Jiang Cheng must have rendered some favor to Yunshu. Smiling, she remarked, "I have heard of the Jiang Corporation. Apart from its involvement in the apparel industry, it also engages in pharmaceutical production, having established itself as a leader in Yin City. Recently, it seems the Jiang Corporation is preparing to expand its business into Jin City. Are you intending to use the production rights of the Happy Pills as the first step towards launching pharmaceutical endeavors in Jin City?" Jiang Yangyang was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, and, somewhat perplexed by Tang Daiman's words, scratched the back of his head, preparing to cast a pleading glance at Yunshu. Just then, a melodious male voice resonated from behind them. "Indeed, you are absolutely right, General Manager Tang. We have developed exceptionally well in Yin City, achieving remarkable success in pharmaceutical production, with most of the medicines in Yin City being manufactured by our company. Now, as we focus our efforts on Jin City, if General Manager Tang could entrust us with the production rights of the Happy Pills, we would certainly not disappoint you." Tang Daiman had previously heard news about Jiang Cheng's remarkable talents, and upon seeing him, she found the reputation well-deserved. This instilled confidence in her, prompting a smile and a nod as she replied, "Very well, I shall give it careful consideration." Without further elaboration, she turned to Yu Shu and continued, "Little Shu, please enjoy some desserts here while I prepare backstage." She then turned to Tang Tang, instructing, "Take good care of Sister Yin Shu, ensuring she eats well and has fun." Chun Tang Tang nodded emphatically, patting her chest to assure herself that she would certainly accomplish her goal. Yin Shu, observing Chen Tongtong's lively demeanor, could not suppress a smile. It seemed the happiness pill was indeed effective. Witnessing Chen Tongtong's exuberance filled Yin Shu with genuine delight. Not far away, Gu Yuanzhou and Su Shi had already become aware that Tang Damon's gaze was directed toward them. However, with Chen Tang Tang by his side, Gu Yuanzhou was engulfed by an unsettling premonition. Coupled with Jiang Cheng's appearance and the rumors he had heard regarding the Jiang Group's development in Jincheng, Gu Yuanzhou's foreboding feelings intensified. Chapter 68. The terrifying background of Yun Shu, particularly upon seeing Jiang Cheng engaged in animated conversation with Yun Shu. Gu Yuanzhou looked at Su Shi in exasperation and remarked, "Are you certain that the one named Yun Shu is merely a distant relative from your parents' hometown? It appears she is well acquainted with both President Jiang and President Tang. Even the esteemed Elder Fong seemed quite familiar with her. I suspect her identity is far from ordinary." At this moment, Su Shi felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She had not anticipated that Yun Shu's background would be so remarkable, and she was compelled to question whether Yun Shu harbored some concealed identity. After all, why would she know influential figures that Su Shi herself could not easily access? Simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over her as she feared what her parents would think upon discovering the extent of Yun Shu's connections. It was likely they would perceive Yun Shu as more valuable and suitable to be the eldest daughter of the Su family than she herself was, thus shattering the carefully crafted persona she had built. Su Shi was increasingly reluctant to allow Gu Yuanzhou to maintain any acquaintance with Hu Qian. Otherwise, given their statuses, he would undoubtedly despise her even more for having entangled herself with Yin Shu. He might even consider that she ought to elevate Yin Shu, a notion Su Shi found utterly intolerable. However, at that moment, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence due to the arrival of a single individual. Everyone stared in disbelief toward the entrance, a palpable pressure engulfing the room, as if a heavy weight had descended upon their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Yet, someone could not contain their whispers. "Isn't that Hu Qian? What is he doing here? Surely, the Hu Group wouldn't be here to vie for the production rights of the happiness pills, would they? Aren't they usually in direct collaboration with the state for pharmaceutical production? When did they develop an interest in private enterprises?" The presence of Zhang's group was already nerve-wracking enough. Now even the Hu Group has shown up. Are we to be left without a lifeline as a small company? Hu Qian's entrance not only captured the attention of all the executives present, but also drew every gaze in the room. They had initially intended to discreetly capture moments of Yun Shu conversing with Jiang Cheng, which they found rather captivating. However, with Hu Qian's arrival, they immediately shifted their focus, cameras in hand, toward him. Before they could even inquire, Hu Qian hastened his steps to Yun Shu, directly interrupting her conversation with Jiang Cheng. "Why didn't you allow me to escort you to the Tang Corporation today?" When Hu Qian spoke, he did not intentionally lower his voice, and the aura he exuded rendered the venue utterly silent. His words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving them agape in astonishment. Particularly, Gu Yuanzhou gazed incredulously at the scene before him. Once he regained his composure, he realized that by standing with Su Shi, he had unknowingly offended someone significant, which made him glare at Su Shi and exclaim in frustration, "You must be aware of how close Yin Shu and Hu Qian are? Being her relative. Su Shi, I warn you, if Hu Qian takes any action against our Gu family because of you, I will ensure you regret it." Having said this, Gu Yuanzhou felt that there was no longer any reason for him to stay. The looks exchanged with Mr. Tang, Jiang Cheng's appearance, and the relationship between Hu Qian and Yun Shu all indicated that the Gu family would miss out on the production rights for the happy pill today. Remaining there would only lead to his own distress. Su Shi, acutely aware of the many eyes around her that were gleefully observing her plight, understood the implications of Yun Shu's formidable status. Her previous confrontation with Yun Shu seemed nothing short of self-sabotage. Furthermore, with Gu Yuanzhou storming off, Su Shi felt even more embarrassed to remain. With a resentful glare at Yun Shu, she strode away, harboring a premonition that upon her return, Yuanzhou would not let her off easily. He might even seize the opportunity to annul their engagement with the Su family. She was determined to find a way to thwart any such developments. Otherwise, considering her parents' character, they would undoubtedly abandon her in favor of Yunshu. She had no desire to experience the sensation of plummeting from grace into despair. Meanwhile, Yunshu looked at Hua Qian in surprise, puzzled. You never mentioned bringing me here. Hua Qian's earlier remarks had already led to misinterpretations, and Yunshu's response only elicited knowing expressions from the crowd. In an instant, many attendees discreetly pulled out their phones to capture photographs of Yunshu, intending to show them to their younger relatives to avoid offending her as Sushi had, a mistake that would be dearly regretted, regardless of Yunshu's true identity. Any connection she had with Hua Qian elevated her status beyond their reach, even if she had once been a beggar. Jiangqing, too, did not anticipate Hua Qian's presence and his close rapport with Yunshu. He expressed his surprise. Mr. Hua, are you here today to compete for the production rights of the Happy Pill? Hua Qian cast a casual glance at Jiangqing and nodded politely. I came to observe. Who knows, I might find it intriguing. Afterward, he glanced at Yunshu again, suspecting that the Happy Pill must indeed originate from her hands, and its efficacy was unquestionable. The media present did not miss the look Hua Qian directed toward Yunshu, capturing a flurry of photographs. Aware of this attention, Yunshu quickly covered her head and whispered to Hua Qian, Mr. Hua, take it easy. I do not wish to gain fame just yet. Hua Qian understood the implication of her words and discreetly glanced at the media snapping pictures around them, responding softly, Rest assured, I will handle this matter. Hua Qian pulled out his phone and sent a message to an unknown recipient, then inexplicably remarked, If you were so engrossed in conversation with General Jiang, why are you not worried about becoming famous? Yunshu was speechless and felt that this was entirely irrelevant, at the very least. General Jiang had not uttered any suggestive remarks, and his status was far less ostentatious than yours. Yunshu realized she had made some progress. After a few encounters with Hua Qian, she audaciously spoke to him in such a tone, something she would never have dared to do in the past. Upon hearing her words, Hua Qian not only remained unfazed but also chuckled softly. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the increasingly encroaching media, and his smile instantly turned frosty. A warning glint in his eyes that intimidated the reporters into abstaining from any further actions. That look seemed to convey, if you dare to take another step closer, you may not even know how you met your end. Jiangqing, being the leader of Yun City, did not harbor the same level of trepidation in front of Hua Qian, as his status was, in certain respects, second only to Hua Qian's. He continued, Since you, Mr. Hua, have long collaborated with the National Medical Bureau, it seems unnecessary for you to compete with us for the production rights of the Happy Pills. Moreover, I am friends with Yunshu. It is quite normal for us to stand together and converse. Hua Qian nodded, a light laugh escaping his lips. Relax, I assure you. I am merely here to observe. I trust that General Tang will make her own considerations. She will choose the company that is most suitable, which may not necessarily be you, nor me. Jiangqing found some merit in Hua Qian's words and chose not to pursue the matter further. As the final decision lay with Tang Daiman, time ticked by, and finally, Tang Daiman ascended the prearranged podium amidst the assembly's eager anticipation. The press conference commenced with a professional host, and as the host called for applause to welcome General Tang, the venue erupted with thunderous clapping. Clad in high heels, Tang Daiman slowly approached the stage under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous company presidents and media representatives. With thoughts of the Happy Pill she was about to unveil, she felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement, yet above all, she was grateful for her ability to develop the Happy Pills. Gently tapping the microphone to ensure it was functioning properly, she cleared her throat and began. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed executives, media representatives, and dear friends who have gathered for the launch of the Tang Group's Happy Pills. Regarding the development of the Happy Pills, I must extend special thanks to an individual who prefers to remain low-key and wishes to remain unnamed. It is only because she provided me with the formula for the Happy Pills that I was able to develop them in such a short time, and moreover, to cure my daughter's depression. As she spoke these words, her gaze briefly flickered towards Yunshu. For although Yunshu had insisted that she take full credit for the Happy Pills, Tang Daiman found it impossible to do so and could only express her gratitude for Yunshu in this subtle manner. Yunshu had long surmised that Tang Daiman would not claim all the credit for herself. When Tang Daiman turned her gaze towards Yunshu, she nodded slightly, conveying her acknowledgement. On the stage, Tang Daiman, having caught the glint of Yunshu's eyes, smiled subtly, and continued. The purpose of convening this press conference today is that the Tang Group is solely responsible for research and development, but not for production. Now, I would like to know which companies are genuinely interested in managing the Happy Pill. Anyone who wishes to express their intent may do so here, and I will carefully consider before deciding which company will be entrusted with the production rights of the Happy Pill. As Tang Diamond spoke, her piercing gaze swept across every CEO present, pondering which company would be most suitable for the production of the Happy Pill. Tang, you've said all the right things, but we remain uncertain about the efficacy of the Happy Pill. What if it's all just hot air? If we take on the production rights and it fails to yield results for those suffering from depression, it is we who will bear the losses, one attendee interjected. Instead of facing competition, Tang Diamond was met with skepticism. Her eyes landed on a man in a suit seated in the middle row, whose face seemed vaguely familiar. It appeared that his company did not manufacture pills, but was instead another firm engaged in their development. Tang Diamond recognized this as a disruption orchestrated by a rival company, which irked her slightly, yet she managed to muster a smile. Sir, you seem rather troubled, as though happiness eludes you daily. Why not try our Happy Pill right here? You might find it brings you instant joy, and you would cease to voice such skepticism. Tang Diamond's assertion held merit. For the Happy Pill not only proved effective for those with depression, even individuals experiencing general malaise could find joy through its consumption. The individual, taken aback by Tang Diamond's candid retort, grew increasingly disdainful, continuing to mock her. What? Are we not permitted to speak the truth? Are you perhaps embarrassed, Tang? Realizing that he was intent on a confrontation, Tang Diamond quietly retrieved a bottle of Happy Pills from the table behind her, her confidence unwavering. I neglected to mention that the Happy Pill is beneficial not only for those with depression. Even ordinary individuals will feel uplifted after taking it. It does not merely remind you of happy memories, it directly stimulates the dopamine in your brain. It can effectively regulate serotonin levels, easing your mood and providing a momentary surge of sympathetic nervous excitement. In essence, consuming this pill will create a sensation of happiness within you, stimulating your senses and placing you in a state of joy, allowing you to forget your troubles. Whenever you feel down, simply take another Happy Pill until your sorrows fade and you no longer dwell on the painful memories. Our joyous pills are remarkably healthful, even if consumed daily like candy. They pose no side effects. Thus, we require extensive production and the collaboration of all manufacturing companies present to lower prices, ensuring that every citizen can afford them. The esteemed individuals gathered here are all connected to the pharmaceutical industry and can undoubtedly comprehend the underlying message conveyed by Tang Diamond. Their curiosity about the exhilaration induced by these joyous pills was palpable, and just as many were eager to raise their hands to take the stage. A melodious and enchanting female voice resonated at the entrance, accompanied by the sound of a wheelchair. I would like to give it a try. This ethereal voice instilled an immediate hush among the crowd. Though clear and bright, it carried a subtle undertone of melancholy, hinting that its owner was not entirely at ease. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a beautiful young girl seated in a wheelchair, pushed in by another. Many in attendance felt an uncanny familiarity with her. Some journalists recognized her, for they, as members of the media, had captured numerous events from the entertainment world. They quickly exclaimed, "It's He Shanshan, the reigning queen of the screen over the past 2 years." However, just 3 months prior, she had been reported to suffer from depression, which had manifested dramatically on set, rendering her unable to stand and confined to a wheelchair. Yun Shu, following the sound, noted that she had not paid much attention to the entertainment industry in recent months, yet during stressful times, she often indulged in dramas to unwind, with He Shanshan's shows being her favorite. He Shanshan possessed a lively and charming appearance, often portraying comedic roles that brought joy to many. She recalled that the last news she had heard about He Shanshan was of her fainting on set. Upon awakening, she found herself immobilized due to the physical symptoms stemming from her depression. It was then that the public learned that this cheerful persona, who consistently brightened screens, was grappling with a severe form of depression. Her presence today was prompted by the rumor that the Tang Group had developed a joyous pill capable of alleviating the plight of those with depression. Eager to find relief, she had her assistant bring her here, unable to wait for the day the joyous pills would be commercially available. She wished to inquire if Tang could provide her with a few doses immediately, willing to pay any price. Chapter 70. Jiang Qing's wish fulfilled. He Shanshan was directly wheeled onto the stage by her assistant. By the time Tang Diamond registered the situation, He Shanshan was already beside her, Filled with concern that Tang Daiman might refuse to sell her the joyous pills, she candidly addressed the assembled media. President Tang, I have been suffering from depression for quite some time. As an actress, this condition has profoundly impacted me. Perhaps you could search for the name He Shanshan online. I hope you can sell me a few pills right here to help me through this difficult time. Previously, when she was at the height of her fame, she had signed numerous significant projects and variety shows, but now, due to her depression and the physical symptoms, she was unable to work, causing delays in many of her commitments. If this delay continues for an extended period, she will inevitably face exorbitant penalties, which she is currently unable to afford. Therefore, she must devise a way to overcome her depression and resume work promptly to avoid substantial compensation. Tang Daiman observed He Shanshan's listless demeanor, reminiscent of her daughter's symptoms, stirring her heart with compassion. However, the supply of the happiness pills was limited, and for a complete cure, she would have to wait for other companies to produce them, placing Tang Daiman in a difficult position. My dear girl, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but I possess only 5 pills, which are insufficient to support your swift recovery. If you seek to eradicate your depression entirely, we must await the manufacturers present to produce more happiness pills. And who knows how long that will take. Tang Daiman was not particularly concerned about the production of the happiness pills. Rather, her worry stemmed from He Shanshan's position as an actress, who simply could not afford to delay. Jiang Qing, having observed the situation from below the stage for quite some time, felt that his moment had arrived. He promptly stood and spoke. President Tang, our Jiang Group holds great promise for the happiness pills potential. I assure you, should you entrust the production rights to Jiang Group, our first manufacturing facility in Jincheng will dedicate itself solely to the production of happiness pills, ensuring an expedited sale. Furthermore, for those uncertain of their depression, we can offer complimentary trials of 3 pills, allowing them to ascertain the effectiveness of the happiness pill before making a purchase. Additionally, we will strive to have the pills included in health insurance, making them affordable for everyone, to the point that purchasing them feels as trivial as buying candy. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's earnest assurances, Yin Shu's eyes brightened. It must be noted that Jiang Cheng's proposals were genuinely considerate of the common people's perspective. Setting aside the pricing advantages, the offer of 3 free trials alone could inspire hope in many. For instance, those in such despair that they contemplate suicide might find that a single happiness pill could alleviate their depressive state and extinguish suicidal thoughts, potentially saving a life. Tang Daiman similarly wore a satisfied smile. Her fondness for Jiang Group, fueled by Yunshu's positive sentiments, combined with Jiang Group's capabilities, led her to believe that Jiang Cheng might indeed be the optimal choice. However, scarcely had Jiang Cheng's words settled when a dissenting voice arose. President Jiang, you seem rather hasty. We are still unaware of the effectiveness of the happiness pill. If it turns out to be nothing more than an ordinary candy, does your eagerness not risk resulting in a futile endeavor? Jiang Chengkai remained unfazed by the sardonic remarks around him, considering those voices beneath contempt, unworthy of being his rivals. He stated coolly, regardless of the efficacy of the happy pill, the various concoctions previously developed by General Manager Tang clearly demonstrate his prowess. Thus, I am inclined to believe that the happy pill is indeed remarkably effective. Tang Daiman, increasingly pleased by Jiang Cheng's words, found herself eager to formalize a contract with him. Yet, in an effort to reassure Jiang Cheng, she opened the vial of pills and offered one to He Shanshan, saying, "Young lady, should you have faith in us, I urge you to try the effects of the pill. If you find it beneficial, the remaining 4 will be yours. Take one whenever you feel disheartened. I am confident that before long, Jiang Group will commence production of these pills, and when your ailment is alleviated, you might even become the ambassador for the happy pill." Tang Daiman's words sparked a new train of thought in Jiang Cheng, yet he soon grasped the underlying implication. Did Tang Daiman just imply that the production rights of the happy pill would be handed over to Jiang Group? At last, He Shanshan seized the moment, her hands trembling with excitement as she took the pill, disregarding the skeptical gazes of those around her, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. A wave of sweetness cascaded through her, invigorating her once lethargic mind, as if her very cells had awakened, filling her with a long-forgotten vitality. To her astonishment, the effects of the happy pill were indeed miraculous, dispelling the dark clouds that had long shadowed her existence. Gazing up at Tang Daiman in bewilderment, tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Wasn't this the happy pill? Logically, it should induce happiness. Yet here was He Shanshan, crying instead. As the media prepared to capture this perplexing moment, He Shanshan, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth to stifle her sobs, exclaiming, "I feel as though every cell in my body has come alive, and my mind is cleared. It has been ages since I've experienced such exhilaration. It feels so refreshing." Realizing her emotions were spiraling, she buried her face in her hands, weeping openly. Yet, many understood that these were tears of joy, and her expression bore no semblance of artifice. After all, a star of her caliber would never display such vulnerability in public without genuine cause. This revelation led the crowd to acknowledge that the happy pill was indeed effective. However, their realization came too late. It seemed Tang Daiman had already indicated her intention to transfer the production rights to Jiang Group. Even if they wished to voice their thoughts now, they felt hesitant, for they had remained silent when doubts about the happy pill's efficacy were raised. Only Jiang Group had maintained unwavering faith in Tang Daiman. In a moment, all envious gazes converged upon Jiang Qing, while Jiang Yong'ong looked at him with starry eyes, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, you have succeeded. This is truly magnificent." Chapter 71. Yun Shu takes action with the Ghost Gate Needle. Some company executives sincerely congratulated Jiang Qing, approaching him to express their delight. "Congratulations, General Manager Jiang, on achieving your wishes and taking the first step at Jincheng. We eagerly anticipate the launch of your happy pills." "Congratulations, General Manager Jiang. We await the good news from Jiang's company, as many are looking forward to the release of the happy pills." Jiang Cheng graciously acknowledged each congratulation. Observing this scene, Yun Shu felt a wave of happiness wash over her, sensing that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the additional task of launching the happy pills, which will assist more individuals suffering from depression. You have earned 20 points, bringing your total to 90. As Yun Shu felt the system's fluctuations, she was not particularly surprised by its announcement. She seemed to have realized that each accumulation of points was related to her contributions to the nation or its citizens. This understanding led her to believe that in order to strive for 1,000 points, she must engage in more beneficial endeavors for the country and its people. Huo Qian also sensed the system's fluctuations within Yun Shu, noticing the expression on her face far from anxious. Imbued with a hint of excitement, he understood that no new task had been assigned, perhaps only related to gaining points. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the ringing of his assistant's phone. After answering, he furrowed his brow and spoke in a solemn tone. "Understood. I will return to the company immediately." Hanging up, Huo Qian looked at Yun Shu, his tone softening. "I have an urgent matter to attend to at the company. Shall I take you home first?" Yun Shu felt that since Huo Qian had pressing matters, it was unnecessary for him to accompany her. And she was about to decline when she heard Jiang Cheng's voice from beside her. "Miss Yun, are you free later? Yang and I would like to invite you to dinner." Yun Shu understood that Jiang Cheng's invitation was likely related to the happy pills. They probably believed that Jiang's acquisition of the production rights was due to her favorable relationship with the Jiang family. However, she had clearly observed that Jiang Cheng's ability to secure the production rights was primarily due to his unwavering support for Tang Daiman just moments before. With a smile, she shook her head and ultimately declined. "I think I will pass on dinner. I have some urgent matters to attend to and need to return home." She had been exceedingly busy lately and had not shared a meal with her grandfather in several days. If possible, she preferred to spend time with him. Upon hearing Yun Shu's refusal, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment and was about to say something when a commotion arose behind them. "Shan. Now that you've taken the happy pills, how do you feel physically? When do you plan to return to work? Could you share your experiences after taking the happy pills? Is it really that miraculous? What are your plans moving forward? It has come to my attention that should you fail to resume work, you may face a staggering penalty of billions. After consuming the happiness pill, although your emotional state may have improved somewhat, your physical condition remains unaltered, rendering you incapable of returning to your duties." The reporter's words struck a chord with He Shanshan, as she was compelled to attend the happiness pill launch today solely due to the looming threat of exorbitant penalties. She hoped to ascertain whether the pill would alleviate her psychosomatic symptoms. However, it was evident that the effects were minimal, if not entirely absent. Given that she had only ingested one pill, while the recommended dosage allowed for a maximum of 2 per day, insufficient to sustain her through the 3rd day. As she faced a barrage of inquiries from the media, He Shanshan sensed an overwhelming shadow enveloping her, leaving her with no avenue of retreat. The relentless pressure from both external and internal fears amplified her anxiety and panic. Just when the weight of the questions became nearly unbearable, A melodious voice broke through the crowd beside her. Miss He, if you trust my words, I might be able to restore your mobility and help you stand once more. Drawing from her recollections of the Guimin needle technique she had absorbed the previous day, He Shanshan felt a glimmer of hope, perhaps with the aid of the Guimin needle. She could indeed regain her ability to stand. Previously, she had been fond of He Shanshan's television dramas, which had brought her much joy. Now, witnessing her current plight, Yun Shu felt a pang of sympathy and resolved to offer assistance. However, she was uncertain of her ability to succeed. Upon hearing those words, He Shanshan, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly felt a renewed sense of vitality and nodded without hesitation. I am willing to believe you. I appreciate your help. This affirmation was precisely what Yun Shu had been waiting for. She promptly turned to Tang Daiman with a smile. General Tang, may I trouble you to arrange a resting room for us? Tang Daiman deemed this a simple task, while also feeling a sense of curiosity about whether Yun Shu could indeed help He Shanshan. It appeared that Yun Shu's abilities exceeded her expectations by a considerable margin. Due to He Shanshan's mobility issues, Tang Daiman assigned someone to prepare a resting room on the first floor, and He Shanshan's assistant eagerly wheeled her there. Other media representatives, witnessing the unfolding events, became immensely intrigued by Yun Shu's earlier statement. Despite having other appointments, instinct urged them to remain, lest they regret leaving for the rest of their lives. Yun Shu entered the resting room, allowing only He Shanshan's female assistant to remain, and promptly locked the door. She then turned to the assistant and said, please help her remove her clothing. I need to perform the acupuncture. Fortunately, when Yun Shu returned yesterday, she had not removed the silver needles sent by her mother, and now she could retrieve them from her bag, perfectly suited for this moment. With both the assistant and He Shanshan placing their hopes entirely in Yun Shu, they followed her instructions without hesitation, assisting He Shanshan in disrobing and positioning her on the bed, facing the ceiling. Yun Shu continued with practiced ease, guided by Chu Feiqi's memories, inserting silver needles into He Shanshan's body, each step executed with utmost care in the profound silence of the room. He Shanshan was paralyzed from the waist down, having lost all sensation in her legs, living in a state of overwhelming panic that exacerbated her depression. However, after taking a happiness pill, she found her spirits considerably lifted. Even the sensation of Yun Shu piercing her own legs brought her an unexpected comfort. This sensation was akin to blood vessels that had been obstructed suddenly being cleared, allowing the stagnant blood to flow freely throughout her body, restoring normal function. This was merely the initial feeling for He Shanshan, yet as time passed, she began to sense something unusual. Her legs felt numb, as if countless ants were crawling over them. Chapter 72. The moment of witnessing a miracle. This newfound perception left He Shanshan both astonished and exhilarated. She yearned to turn to Yun Shu and speak, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering her immobile, which did not dampen her excitement. I think I can feel my legs again. Miss Yun Shu, am I about to recover? Yun Shu, relieved to hear this, had previously harbored doubts about the efficacy of the treatment for He Shanshan's legs. Hearing her words now, she nodded with a smile. Indeed, just a little longer, and you will soon be able to walk as you wish. This was undoubtedly a moment of joy, yet He Shanshan's eyes brimmed with tears of happiness. The tingling sensation in her legs constantly reminded her that everything happening was real and not a dream. The assistant beside them was equally moved, bowing deeply to Yun Shu, her voice quivering with emotion. Thank you. Our Shanshan can finally appear before the camera normally, and we no longer have to face the threats of penalties. We are so grateful to you. Yun Shu paused, her hand with the silver needle halted by the assistant's profound gesture. Recalling a month prior when she had bowed in gratitude to a stranger who had shared fried chicken with her. Understanding the assistant's emotions, she resumed her task, smiling as she replied, it was merely a small effort. We can leave in 10 minutes. He Shanshan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart and eyes filled with gratitude towards Yun Shu. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly spoke. Miss Yun Shu, you've done such a tremendous favor for me, and I have nothing to offer in return. May I pay you 10 million as a reward? Though Yun Shu's bank account boasted over 10 million, the money held little allure for her. Just as she was about to decline, an idea struck her, and she patiently explained, this acupuncture technique was imparted to me by a man named Chu Feiqi, who uniquely developed it. Regrettably, he passed away in a car accident last month, leaving his parents without financial support. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, perhaps consider donating that 10 million to them. What do you think? He Shanshan was astonished that Yun Shu could so readily relinquish 10 million without so much as a blink. She felt a deep admiration for her and was also grateful to the individual named Chu Feiqi, whose innovative Ghost Gate acupuncture technique had afforded her the chance to rise again. Hastily, she instructed her assistant, Xiao Rui, prepare 15 million to transfer to Mr. Chu's parents' bank account. At that moment, Yun Shu received the bank account details of Chu Feiqi's parents through the system. She then added Yi Shanshan and Xiao Rui to her contacts and sent them Chu's mother's bank account number. To alleviate any concerns about the origins of the funds, she reached out to Chu's mother via WeChat to inform her of the situation. To ensure that Chu's mother felt justified in accepting the money, she explained that Yi Shanshan had regained her ability to stand due to Chu Feiqi's unique acupuncture technique, and thus, this sum should be accepted for Chu Feiqi's peace of mind. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and as Yun Shu pushed open the door to the lounge, she was immediately met with a barrage of flashing lights. The brightness compelled her to instinctively close her eyes, while the media voices clamored around her. Miss, you confidently asserted that you could cure Yi Shanshan's legs, yet 2 hours have elapsed. What is the outcome? I see nothing in the lounge, no equipment, no medication. What method did you employ for this treatment? Could it be psychological therapy? Many believed that Yun Shu had indeed employed psychological therapy, considering that Yi Shanshan's inability to stand was primarily due to the somatic symptoms stemming from her depression. If Yun Shu could provide her with the right guidance, perhaps Yi Shanshan could indeed rise again, though many felt that such a feat was fundamentally unattainable. As the inquiries from the crowd intensified, Yi Shanshan was wheeled out by her assistant. Upon seeing her still seated in the wheelchair, disappointment swept through the onlookers. After all this, she hasn't recovered? What a waste of our time. They had anticipated breaking news, and now regretted not moving on to the next assignment, fearing reprimand from their superiors. Just as the murmurs of discontent began to fade, the crowd watched in astonishment as Yi Shanshan stood up before them. Confidently lifting her chin as she took 2 steps forward, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Thank you all for your attention. Under Yun Shu's treatment, I have regained my ability to stand. Although I may not be able to stand for extended periods just yet, I expect to be back to work within a week. Some quick-witted journalists had already aimed their cameras at her the moment she stood, capturing her declaration. Meanwhile, those who had been disheartened by her initial appearance in the wheelchair had already turned off their cameras, missing the most exhilarating moment. Nonetheless, the media continued to focus on Yi Shanshan and Yun Shu. Curiosity piqued. Many experts assert that Shanshan's legs require time to heal. Miss Yun, how did you manage to restore her health so swiftly? Yun Shu, feeling somewhat awkward in front of the camera for the first time, reminded herself of the necessity to impart the unique Ghost Gate acupuncture technique she had acquired from Mr. Chu Feiqi. This moment presented an excellent opportunity. Therefore, with a confident lift of her brows and a smile directed at the lens, she proclaimed, I am utilizing the Ghost Gate acupuncture method created by Mr. Chu Feiqi. This technique has the potential to help those afflicted with paralysis rise to their feet, and naturally, it can assist Shanshan as well. The media present, seasoned and well-informed, were already familiar with Chu Feiqi and his self-developed acupuncture. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Merely a month prior, Chu Feiqi had passed away, and it was widely presumed that his technique would vanish with him. Who would have anticipated that a successor existed? Miss Yin, could you share your upcoming plans? Will you continue to promote the Ghost Gate acupuncture method? In response to the mention of the technique, the journalistic instincts of the reporters were ignited, leading to a barrage of inquiries directed at Yun Shu, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Ultimately, it was Yi Shanshan, seasoned in handling such situations, who stepped in to shield Yun Shu, smiling as she interjected, As for Yun Shu's forthcoming plans, you will soon be informed. It is getting late. Perhaps it is best for everyone to take their leave now. Nearby, Tang Daiman seized the opportunity to speak. Indeed, for any updates, you may continue to follow Miss Yin on Weibo. Please, do not overwhelm her. The onlookers, not foolish by any means, sensed Yun Shu's reluctance to elaborate on the Ghost Gate acupuncture, leading to a quiet exodus from the scene. Yun Shu glanced at the time. Lunch had long passed. Unable to resist Yi Shanshan's gratitude, she reluctantly agreed to dine under her arrangement before returning to the luxurious Jin Ting garden. However, upon her arrival, she found 2 familiar figures engaged in a dispute with the chubby assistant at the entrance of the villa area. The assistant, initially distressed, brightened upon seeing Yun Shu, approaching her with urgency. Miss Yin, you've finally returned. These 2 have been waiting for you for 2 hours, insisting they are your parents. but I find them rather intimidating, so I didn't let them in. Yun Shu was taken aback by the presence of Su Hongfei and Bai Ling, her expression darkening. She had no desire to engage with them and coldly stated, "I do not recognize them. Please call security to have them removed." With that, she turned to walk into the villa area. Bai Ling, noticing her intent to leave, swiftly blocked her path, a forced smile on her face. "Xiao Shu, it hasn't been long since we last saw each other. How could you not recognize your mother? You must be hungry. Come, let us take you to eat." Observing their sudden shift in demeanor, Yin Shu continued to regard them with indifference, particularly noting the insincerity of their smiles. She felt compelled to remind them, "Do you need me to recount what you have done to me? At that time, it was you who insisted that I donate my bone marrow to the so-called brother. Once I had done so, you deemed me worthless and unceremoniously cast me aside. Your memory is indeed so feeble. It is as if you are even inferior to fish." Bai Ling and Su Hongfei felt somewhat awkward upon being reminded of this, and Xiao Pang, sensing the tension, thought it inappropriate to remain an outsider in this situation. Promptly withdrew but stood nearby to observe, ready to summon security to assist Yun Shu should a confrontation arise. Bai Ling and Su Hongfei held Yun Shu in contempt, considering her as a mere country girl devoid of decorum. However, today, while they were minding their own business at the company, Gu Yuanzhou unexpectedly called to announce his intention to dissolve the engagement with Su Shi. This revelation startled them, for the Su family had been able to act so arrogantly in Jincheng precisely because they relied on the Gu family as their support. They were eagerly awaiting the day when Su Shi and Gu Yuanzhou would be successfully engaged, propelling the Su family into the ranks of top-tier families. Naturally, they were unwilling to relinquish the opportunity represented by Gu Yuanzhou, and they hurried to the Gu group, pleading their case. They soon learned that it was Su Shi's actions at the press conference that had embarrassed Gu Yuanzhou, as she had targeted Yun Shu. Ultimately, Gu Yuanzhou presented them with an option. If they could invite Yun Shu to dine with him, he would be willing to reconsider giving Su Shi another chance. At that moment, Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were utterly perplexed. Why would Gu Yuanzhou wish to dine with a rural girl like Yun Shu? Gu Yuanzhou had stated, at the press conference today, not only did she have a good relationship with Tang Daiman, but she also knew Jiang Cheng and Hu Qian. "I fail to understand why you have not introduced me to such a distant relative. I need to meet her to establish connections with Hu Qian and Jiang Cheng. As long as you can facilitate this, I am open to giving Su Shi another opportunity." Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were aware of Yun Shu's acquaintance with Hu Qian, but they surmised that she must have used underhanded means to establish that connection. They wished to clarify matters with her, now that the opportunity had arisen. They readily agreed and found themselves at the entrance of the villa district under the scorching sun at midday. As for why Yun Shu could reside in such a luxurious villa, they believed it must have been a gift from Hu Qian, which further fueled their disdain for her, even as they thought her connection with him could not possibly last. After all, aside from her attractive appearance, she seemed mismatched with Hu Qian, whom the Hu family would undoubtedly overlook. However, these considerations were not the purpose of their visit. They were there to persuade Yun Shu to join Gu Yuanzhou for a meal. Bai Ling, undeterred by Yun Shu's derision, pressed on, "What you say is true. Regardless of our disagreements, you are still our daughter. If not for your father and me, how could you have grown so beautiful and come to know President Hua? We have provided you with such advantageous resources. Surely you can agree to dine with us?" Yun Shu finally comprehended their purpose for approaching her. It appeared they believed they had ingratiated themselves with Hu Qian and sought to extract some benefit from her. With a cold sneer, she remarked, "Even if I did not possess this appearance, I would still be acquainted with Hu Qian. As for you, you shall never have such an opportunity." After uttering these words, she was unwilling to squander any more time in their company and continued to stride forward. Noticing this, the portly man quickly signaled the security to step in, fearing that the insufferable parents would obstruct Yun Shu's departure. Su Hongfei, witnessing Yun Shu's audacious demeanor, felt a surge of anger and coldly stated, "Your grandfather's health has yet to fully recover, has it? I see that despite knowing you for quite some time, Mr. Hu has not taken him to the hospital for treatment. I happen to be acquainted with the director of Jincheng Hospital. If you obediently join us for a meal, I will escort him to meet the director and arrange for the finest doctors to perform surgery on your grandfather. Otherwise, do not blame me for ensuring that all hospitals in Jincheng blacklist you, rendering your grandfather incapable of undergoing surgery." Yun Shu found this statement utterly laughable. Setting aside the fact that her grandfather had made a complete recovery, even if he had not, she would not put her faith in Su Hongfei's deceitful words. She remained resolute in ignoring the two and continued to walk forward. But at that moment, she heard a foreign voice resounding behind her. Is that so? How come I was unaware that you knew me? The speaker's voice resonated with authority, prompting Yunshu to instinctively turn around. She beheld a man of medium stature, possessing a square face that emanated righteousness, who approached her while carrying a plethora of gifts. Su Hongfei instantly recognized the individual as Yi Shengyue, the director of Jincheng Hospital. Having only met him once before, Su Hongfei felt a twinge of panic as his lies were publicly exposed. He struggled to maintain his composure and replied, "Director Yi, have you forgotten? We have met before. By the way, do you reside here as well?" Yi Shengyue was certain he did not know Su Hongfei. He had come specifically to visit Yunshu and was taken aback to overhear someone using his name to threaten her. This revelation made him somewhat anxious. Fearing that Yunshu might misconstrue the situation, "Miss Yun, you must not heed this man's one-sided account. I am not acquainted with him. I have come here expressly to pay you a visit." Upon hearing this, Yunshu was momentarily taken aback, while Su Hongfei and Bai Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 74. The director of Jincheng Hospital seeks her as a mentor. They could hardly fathom that the director of Jincheng Hospital had come to see Yunshu, and that he had even used the phrase pay a visit. This revelation shattered their composure, leading them to question incredulously. What status does Yunshu hold that warrants a person of such high standing to personally visit her? Does she deserve this? Su Hongfei, harboring even greater disdain for Yunshu, believed that even if the director had come to visit her, it must be due to Hui Qian's influence. He merely wished to use Yunshu to strengthen his ties with Hui Qian. Yunshu, equally curious, was about to voice her inquiries when Yu Shengyue, with a serious expression, glanced disapprovingly at the two and remarked, "Miss Yun's status far surpasses yours. Have you not seen the trending topics online? Miss Yun has inherited the true essence of the Ghost Gate acupuncture from Mr. Chu Feiqi, making her the sole practitioner of this extraordinary technique in the world. Such a remarkable individual, one cannot help but ponder her worthiness." Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were, in fact, unaware of the trending news surrounding Yunshu. Instinctively, they took out their phones and opened Weibo, only to find the first trending topic was Yunshu, the heir of the Ghost Gate acupuncture. Following closely were the second and third trending topics, which surprisingly featured Su Shi in a scandal, along with her fiancé's indifferent demeanor. Upon clicking on the trending topic for Yunshu, the most popular post was from an official media outlet, showcasing a video of Yunshu standing at the entrance of the Tang Group's lounge, declaring that she had utilized the Ghost Gate acupuncture to help He Shanshan stand once more. The comments flooded in, filled with excitement. "Oh my goodness. It's actually the Ghost Gate acupuncture. I can't express how thrilled I was after watching this video. My father has been bedridden for years, and I had planned to take him to Lincheng last month to seek treatment from Dr. Chu. However, news of his tragic accident reached us, and I thought the technique would vanish forever. To learn that someone can still perform it is incredible. Can I take my father to Jincheng immediately? Does anyone have Miss Yun's contact information? I am overwhelmed with joy. My mother finally has hope. I need to know if Miss Yun can administer the treatment to help her stand again. I'm willing to pay any amount. To think the Ghost Gate acupuncture, which I believe to be lost, has resurfaced is truly exhilarating. I wonder if Yunshu has any intention of taking apprentices? I have been studying acupuncture for many years, and I mourned for a long time upon hearing of Dr. Chu's passing. If Miss Yun is willing to take me on as a disciple, I'll head to Jincheng immediately. I promise to promote the Ghost Gate acupuncture and assist those in need." Ah, it's Shanshan. She appeared at the Happy Pill launch today. I haven't seen her in ages. She looks so much better and has even stood up again. No one can fathom my excitement at this moment. Yunshu, you are my savior. This Miss Yun not only possesses beauty, but also remarkable abilities. Most importantly, she was present at the Happy Pill launch, indicating her extraordinary status. Truly outstanding. In stark contrast to the flood of positive remarks beneath Yunshu's trending topic, the atmosphere surrounding Su Shi's was rife with ridicule. Who is this? Su Shi? Never heard of her. And she's not even attractive. How is she a star in the entertainment industry? Does she dare to provoke the heir of the Ghost Gate acupuncture? Is she courting disaster? Wasn't it said that Su Shi is a true heiress of the entertainment world? Why is she engaging in such petty antics? She's truly embarrassing her prestigious family. I heard that Su Shi gained notoriety solely due to her relationship with the Gu family heir. But looking at the leaked images from the event, the way young Master Gu gazes at Su Shi is quite peculiar. I bet a packet of spicy strips that these two will break up soon. I wager a packet of sunflower seeds that young Master Gu will undoubtedly annul the engagement with the Su family after returning home today. Sushi has embarrassed herself in such a grand occasion and even made it to trending topics. Truly, individuals from esteemed families would never permit such a daughter-in-law to enter their household. Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood upon witnessing the stark contrast in public perception between Yun Shu and Sushi trending online. Moreover, with director Yi also speaking in favor of Yun Shu, they felt increasingly uncomfortable remaining in the vicinity. They were oblivious to the nature of the Ghost Gate Needle and its intricacies. They merely sensed that it was related to Hua Qian. After casting a resentful glare at Yun Shu, the pair left in disgrace. Yun Shu had just taken out her phone to glance at the trending topics online. Finally understanding the reason behind Yi Xingyue's visit. Curiously, she inquired, "Do you truly wish to learn the Ghost Gate Needle? What is your purpose in mastering it?" Upon hearing Yun Shu's inquiry, Yi Shangwei immediately straightened his posture, feeling a surge of nervousness akin to that of a student before a teacher. He hastily replied, "I wish to master the needle technique to assist more paralyzed individuals in standing once more." This was precisely the answer Yun Shu longed to hear. Furthermore, upon acquiring this skill, she understood that Shu Feiqi certainly hoped she would pass on the technique. With Yi Shengyue proactively seeking her out, coupled with his distinguished background, Yun Shu deemed him a suitable candidate, yet she refrained from giving an immediate affirmative. "It is not impossible for me to teach you the Ghost Gate Needle. But you must agree to one condition." Yi Xingyue's expression grew increasingly serious as he nodded earnestly. Before arriving, he had already resolved that regardless of what condition Yun Shu proposed, as long as she was willing to teach him the Ghost Gate Needle, he would comply. He had even calculated his assets, amounting to several million, and was prepared to transfer ownership of his property should Yun Shu demand it. "I hope that after you learn the Ghost Gate Needle, you will exert your utmost effort to pass this technique on to as many people as possible, ideally ensuring that every hospital across the nation has someone proficient in the Ghost Gate Needle to aid more paralyzed individuals." Initially prepared to relinquish all his possessions, Yi Shangwei was taken aback by Yun Shu's condition. It took him nearly 30 seconds to process her words. Subsequently, he felt ashamed of his prior narrow-mindedness. He had viewed Yun Shu through a mundane lens. Now, having comprehended her vision, he perceived her not as an ordinary person, but rather as a divine being sent to save the multitude of paralyzed souls. He hastily vowed, "I swear, I will absolutely achieve this. Once I master this technique, I will promptly teach it to the doctors at our hospital and will organize a nationwide course on the Ghost Gate Needle, ensuring that doctors across the country are trained in this technique. If possible, I will compile the technique into a manual for distribution, enabling doctors in smaller towns to learn the Ghost Gate Needle as well." It must be said, Yi Xingyue's considerations were indeed more comprehensive than she had anticipated, which further pleased her. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "In that case, you may return for now. I will visit the hospital tomorrow to meet with you." Yun Shu was indeed weary from standing and wished to leave, yet as she turned, she was called back by Yi Shangwei, who posed an unexpected question. Chapter 75. Yun Shu's next objective. Teacher, initially, our hospital had 2 patients with uremia who suddenly recovered. One was old Master Hua, and the other was your grandfather. I had presumed that the remedy for uremia was provided by the Hua family, but witnessing your remarkable abilities, I must inquire, did that pill originate from your hands? This matter was, in fact, a source of deep-seated concern for Yi Shengyue. There are countless individuals afflicted with uremia in this world, and most remain incurable, enduring the agony of dialysis for extended periods. The previous instance of 2 recoveries had filled Yi Shengyue with exhilaration, leading him to believe he could finally discover a definitive cure for uremia. However, upon consulting the Hua family, they were utterly unhelpful. Now, with great anticipation, Yi Shengyue gazed at Yun Shu, aware that his inquiry might be somewhat intrusive, yet he could not restrain himself. "Teacher, could you possibly share the method you employ to effectuate recovery from uremia? If we could disseminate this knowledge, it might alleviate the suffering of many more patients." Yun Shu discerned that Yi Shengyue was indeed an admirable physician, constantly contemplating the well-being of his patients. Having witnessed her grandfather's torment from uremia, she too yearned for all patients afflicted with the condition to regain their health, but regrettably, she felt powerless at present. Their recovery is connected to 2 pills I fortuitously acquired. Should I have the opportunity to obtain more in the future, I will promptly provide them to you for research. Perhaps we could genuinely uncover a comprehensive treatment for uremia. Yun Shu believed this was entirely achievable. As long as she diligently engaged in endeavors beneficial to the nation and its citizens, her system points would steadily rise. Once she amassed 1,000 points, she could exchange them for whatever she desired. This became her long-term goal, fueling her motivation. Yu Shangwei awaited this affirmation, uncertain of how long it might take. But as long as hope remained, he believed that day would soon arrive. This anticipation transformed Yi Shengyue, a man in his 50s, into a childlike figure. Brimming with excitement, "That is splendid. Thank you, teacher. I eagerly await that day." Yunshu felt a twinge of embarrassment as Yu Shangwei addressed her as teacher repeatedly. Yet recognizing that she was to impart the secrets of the Ghost Gate acupuncture technique to him, she silently accepted the title. After a brief smile, Yu Shangwei abruptly recalled the gift he had been holding out to Yunshu and quickly spoke, "Teacher, I would like to see your grandfather as well, if it is convenient." Yunshu appreciated Yu Shanyue's kindness but shook her head in response. "My grandfather has always perceived me as an ordinary person. He is not yet ready to accept the substantial change in my identity. There is no rush. We shall take our time." Yi Shengyue nodded in understanding. He firmly believed that Yunshu would only continue to flourish in the future. He felt fortunate to have successfully become her apprentice today, perhaps securing a substantial ally in the process. Although he could not enter to see Grandpa Yun, he eagerly stuffed all the gifts into Yunshu's hands and left with a contented smile. Yunshu watched as Yu Shangwei suddenly bounced away, momentarily doubting her eyes. She had always envisioned hospital directors as dignified and composed individuals, yet the director of Jinsheng Hospital appeared to defy her expectations with such an exuberant personality. Shaking her head in resignation, she proceeded towards the villa, laden with gifts. As she passed by Xiaopeng, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for not allowing that couple in today. If they had entered, my grandfather's emotions would have been unsettled. If they come back, just throw them out." Xiaopeng had overheard the conversation between Yunshu and Yi Shengyue, and he was well aware of Yi Shengyue's identity. Upon learning that the director of Jinsheng Hospital had taken Yunshu as his mentor, he became even more convinced of her extraordinary status. He promptly nodded in agreement, assuring her, "I will make a note of it and inform the head of the security team in the villa area. The moment that couple appears, they will be immediately escorted out." Yunshu was quite pleased with this outcome. With a smile, she handed over the fruits that Yu Shangwei had bought as a token of her appreciation. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, when Su Hongfei and Bai Ling returned home with solemn expressions, Sushi sprang from the sofa, anxiously approaching them. "Mom, Dad, how did it go today? Did Yunshu agree to have dinner with Yuan Zhou?" Sushi's heart was in turmoil. In the past, she would never have permitted a girl to dine with her fiancé. However, now, if Yunshu refused to dine with Yuan Zhou, he would think that they could not even manage such a trivial matter, deeming the Su family useless and hastily withdrawing the engagement. She understood all too well that if Gu Yuanzhou truly broke off the engagement, she would never find another man of such exceptional lineage and capability. Thus, she desperately wished to retain this remarkable man in her life. Su Hongfei and Bai Ling were acutely aware of the significance of this dinner. Yet recalling the events that had transpired, Su Hongfei felt a surge of unspeakable emotions. "Xiaoxi," he began, "your usual capriciousness is one thing. But why would you target Yunshu at such an important occasion? It even made headlines. The online comments are overwhelmingly negative, and now even Gu Yuanzhou is embarrassed. It is no wonder he wishes to dissolve the engagement." Sushi was taken aback, not expecting her father to voice such sentiments. Her face drained of color. Bai Ling, however, felt that Sushi had done nothing wrong and was displeased with Su Hongfei's questioning. "What do you mean by that? Is it truly all Xiaoxi's fault? If Yunshu had not threatened her, would such a well-behaved child have targeted her? In my opinion, we should never have brought Yunshu back from the countryside. Had she not appeared, Xiaoxi and Yuan Zhou would have been fine, and none of this would have transpired." Su Hongfei found Bai Ling's words somewhat unreasonable. He had just checked the trending topics, which indeed indicated that she was the one causing trouble for Yunshu. If he were in Gu Yuanzhou's position, he would have been unable to endure the situation. Now is not the time to dwell on regrets. Su Hongfei massaged his temples, speaking in a low voice. "Since the matter is already in the past, there is no need to obsess over it. We should consider how to persuade Gu Yuanzhou to change his mind. We cannot truly allow him to break off his engagement with Xiaoxi. That would mean losing our family's future support, wouldn't it?" As soon as Su Hongfei's words fell, a voice filled with disdain erupted from the sofa. Chapter 76. Su Jin's feelings for Yunshu. Everyone turned to see a tall, fair-skinned youth with chestnut-colored hair, resembling a character straight out of a comic, casually playing on his phone. At a glance, one might mistake him for Yunshu, were it not for his short hair. Su Hongfei, observing the youth's actions, thought he must have misheard and questioned. Jean, was that you scoffing just now? Su Jin nonchalantly put away his phone, remaining comfortably seated, crossing his legs leisurely. He cast a cold glance at Su Shi before shifting his gaze away, stating flatly, "Yes, I laughed at how foolish you all are." Neglecting the real Jim while fawning over someone on the verge of being jilted. Su Jin's sudden remark left everyone momentarily speechless. Yet Su Shi seemed to grasp what he was implying. A wave of dread washed over her, prompting her to instinctively rush forward to cover Su Jin's mouth. However, before she could act, Su Jin had already articulated his thoughts. "If I were in your shoes, I would have rushed to bring Yun Shu back immediately." After all, the online buzz has mentioned that at the Happy Pill launch event, Yun Shu was surrounded by influential figures like Hui Qian, Jiang Cheng, and Tang Daiman. Any one of them is far superior to Gu Yuanzhou. Su Jin spoke these words with heartfelt sincerity, for he had known from a young age that he held no affection for Su Shi. Although everyone had always claimed they were twins, those who had seen them agreed that he and Su Shi bore little resemblance. Moreover, he had heard that twins were supposed to share a deep connection. Yet he detested everything Su Shi did. During his illness, the doctors indicated that the success rate for bone marrow matching between twins was exceedingly high, and when their parents requested Su Shi to undergo testing, she was most reluctant. However, when the results came back, they revealed that Su Shi was not his biological twin sister, finally resolving years of torment for Su Jin. He had once believed that after their parents found his true sister, they would certainly cast Su Shi aside. To her astonishment, before she could even meet her elder sister, their parents had exploited her by compelling her to donate bone marrow, only to subsequently cast her aside. The reason behind this despicable act was that Su Shi was engaged to Gu Yuanzhou. This revelation left Su Jin incredulous. It was unfathomable that, in their eyes, power held greater significance than their own flesh and blood. Unfortunately, he was still in the hospital at the time, oblivious to the unfolding events. Once he was discharged and learned of his parents' actions, he promptly sought out Yun Shu. To his surprise, he found that Yun Shu had already moved into a grand villa, and her life appeared quite pleasant. This realization led him to believe that rather than bringing Yun Shu back to the Su family, it would be far more joyous for her to live freely with her grandfather in the villa. Consequently, he remained silent, choosing to observe Yun Shu from a distance. Now, witnessing this family attempting to manipulate Yun Shu to forge a connection between Su Shi and Gu Yuanzhou, he found it utterly laughable. Once again, he was astounded by the sheer foolishness of his parents, who could not discern between what is truly precious and what is worthless. Despite being aware of the powerful individuals surrounding Yun Shu, they still opted to side with Su Shi, a decision he simply could not comprehend. When Su Shi heard Su Jin express his deepest concerns, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice trembled with emotion. "What does this mean, brother? Do you truly believe that our years of familial bond mean nothing? Do you despise me to such an extent? Has Yun Shu coerced you with the marrow she donated to you?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ling and Su Hongfei exchanged anxious glances with Su Jin, as if they were already convinced by Su Shi's words. Su Jin rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling that he could no longer endure this household. Bai Ling, dissatisfied with Su Jin's tone, retorted, "Xiao Jin, how can you speak to your sister like that? When did you become so disrespectful? Can Yun Shu even be compared to Xiaoxi? That girl is not only unfilial but also lives only by clinging to men. Someone like her, lacking any real capability, will soon lose Ho Qian's fleeting interest." With a cold laugh, Su Jin realized that he could not engage in a rational conversation with such obstinate family members. Yet he did not want them to misunderstand Yun Shu. Thus, he patiently continued, "I believe such remarks are better directed at Su Shi. If you haven't seen the trending news, I suggest you take a look. Yun Shu is one of the rare inheritors of the Ghost Gate Needle technique, possessing immense abilities. Meanwhile, Su Shi is the one who truly clings to men for survival. Now that Gu Yuanzhou has discarded her, is she not in a state of utter helplessness, seeking you to find Yun Shu?" Su Shi was taken aback by Su Jin's audacity to speak so disparagingly of her, which ignited her anger, yet she felt powerless. After all, Su Jin was the heir to the Su group. Given the precarious nature of her relationship with Gu Yuanzhou, should they engage in a quarrel, their parents would undoubtedly side with Su Jin, leaving her no choice but to succumb to tears. Su Hongfei and Bai Ling found themselves at a loss for words, even beginning to acknowledge the validity of Su Jin's assertions, which plunged them into contemplation. As Su Jin observed their expressions, he discerned their thoughts and continued with a mocking smile, "Do not entertain any illusions. The actions you have taken in the past will not bring Yun Shu back. Even if you were to kneel and plead for her, you shall spend your lives clinging to this false daughter. After delivering his cold remarks, he felt averse to witnessing the disingenuous scene before him and ascended the stairs. He harbored a desire for the relationship between Su Shi and his parents to fracture, while simultaneously wishing for Yunshu's absence, convinced that the current Su family was unworthy of her. Once in his room, Su Jin too fell into a state of reflection. On several occasions, he had glimpsed Yunshu, perhaps due to an unspoken bond shared by twins, and he felt an urge to rush out and acknowledge her, expressing gratitude for her marrow donation. Yet, he feared that Yunshu would despise him for being a member of the Su family. It was the first time Su Jin felt such disdain for his identity. Were it possible, he longed to interact with Yunshu as siblings. Perhaps this was the wondrous connection of shared origins. Achoo! The next morning, Yunshu was awakened by a sudden sneeze. She felt as though she had experienced an unusually lengthy dream, in which a nebulous figure persistently called her sister. The figure sought to approach her, yet seemed perpetually hindered by an invisible barrier, leaving Yunshu perplexed. Dismissing the dream, she reminded herself of her tasks for the day, promptly rising to wash and dress. While sending a message to Yi Shengyue, I will depart for Jincheng Hospital this morning. Remember to prepare the silver needles and acupuncture points. I will teach you from the beginning today. Chapter 77. An incident with Father Yunshu quickly readied herself and found that her grandfather had already prepared breakfast, while he tended to the garden outside, watering the plants. Witnessing this scene, her heart swelled with a profound sense of satisfaction, a smile spreading across her face, though her eyes betrayed a hint of moisture. At last, she had managed to create the life she and her grandfather had longed for, and she was determined to sustain this newfound existence. Retracting her gaze, she sat at the dining table to eat breakfast, washed the dishes in the kitchen, and then picked up her bag, addressing Yunjin. "Grandfather, I am off to work." Although she no longer needed to report to the Hua group, she chose not to disclose this to her grandfather, trusting that Hua Qian would keep this matter confidential for her. Yunshu hailed a taxi directly to Jincheng Hospital, where Yi Shengyue had already dispatched his assistant to await her arrival. Once she was respectfully escorted to the director's office on the top floor, she wasted no time and went straight to the point. Her aim was to impart all the skills related to the Ghost Gate Needle technique to Yi Shengyue in the shortest time possible, enabling him to pass this knowledge on to others sooner. Fortunately, Qiu Feiqi had contemplated passing down the art of the Ghost Gate Needle prior to his own transition. Thus, when he imparted the skill to his disciple, certain remnants of the instructional material were simultaneously conveyed. Yunshu was poised to relay these memories in meticulous detail to Yi Shengyue, who diligently absorbed the information, especially given his foundation in acupuncture, enabling him to learn with remarkable swiftness. By midday, Yi Shengyue had grasped the theoretical aspects thoroughly. After a light lunch in the office, they prepared to practice needling on a mannequin in the afternoon when Yunshu received an urgent call from Qiu's mother. A sudden tremor gripped her heart, for upon her departure, she had harbored concerns about the well-being of the elderly couple at home, particularly regarding any unforeseen circumstances involving Qiu's father. She had thus provided her number, urging them to contact her immediately in case of emergencies. Without time for contemplation, she answered the call. And before she could utter a word, Qiu's mother's panicked voice, laced with tears, rushed forth. "Xiaoshu, could you come to Lingqing Hospital? Your uncle Qiu has been assaulted and is now fully paralyzed, unable to stand. I implore you to come and administer acupuncture once more." Yunshu was engulfed by shock at the news of Qiu's father being attacked. It was unfathomable that such commendable individuals, with a son like Qiu Feiqi who held considerable renown in Lingqing, could suffer such a fate. Unable to remain composed, she exchanged a meaningful glance with Yi Shengyue, indicating her immediate departure, and as she walked away, she inquired, "What on earth has happened? How could Uncle Qiu have been attacked?" Qiu's mother glanced back at her husband, lying on the bed, conscious yet immobile, his face contorted in pain. Overwhelmed with grief, she refrained from speaking in the hospital room, instead stepping outside before sorrowfully revealing. He learned that Feiqi's death was the result of reckless driving by a group of affluent youths in the city, leading to the tragic accident. Yet those privileged young men, shielded by their family's power and influence, continued to live unperturbed. Your uncle, unable to bear the injustice, sought them out for answers during his recovery. However, as soon as he confronted them, he was violently attacked by their bodyguards, leaving him incapacitated. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a compassionate passerby, he might have met the same fate as Feiqi. Upon hearing this, Yunshu was consumed by indignation. The audacity of the wealthy in this world was appalling. They seemed to hold human life in utter disregard, especially for a talent like Chio's father. It became evident that she must devise a means to teach those youths a lesson. This was not only her uncle's wish, but also her duty as the inheritor of the Ghost Gate Needle. Auntie, please remain calm and tend to uncle's emotions. I will arrive shortly, in approximately 2 hours. Hearing Yunshu's words, Chio's mother felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. This young woman had already provided them with immense support, including a substantial monetary contribution of 10 million. It would indeed be too burdensome to impose further upon her. She contemplated that she must treat Yunshu exceptionally well in the future, expressing her gratitude. All right, thank you, Xiaoshu. We will await you at Lingqing Hospital. Teacher, do you need to go to Lingqing Hospital? I can drive you there. The ringtone from Yunshu's phone was somewhat pronounced, and Yi Shengyue, who was beside her, overheard everything clearly. He understood that the caller was none other than the parents of Chu Feiqi, the founder of the Ghost Gate Needle. Realizing they might be in distress, he felt compelled, as a student of the Ghost Gate Needle, to lend a hand. Yunshu was troubled about how to reach Lingqing when she heard Yu Shengyue's voice. Smiling slightly, all right, I appreciate your help. Yi Shengyue parked in the hospital's basement, and once they were in the car, Yunshu pondered how she could make those few young men pay once she had treated Chu's father. Primarily, those young men belonged to influential families, while she, on the surface, appeared to be an ordinary person. Although she had the backing of the National Abilities Bureau, she could not act recklessly without a mission at hand. It seemed that sometimes one must harness the power of the media. Throughout the journey, Yu Shengyue was concerned about any unforeseen incidents concerning Chu Feiqi's family. Driving at a swift pace, and they reached Lingqing Hospital in less than 2 hours. They hurried to Chu's father's ward, and upon seeing him lying on the bed, immobile, Yunshu thought that if Chu Feiqi witnessed this scene, it would surely break his heart. She quickly turned to Chu's mother and said, Auntie, could you please help remove Uncle's clothing? This gentleman beside me is the director of Jincheng Hospital, and he is currently learning the Ghost Gate Needle from me. Let him observe during the procedure. Chu's mother was elated to hear that even the director of Jincheng Hospital was studying the Ghost Gate Needle created by her son. At the very least, her son was leaving something behind in this world that could help many. For the next period, Yunshu focused on administering the needles to Chu's father, while it was Yu Shengyue's first time witnessing the procedure of the Ghost Gate Needle, silently taking notes. After approximately 2 hours had passed, Yunshu finally withdrew the needles, and Chu's father fell into a deep slumber. She glanced at him and sighed. Although we have managed to treat him this time, should another incident arise, it will not be so simple to heal him again. Henceforth, we must ensure that Uncle does not seek out those young men again. Chu's mother certainly did not want her husband to pursue trouble again. But she understood him all too well. Both she and her husband could not simply swallow their pride in silence. Chapter 78. Yunshu's plan, however. She was acutely aware that the individuals they faced were heirs of powerful family enterprises in Lingqing, while they themselves were merely ordinary citizens. No matter how fervently they sought justice, even exhausting all their strength, they would not inflict even a hair's breadth of harm upon those formidable opponents. Xiumu felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, a tempest of suppressed anger within her that she could not express. Yet, she refrained from displaying her turmoil in front of Yunshu, instead mustering a strained smile and assuring her, "Do not worry, my child. We know what steps to take. I will endeavor to persuade him and strive to make the most of our current circumstances." Xiumu was not capitulating. Rather, she had come to terms with the harsh reality. If every protest only led to the same disheartening outcome, she would willingly endure this silent suffering to ensure her husband's well-being. Yunshu was acutely aware of Xiumu's emotions and understood the implications of her words, which were likely tied to the young signs responsible for Chu Feiqi's demise. Since she had come this far, she would not return empty-handed. Having acquired Chu Feiqi's skills, she felt compelled to act. Though she chose to keep her intentions concealed from Xiumu, she feared that if she were to fail, it would only bring disappointment. Thus, without expectations, disappointment could not take root. Turning her gaze towards Yu Shengyue, she noted his attentive demeanor. Although he was uncertain of Yunshu's intentions, he nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Yunshu suggested that the two rest at the hospital while she took Yi Shengyue outside. Their time spent together was limited. Yet Yi Shengyue sensed Yunshu's determination to stay and curiously inquired, "Teacher, what shall we do next? Is there something you require my assistance with?" Yunshu glanced back at Yi Shengyue and explained, "Chu Feiqi lost his life in a car accident caused by several young heirs from prominent families racing on the road. which resulted in a collision that left Chu Feiqi's vehicle wrecked. However, those families, intent on shielding their heirs from public scrutiny, bribed the media to portray Chu Feiqi's death as a mere accident, leading many to mourn his loss without grasping the truth. Yi Shengyue had already gleaned some details from Yunshu's earlier call and had sensed the gravity of the situation, which incited his anger. As a member of the medical community, he recognized Chu Feiqi's significant contributions to their field, heightening his indignation. These individuals are utterly reprehensible, leveraging their family names to commit such acts. If we allow their tyranny to continue unchecked, more innocent lives will surely fall victim to their misdeeds. His fury intensified as he learned how callously the young heirs had treated Chu Feiqi's father, even resorting to violence when confronted. Yunshu shared his outrage, determined that since these individuals were still young, they must not be allowed to escape justice, lest they harm even more people in the future. Thus, I seek your assistance in identifying a reputable media outlet in Lingcheng, one that does not collude with these powerful families and possesses a sense of justice. I aim to collaborate with them to expose this matter and seek justice for Chu Feiqi. Though Yi Shengyue was not a frequent visitor to Lingcheng, he had a network of friends there and readily agreed, "Leave this matter to me. Once I make contact, where shall we convene? What are our subsequent plans?" Yunshu had already formulated a preliminary plan in her mind and inquired of the system. Could you assist me in locating the whereabouts of the youths who were responsible for the demise of Chu Feiqi? The system, known for its generosity in providing such information, promptly presented a familiar map before Yunshu, indicating several red dots positioned at a racetrack. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone to search for this racetrack. Discovering that it was a renowned local club frequented by the affluent elite, where entry was typically reserved for those of considerable wealth, as the minimum expenditure here commenced at 1 million per day. To Yunshu, 1 million was not an insurmountable sum, especially if it meant achieving her objective. She was willing to make sacrifices. She sent the address to Yi Shengyue, contact the media, and have them come to this club. We will confront them directly and demand to know why. After colliding with Chu Feiqi, they exhibited no remorse whatsoever, given their sheltered upbringing. They are bound to be unprepared for such an unexpected situation, which will leave them flustered and vulnerable. This is the outcome I desire. Provided their responses align with her expectations, the media would be able to publicize the incident online. Once the truth of Chu Feiqi's demise was revealed to the public, netizens would surely rally against these individuals. There are numerous issues that require the collective strength of the populace to address. Society harbors many dark facets, and without exposure, those at the bottom are left voiceless. With just a single opportunity, this matter could gain traction online, evoking empathy from the majority of netizens. United, they could strive to seek justice for the marginalized, as many perceive aiding them to be tantamount to aiding oneself. Yunshu firmly believed in the power of contemporary netizens, and Yi Shengyue shared this conviction. He nodded earnestly, promptly reaching for his phone to contact his acquaintances in Lingcheng, enlisting their help in reaching out to several reliable journalists. Once arrangements were in place, Yi Shengyue addressed Yunshu. "My friend has managed to contact over a dozen credible journalists. They're en route from various locations and should arrive at the club in approximately an hour." For Yunshu, an hour was sufficient. She intended to gauge the personalities of those youths beforehand. Thus, she continued her journey in Yi Shengyue's vehicle toward the club. The Lingcheng Racing Club, despite its exorbitant entry fees, was bustling with activity daily. Its famed mountain roads attracted countless racing enthusiasts from afar. Upon their arrival at the club's entrance, Yunshu and Yi Shengyue were intercepted by a stoic attendant, who coldly stated, "This is not a place for everyone to enter." Yunshu understood the implication of his words all too well. She retrieved her bank card from her pocket, pinching it between her right index and ring fingers, and replied with a similar expressionless demeanor, "I am aware of the rules. It's merely 1 million. I assenti it? Just swipe it." The attendant, having lingered in this place for quite some time, remained unfazed upon hearing the figure of 1 million. However, he did acknowledge that Yunshu was affluent, and his tone softened slightly. "Miss, you may not be fully aware of our regulations here. The entrance fee is indeed 1 million, but in addition, we require a professional racing license to enter. May I inquire if you possess one?" Yunshu was taken aback. She only knew that the starting fee for this club was at least 1 million, but she had not anticipated the necessity of a racing license. Moreover, she did not even hold a regular driver's license, let alone a racing one. She glanced at Yi Shengyue, who also shook his head, as he was of an age where such documents were not in his possession. A sense of despair washed over Yunshu, She could not simply concede defeat. She persisted. I will offer you another $1,000,000 if you allow us entry. The attendant remained indifferent, and just as she was about to raise her offer further, a clear, melodious male voice emerged from behind the attendant. She is with me. I will take her inside. The group was taken aback, turning their gazes towards the source of the voice, where a slender young man was slowly approaching from behind the attendant. Yi Shangyue rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was it merely his imagination, or did this man bear an uncanny resemblance to Yunshu? Yunshu recognized him immediately. It was her so-called twin brother, Su Jin. They had not seen each other while awake. The last time they met, Su Jin had been in a coma. After donating bone marrow to him, she had been expelled from the Su family home and had little contact with Su Jin. Su Jin was pleasantly surprised to see Yunshu in Ling City. He had been contemplating how to appear before her without inciting her disdain. However, he was acutely aware that, given his current status as a young master of the Su family, she would likely harbor resentment towards him. His frustration over this matter had driven him back to the racing club, and to his astonishment, he encountered Yunshu being blocked by the attendant just as he emerged from his race. Seizing the opportunity, he spoke up. The attendant recognized Su Jin and acknowledged him as the young master of the Su family, instantly changing his demeanor. Ah, it is a friend of young Master Su. Of course, you may enter, but young Master Su can only bring one person with him. This was not an act of flattery on the attendant's part. It was merely club policy. Many young gentlemen came to race here to show off and naturally brought female companions along, which the club accepted with understanding. Apologetically, Su Jin turned to Yunshu. She felt that bringing in one person was sufficient. She then turned to Yi Shangyue and whispered, "Contact the media and ask them to hold off for now. I will go in, gather evidence, and later send it to them to help spread the word. Please wait for me outside. I will be quick." Yi Shangyue nodded, his concern evident as he looked at her. "Teacher, please be careful." Su Jin was taken aback to hear Yunshu referred to as teacher by Yi Shangyue, recognizing the latter's esteemed position as the director of the Ling City Hospital. However, this was not the moment for curiosity. After Yunshu had finished her instructions to Yi Shangyue, she confidently followed Su Jin inside. Throughout the journey, an indescribable feeling lingered in Yunshu's heart. She never anticipated that one day she would receive assistance from Su Jin. She had believed that her connection with this twin brother would cease to exist from that point forward. Su Jin was equally anxious, yearning to converse with Yunshu but uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, he mustered the courage to speak. "Sister, who are you looking for here? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Upon entering, Yunshu pondered her next steps. Hearing Su Jin's question, she curiously looked at him and inquired, "Do those who race cars typically wear sports cameras around their necks?" Su Jin understood what Yunshu was referring to and quickly retrieved his sports camera from his bag. However, it was not one that hung around the neck. "I found the neck-mounted camera too cumbersome, so I bought one that clips to the chest. Would you like to use it, sister?" Yunshu nodded, accepting the camera from Su Jin and, without hesitation, clipped it to her chest. She continued, "I have come here to seek justice for Chu Feiqi, who tragically lost his life in a car accident last month. The boys responsible for his death are currently at this racetrack, and instead of reflecting on their actions, they are flaunting their arrogance. I intend to provoke them into revealing the truth and then share it online." Upon hearing Yunshu's words, Su Jin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Recognizing her as the sister he always aspired to have, one who stood for righteousness and sought to eliminate evildoers, he felt she was infinitely superior to Su Shi. "Does my sister know what those boys look like?" Regardless, Su Jin remained steadfastly on Yunshu's side, ready to support her endeavors. His purpose today was to protect Yunshu in front of those boys. Having never spent time with Su Jin before, Yunshu had initially presumed he would share the same shortcomings as their family. Yet, Su Jin proved to be far better than she had imagined. Although she was unaware of the boys' appearances, she had their locations in mind. With a mysterious smile, she led Su Jin toward the most crowded area. Upon reaching the racetrack's finish line, they spotted 3 ostentatious boys surrounded by a throng of admirers. Each of these boys was flanked by a strikingly attractive woman, exuding an air of arrogance. The onlookers were visibly eager to please them. "Ling Xiao, your driving skills are extraordinary, whether in technique or vehicle modifications. If you claim second place in the country, no one would dare to say they are first." Revered by many as Ling Xiao, he is a man clad in leather. His hair dyed a striking red. As the leader of his trio, he raised his head high upon hearing compliments. "Of course, I am different from you all. Our driving skills have been honed on the streets, unlike you, who cannot even drive outside the racetrack. He continued, so you indulge in reckless racing, resulting in the death of the founder of the Ghost Gate, leaving countless paralyzed individuals bereft of hope. Do you not feel the slightest remorse? Yunshu, already incensed by the actions of these three, found her anger intensifying upon hearing their audacious boasting in front of others. Nevertheless, she remained composed, activating her chest camera before stepping forward to confront them. The group, initially basking in the admiration of the crowd, turned their attention to her upon hearing her scornful remark. Ling Feng, displeased, cast an irritable glance at Yunshu. However, upon observing her nearly flawless visage, his ire diminished considerably. He promptly shoved aside his female companion and approached Yunshu with a smirk. Is this your method of captivating my attention? I must admit, you have succeeded. I agree to let you be my girlfriend for a day. Yunshu nearly grimaced at his greasy words, prompting Su Jin to stride forward and shield Yunshu behind her. Chapter 80. Yunshu employs provocation. Su Jin interposed herself between Ling Feng and Yunshu, her gaze icy enough to freeze, seething at the audacity of Ling Feng. With your hideous appearance, how dare you set your sights on my sister? Do you not possess a mirror? Have you no self-awareness? Ling Feng, accustomed to being revered, found it difficult to contain his rage at such open contempt. However, the two before him appeared unfamiliar, not resembling the people of Lingcheng. Yet, what did that matter? They were on his turf, and he was the boss, for me. Ling Xiao, to notice this woman is a favor. Should she dare to reject my kindness, she must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Seeing his arrogance, Yunshu understood that he was indeed relying on his family's influence, having acted with impunity in Lingcheng. Unfazed by his demeanor, she quietly pulled Su Jin aside, refusing to back down as she locked eyes with him. So, in killing Chu Feiqi, do you think he would express gratitude from beyond the grave? Ling Feng intended to agree, only to realize he was stepping into a trap laid by Yunshu, and he would not be foolish enough to fall for it. I do not comprehend your words. Who is Chu Feiqi? What do you mean by knowing from the afterlife? Are you out of your mind? Do you require a referral to a mental health facility? As Ling Feng's words echoed, a chorus of laughter and agreement erupted from the crowd, particularly from the two companions who accompanied him, a blonde and a purple-haired individual, who cheered the loudest. Ling Xiao truly embodies his name. His words are so commanding. I bow in admiration. With the surrounding voices bolstering his ego, Ling Feng's smile widened, believing himself to be quite dashing as he tossed his hair and cast a smug glance at Yunshu. Yunshu came to the realization that if she continued to waste her breath here, she would not attain her desires. From their brief interaction earlier, it was evident that this man was quite concerned with his reputation. It seemed that, to achieve her objectives in a short span, she must shatter what he valued most. As her mind raced, she seized Su Jin and departed while he was still reveling in the cheers from the crowd. Observing this, others assumed that Yunshu was intimidated. Disdainful remarks grew more pronounced, and Ling Feng's smugness intensified. He was well aware that in Ling City, few dared to oppose him. Su Jin, equally incensed by the encounter, felt a pang of guilt for his inability to assist Yunshu, lamenting, "Sister, I'm sorry. It's my weakness that emboldened that man." Yunshu shook her head, clarifying that her departure was not out of fear, but rather a strategic decision. She turned to Su Jin and said, I have an important task ahead. If all goes as expected, those individuals will soon come looking for me with great fervor. I need you to incite their anger, prompting them to speak recklessly, and capture that moment on film. Can you assist me? Though Su Jin was uncertain of Yunshu's next steps, their twin bond instilled in him a deep trust, and he nodded eagerly. Of course, I'm thrilled to fight alongside you, sister. The more time Yunshu spent with Su Jin, the more she cherished this brother of hers, puzzled as to how the Su family could have produced such a delightful child. To preempt any possibility of Ling Feng and his companions departing, Yunshu swiftly removed the camera from around her neck and affixed it to Su Jin's. She cautioned him, I must go now. Take care of yourself. Su Jin nodded earnestly, assuring her he would remain vigilant, putting her mind at ease. Yunshu smiled before mentally instructing the system to pinpoint the location of the broadcasting room. Her intention was straightforward. Since those men were so concerned with their image and refused to acknowledge their culpability in Chu Feiqi's death, she would publicly announce this incident at the racetrack. If their supporters learned they were murderers, would they still idolize them? With the system's assistance, Yunshu swiftly arrived at the club's broadcasting room. Typically, this space played music, and unless there was a pressing matter, it was generally unstaffed. Upon entering, Yunshu immediately locked the door and silenced the music, plunging the entire club into silence. The raucous cheers that had once filled the air abruptly ceased, leaving many bewildered by the sudden stillness enveloping the club. In the next moment, the broadcast around the club was interrupted by the sound of a microphone being struck. Just as everyone anticipated an important announcement, a melodious female voice resonated through the speakers. On the evening of March 25, 2025, our nation's esteemed founder of the Ghost Needle, Chu Feiqi, was tragically struck down while driving by Ling Feng, Wu Quan, and Lu Lang, resulting in his untimely demise despite rescue efforts. Henceforth, the Ghost Needle shall no longer exist, leaving countless paralyzed individuals bereft of hope. Not only did these three show no remorse after the incident, but they also grievously injured Chu Feiqi's father, with their family concealing their heinous crimes, leaving the public unaware of their malevolence. Yet, I firmly believe that evil begets evil. Individuals like Ling Feng must face retribution, for the heavens will not allow such transgressions to go unpunished. As Yunshu proclaimed these words, she ensured they were recorded and played on a loop, echoing repeatedly in the air, resonating in everyone's ears. Prior to this, all were aware of the unfortunate demise of the acupuncture master, Chu Feiqi, but none knew that the true culprits were Ling Feng and his associates. In an instant, those who once idolized Ling Feng wore expressions of discomfort. Although Ling Feng wielded considerable influence in Ling City, he was still, after all, a murderer, and the fact that he had caused Chu Feiqi's death only intensified the unease, prompting everyone to instinctively distance themselves from him. Just a moment ago, Ling Feng reveled in the adoration of the crowd, but now he observed their retreat, particularly as Yunshu's voice continued to reverberate in the air. Infuriated, he rushed towards the broadcast room, accompanied by two cronies. Without a moment to spare to address the crowd, Su Jin, witnessing the unfolding drama, hurried to follow, unwilling to miss a single captivating moment. Aside from Su Jin, most others, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, adopted a curious mindset, hastening to join in the spectacle. Ling Feng and his companions approached the broadcast room with fierce intent, attempting to kick down the door only to find it impervious to their assault, causing them pain in their feet while the door remained steadfast. This infuriated Ling Feng, who shouted at the entrance, "Get out here, you vile woman! Who gave you the audacity to speak so recklessly within? Offending me, do you still wish to thrive in Ling City?" Observing Ling Feng's enraged demeanor, Su Jin quickly interjected. "What is the matter, young Master Ling? If your status is so formidable, why the hesitation to acknowledge your actions? It seems you too possess a cowardly side." Chapter 81. Yunshu is taken away. Ling Feng was consumed by rage. Having been revered throughout his life, he had never experienced such humiliation. Surrounded by a throng of onlookers, all casting judgmental glances as if he were a murderer, only deepened his discontent. So what if he were indeed a killer? He was still standing there, unharmed. Contemplating this, Ling Feng declared, "Even if it were true that I struck down Chu Feiqi, what of it? No matter how formidable he may be, he is merely a commoner. I am the son of the wealthiest man in Ling City. Everything I do is justified. For money is the ultimate truth. Even if I were to take a life, I stand here unscathed. What can any of you do to me?" The two youths behind Ling Feng raised their heads with pride. They were not the ones driving. They merely occupied the back seat beside him. Initially, they felt a flicker of fear, but upon realizing that the law posed no threat, they too adopted a disdainful attitude towards the crowd. Those present at this club were either affluent or noble, yet they were far beneath Ling Feng's stature. They understood that taking a life incurs a cost. Even if one were to escape by chance, they would not dare to be as brazen as Ling Feng. This realization left the onlookers with a vague, indescribable emotion towards the trio, with a singular thought lingering in their minds. Their arrogance would surely lead to consequences. Indeed, in the next moment, several rapid footsteps approached, accompanied by a thunderous proclamation, "Don't move. Police." Ling Feng was taken aback. He had just uttered his audacious words when the police appeared unexpectedly. However, considering his status, he felt a semblance of relief, believing that even if he were taken to the police station, they would be powerless against him. Upon their arrival, the officers were momentarily at a loss for words upon recognizing Ling Feng. Yet, their objective today was not him, but rather those inside the broadcasting room. At that moment, the club manager hurried over, avoiding Ling Feng's gaze, hastily producing a key to unlock the broadcasting room door. Yunshu had overheard Ling Feng's arrogant remarks from within and was preparing to emerge when she saw the police rush in, surrounding her. "Miss, We have received reports of disturbances in order. Please accompany us, one officer stated. Yun Shu surmised that it was the club's personnel who had alerted the police and scoffed. I find it quite amusing that the Ling City police choose not to apprehend a murderer like Ling Feng, but instead target me, the one who dares to speak the truth. Your actions are truly disheartening. Some attendees from other cities, who had come to enjoy the racing scene, echoed their discontent with Ling Feng's earlier arrogance. Officers, if anyone should be apprehended, it is these three. I heard them confess to having taken a life. Those from other cities nodded in agreement, asserting, if you protect a murderer, we may never feel safe returning to Ling City. While the visitors voiced their concerns, the locals remained silent, fearing retribution from the Ling family. The police, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, especially as some began to take photos, realized the gravity of the situation and promptly instructed their colleagues, arrest these three as well. The young officer was taken aback by the statement, yet the leading officer shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, there is no but. Everything will be addressed once we return to the precinct. After speaking, he promptly ordered someone to escort Yun Shu. At the moment the handcuffs were placed on her, Yun Shu refrained from protesting. She understood that resistance would be futile. Amidst the crowd, Su Jin anxiously observed the unfolding scene. Once her gaze met Yun Shu's, she quickly urged, do not worry about me. Once we are out, have Yi Shengyue call Hu Qian. Do not forget to attend to what I instructed. Regardless of the circumstances, Yun Shu belonged to the Special Investigations Bureau, and if she were apprehended, the Bureau would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, contacting Hu Qian posed no issue. As she conveyed her message, she discreetly glanced at the camera on Su Jin's chest. The telepathic bond between the twins swiftly conveyed the meaning to Su Jin, who nodded in understanding without making any further moves. As Yun Shu was led away, several officers approached Ling Feng and his companions, not handcuffing them, but instead gesturing politely, exhibiting a remarkably respectful demeanor. This was not the first time Ling Feng and his associates had visited the precinct. They were well acquainted with the routine and casually followed along with their hands in their pockets. The individuals from Ling City understood the impending outcome and sighed in resignation, feeling that the girl was doomed. Indeed, upon their arrival at the precinct, before Ling Feng and the others could even step through the entrance, an officer addressed them. Young Master Ling, it was merely a formality earlier. We will now drive you home. Hearing this, Yun Shu turned back, bewildered, and inquired, have you completely abandoned the pretense? Are you truly letting this murderer walk free, unconcerned that more lives may be lost at their hands? Ling Feng, having frequented this place due to past altercations, was well aware of the routine outcomes. In response to Yun Shu's inquiry, he smirked with arrogance, while you are undeniably beautiful, it is unfortunate that your intellect does not match. The Ling family reigns supreme in Ling City. It was merely an accident resulting in a fatality. Do you expect us to pay with our lives? With that, Ling Feng's demeanor shifted abruptly, adopting a more hostile attitude. Comrade investigators, this woman has repeatedly humiliated me in public. I implore you not to let her escape justice. She must be detained for at least 10 to 15 days before she can be released. Although the officers did not verbally respond, their expressions suggested they had already resolved to comply. This revelation left Yun Shu somewhat disheartened, feeling that the individuals in Ling City were tarnishing the dignity of such a noble profession. Ultimately, she was pushed further inside, while Ling Feng and his companions swaggered back to the police vehicle, which would take them home. Yun Shu found herself in custody, without questioning or being afforded the opportunity to defend herself. Nevertheless, she remained unperturbed, confident that her stay would not be prolonged, and that the indifferent officers would likewise be inclined to expedite matters. On the other side, as Su Jin hurriedly approached the entrance of the club, Yi Shengyue rushed over, perplexed, and inquired, what just happened? I believe I saw the teacher being taken away. Chapter 82. The Ling family's misfortune. Su Jin, maintaining a serious expression, nodded in agreement. Recalling Yun Shu's earlier instructions, she quickly addressed Yi Shengyue, Director Yi, are you able to contact Hu Qian? I suspect those individuals who took my sister will not release her easily. My sister advised me to seek your assistance in reaching out to Hu Qian. Yi Shengyue, indeed possessing Hu Qian's contact information, promptly retrieved his phone, dialed the number, and relayed the situation at hand. At that moment, Su Jin took down the camera from her chest, extracted the data cable, and transferred the recorded video onto her phone. Director, if I recall correctly, didn't my sister mention that you had already contacted a group of journalists? We have captured footage of Ling Feng admitting to the fatal accident involving Chu Feiqi. and we need you to send this video to the media. Yu Shengwei, impressed by their efficiency, quickly exchanged contact information with Su Jane, requesting the video be sent to his phone. Upon receiving the video, he wasted no time in sharing it with all the media contacts on his WeChat, instructing them to post the footage online as per Yun Shu's directive. Additionally, Yu Shengwei reached out to several familiar media outlets in Jincheng, confident that they would not be intimidated by the Ling family. Shortly after Yi Shengwei conveyed the news of Yun Shu's abduction to Hoqian, the chief of the Lingqing police station received an urgent call from the headquarters. The caller immediately reprimanded him. "Look at what a fine mess you've created. How could you apprehend Yun Shu? Are you aware of her identity? She is under direct national jurisdiction, and you cannot simply arrest her. Release her at once." The chief, taken aback by this revelation, was not fully informed about the actions of his subordinates. He hastily summoned his team for clarification while attempting to soothe the caller's ire. "Sir, I have just returned from an external meeting and am unaware of the situation. I will investigate immediately." The voice on the other end scoffed in displeasure. "Let me make myself clear. The department she belongs to is not to be trifled with. If you do not expedite her release and seek their forgiveness, I cannot guarantee your safety." Upon hearing this, the chief panicked, and without waiting for his subordinate's report, he personally contacted those involved in the day's operations. When the chief finally located Yun Shu, she was still seated in the interrogation room, maintaining her composure in the face of the police's questioning. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of the reasons behind her arrest. After grasping the truth of the matter, he unceremoniously delivered a resounding slap to his subordinate, exclaiming, "How is it the Ling family again? Did I not instruct you not to cover for that family anymore? We will inevitably be their downfall." Upon finishing his words, the director immediately donned a respectful smile, apologetically gazing at Yun Shu as he spoke. "My dear young lady, I sincerely apologize. This entire situation has been a misunderstanding. We did not intend to detain you, and you are free to leave now. Would you like us to drive you home? I can take you myself if you prefer." The previously arrogant police officers, who had been questioning Yun Shu, felt a twinge of anxiety upon the director's entrance, and their trepidation grew as they witnessed his utmost deference towards her. Just as this foreboding feeling began to settle in, another troubling development unfolded. A young officer hurried in, clutching his phone, and addressed the director with urgency. "Director, we have made it to the trending topics." He promptly handed his phone to the director, revealing the trending news on Weibo regarding the truth behind Chu Feiqi's death. In less than 10 minutes since Yi Shengwei disseminated the video, nearly all media outlets were vying to be the first to report this breaking news. The trending video not only featured the brazen footage of Ling phone captured by Su Jane, but also included surveillance footage from an unknown media source showing the scene of Chu Feiqi's tragic accident. The media's narrative was strikingly uniform. A month ago, renowned physician Dr. Chu Feiqi, the founder of our nation's Ghost Gate Needle technique, tragically lost his life in a car accident, leaving countless hearts shattered and many families of paralyzed patients devoid of hope. Just when we believed Dr. Chu's demise was an unfortunate accident, a video has emerged today from the Ling City Club, showcasing Ling Feng, the heir of the Ling Group and the wealthiest individual in Ling City, brazenly proclaiming that he was responsible for Chu Feiqi's death. Moreover, Ling Feng exhibited no remorse, as if taking a life were a trivial matter. "It is my belief that the law should uphold justice, rather than capitulate to wealth." Given Chu Feiqi's esteemed reputation, the revelation of this truth ignited a wave of outrage among the populace. Ling Feng is utterly arrogant. It is clear that he was the one who drove the vehicle that killed another, yet he remains unpunished. Can the law of Ling City not hold him accountable? It is truly heartbreaking for Dr. Chu Feiqi, such a remarkable physician, to have fallen victim to these three fiends, who seem to escape any form of retribution. How disheartening. As a local of Ling City, I must timidly assert that Ling Feng is the child of our wealthiest individual. He frequently engages in fights and has caused numerous fatalities. Yet he has never faced the consequences of the law. There is nothing we can do. Goodness, has this demon truly been exposed? My brother attended the same school as him, and because he was slightly faster on his bicycle, Ling Feng assaulted him, leaving him gravely injured and now suffering from incontinence. I hope this demon receives his due punishment soon. I am a physician at Lingqing Hospital. The passing of Dr. Chu Feiqi has left us all in profound sorrow. However, just a couple of days ago, Dr. Chu's father was also hospitalized. It is said that he went to confront those young masters to seek justice, only to end up severely beaten. This is utterly outrageous. As the voices of the crowd grew louder in discussion, People's Daily swiftly shared a video of the incident, captioned, When did lynching become such a lawless territory? In the face of undeniable evidence, the authorities failed to make the right decision, leaving the common people disheartened. The Lingxing Police and the Ling Family Corporation, as the leading enterprise in Lingxing, ought to better manage their own offspring rather than allowing them to commit acts of violence. If you disregard the law, how can you expect the public to trust your products? The official account's intervention propelled the situation to new heights, drawing increasing attention to the event and placing all the pressure squarely on the police. Chapter 83. The Ling family in Fear. The director, already troubled by a call from above, felt the weight of the situation intensify as it gained traction online. He turned his gaze towards Yun Shu, recognizing that the Ling family's issues were complex, but Yun Shu's matter appeared more manageable. Forcing a smile, he said, "Miss Yun, I apologize. Our personnel were unaware of your identity, which led to your apprehension. Would you prefer we escort you back to Jin City? Or wherever you wish to go? I will personally see you home." Upon witnessing his demeanor, Yun Shu understood that Hu Qian had intervened. It was evident that the information online was beginning to escalate, with everything seemingly heading in a positive direction. However, she was not one to be easily intimidated. The police station was not a place where she could be seized at will. Raising her right hand, she expressionlessly demanded, "Return my phone to me." At her words, the officer who had been interrogating her hastily returned her phone, visibly flustered. The director's earlier attitude indicated that Yun Shu's identity was far from ordinary. Once she retrieved her phone, the director, noticing that Yun Shu showed no intention of leaving, wore a puzzled expression. "Miss Yun, shall we not take her leave?" Yun Shu casually opened Weibo, wishing to ascertain the current developments online. Hearing the director's question, she raised an eyebrow. "Did I say I wanted to leave? I will state this clearly. If you do not apprehend the Ling family members, I shall not step outside." She was eager to observe whether they would align themselves with the state or the Ling family. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the director felt a wave of panic wash over him, and just as he was about to respond, another call from above came in. "The discussions regarding the Ling family are escalating online. You must address this promptly, or you can forget about keeping your position." The director, overwhelmed, had no time to attend to Yun Shu any further and hurriedly sought to resolve the Ling family's predicament. Upon receiving her mobile phone, Yun Shu discovered that references to the Ling family on the internet were gradually diminishing. It was evident that the Ling family had expended resources to suppress the trending topic. A cold smile graced her lips. She would not allow the Ling family to navigate this crisis so easily. They had provoked her, and they would soon realize they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. "System, please extract the video of the police releasing the Ling family members at the entrance of the precinct." She was aware of the system's capabilities. Even if she did not record it herself, she could obtain footage of Ling Feng's brazen demeanor. The system responded promptly, and within a minute of her request, the video arrived on her phone. Without delay, she forwarded the video to Yi Shengwei, accompanied by the message, "Director Yi, please share this footage with the media," informing them that after the police apprehended me and Ling Feng at the club, they released us at the precinct's entrance. Yi Shengwei, who had been anxiously concerned for Yun Shu, breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving her message and promptly agreed to her request, inquiring with worry, "Teacher, have you exited? Where are you now?" Yun Shu quickly replied, "I need to remain here a while longer. Do not worry, I am safe." Yi Shengwei trusted her judgment, believing she had her own reasons, and refrained from further questioning, hastily attending to her instructions. Before long, the video depicting Ling Feng and his associates' arrogance at the police station entrance began circulating. In the footage, as they were escorted to the precinct, they were respectfully sent on their way before even entering. Viewers were incensed by the scene. Ling City is truly a disheartening place. These three delinquent youths are the culprits. Yet it is the truth teller who is apprehended. How revolting. With this incident, who would dare to visit Ling City? Is Ling City named after Ling Feng? I had no idea the Ling family was involved in so many sectors, from real estate to home furnishings. I shall henceforth boycott all products associated with them. Indeed, boycott. With such questionable character, who knows if their products are reliable? Daily inquiry. Has the Ling family gone bankrupt today? In the office of the Ling Group's president, Ling Ting's expression darkened further as he observed the growing tide of public backlash online. At that moment, a call from the precinct interrupted him, the tone distinctly displeased. "President Ling, this situation is unlike any we have faced before. The individuals targeting you are of significant standing, protected by the state. If you do not issue an apology, I fear the consequences will be dire." Ling Ting's displeasure escalated with every word, and the pent-up fury within him erupted. I have only one son. Do you expect him to apologize and endure public scorn? I pay you handsomely each year, not for you to shift the burden onto me. With that, he forcefully hung up the phone, contemplating the necessity of sending Ling Feng abroad. Otherwise, during the forthcoming period, he would be besieged whenever he stepped outside. Just as he was preparing to address this matter, his assistant burst through the door in a state of panic. His face etched with urgency. President Ling, it's dire. The internet is in an uproar, claiming that the young master is a murderer. Not only has the company's stock plummeted, but we have also received news from the Jin City Hua family, the Yun City Jiang family, and several leading enterprises across the regions, all wishing to terminate their collaborations with us. Ling Ting, who had initially dismissed the situation, was instantly alarmed upon hearing that the Hua family intended to sever ties. It is important to recognize that the Ling family's rapid ascent to the position of the wealthiest in Ling City was closely intertwined with the Hua group. It was their collaboration that had attracted enterprises from across the nation to partner with them. Now, with the Hua family withdrawing their support, it signified that other companies would likely follow suit. The adage rings true: one rises with the Hua family and falls with them. Ling Ting instinctively sought to contact the Hua family, but lacking Hua Qian's number, he could only reach out to Hua Qian's assistant, Shen Bin. Shen Bin's response was curt: Our Hua family values character immensely. Had we known you were of such ilk, we would never have considered a partnership. This remark plunged Ling Ting into a chilling despair, leaving his mind in disarray. As he pondered how to salvage the situation, he finally looked up at his assistant with resolve. Notify everyone, the Ling family will hold a press conference, and Ling Feng must issue an apology. The assistant promptly agreed. Just as Ling Feng arrived, having come to confront Ling Ting about the online discussions, upon hearing his father's demand for an apology, he was immediately displeased. Dad, why should the Ling family hold a press conference? We are accustomed to being brazen in Ling City. How will others perceive us if we do? How can I hold my head high in front of my brothers afterward? The mere thought of apologizing in front of the multitude of media outlets filled Ling Feng with aversion. The image of the press conference, concluded with everyone casting mocking glances at him, was unbearable. Naturally, Ling Ting would prefer not to hold such a press conference. However, failing to rectify the public's perception of the Ling family would lead all enterprises to withdraw their partnerships. The Ling Group would then face the grim prospect of bankruptcy, and he feared that they would become a laughingstock throughout the city and even the nation. The realization that all of this turmoil stemmed from the reckless actions of this ungrateful son, who remained oblivious to his faults, incited Ling Ting's fury, prompting him to strike Ling Feng across the face. The Ling family's plight is entirely due to your arrogance. At today's press conference, attendance was mandatory, regardless of one's desire to participate. Ling Feng found himself bewildered. As the sole heir of the Ling family, he had always been indulged by his father, Ling Ting, who had never laid a hand on him. It was precisely this pampering that had rendered him reckless, leading him into trouble time and again. No matter the severity of his misdeeds, his father would invariably come to his rescue. Even the last incident, where he accidentally caused the death of Chu Feiqi in a car accident, was smoothed over by his father. Yet now, for merely provoking that woman, he was compelled to hold a press conference to issue an apology? This situation left Ling Feng questioning whether Yunshu's identity was indeed extraordinary. As he gazed at his father's menacing expression, he found himself at a loss for words, silently acquiescing to his father's plans. In the meantime, the assistant hurriedly reached out to the media, hoping that Ling's public apology would alter public perception and perhaps salvage some semblance of reputation. The announcement of Ling Group's press conference drew immediate attention from the media, eager to capture this major news story for their outlets. The press conference was set to commence in an hour, and at that moment, Yunshu picked up her device to watch the live stream. As for stepping outside, she would not do so easily. Her intentions were clear. She aimed to make the higher-ups understand her purpose, unless the corrupt elements within the Lingxing police were eradicated. She had no intention of leaving. At the venue of the Ling Group press conference, not only were numerous media representatives present, but also many citizens of Lingxiang had gathered to witness the spectacle. Given that the purpose of the conference was to seek public forgiveness, they were not deterred from attending. The event was straightforward. There were no hosts or guests, only Ling Ting and Ling Feng, the father and son duo, standing on stage. As the majority of media representatives filled the venue, Ling Ting, seasoned by life's tribulations, approached the podium with a calm demeanor. He tapped the microphone and began. I extend my gratitude to all the media and friends from our city for being here today. The purpose of this press conference is likely known to all. Recently, there has been considerable discourse regarding my son's actions online, which has understandably incited public discontent. For this, I sincerely apologize for my shortcomings in his upbringing. After delivering his statement, Ling Ting moved to the edge of the podium and bowed deeply to the audience. He remained in that position for an extended moment, and the venue fell silent for about 30 seconds. The crowd was taken aback by his continued bow. However, when Ling Ting finally rose, attendees were surprised to see this typically imposing figure with reddened eyes. Rather than eliciting sympathy, this display heightened the media's excitement, prompting them to zoom in. Eager to capture the moment, a tear might fall from his eye. Even if Ling Ting were to offer his apologies, the public would remain unconvinced. For their grievances were not aimed at him, but rather at Ling Feng. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in protest. Bring forth that arrogant Ling Feng to apologize. How could such a demon as Ling Feng exist in Ling City? My son has been ruined by his hands. We will not accept any apologies. We demand to see this villain face the consequences he deserves. At this juncture, many were aware that the Ling Corporation had offended other groups, and the absence of an apology could very well lead to bankruptcy. They believed that as long as they collectively rejected Ling Corporation's apologies, there would be no hope for its resurgence. The clamor of dissent grew increasingly louder, plunging the scene into chaos. Ling Feng had never intended to apologize. Had he not been forcibly brought here, he would have never shown his face. Now, he found himself under the scrutiny of countless eyes, subjected to pointed fingers and disdainful looks. This provoked within him a desire to teach these people a lesson. Yet, recalling his father's words, that winning their forgiveness was inconsequential, but demonstrating remorse before the media was paramount, he resolved to engage some online influencers to propagate favorable comments about him. At that point, the whole corporation would undoubtedly not verify the authenticity of these remarks and would be led to believe in his contrition, perhaps even opening doors for future collaboration. Reluctantly, Ling Feng clenched his teeth and stepped forward, bowing deeply to the crowd. With his eyes shut, he approached the microphone and declared loudly, "I understand that many of you harbor deep grievances against me. Today, I have profoundly reflected upon my actions and recognized that they were wrong. I am aware of my mistakes and hope that you can find it in your hearts to forgive me." Despite Ling Feng's unprecedented apology, the tone remained notably imperious, as if he were the one being besieged. The citizens below, along with the media present, were left speechless, unwilling to broadcast the footage online. Was this truly the attitude of the Ling Corporation in offering an apology? Did they believe that a mere "I am sorry" could remedy the harm inflicted upon us? The public was not oblivious to the motivations behind their apology, merely an attempt to solidify their family status as the wealthiest. As long as they did not accept his apology, the Ling family could forget about maintaining that position. Even if they apologized, my brother lies in a vegetative state, and he has yet to awaken. No amount of apologies could restore what was lost. We shall never forgive you. Yes, never forgive. May the Ling Corporation face bankruptcy. It would be an affront to justice if the Ling Corporation were not brought down. Such a demon is unworthy of our forgiveness. Quickly, imprison him to prevent further harm to us. Chapter 85. The Ling father and son are taken away. Ling Feng's apology was never sincere. It was forced upon him, and he was inwardly reluctant. He believed that, given his status, offering them an apology was already a concession, yet they audaciously refused to accept it. Ling Feng had never endured such indignity throughout his life, which prompted him to abruptly abandon his composure and violently slam the microphone onto the table. Pointing vehemently at the crowd, his furious voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, even without the microphone. "I apologize to you. And you truly think I am doing you a favor? Let me tell you, even if I stand here today to apologize, my status surpasses yours. You are merely a bunch of wretched individuals earning a pittance each month. What right do you have to withhold your forgiveness from me? I have done nothing wrong that warrants your pardon. Put away your repugnant expressions. You are simply envious of my wealth, wishing to see us plummet from our heights into the mire. Even so, a starving camel is larger than a horse." Ling Feng's impassioned outburst rendered the venue utterly silent, with numerous media personnel momentarily at a loss for words. They had not anticipated Ling Feng's sudden eruption. This was undoubtedly a serious incident. Ling Ting had always been aware of his son's volatile temperament. He had hoped that, considering the gravity of the situation, his son would exercise restraint, but to his astonishment, Ling Feng was unable to contain himself at all. This realization made Ling Ting foresee the impending consequences for himself, and he shot a fierce glare at Ling Feng. Before he could utter a word, several individuals clad in police uniforms approached the stage, displaying their credentials. "We are from the provincial authorities. We have received reports alleging that Ling Feng is suspected of intentional homicide, and the evidence is substantial. You will accompany us." Ling Feng's previously arrogant demeanor wilted upon hearing that the provincial authorities were involved. He had always understood the implications of such a presence. Typically, he dealt only with municipal officials, but today, the provincial authorities had intervened, bypassing the city altogether. This signified that the provincial officials had no faith in the municipal authorities, necessitating their direct involvement. Before Ling Feng could fully comprehend the situation, the provincial officials expressionlessly produced silver handcuffs and secured them around his wrists. It was only when the cold metal made contact that Ling Feng grasped the gravity of the situation and anxiously glanced at Ling Ting. He had an ominous premonition that this time was different. If he were truly taken away, the prospects of his release seemed bleak. Ling Ting shared a similar trepidation. His intention in having his son hold this press conference was to stabilize the Ling family's position. As long as their standing remained intact, they could maneuver as they wished after the incident. However, he had not anticipated the personal intervention of the provincial authorities, which made him realize that if his son were indeed apprehended, it would spell disaster for them. Without further hesitation, Ling Ting urgently interjected, "Comrades, could there be some misunderstanding? Perhaps we could discuss this in a more private setting?" At this moment, Ling Ting still believed that there was nothing that money could not resolve. Regardless of the other party's status, as long as he provided adequate funds, every issue had the potential for resolution. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the officials from the province seemed to have a revelation, scrutinizing Ling Ting from head to toe before exclaiming, "So you are the chairman of the Ling Group? Perfect. We have also received reports alleging that your company has evaded taxes and has been responsible for numerous lives lost under your watch. You must accompany us." Immediately, another officer stepped forward, producing a pair of silver handcuffs and ruthlessly fastening them around Ling Ting's wrists. Ignoring the crowd present, they proceeded to escort him away. Everyone stood in stunned silence, processing the unfolding events, until the sight of the two arrogant individuals vanishing from view made them realize that justice had truly been served. Watching the live broadcast, Yinshu contentedly tucked away her phone and glanced at the scene of chaos outside. Knowing that provincial officials had dispatched individuals to address the corruption plaguing Ling City, she genuinely felt elated for the citizens of Ling City. As long as the Ling family fell from grace and the corrupt officials were purged, the people would finally be able to live in peace, free from anxiety. Yet, her intentions were not fully realized, and she sent another message to Yi Shengyue. Meanwhile, the citizens present, having witnessed the Ling father and son being taken away, wept tears of joy. If memory served correctly, those two officers had mentioned they were from the provincial office, which meant that no amount of wealth could secure the Ling family's release. Indeed, the provincial authorities were in a league of their own compared to the municipal officials. These bullies had finally met their match, and brighter days were on the horizon. Oh, how wonderful! I have awaited this day. The demons have finally faced retribution. And if my brother knew, he would surely rejoice as well. Although the demons had been punished, Dr. Chu could not return. All that remained was to hope that the provincial authorities would exact a fitting punishment on Ling Feng, perhaps even the death penalty. The media present captured the most riveting moments, convinced that today's footage would surely make headlines. Just as they prepared to pack up and leave, a square-faced, middle-aged man strode confidently onto the stage. The entire assembly fell silent. Curiosity piqued as they turned their attention to him. Yi Shengyue approached the microphone, cleared his throat, and earnestly addressed the crowd. "Good day, everyone. I am Yu Xingwei, the director of Jincheng Hospital. Although I recognize that the current context is rather inappropriate, I feel compelled to take advantage of the media presence here to convey an important message. I am aware that many of you mourn the passing of Dr. Chu, a loss that has deprived numerous paralyzed individuals of hope. Even though the perpetrator responsible for Dr. Chu's demise has been apprehended, he cannot return. Fortunately, the acupuncture techniques that Dr. Chu mastered have been passed down, and I am currently in the process of learning this invaluable art. I wish to make a solemn promise here. Upon the completion of my studies, I shall establish a teaching class for the Ghost Gate Needle technique, extending a free invitation to all interested individuals. For further details, I encourage everyone to pay attention to the announcements from Jincheng Hospital. As for patients seeking treatment, they may immediately proceed to Jincheng Hospital, where my mentor will be awaiting them. The words spoken by Yi Shengyue are entirely those imparted to him by Yin Shu, including the final statement. Yin Shu has declared that until he has completed his training, she will personally attend to those who come seeking healing. During this period, he will have the opportunity to observe closely, providing an excellent learning experience. Upon hearing Yi Shengyue's declaration, a palpable excitement surged among those present, as well as in the live broadcast. Chapter 86. Sister, are you and President Hua in a romantic relationship? The audience in the live stream was particularly exhilarated. This is splendid. I am currently majoring in traditional Chinese medicine. I will immediately follow Jinsheng Hospital and be the first to enroll when admissions open. Oh my goodness, I am so thrilled to hear this news. I finally see a glimmer of hope. I will take my mother to Jinsheng Hospital tomorrow. This is fantastic. As the discussions in the live stream grew in number, Yi Shengyue's words were captured in screenshots and disseminated online. In no time, it trended, revealing to an ever-widening audience that the Ghost Gate Needle technique could indeed be passed down. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, Yin Shu's lips curled into a subtle smile. She thought that even if this task was not assigned by the system and came without any rewards, she felt immense joy, as it held significant meaning for her. While she contemplated these matters, the new chief of the police department approached her with an air of righteousness. Upon reaching her side, he offered an apologetic glance. Miss Yun, from this day forth, I am responsible for overseeing the Lingqing Police Department. I assure you that as long as I am here, I will not permit the emergence of those corrupt elements, and I will safeguard the citizens of Lingqing. As for enterprises like the Ling family, they will certainly not find sanctuary in our city. What Yin Shu sought from the outset was precisely this assurance. Now that her objective has been achieved, she would not linger to complicate matters for them. With a smile, she rose, her face radiating genuine goodwill. I look forward to Lingqing flourishing under your leadership. Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the corrupt elements in Lingqing and enhancing the happiness of its citizens. You have earned 10 system points, bringing your total to 100 points. Yun Shu was somewhat taken aback by the system's announcement, as this endeavor was one she had chosen to undertake independently, not a task assigned by the system. To her surprise, she had received additional points, which brought her even greater joy. It seems that to earn points in the future, one need not solely accomplish system-assigned tasks. Rather, by actively engaging in endeavors beneficial to the nation and its people, one could indeed accumulate points. This has also provided Yin Shu with a clearer direction for her forthcoming objectives. It appears that if the Ghost Gate Needle truly can be passed down, it may benefit an increasing number of paralyzed individuals and possibly yield more system points. With the assurance of the newly appointed director, Yin Shu left the police station in high spirits. Just as she arrived at the entrance, she noticed a tall figure leaning against the car door, gazing at her contemplatively. Yun Shu had already anticipated that Hua Qian would come. After all, this was his jurisdiction, and given her recent actions in Ling City, his presence was inevitable. However, considering that she had inadvertently caused trouble for Hua Qian, she approached him with an apologetic demeanor, saying, Mr. Hua, I apologize for the inconvenience today. Hua Qian, taken aback by Yun Shu's suddenly docile demeanor, found it somewhat unfamiliar yet admired her actions. His gaze was filled with appreciation as he remarked, You are far braver than I expected, daring to confront the Ling family alone. Truly, a young bull is unafraid of tigers. Yin Shu, misinterpreting his words as praise, felt a swell of pride as she replied, Though the process was somewhat arduous, I am quite satisfied with the outcome. At the very least, those two bullies have faced punishment, and the people they tormented can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was precisely this aspect that earned Hua Qian's admiration for Yin Shu, and he smiled at her, asking, Haven't you checked your text messages? Yin Shu, puzzled by his statement, instinctively took out her phone and gasped in astonishment. She was stunned to see that her bank balance had increased by 100,000 yuan. Confused, she looked back at Hua Qian, who did not conceal the truth. What you did this time is highly beneficial to the public, and the inheritance of the Ghost Gate Needle will advance our country's medical progress, something that cannot be learned abroad. The state acknowledges your significant contribution to this incident and has awarded you 100,000 as encouragement. Feeling a surge of confidence after receiving such encouragement, Yin Shu was immensely excited, thinking, It seems I am on the right path. As long as I continue to do things that benefit the country, not only will I receive rewards, but my system points will also increase. Hua Qian, having sensed the fluctuations in her system earlier, was curious. How many points do you have now? Upon hearing this, Yin Shu proudly raised her brows, declaring, I now possess a full 100 points. Reflecting on her past, when she had only 10 points felt like a distant memory. Hua Qian silently calculated the distance from 100 to 1,000 points in his mind, sighing softly but refraining from dampening her spirits. After all you've endured, I would like to treat you to a meal on behalf of the Bureau. Yin Shu quickly interjected, you have helped me immensely. If anyone should treat, it should be me. I will use this reward from the government to invite you, but first, you must take me somewhere. Hua Qian, intrigued, did not decline and was eager to discover where Yun Shu wished to go. Half an hour later, they arrived at the home of her parents. They were all attentively following the recent live broadcast and were aware that the architect of their son's demise had been apprehended, a development orchestrated entirely by Yin Shu. This realization deepened their gratitude towards her, and Yu Shu felt she had finally lived up to Chu Feiqi's trust in her. Once she confirmed that Chu Feiqi's parents were safe, she took Ho Qian's car back to Jincheng. That evening, she hosted a lavish banquet at a luxurious 5-star hotel in the city. She invited not only Ho Qian, but also Yi Shangyue and Su Jin. This was Su Jin's first dining experience with Yin Shu, which kept him exhilarated, his gaze constantly resting upon her. Meanwhile, Ho Qian, sitting beside Yu Shu, wore a somber expression and quietly remarked, I thought you invited me for a private dinner. Yet you've included others as well? Yu Shu smiled subtly, lowering her head as she replied softly, after all, this situation was not solely resolved through your efforts. Ding Yi and Su Jin contributed significantly as well. Without their assistance, success would not have come so swiftly. Ho Qian understood her reasoning and chose not to press further, though he found it peculiar that he felt a twinge of disappointment at not having a private dinner with Yin Shu. Yu Shangwei and Su Jin both noticed the two leaning in together, whispering to one another, with Yu Shangwei wearing a face full of curiosity. Su Jin, however, was troubled, watching his sister, whom he had scarcely begun to reconnect with, so intimately engaged with someone else, stirring a pang of envy within him. He had only heard of Ho Qian's prowess but had never encountered him personally. Now, seeing him in such close proximity to his sister, he found him less intimidating. Observing their amicable rapport, Su Jin couldn't help but inquire, Sister, are you and President Ho in a romantic relationship? Chapter 87. Ambiguous affections, how could that possibly be? Yin Shu was taken aback by Su Jin's words and immediately refuted the notion without a second thought. Her vehement denial left everyone present momentarily speechless. Yin Shu had always been acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Ho Qian. She had never entertained such thoughts and hastily stated, What is President Ho's status? And what is mine? It is simply impossible. Her words were imbued with sincerity, as just a month prior, she had been merely a girl from a small village. In contrast, Ho Qian had been born as the heir of the prestigious Hua family. The mere fact that they could share a meal at the same table was nothing short of a miracle. Ho Qian was momentarily taken aback by Yin Shu's resolute response. Prior to Su Jin's question, he had not contemplated that possibility either. He merely perceived in Yin Shu a fierce, indomitable spirit that radiated brilliance. Regarding their social standings, he had never deemed their differences to be particularly significant. After a moment of reflection, he smiled and said, I hold great admiration for Yin Shu. I admire her tenacity and resilience. As for romantic feelings, I have not considered that. Ho Qian spoke truthfully, as from their very first encounter. He had been captivated by the tenacious Yin Shu standing resolutely outside the Su residence. Thus, after her fainting spell, he took the initiative to escort her to the hospital. In their subsequent encounters, he found Yin Shu's indomitable spirit to be quite rare. Su Jin initially believed they were romantically involved and felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her sister being taken away from him. Now, upon hearing that Hua Qian harbored no feelings for Yin Shu, he felt uneasy once more, puffing up his cheeks in indignation. He wondered how Hua Qian could merely appreciate someone as wonderful as his sister without any deeper emotions. Meanwhile, Yi Shangyue chose to diminish his presence, feeling it best to refrain from participating in such matters. However, neither of the main parties felt any awkwardness. They believed that being open and straightforward was commendable, and they were not embarrassed by Su Jin's misunderstanding. At that moment, the waiter opened the door to the private room, bringing in the dishes Yin Shu had ordered. Outside, Jiang Cheng caught a glimpse of a familiar figure within the room. He immediately halted to take a closer look and, sure enough, spotted Yin Shu inside. Recalling that his success in acquiring the production rights to the Happy Pills was largely due to her, he entered with a broad smile. Yin Shu's eyes lit up upon seeing Jiang Cheng walk in. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence. As soon as Su Jin observed the expression on Yin Shu's face, his instincts kicked in. He swiftly turned to see yet another handsome man appearing. Jiang Cheng, who typically wore a serious demeanor, broke into a genuine smile upon seeing Yunshu. I just happened to bring a client for dinner. I intended to reach out to you in the coming days, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Yunshu regarded Jiangxing with curiosity, pondering what he might want to discuss. Jiangxing, not one to keep secrets, earnestly said. My mother mentioned that you have been an immense help to us, and we would like to express our gratitude by inviting you to dinner at our home tomorrow evening. Upon hearing this, Hua Qian felt a sharp pang in his heart and furrowed his brow, but quickly suppressed his unease, anxiously watching Yunshu. Understanding Zhang's family's perspective, Yunshu realized that they viewed her as someone who had repeatedly assisted them. If she declined the invitation, she feared the matter would linger, and they would not relent. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed. All right, I appreciate the invitation. Jiang Cheng, pleased by her response, beamed even brighter. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Due to his ongoing business commitments, Jiang Cheng departed after addressing this matter, leaving the private room enveloped in an unusual silence. Observing the sudden quiet, Yunshu queried, Why aren't we eating? Su Jin, lacking the appetite for food at that moment, continued to probe, Sister, are you quite familiar with Mr. Jiang? Yunshu pondered for a moment. Considering that their encounters had not rendered them close, yet on a deeper level, their connection was significant. After all, the villa she currently resided in had been a gift from Jiang Sanming, and it was Jiang's wife and daughter whom she had introduced to Jiang Cheng. Yunshu took a considerable amount of time to ponder, which was starkly different from her earlier, unhesitating rebuttal regarding her relationship with Hua Qian. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hua Qian inquired, Why do you need to think for so long? Is there something inconvenient about your relationship? Yunshu shook her head, clarifying, It is not that. Rather, I share a closer bond with his mother and sister. Upon hearing this, the others understood and chose not to dwell on the matter, instead turning their attention to the sumptuous dinner awaiting them. However, Hua Qian felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, a disquieting emotion that he struggled to suppress. As the meal concluded, the clock struck 8. Just as Su Jin was about to offer to escort Yunshu home, she felt a mechanical chime resonate in her mind, followed by a voice announcing, Ding, a new wish list has been received. Please check, host. Current dimension, future 2030. Wish granter, Li Yi. Wish task, I am an actress, and I wish to entrust you with a mission to save my agent, who is about to be killed by domestic violence on the evening of May 3, 2025. She is a remarkable woman. Had it not been for her lack of love in childhood, she would not have fallen for such a despicable man. If you successfully save her, I am willing to offer a reward of 100 million. Should you help her escape from this scoundrel, I have additional gifts for you. I implore you. Wish published successfully. Would the host like to accept? Without a moment's hesitation upon learning that a woman would perish due to domestic violence that very night, Yunshu accepted the task. Meanwhile, Su Jin, having expressed his desire to accompany Yunshu home, noticed her prolonged silence and felt a twinge of disappointment. Interpreting her quietness as contemplation on how to refuse his offer, only Hua Qian sensed the disturbance in the system. Realizing that Yunshu might have received a new wish task, and he offered, I can take her home. It's on my way. The others were unaware of Hua Qian's exact residence and whether it truly was along the same route. However, Yi Shengyue, sensing the oddity of the situation, pulled Su Jin aside and nodded in agreement. All right, we shall take our leave now. Throughout, Su Jin remained utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend why the two, who seemingly had no affection for one another, were now entangled in this predicament. Once Su Jin and Yi Shengyue departed, Hua Qian curiously asked, What new task has the system issued? At that moment, Yunshu was already retrieving her phone to search for the location of Jiahua community, speaking as she walked. I have received a future commission. An agent is set to be killed by a man tonight, and we have only 15 minutes to act. We must hurry. Chapter 88. Saving the woman facing domestic violence. Hua Qian recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly led Yunshu to the car. Meanwhile, Yunshu prepared to call the police, yet she was apprehensive that without evidence, they might not respond. Upon witnessing Yunshu's actions, Hua Qian quickly interjected. Hold off on calling the police for now. I will instruct the bodyguards of the Hua family to rush over immediately. Perhaps there is still a chance. Yunshu concurred, recognizing this as the sole viable option given the urgency of the situation. Instruct the bodyguards to avoid the main entrance. I fear they may be intercepted by the security personnel. Hua Qian nodded in agreement. The Hua family's bodyguards were formidable warriors. Not only could they scale the walls of a mere residential complex, but they could also breach the gates of foreign palaces. He promptly contacted the captain of the bodyguard team and accelerated his vehicle towards the community. Meanwhile, within the Jiahua community, the door to a bedroom was violently kicked open. The usually poised Gong Na was curled up helplessly in a corner. Yet no matter how she attempted to diminish her presence, the inebriated man seized her and dragged her into the living room. He forcefully hurled her to the ground, and before she could fully register the pain coursing through her body, his large hand clamped around her throat as he bellowed hoarsely, "Hand over the money. Otherwise, I will kill you." Gong Na gasped for air, her mouth agape in desperate plea for breath. She felt her delicate neck akin to fragile foam in his grip, and with a mere twist, it could shatter. She believed his threats were genuine. If she did not provide him with the money, he would undoubtedly take her life. However, all her funds had long been squandered in his relentless gambling. Despite her struggle to breathe, she mustered the strength to utter, "The money has already been lost to you. Even if you kill me, I still have nothing." Initially, the man had harbored a flicker of hope to extract money from Gong Na, but the realization that he would find nothing only fueled his rage. He tightened his grip around her throat, his voice growing increasingly hoarse and frantic. "Gong Na, do not think I hesitate to kill you. You are a manager, are you not? Your subordinate Li Yi is quite the earner. Isn't she? Borrow from her." Gong Na felt herself teetering on the brink of asphyxiation, desperately clawing at his hand in vain. Enduring her torment, "I have borrowed all I can. I truly cannot borrow more." As the man observed Gong Na's face turning a deep shade of purple, he realized that he could not simply strangle her to death. Reluctantly, he released his grip and delivered a stinging slap to her face. "You are being ungrateful. If you cannot borrow, then you shall serve Boss Zhang until your body repays my debts." The man, feeling cornered, reflected on his initial intentions to improve their circumstances, which had led him down the path of gambling. Initially, he had profited significantly, but as his addiction deepened, he lost everything. He had sacrificed so much for this family. Yet Gong Na dared to question him. His anger escalated, and he began to kick Gong Na relentlessly. She felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, a metallic taste of blood filling her throat, and before she could comprehend the situation, she coughed up blood. As the man continued his assault, he seized a porcelain plate from the table and struck her repeatedly, each blow echoing in her mind as if she could hear the cracking of her skull. Gong Na felt utterly helpless. Rather than enduring this daily torment, she would prefer an end to her suffering. It is said that one's life flashes before their eyes at the moment of death, and now, memories of her past flooded her mind. Though she hailed from a small county, she had risen through her own efforts to become a renowned agent, nurturing numerous stars to prominence. Once prosperous and a quintessential career woman, her life took a downer a year ago when she married a man whose sweet words masked his true nature. Before their marriage, he painted a picture of domestic harmony while she pursued her career, yet after she became pregnant, he succumbed to gambling, losing not only his assets but also her home, forcing them to relocate to this modest neighborhood. The situation worsened as he resorted to harassing her at her workplace to extort money, leading to her job loss. He subjected her to daily beatings, driving her to the brink of miscarriage, leaving her in a state of near death. If she could, she would choose to escape this pain, preferring to perish that very night. Were the heavens to grant her a second chance, she would never allow herself to be blinded by love and wed such a man. As her consciousness waned, the man's voice grew distant. "You will obey me. I will see you dead today." Gong Na felt dizzy and numb, the pain fading from her awareness. Just as she sensed her soul detaching from her body, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. In rushed 5 or 6 well-trained bodyguards clad in black. Upon entering, they were met with a horrific scene. One bodyguard swiftly kicked the assailant away while another rushed to assess Gong Na's condition. Although still partially conscious, she felt a glimmer of hope as help arrived, managing a faint smile of gratitude. Ultimately, she succumbed, collapsing heavily to the ground, her awareness slipping away. This alarmed the bodyguards, who quickly checked for her breath, having received urgent instructions from Huo Qian that she must survive. The man, initially startled by the intrusion, paled as he witnessed one bodyguard cradling Gong Na in his arms, anger flooding his face. "Who are you? What is your relation to my wife? You wouldn't be betraying me, would you?" With that, he lunged at the bodyguards, intent on confrontation. However, before he could act, the remaining guards surged forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. They disregarded his anguished cries, for they were sent by Huo Qian to teach him a lesson, and his prior violence against a woman was an affront to their honor. In any case, reporting domestic violence proves futile. Thus, it may be more fitting to let them face the consequences of their own actions, allowing Gong Na a moment of reprieve. Meanwhile, another bodyguard, concerned that Gong Na may not endure much longer, hurriedly carried her outside. At the same time, Hu Qian and Yun Shu arrived, accompanied by the distinct sound of an approaching ambulance. On the way, Yun Shu had anticipated the urgency of the situation, even with the bodyguard's timely arrival. Gong Na would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, prompting her to immediately dial for assistance. Upon witnessing the bodyguard emerge, cradling the bloodied Gong Na, her breath caught in her throat, and her heart raced. Chapter 89. Gong Na's passed instinctively. She moved to check on Gong Na's condition, but the bodyguard interjected, stating, "She is gravely injured and unconscious. Barely clinging to life. We must rush her to the hospital." As his words faded, the ambulance had already come to a steady halt behind them, with the stretcher promptly being unloaded. Without a moment to spare, Yun Shu urged the bodyguard to place Gong Na onto the ambulance, following closely behind. As only one person could accompany her in the ambulance, Hu Qian had no choice but to drive separately. He was uncertain whether Yun Shu's mission had been deemed complete or if it was better to stay with her. Once aboard, the doctor swiftly assessed Gong Na's condition. However, many aspects could only be evaluated through specialized equipment, so they focused on stabilizing her vital signs. Yun Shu gazed at the harrowing scars adorning Gong Na's body, her heart heavy with sorrow. Was this the price of marriage? Remembering Li Yi's heartfelt wish, she realized that her aim was not solely to save Gong Na, but also to assist her in attaining a divorce. The ambulance soon arrived at Jinsheng Hospital, where Yun Shu had already informed Yi Shengwei of Gong Na's situation, requesting him to arrange for a specialist to examine her. Upon seeing Gong Na's condition, the doctor's expression darkened, and without delay, they transported her for immediate intervention, as her prognosis appeared grim. Yun Shu remained outside, unwilling to leave, when Hu Qian approached her, stating, "The scoundrel has been taken away by the police. However, as they are married, if deemed domestic violence, the repercussions for him will likely be minimal." This was precisely Yun Shu's concern, due to their marital status and the recent acquisition of a marriage certificate. Even if Gong Na were to be fatally harmed, the perpetrator would face little consequence, perhaps merely a few years of imprisonment. Yun Shu pondered Gong Na's thoughts and hoped to inquire about her situation upon her awakening. If Gong Na desired a divorce, she would do everything in her power to help her escape from the scoundrel and reclaim her life. However, if Gong Na remained infatuated, she would act as though nothing had transpired. The doctor soon emerged from the examination room, his countenance grave. The patient's condition is dire. The tests indicate a ruptured liver, accompanied by significant internal bleeding. She is at high risk of shock or death. We must proceed with surgery immediately. Yun Shu felt a sudden pang of dread upon hearing that Gong Na was still at risk of death. Taking a deep breath, she quickly spoke up. "Gong Na's parents are no longer with us, and her partner is the very one who has inflicted such harm upon her. We have no means to contact her family. Saving her life is our utmost priority, and we must proceed with the surgery immediately." The doctor also yearned to expedite the operation, yet the hospital had its regulations. He glanced at the dean beside him, and Yi Shengwei nodded decisively. "Arrange the surgery at once. I will take responsibility for anything that arises." With the dean's assurance, the doctor, despite any lingering doubts, swiftly returned to coordinate the surgical team. Yun Shu's heart raced. She could almost envision the moment when, had Li Yi not sought assistance from the wish system, Gong Na would succumb to excessive blood loss due to a ruptured liver. In that moment, how utterly desolate must she have felt? The image of Gong Na helplessly collapsed on the ground tightened Yun Shu's chest painfully. Soon, Yun Shu and her companions followed the doctor to the entrance of the operating room, where they did not wait long before a woman, enveloped in layers of clothing, hurriedly rushed in. Upon seeing Yun Shu and the others, she anxiously inquired, "I heard that Sister Gong is undergoing surgery here. How is she? Is her life in danger?" Yun Shu regarded the suddenly intruding woman with confusion, curious about her connection to Gong Na. Noticing Yun Shu's puzzled gaze, the woman swiftly removed her mask, revealing an exquisitely delicate face, untouched by makeup. As Yun Shu observed her features and the palpable tension in her expression, she began to deduce her identity. The woman promptly introduced herself. "I am Li Yi, an artist that Sister Gong has nurtured. I heard from people in her neighborhood that her gambling husband assaulted her again tonight, and she was taken to the hospital, so I rushed over." Yun Shu realized that this was indeed Li Yi, the one who had issued the wish task to her. When Li Yi had initially sought her help to save Gong Na, it was clear that their bond was profound. The thought of Gong Na's death must weigh heavily on her heart. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to spend a fortune to ensure Gong Na's survival. Seeing Li Yi struggle to maintain her composure, as if she might faint at any moment, Yunshu immediately grasped her hand, offering her a sense of reassurance. Rest assured. We transported her to the hospital swiftly. She is currently in surgery and will be fine. Gong Na had endured domestic violence multiple times, yet never had it been as severe as this incident. Upon learning that Gong Na had been assaulted by that man to the point of requiring surgery, Li Yi's heart ached, making it hard for her to breathe, and tears brimmed in her eyes. She reflected on Gong Na's demeanor before her marriage, then glanced at her current state, her heart aching with a fervent desire to confront that man. Sister Gong was never like this. She was once a decisive and formidable woman who fiercely protected us in the chaotic entertainment industry. However, such a wonderful person, in her quest to protect us, has ultimately become this way. It is we who owe her an apology. As Li Yi spoke, her voice became choked with emotion, and Yunshu furrowed her brow in response. For your sake? Why do you say that? Li Yi reflected on the past, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Not long after Sister Gong married that man, his gambling addiction surfaced, leading to the loss of all her savings. At that time, he approached us, the artists, seeking loans. And initially, out of loyalty to Sister Gong, we obliged. However, as his demands escalated, we felt compelled to report him to Sister Gong. She forbade us from lending him any more money, but when he lost everything and could not repay his debts, he exploited his connection as Gong's manager, suggesting that he could use us, the stars, as collateral. Li Yi's words trailed off, but Yunshu understood the implications. Each star possessed exceptional beauty, and such a statement from that man would undoubtedly entice many, posing a grave danger to the artists under Gong Na's care. On one occasion, after returning from a gala, we were ambushed on the street. They claimed Gong's husband had lost money and intended to use us to settle his debts, attempting to abduct us. Fortunately, we had bodyguards with us, preventing their nefarious plans from succeeding. In the aftermath, Sister Gong was dismissed by the company, and from that point onward, she suffered increasingly brutal assaults from that man. Chapter 90. The appearance of the wished delegate yet. We all understood that this was not Sister Gong's fault. She had sacrificed all her resources to protect us, longing for a divorce but unable to act unilaterally. Her fate was truly unfortunate. Moreover, the very person who had fought to protect me when I first entered the industry was none other than Sister Gong. At that time, many artists under various managers were compelled to entertain, yet Gong remained steadfast. She believed that opportunities should be earned through one's own merit. Thus, she tirelessly nurtured our strengths, cultivated our talents, and shielded us from the darker aspects of the entertainment world, allowing each of us to shine in our own right. We are all immensely grateful to Sister Gong. Even after her departure from the company, we kept a close watch on her circumstances, wishing for her divorce, knowing well that while marriage is easily entered, divorce is a formidable challenge. If only we could see Sister Gong free from her suffering this time. Hearing Li Yi's words, Yunshu gained a deeper understanding of Gong Na, recognizing her as a remarkably capable and kind-hearted individual. It was no wonder that Li Yi would always carry this matter in her heart. To her, as long as Gong Na was alive, every sacrifice was worthwhile. Meanwhile, Hua Qian's phone emitted a notification from the police station. Glancing at it, he looked up at Yunshu and said, "The police have detained Yang Ji. The specifics of the punishment will be determined after assessing the injuries." Upon hearing these words, Yunshu felt an ominous premonition arise within her. If Gong Na's condition were deemed not severe, it would imply that the perpetrator would not face significant repercussions. Should that man escape the death penalty, as long as he remained at large, Gong Na would forever be in peril. However, the police were mandated to conduct an injury assessment, and Yunshu refrained from voicing her concerns. While Gong Na was still undergoing surgery, the police arrived at the hospital with remarkable alacrity. Yu Shengwei had also ensured that the doctor prepared an accurate medical report. When the police obtained the examination results, their expressions darkened, and their tone bore an air of resignation. "You are well aware of the implications of domestic violence. According to our nation's laws, a death sentence is not applicable unless a fatality occurs. Given the extent of the liver damage, it qualifies as a serious injury, at most meriting a sentence of 10 years in prison." Gong Na was barely in her 40s, and Yang Ji was of similar age. Even if he were to serve 10 years, he would still possess the means to harass Gong Na upon his release. However, all decisions would hinge upon the victim's awakening, for it was imperative for her to lodge a complaint for any punitive measures to be enacted. Should she opt for reconciliation, there would be little recourse available since such matters were often deemed domestic affairs. The police had encountered similar situations numerous times. Typically, many individuals chose to settle matters amicably. After all, families often compromise for the sake of their children, not wishing their offspring to be labeled as fatherless. They had witnessed this too often to predict what choice Gong Na might make. Sister Gong will undoubtedly choose to file a complaint, Li Yi asserted with conviction. She has contemplated divorce multiple times, only to be brutally assaulted by that scoundrel Yang Ji each time she dared to voice her intentions, rendering her unable to even visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Yet, even if Gong Na were to pursue legal action, the outcome might not align with their hopes. Is there truly no alternative to ensure this cad receives a longer sentence? They must divorce. Even if this scoundrel were incarcerated for 10 years, what would happen afterward? He will surely find ways to make Gong Jia's life miserable upon his release. I am convinced he is capable of such malice. The police express their own frustration. This is the nature of our national law. We can only act within the confines of the regulations. Moreover, it is uncertain whether the sentence would indeed be 10 years. 3 years is a distinct possibility. All will depend on the final verdict. The prospect of just 10 years was already a source of distress for Li Yi, and now the potential of 3 years added to her agitation, leaving her breathless with indignation. As they pondered their next steps, the surgical lights extinguished, and the doctor emerged. The operation has concluded. The patient has regained a chance at life, but she is exceedingly frail and will require further observation. Most critically, she must not be allowed to return to that man, as she may suffer additional harm. This was a matter of utmost concern, and the police were eager to expedite the prosecution of the perpetrator, promptly inquiring, how long until the patient is expected to regain consciousness? The doctor calculated the time and spoke. After anesthesia, it will take approximately another hour, but this largely depends on the individual patient's condition. He had other matters to attend to, and waiting for over an hour was quite inconvenient. Turning to Li Yi and Yun Shu, he said, "We shall take our leave then. If the patient awakens, you may relay the information I just shared to her, regardless of whether she chooses to appeal or settle privately. Please contact us." Both Yun Shu and Li Yi nodded in agreement, hoping for Gong Na's swift recovery so that they could collectively devise a strategy to prolong the man's confinement. Yun Shu was determined not to let this man escape unscathed, even though Gong Na's eventual decision remained uncertain. In her mind, she inquired of the system, "Could you assist me in investigating any past dealings related to Yang Ji?" She believed that any connections to Yang Ji might reveal some vital clues. Given Yang Ji's gambling disposition, it was conceivable that he had been involved in nefarious activities. This minor task was trivial for the system, as its designated executor. Yun Shu knew that the system would not decline any inquiry beneficial to her mission. The system operated with remarkable speed, and within minutes, it transmitted all of Yang Ji's history to Yun Shu's mobile device. Hearing the notifications chime, she quickly retrieved her phone to find a multitude of messages from the system in her email. Li Yi, hearing the sound, sensed Yun Shu was preoccupied and realized she had overlooked a significant question. Curiosity compelled her to ask, "I've been talking about myself, but I forgot to ask, what is your relationship with Sister Gong? Had you not arrived in time to bring her to the hospital, she might have faced grave danger." Yun Shu hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After all, once Gong Na awoke, she would not recognize her. Admitting familiarity would surely expose her. She couldn't disclose that she had acted on a future commission to rescue Gong Na. After some contemplation, she settled on a rather vague excuse. "I happened to be at a friend's house when I overheard a domestic disturbance next door. Unable to ignore it, I called for a bodyguard to kick down the door and fortuitously rescued her." No sooner had she uttered these words than her mind resonated with a notification, followed by the system's voice. Chapter 91. The power of online communities is unparalleled. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the wish fulfillment task by saving Gong Na and receiving a reward of 100 million. As the system's announcement concluded, Yun Shu felt her phone vibrate in her pocket, signaling that Gong Na had indeed awakened. She quickly declared, "Gong Na is awake. Let us go and see her." Anticipating a challenging confrontation ahead, she glanced at the ever-watchful Hua Qian and murmured, "Mr. Hua, I will handle what comes next. Please return, and I will inform you should anything arise." Hua Qian nodded in agreement, not declining her request. for it was not fitting for a man of his stature to linger in such circumstances. He departed swiftly. Li Yi was the first to enter Gong Na's hospital room. Upon seeing Gong Na, who was slowly regaining consciousness, a heavy weight lifted from her heart, though her eyes could not conceal the tears that welled up. Sister Gong. Oh no. In truth, Li Yi had so much to say, but upon witnessing her current state, words eluded her. At that moment, Yunshu also walked in. Observing Gong Na's weakened breathing yet resolute spirit, she felt a surge of sympathy for her. Gong Na, unfamiliar with Yunshu, wished to express something but found herself at a loss, casting a questioning glance at Li Yi and then at Yunshu. Understanding Gong Na's unspoken inquiry, Li Yi wiped her tears and spoke earnestly. This is Yunshu. It was she and her boyfriend who heard the sounds of you being assaulted by that scoundrel and came to your rescue, bringing you to the hospital without delay. As she spoke, a shiver of fear coursed through her. Fortunately, you arrived in time. The doctor mentioned that had you come even a moment later, not even the King of Heaven could have saved you. Yunshu and her boyfriend are truly your saviors. Yunshu was taken aback by Li Yi's misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Hua Qian, and she felt relieved that he was not present, as it would have been quite awkward. Clearing her throat modestly, she waved her hand. Yi is mistaken. Hua Qian is not my boyfriend, but rather my superior. Nevertheless, we are both immensely glad that we could save Gong Na. Gong Na herself was astonished that she had managed to awaken at all. She could still vividly recall the brutal blows inflicted upon her by that man. In those moments of consciousness, she could distinctly sense her life ebbing away, and thus, awakening filled her with profound gratitude. Unable to move her head, she could only turn her eyes towards Yunshu, and in the instant that tears streamed down her face, Yunshu perceived the glimmer of gratitude in her gaze. Li Yi could no longer bear to see Gong Na in such a state. She was a stark contrast to the vibrant person she once knew. Eager for Gong Na to reclaim her former self, she grasped her cold hand and spoke earnestly. Sister Gong, the police have just visited. They informed us that based on your current injuries, if you choose to press charges, you could face up to 10 years in prison. While it may seem like only 10 years, you would have the opportunity to leave this city and find a place where he can never find you again, allowing you to live the life you desire. Gong Na had contemplated divorce numerous times, but each time she approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, she was told that divorce required mutual consent. Little did she expect that this incident would bring her unexpected fortune. By simply pressing charges, she could ensure he faced a decade behind bars. But was it truly only 10 years? Yunshu, observing Gong Na's reaction, raised an eyebrow as she recalled the information she had gathered with the system's assistance. I actually have a way that could keep him incarcerated even longer, perhaps for a lifetime. With Yunshu's words, a spark of hope ignited in Li Yi's eyes, while Gong Na felt the oppressive gloom hovering over her begin to dissipate. Her curiosity piqued as she turned her gaze towards Yunshu. Yunshu gazed at the pitiable Gong Na lying on the hospital bed, observing her frail condition. She felt it was perhaps inappropriate to disclose the truth at that moment, yet she recognized that it was more fitting for her to pursue another course of action. She raised her eyes to Li Yi beside her, seeking her opinion. I believe you are both familiar with the entertainment industry and understand the immense power of netizens. If we were to share Gong Na's current plight online and perhaps employ a few online influencers to amplify the message, we could raise awareness about her situation. I believe that certain unjust laws might be amended under the pressure of public sentiment. Li Yi's expression shifted to one of realization. She recognized this as a viable strategy. As a member of the entertainment realm, she understood how netizens could elevate an individual to stardom or bring them crashing down. They could also serve as guardians for marginalized groups, and considering the multitude of individuals affected, this could indeed be an opportunity. If possible, Gong Na longed for the man who had rendered her existence a living hell to face a far greater consequence. If a death sentence was unfeasible, she wished for him to spend the remainder of his life behind bars. She nodded with difficulty, indicating her willingness to cooperate fully. Given Gong Na's current health issues, her speech was not yet fluent, so they refrained from recording a video immediately. Instead, they waited another half-hour until Gong Na felt slightly better before gently propping her up against the headboard of the bed and directing the camera towards her. As Gong Na stared at the phone's lens before her, both her eyes and heart grew heavy with emotion. She realized this was not merely a phone, but a potential turning point that could alter the trajectory of her life. She focused intently on the lens, swallowed hard, and, encouraged by Yunshu and Li Yi, took a deep breath and firmly stated, "My name is Gong Na. I was once a glamorous talent agent in the entertainment industry, having nurtured numerous well-known artists. I imagine you are all curious as to how I have found myself in this predicament. The transformation in my life stemmed from a marriage to a scoundrel. Before our wedding, he professed his undying love and showered me with affection. However, once we were wed, he morphed into an entirely different person, relentlessly abusing me to extract money from me. At that moment, I had just endured a harrowing surgery, my internal organs shattered from his blows. It was only through timely medical intervention that I was able to reclaim my life. I wished to divorce him, but the Civil Affairs Bureau mandates mutual consent. And even with consent, there is a cooling-off period. Following this grave incident of domestic violence, I finally have grounds to sue for divorce. Yet even so, the maximum sentence for him would merely be 10 years. 10 years, a fleeting moment in time. When he is released, what kind of situation will I find myself in? As Gong Na spoke, her expression fell into despondency. She was acutely aware that, given the scoundrel's volatile nature, he would undoubtedly track her down, regardless of the years that passed, and seek vengeance upon her. Chapter 92. Giving voice to women. Thus, the most effective solution is to ensure he is permanently incarcerated. As Gong Na spoke, her expression grew increasingly resolute. I wish to appeal to all my sisters for assistance. I wish to protest. It is unacceptable that such deliberate acts of violence, which nearly cost a life, should result in merely a 10-year sentence. I genuinely fear that in 10 years, I may still be confronted with the threat of death. Upon concluding her statement, Gong Na fell into a profound silence and then nodded towards Li Yi. Li Yi felt that Gong Na expressed herself remarkably well. Although her pace was slow, her thoughts were clear. Even as an observer, Li Yi was deeply moved and incensed. She replayed the video to ensure there were no issues, then inquired of Gong Na, "Sister Gong, should I log into your Weibo to post it first, and then share it through my own account?" Being a prominent star, if Li Yi were to share the post, it would undoubtedly gain traction swiftly, without the need for paid promotion. Gong Na clenched her hand resting on the blanket, fully aware of the implications of sending out this Weibo post. However, it also represented a path forged for herself. She nodded emphatically. "Post it, consider it my one fight for my life." After saying this, Gong Na suddenly seemed to recall something of great importance. Upon uttering those words, both Yun Shu and Li Yi looked at her with curiosity. As Gong Na pointed to a nearby piece of clothing and spoke, "In order to secure a divorce, I secretly installed surveillance cameras at home, intending to capture evidence of his domestic violence against me. Given the severity of his recent assault, it should have been recorded. Please check my phone." Li, who had been troubled by the lack of evidence to resonate with others, felt a surge of hope upon hearing this. She hurriedly rummaged through Gong Na's clothing pocket to retrieve her phone, but once she viewed the footage, her smile vanished, and her eyes welled with tears once more. Even without seeing the images, Yun Shu could imagine the horror from the heart-wrenching screams emanating from the phone. As she approached, she observed the grainy surveillance footage depicting the man forcefully grasping Gong Na's head and repeatedly slamming it against the table, as if he were striking a solid stone rather than a human skull. The brutal kicks directed at Gong Na's body were excruciating to witness. Yun Shu and Li Yi exchanged pained glances at Gong Na, who understood that these images might shock them. She attempted to muster a smile. "It's all right. This will soon be a thing of the past. The scars inflicted upon me will ultimately transform into my formidable armor. This time, I shall not yield." In that moment, Yun Shu perceived a brilliant golden aura surrounding Gong Na. She momentarily returned to her pre-marriage persona of an indomitable woman. She noticed that Gong Na's small hand was still tightly clenched with anxiety. Gently, she extended her own hand to rest atop Gong Na's, smiling as she reassured her. "Do not be anxious. Everything will be all right. We will always stand by your side." Li Yi quickly placed her hand over Gong Na's as well, speaking earnestly, "Sister Gong, no matter how arduous this path may be, I will accompany you every step of the way. Not only for you, but for the countless women who have suffered domestic violence." At that moment, the conversation seemed to transcend its original intent. For the cost that this scoundrel must pay would be far greater than 10 years. This implied that more and more perpetrators of domestic abuse would face prolonged punishment, compelling them to seriously contemplate the consequences of their actions during such violent episodes. Upon hearing this, Gong Na appeared to draw strength. As if regaining fragments of her former self, Li Yi extracted the surveillance footage from Gong Na's phone and edited it into the video she had mentioned earlier. Subsequently, she logged into her Weibo account and posted the video with a straightforward caption, "1 year of marriage, countless instances of domestic violence." The desire for divorce is akin to scaling a mountain. Now, left with shattered internal organs, the maximum sentence the perpetrator faces is merely 10 years. Does marriage truly hold any significance? After posting this on Gong Na's phone, Lee Yi promptly logged into her own account and boldly shared it. Lee Yi, I am an artist nurtured by Sister Gong. I am acutely aware of what Gong Na was like in the past. I have always admired her resolute character, yet I never anticipated that marriage could alter everything, transforming such a formidable woman into a shadow of her former self. This only solidifies my stance against marriage. As a prominent star, her retweet quickly attracted significant attention. Most viewers were shocked by Gong Na's appearance after watching the video. Heavens, is this still the Gong, the formidable agent I remember? I recall her fiercely defending Yi, proclaiming her artists need not engage in drinking games. I first learned of Gong Na during that time. I had assumed such a striking woman would undoubtedly carve out her own brilliance. Who would have thought she could fall victim to domestic violence? That surveillance footage was utterly horrifying. Merely watching it sent chills down my spine. I cannot fathom the despair the victim must have felt. Domestic violence is truly terrifying. The male perpetrator not only threatens the female but also uses her family as leverage against her. I am currently enduring such circumstances, desiring divorce, yet paralyzed by fear for my family's safety. Even a major celebrity has spoken up about this matter. It seems the nation must take this seriously. If this case is mishandled, it could have dire repercussions for our country, as many would hesitate to marry. I am genuinely frightened. I too have divorced due to domestic violence, and though I have custody of my child, that man continues to use the child as a means of manipulation, relentlessly pursuing me. I am at a loss for what to do. This is not domestic violence. This is akin to murder, beating someone to the brink of death, without any consideration for their survival. What else could such an individual be but a murderer? Under Lee Yi's comment, a wave of resonance and indignation arose among women. And as the discussions proliferated, the topic quickly ascended the trending charts. It was not merely Lee Yi, numerous stars, who had once been nurtured by Gong Na, swiftly retweeted this Weibo post, further amplifying its visibility. Additionally, several media outlets shared this post, ensuring that it reached an ever-widening audience. Yin Shu, observing the rising heat of the discussion, continued to articulate in her mind, "System, the time is ripe. Please push this Weibo post to those individuals' phones, ensuring they receive this message." The system comprehended her intent and promptly acted upon it. At this moment, Yin Shu's gaze grew somber, and soon, that man would no longer be able to act with impunity. Chapter 93, an unexpected turn of events. Even Yin Shu herself was astonished that while she had instructed the system to investigate that man, it unearthed such startling truths. Who could have anticipated that this man, notorious for his domestic violence, was involved with not just Gong Na? Although Gong Na was the only woman to have formally married him, several others had borne him children. According to the data gathered by the system, this man beguiled these women with sweet words, leading them to willingly forego marriage certificates. He often sought financial support from various women, resorting to violence if they refused. This implied that Zhang Ji's other partners had also endured the torment of domestic abuse. Perhaps due to the system's swift dissemination, those women received the message almost simultaneously. Lee Yi was in the midst of logging into Gong Na's Weibo to respond to some messages when she suddenly received several unexpected private messages. As she deciphered the content, her eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a look of incredulity directed at Gong Na. Having spent considerable time with Lee Yi, Gong Na could discern her thoughts with a mere glance, inquiring with confusion, "What has happened?" Lee Yi hesitated, unsure whether to disclose the matter. She feared that Gong Na might not be able to bear the weight of the revelation, especially as she was in a particularly vulnerable state at that moment. Yin Shu seemed to sense the tension and spoke earnestly. "Sometimes, what appears to be a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise. Speak your mind." Yin Shu's words acted as a revelation, suggesting that former adversaries might become allies. Lee Yi nodded thoughtfully but cautiously began, "Sister Gong, we have received several private messages regarding that man. He may have several other women outside." After uttering this, Lee Yi regretted her bluntness, wishing she had been more circumspect. Still apprehensive about Gong Na's ability to handle the news, Gong Na had long been aware of Zhang Ji's gambling habits and his frequent absences, sometimes not returning home for days. However, it had never occurred to her that Yang Ji had several women outside, which surprised her somewhat. What does several mean? Listening to Gong Na's tone, it seemed that there was only surprise and no sadness or despair. which relieved Li Yi and emboldened her to speak freely. Those women all claimed to be Yang Ji's wives and had even borne children with him, though they had not obtained marriage certificates. Yet, like you, they were initially deceived by Yang Ji's sweet words, coaxed into having children without legal formalities. However, once the children were born, Yang Ji neglected them. They also mentioned that he frequently indulged in gambling, often staying out all night, and upon his return, he would demand money from them. If they refused, he would resort to physical violence against them. As Li Yi recounted, she suddenly noticed a particularly alarming message and sat up straight in disbelief. Here is a sister who says that a year ago, during an altercation, Yang Ji struck her 3-year-old daughter with a stool, resulting in the child's death. Yun Shu and Gong Na were both filled with incredulity upon hearing this. Gong Na also thought of her own unborn child, who had suffered due to Yang Ji's violence. She never expected he had another child whom she had unwittingly contributed to the death of. How many people are looking for you? Gong Na's tone was imbued with an indescribable emotion, certainly not sadness, as if she had resolved something within herself. Li Yi counted carefully and replied, "There are 3 in total." Upon hearing this, Li Yi's heart sank. This meant that, including Gong Na, the man had deceived 4 women in total. At this moment, Gong Na could only empathize with those women, believing that their reason for seeking her out was likely related to domestic violence. She continued, "Please ask them if they would be interested in a joint appeal. Even if they Haven T registered their marriage, having cohabitated for so many years and having children constitutes bigamy. Furthermore, that scoundrel killed his own child. Just for this, we can apply for the death penalty." Li Yi also felt this could be a turning point and promptly contacted the women as per Gong Na's suggestion. It seemed they had been awaiting news from Gong Na, as they unanimously agreed without hesitation upon reading the message. Seeing that everyone was so resolute in wanting Yang Ji to face the death penalty, Li Yi could hardly fathom the extent of Yang Ji's mistreatment towards them. They must have been profoundly disappointed in Yang Ji, perhaps even harboring extreme loathing towards him, which fueled such intense hatred. Not only the victims, but even as an observer. Li Yi felt that Yang Ji's bullying of Gong Na was so egregious that she wished for nothing less than his death sentence. Everyone agreed to appeal, and each one hoped for Yang Ji to receive the death penalty. At the very least, they demanded a life sentence, ensuring he could never be released again. At this moment, the women tormented by Yang Ji felt like grasshoppers on a string. Gong Na resolutely declared, "I will sue Yang Ji. In a few days, during the court proceedings, I shall ensure that Yang Ji never walks free again." Li Yi, having previously researched the legal process, assisted Gong Na in navigating this pathway once she affirmed her intent to file the lawsuit. Yun Shu, sensing her own role was diminishing, decided to depart, knowing she could return after the court session to check on the situation. She hoped for Gong Na's swift divorce, believing it would liberate not only Gong Na but also the other women, allowing them to reclaim their lives. She was also intrigued by Li Yi's mention of surprises awaiting her should she aid Gong Na in her divorce. What could these surprises be? In the following 2 days, Yun Shu rested at home, crafting an excuse for her grandfather that she was working overtime over the weekend, thus allowing her to reclaim those hours during the weekdays. 2 days later, Li Yi sent her a message stating that today was the day of Gong Na's divorce hearing, and they had invited the other women to attend. However, this matter had stirred considerable attention online, with numerous media outlets expected at the courthouse. The public interest signified that the authorities would not dare to act ambiguously and would render the most just decision. Naturally, Yun Shu planned to be present, but Li Yi informed her that prior to the hearing, Gong Na needed to meet with Yang Ji. Yun Shu imagined that Gong Na would have much to say to Yang Ji, perhaps questions, perhaps expressions of disappointment. More importantly, she might want him to witness the emergence of her renewed self. Yun Shu deemed this a commendable choice and smiled as she suggested, "Let us accompany her. Regardless of the outcome, our presence will surely lend her some strength." Chapter 94. The day of the hearing. Before the hearing commenced, Yang Ji remained incarcerated at the police station. When Gong Na appeared before him, a barrier of glass separated them, and their communication was limited to a connected phone. At that moment, Yang Ji lacked the previous arrogance that once characterized him. He now bore an expression of desperation, pleading, "Wife, I realize my mistakes. Please, don't divorce me. I was merely intoxicated the other day and lost control. Have you forgotten our past?" Gong Na's visit to Yang Ji was unseen by Yun Shu and Li Yi, who could only wait outside, leaving Gong Na to confront Yang Ji's beguiling words alone. It must be said, this man possessed a silver tongue, adept at persuading others to feel culpable. Yet, Gong Na had long since seen through the facade of the man before her. Do you have any idea how long it took me to reach this point? I am finally on the verge of achieving my long-desired liberation, and I absolutely will not let you off the hook. Yang Ji initially harbored hopes of rekindling the relationship with Gong Na, believing that a few sweet words would lead to her forgiveness, and they would revert to their former selves. However, the woman before him now appeared utterly unfamiliar, her resolute demeanor igniting an inexplicable fury within him. Gritting his teeth, he could not help but exclaim, "Gong Na, do you truly believe that by suing me for divorce, you will find peace? Are you unaware that, given my circumstances, even if you succeed in having me imprisoned, it would only be for a decade at most? Have you not considered what lies beyond those 10 years? Gong Na had contemplated this issue long before. While she may have once felt fear, she now eagerly anticipated the day of the court hearing. With a cold smirk, she retorted, "Do you not realize how much can change in a decade? Surely you do not think that the woman who once endured your abuse will still be the same 10 years hence?" Observing Gong Na's unwavering conviction, an ominous premonition surged within Yang Ji, his anger flaring once more. "What do you mean? Have you found a new protector? Is it for some outside man that you seek to divorce me? Were those who stormed into our home to rescue you that night the ones you now turn to?" As he spoke, the conviction in his words grew stronger, prompting him to rise abruptly and hurl the microphone aside, his rage culminating in a violent crash against the glass. "You wretched woman, how dare you betray me?" he shouted. "Just wait. Once I am free, you will regret this." The sound of the glass shattering echoed through the precinct, causing nearby officers to rush forward to restrain his actions. In stark contrast to her previous fears, Gong Na now felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation regarding her future freedom as she observed Yang Ji's frenzied outburst. A glimmer of aspiration lit her features, and she dismissed Yang Ji entirely, rising gracefully to exit amidst his furious glare. Yun Shu and Li Yi, who had been waiting outside, exhaled in relief upon seeing Gong Na emerge unscathed. With an hour remaining before the official proceedings commenced, the two women escorted Gong Na to rest briefly before they made their way into the courthouse. When Gong Na and Yang Ji encountered each other again, both bore expressions of serene indifference. Gong Na regarded Yang Ji's fearless facade with a silent scoff, hoping he would maintain such composure during the proceedings. The judge soon convened the court, invoking Article 1079 of the Civil Code, which allows for divorce when one party exhibits violent tendencies that result in severe injury or life-threatening circumstances for the other, particularly when mediation has failed. Concurrently, Gong Na's attorney presented medical documentation and photographic evidence of her injuries, substantiating the peril she had narrowly escaped had it not been for the timely arrival of those bodyguards. She might have lost her life that day. Moreover, Gong Na had summoned a former neighbor to testify. "I can confirm that Gong Na frequently endured beatings at the hands of Yang Ji. Before their marriage, she purchased a home next door to me, but after their union, this man lost that property to gambling, forcing Gong Na to sell her home and relocate. It is utterly astonishing that Gong Na has gone to such lengths for this man, and yet he shows no gratitude, instead escalating his violence against her. Has his conscience been devoured by a dog? The more one speaks of it, the more infuriating it becomes, especially given that she once held high hopes for Gong Na, only to discover her misjudgment in encountering such a scoundrel." Upon hearing these words, Yang Ji sneered dismissively, and his lawyer interjected, "In the absence of evidence, we cannot accept mere verbal accusations. Furthermore, my client was simply intoxicated and unaware that such an incident would transpire. It is entirely normal for a man to err occasionally. As long as the woman does not take matters to extremes, the family can continue to thrive." These remarks from Yang Ji's lawyer instantly provoked ire among many women present. At that moment, a woman in the audience rose to her feet. If domestic violence is merely attributed to drunkenness and a lack of emotional control, what then do we make of his deceit in persuading us to cohabit with him and bearing his child? As she spoke, another woman from the spectator area stood up. "You claim he deceived you into having a child? When did that happen?" "I was deceived by him 2 years ago, and for the past 2 years, he has incessantly returned to demand money from me. Every time he loses at gambling, he seeks me out. I often wondered why he spent so much time at gambling houses. It turns out he has several households out there." Yang Ji, upon noticing the audience, suddenly stood up. Recognizing two familiar faces, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as this thought settled in, 2 more women from the audience stood up simultaneously, approaching the front. One of them spoke. "I too was misled by him. Though I have yet to give birth, the child remains in my womb. I never anticipated he would wield such sweet words while being so deceitful. I am grateful to have extricated myself from this torment. This woman was fortunate. Yet the other woman who accompanied her was not as lucky. Her voice quivered with sorrow. I was deceived by Yang Ji 3 years ago and bore his child. At that time, we were not married, and the child could not be registered. Just 2 months ago, when he came seeking money and I refused, we ended up in a fierce altercation, during which he struck my child with a bench, leading to my child's untimely death despite efforts to save him. I possess surveillance footage that substantiates my account. After she made this statement, someone approached to present the surveillance footage to the judge, providing undeniable evidence. The judge, a woman herself, naturally abhorred Yang Ji's violent behavior towards women. Yet her initial ruling was merely to grant the divorce and impose a maximum sentence of 10 years of imprisonment on Yang Ji. Initially, she worried that 10 years might be insufficient to effect any real change, but just as she pondered this, an unexpected twist brought a smile to her face. In the next moment, the judge ordered the video of Yang Ji assaulting a woman and striking a child with a bench to be displayed on the screen. In the next moment, nearly everyone present witnessed the harrowing image on the screen behind the judge, the child's anguished screams followed by their collapse to the ground. As they listened to the woman's heart-wrenching cries, their eyes burned with indignation upon Yang Ji, astonished that this beast could inflict harm upon his own child. Death penalty! Death penalty! They clamored, demanding that such a monster be cast back into the depths of hell. The onlookers could no longer bear the sight. They resolutely refused to accept a mere 10 years of imprisonment for such a fiend. The lawyer, who had initially sought to defend Yang Ji, found himself rendered speechless. Before the trial commenced, he had anticipated a straightforward domestic violence case, expecting no more than a decade's sentence, and perhaps, under his persuasive eloquence, a mere 3 years of imprisonment. Little did he expect a multitude of women, all bearing children with Yang Ji, to emerge, with one child having even succumbed to his violence. The irrefutable evidence presented left the lawyer utterly defeated. As Yang Ji observed the judges deliberating his fate, the crowd below continued to shout for his execution. His gaze fell upon Gong Na and the other women, all of whom looked at him with eyes that seemed to wish for his demise. In desperation, he turned his last pleading glance toward his lawyer, only to find the attorney publicly resting his eyes, which plunged Yang Ji into despair. In the next instant, the presiding judge spoke. "We now announce the verdict for the defendant, Yang Ji. This court has ascertained that you have perpetrated ongoing violent abuse against the victim due to family discord, committed blatant bigamy, and unlawfully deprived another of life. Your actions constitute the crimes of intentional injury, bigamy, and murder. Considering the severity of the consequences resulting in the victim's death, along with your complete lack of remorse, and your prior history of domestic violence leading to multiple police reports without reform, we must uphold the law in order to protect the rights of citizens to life. Therefore, we hereby sentence you, Yang Ji, to death for the crime of intentional murder, and you shall be deprived of your civil rights for life." The judge's gavel fell, and at that moment, Yang Ji felt as though his world had plunged into darkness, unable to fathom that his day of reckoning had truly arrived. Conversely, Gong Na and the other women who had suffered at Yang Ji's hands felt a sudden clarity wash over their lives. They all broke into long-awaited smiles. With Gong Na excitedly glancing at Li Yi and Yun Shu in the audience, her eyes filled with gratitude. The heavy burden that had long oppressed her finally lifted. With Yang Ji sentenced to death, she would no longer live in fear. The same sentiment resonated with the others. They had previously wished to escape Yang Ji's grasp, but had always been met with violent threats. Now that he was finally facing his end, they could envision a new beginning. Several of the victimized women could not contain their emotions, embracing one another in tears of joy, filled with anticipation for the new lives awaiting them. Following the judge's announcement, police officers approached to escort Yang Ji away. Yang Ji observed the joyful expressions of those around him, initially intending to utter some menacing words. Yet, he soon realized the futility of his threats, having been sentenced to death, which ultimately extinguished his spirit. At that moment, Gong Na descended the stairs, and Yun Shu and Li Yi hurriedly approached her, smiling as they said, "Sister Gong, congratulations on achieving your wish. From now on, your life shall only become more vibrant." Gong Na gazed at the two with immense gratitude, for they had been by her side throughout these days, especially Yun Shu, who had even saved her life, deepening her appreciation. "Yun Shu, I truly thank you. We were strangers before, yet you went to such lengths for me, saving my life." I find myself in a position where I have yet to repay your life-saving grace. Just as Yin Shu was about to express her humility, the voice of the system echoed in her mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the second wish of the client. A mysterious surprise is now bestowed upon you. 51 shares of Qianyu Group, along with a list of future blockbuster television dramas, variety shows, and artists. The shares have been arranged. You merely need to confirm your identity at the company. The list has been sent to your email. Please check it. The previous Billion Li Yi had given Yun Shu had left her in a state of awe for a considerable time. Now, receiving the 51 shares and an extensive list of upcoming hits made her gaze at Li Yi filled with incredulity. It seemed that Li Yi's affection for Gong Na was far deeper than she had initially perceived. Otherwise, she would not have made such sacrifices to ensure Gong Na's safety. If her memory served her correctly, Qianyu Group was among the top 3 entertainment companies in Huagua. More precisely, it had been in the top 3 until Gong Na's departure, which had prompted a mass exodus of artists. Presently, Qianyu Group could only claim a spot in the top 10, and there were whispers of its potential withdrawal from the competitive entertainment scene. Rumor had it that the company had a dubious reputation, rife with unsavory secrets, treating stars poorly, and lacking any noteworthy talent. Even a slightly popular figure would be ruthlessly exploited by the company, leading to a life worse than death. To her astonishment, she had now become the largest shareholder of this very company. She was momentarily at a loss as to whether this was a blessing or a curse. Simultaneously, she was curious about how Li Yi, who currently appeared to be a prominent A-list actress and had departed from Qianyu Group, had managed to acquire such a significant stake in the company and why she so readily gifted it to her. Noticing Yun Shu's sudden silence, Gong Na and Li Yi exchanged curious glances. Yin Shu, what's wrong? Why have you suddenly stopped talking? Are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yin Shu snapped back to reality and quickly shook her head. No, I'm just suddenly very curious. Sister Gong, now that you are embarking on a new chapter in your life, what are your plans? Are you considering becoming a manager again? Yun Shu's thoughts were straightforward. Having regained the 51 shares today, she surely hoped for the company's flourishing future. As a distinguished agent for Gong Na, returning to the company would represent the most favorable outcome. Li Yi gazed at Gong Na with a face full of curiosity. Although she had already acquired a new agent, she still harbored hopes for Gong Na's resurgence. Gong Na's reputation in the entertainment industry is unparalleled, as nearly every artist is aware that being one of her clients means one need not engage in frivolous socializing, but rather focus solely on their professional duties. Thus, everyone eagerly anticipates Gong Na's return. Sister Gong, I've heard that the chairman of Qianyu Group has been replaced, and the company may undergo a restructuring. I know you have an emotional connection to that place. Are you considering going back? Chapter 96. Yin Shu becomes the largest shareholder. Yin Shu was taken aback, staring at Li Yi in disbelief. She had only just received a 51 stake, yet Li Yi was already privy to the news of the chairman's replacement. How could she be so astute? However, Yin Shu quickly realized that her 51 stake could not have materialized out of thin air. After all, the shares were widely distributed, and it was evident that someone must have acquired them to consolidate such a significant portion into her hands. Perhaps Li Yi and others had received word when that individual made the purchase. This thought stirred a sense of unease within Yun Shu's system. The 51 stake does not belong to Li Yi, does it? It's currently in my possession without any issues, right? The system responded without hesitation. These shares were secretly acquired by someone intending to resurrect Qianyu. However, after the purchase, a rupture in the financial chain occurred. This is an additional reward granted to the host through legitimate acquisition, not from Li Yi. Yin Shu was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the 51 stake was, in fact, a reward from the system. Could it be that the system, recognizing her tireless efforts in fulfilling numerous wish tasks, had bestowed this substantial surprise upon her? And those future blockbuster dramas, films, variety shows, and list of artists were merely additional rewards from Li Yi? Gong Na indeed held a deep affection for Qianyu Group, having spent a decade there and nurturing numerous renowned artists. It could be said that Gong Na played a significant role in establishing Qianyu Group among the top 3 entertainment companies. Yet, the current state of Qianyu left her disheartened. You know, even if the company hadn't dismissed me, I was already prepared to leave. My previous actions had drawn the ire of other agents. They believed I deviated from the company's methods, causing considerable losses. That company is no longer the one I once held in esteem. Li Yi understood Gong Na's sentiments, as she too had emerged from Qianyu and felt regret at the company's current state. Yun Shu, listening to their conversation, recognized that as an established company, Qianyu's decline was indeed lamentable. Most importantly, this company, once a paradise for many, had now transformed into a nightmare for countless others. Having acquired the largest share of the company, she undoubtedly felt compelled to take action, even if she could not restore the company to its former glory. She was determined to transform its current atmosphere, at the very least, to safeguard the dreams of those aspiring young women within the organization. Yun Shu chose not to disclose her new identity to Li Yi and Gong Na, instead adopting a playful tone as she remarked, "Perhaps Qianyu has undergone a transformation and will flourish in the future. Gongjia, why not take a few days off to unwind? If the company truly improves, we may still need your contributions." To her surprise, Gong Na felt a flicker of hope upon hearing Yun Shu's words. Moreover, she sensed that Yun Shu might be privy to some insider knowledge, which prompted her to exchange a meaningful glance with Li Yi. Li Yi, too, sensed something amiss and tentatively inquired, "How long do you think Gong Jie should take a break? Would half a month suffice?" Yun Shu, perceptive as she was, recognized the probing nature of Li Yi's question. With a cheerful nod, she replied, "I believe that would be about right." Initially uncertain about the future of Qianyu Group, Li Yi felt a surge of assurance upon hearing Yun Shu's words. She was almost convinced that the familiar Qianyu was on the verge of resurgence. Gong Na seemed to grasp the implications as well, releasing a heavy sigh of relief. "This past year, I have been drifting aimlessly. Now that I have finally regained my freedom, I long to take a short trip. I plan to head to Haicheng for a few days, and I shall return in half a month." Li Yi was elated to see Gong Na in such high spirits and was filled with anticipation for the future. She turned to Yun Shu with a smile, saying, "No matter what you wish to pursue, go ahead and do it. I still have some connections in the entertainment industry, so if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." With Li Yi's supportive words, Yun Shu felt a sense of reassurance. After all, as a popular artist, Li Yi could indeed offer substantial assistance. After confirming their future plans, the group made their way out of the courthouse together. The other women had already departed, having been promptly intercepted by the media, who bombarded them with questions. As Yun Shu and her companions emerged, they were greeted by the sight of the media surrounding their peers. Not wishing to confront reporters, they discreetly slipped away before being noticed. Today, Li Yi had driven, and she first dropped Yun Shu off at her home before leaving with Gong Na. However, upon reaching the entrance of her villa, Yun Shu did not enter. Instead, glancing at the time, she hailed a taxi and headed straight for Qianyu Group. Although Qianyu Group had fallen from its former position among the top 3 entertainment companies, it had once enjoyed great prestige. The exterior of the company remained impressive, and its past achievements continued to attract many young dreamers aspiring to stardom. During her journey, Yun Shu had also learned about the company's current direction, which no longer focused primarily on television dramas. They were specifically gathering young men and women to practice singing and dancing, launching various groups to capture the public's attention. As Yun Shu made her entrance into the company lobby, the receptionist immediately recognized her, stating, "You must be the new intern. Allow me to escort you to the practice room. The manager will come to see you shortly." Without giving Yun Shu a chance to respond, the receptionist proceeded to lead her upstairs to the third-floor practice room. Yun Shu followed silently, contemplating a more advantageous course of action. Given that she was mistakenly perceived as an intern, she resolved to exploit this identity to uncover the hidden truths within the company. After all, if she were to declare herself the largest shareholder from the outset, it was plausible that those in higher positions would manipulate the situation, revealing only the facade of success. By engaging with them as someone from the lower ranks, she could gain insight into their true natures. Whether those natures were benevolent or malevolent, she would discern for herself. Upon arriving at the practice room, the receptionist departed, leaving Yun Shu in the company of 2 young women who were diligently practicing their dance routines. As they noticed her entrance, they halted their movements, their expressions morphing into ones of astonishment. They could easily see that Yun Shu had not applied any makeup. Her skin radiated a natural, rosy glow, and her delicate features resembled those of a character straight out of a comic book. In a girl group, she would undoubtedly be the visual centerpiece. This revelation elicited excitement among them, as they recognized that with Yun Shu's striking appearance, they could achieve meteoric success if they were to debut together. Chapter 97. 2 future stars. After the receptionist left, the 2 young women, captivated by Yun Shu's doll-like beauty, rushed forward to stand beside her, their curiosity palpable. What is your name? With looks like yours, you could easily debut if you auditioned. Why are you here as an intern? Do you aspire to join a girl group? Yunshu observed the naive expressions on their faces, indicative of their inexperience and ignorance of the company's darker realities, which left her feeling a sense of unarticulated oppression. Meeting their inquisitive gazes, she managed a gentle smile and replied earnestly, "My name is Yunshu. I simply wish to give this a try." The two girls were instantly smitten by her melodious voice. The taller one, exuding an air of maturity, introduced herself first. "I'm Yuin. I excel in dance. So you can call me Yin." The shorter, adorably charming girl followed suit. "I'm Gu Wan. Just call me Wan Wan. I'm more skilled in singing. What about you?" Yunshu fell momentarily silent at their inquiry regarding her own talents. She found herself at a loss for words. However, upon hearing the names Yuin and Gu Wan, they struck a chord of familiarity within her. She seemed to have spotted the names of these two individuals on the list that Li Yi had predicted would rise to fame in the future. One of them appeared to have gained popularity through a variety show, while the other had become an overnight sensation after starring in a low-budget web drama. Among the phrases describing Yuin and Gu Wan on that list, one stood out. They trained as trainees together, confronted the malevolent forces of the company, and ultimately met at the pinnacle of their respective fields. She recalled being deeply moved when she first read those words. To her astonishment, she had encountered the two of them so soon. Reflecting on their journey, she realized that should they become aware of the dark side of this company, they would undoubtedly seek ways to leave without yielding. This further solidified Yunshu's resolve to uncover the sinister elements within the company, as doing so would allow her to retain the two and bolster the company's ascent. Perhaps Yunshu had been silent for too long. Yuin and Gu Wan exchanged a glance, seemingly understanding something. Gu Wan offered an awkward smile and quickly spoke up. "Yunshu, it's all right. Sometimes, being good-looking is an advantage. Just look at you, standing among us. You are undoubtedly the face of our group." There's another girl we're in contact with, but she is extraordinarily talented, almost a jack of all trades. Upon hearing about another girl, Yunshu instinctively glanced around. Noticing her reaction, Yuin immediately clarified, "That girl is not here right now. She was called out by her manager." Perhaps her exceptional talents led the company to provide her with resources ahead of time. Yunshu grasped the situation. They had been arranged to train in the same practice room, likely destined to debut together, yet only two girls occupied the room at present. The prospect of this other girl piqued her curiosity. Was she truly remarkable? Yuin and Gu Wan, having spent some time with her, nodded in unison. "Of course. We heard she was a trainee overseas and nearly debuted, only to be edged out by someone else and forced to return home to start anew." Gu Wan expressed a hint of regret as she spoke. "Jiang Yin is not only stunning but also excels in singing and dancing. If someone as talented as her doesn't team make it, it would be an injustice. However, she tends to be a bit aloof and rarely converses with us. She usually trains alone. We can't quite fathom why the company insists on having us debut as a group." Yuin shared her confusion, particularly concerning Jiang Yan's prolonged absence since her manager took her away several hours ago. Just as they finished speaking, the office door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, accompanied by a tall, exquisitely attractive woman. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, Yuin and Gu Wan promptly stood up and respectfully greeted her, "Sister Zhang." Zhang Bei wore a stern expression, her pale skin appearing somewhat chalky, and beneath her black frames were a pair of piercing eyes. She disregarded the greetings of the two, casting a brief, unsmiling glance at them before her gaze settled on Yunshu. Who is this person? Both Yuin and Zhang Wan were taken aback by Sister Zhang's inquiry. They had presumed that Yunshu had been brought in by her, yet it appeared Sister Zhang was entirely unaware. "I am Yunshu, the new trainee at the company." Yunshu introduced herself with an air of initiative. Zhang Bei reflected for a moment, recalling that she had indeed recently recruited a new trainee. But the individual did not resemble Yunshu, nor did she share that name. However, upon scrutinizing Yunshu more closely, she found herself quite pleased with this face, which was, at the very least, far more attractive than the other new recruit. She chose not to elaborate further. Subsequently, she pushed Jiang Yin, who stood behind her, forward and, maintaining a stoic expression, addressed the remaining three. "Following a company meeting, it has been decided that only two of you will successfully debut in half a month. The remaining two, should they fail to debut in the short term, will have to undertake other duties to offset the company's debts. Currently, we have confirmed that one of the debut slots is allocated directly to Jiang Yin. which implies that among the three of you, only one will make it to debut. Ultimately, it will be a contest of your individual abilities. After delivering this pronouncement, Zhang Bei made no further delay and departed. Yet, before leaving, she cast a meaningful glance at Yun Shu, revealing a hint of satisfaction. As Yun Shu met her gaze, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Why did she feel that the agent's look was rather peculiar? It seemed less like an appraisal of a person and more akin to the evaluation of a commodity. This ignited a clear sense of direction within Yun Shu. It appeared that the agent could serve as a valuable entry point for uncovering the internal corruption within the company. Once the agent had left, Yu Yin and Gu Wan collapsed onto the ground like broken strings of a lute, tears threatening to spill as they lamented. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become that only two can debut? Does that mean the rest will have no opportunity to debut at all? The mere thought of not stepping onto the stage she adored filled Gu Wan with anxiety. No, I entered the entertainment industry with the sole intention of debuting. If I cannot debut, the oppressive contract we signed will be our undoing. Most troubling was their uncertainty about what would be required of them to offset the company's debts should they fail to debut. Yu Yin, struck by a sudden realization, found herself too fearful to contemplate further, sinking into a profound state of worry.